The two women had planned what to say and do on their way here. But now, the person they wanted to see was not there, while the one they didn't want to see was grinning at them. How frustrating. Zhao Hohot. Do you have any manners or upbringing? My mother is your mother-in-law. Is this how you treat her? Su Aihua. Do you have any manners? I am your sister-in-law. Is this how you treat me? You are just shameless. Zhao Hohot shot back, making misses.
Han furious.
Zhao Hohot was almost ready to insult her directly. Mrs. Han said, I won't talk to you. Where's Taiju? Let him come out. Aihua and I are here to see him.
Han kefrovnid.
Honestly, her father's name affected their future. Even her father's name had changed. Her father's appearance didn't match his name. Han Adong looked more like a Han Taiju. Zhao Hohot leaned on the windowsill, resting her chin on her hand. Do you understand what it means to be a couple? Taiju and I are one. His matters are my matters, our family's matters. What's wrong? Do you have something shameful that I shouldn't hear? Well, you two have always been involved in shameful things. Su Aihua and Mrs. Han were so angry their nostrils flared. No wonder Zhao Hohot was a stumbling block for them. Whenever they tried to take advantage of Han Taiju, Zhao Hohot would mess things up. Since Han Air married, their chances to benefit from Han Taiju had decreased. Su Aihua spat. You shameless woman. You openly talk about being one as a couple. How can you be so shameless? Zhao Hohot became animated. Oh, Su Aihua, if you two are not being shameless, where do you think your child came from? Your child didn't come from your mouth, did it? Han Ku almost choked on her own saliva. Zhao de Peo really knew how to speak boldly. Su Aihua pointed at Zhao Hohot, her finger trembling. You, after all this time, still don't know how to go back. Zhao Hohot was very happy to see the two women so angry, laughing loudly. She felt that the city was much better. In the village, she had to be careful about her reputation when arguing with old Lady Han. Not everyone in the village supported her. Some even sided with old Lady Han and made sarcastic comments. There were also some stubborn old folks who often pressured her with traditional values, which made Zhao Hohot feel restricted. Here, she could speak freely and say whatever she wanted. Look at that old woman. She looked like she was about to have a stroke from anger. Old Lady Han took a moment to calm down.
You want to finna?
I can go in, right? She was trying a different approach. If they wouldn't let her see Han Taiju, they couldn't possibly stop her from seeing Han Adong. Zhao Hohot slowly handed over a registration book through the window. According to the rules, you need to register. If you don't, how will anyone know if you're good or bad? If something goes missing from the factory, it could be blamed on you too. Oh, and you both have bags. After you register, I'll need to check them. Don't glare at me. I'm just proving your innocence. You should thank me later. If you two go in with towels and yarn and come out, it would be hard to explain. From now on, you won't be called Old Lady Han. You'll be called Old Thief Han, and Su Aihua won't be called Su Aihua anymore. She'll be called Su Aitu. Old Lady Han's blood pressure was rising, and she felt like she might burst. Su Aihua impatiently snatched the book and quickly wrote down her and Old Lady Han's names. Zhao Hohot, not in a good mood either, took the book from Su Aihua and looked at it. Who is Tang Mei? Old Lady Han leaned back in disbelief.
Tang Meishma.
I've been married into this family for over 20 years, and you didn't even know my name? Zhao Hohot rolled her eyes.
What kind of statement is that?
You never told me your name, so how would I know? What does this show? It shows you are an unqualified mother-in-law. After more than 20 years, you still haven't told me your name. Do you even consider me your daughter-in-law after all these years? What a nemesis. Zhao Hohot was naturally their bane. Old Lady Han and Su Aihua were now thinking of keeping their cool and saving their energy to ask Han Taiju for work later, so they didn't plan to get into a fight with Zhao Hohot at that moment. The two women then noticed Han Ko in the dispatch room. Last night, she stayed at a guest house. After washing up in the morning, she didn't have any makeup and she couldn't use the cosmetics in the room to freshen up her face, so her bare face was exposed. On the way here, she attracted a lot of attention. At that moment, her true appearance was seen by Mrs. Han and Su Aihua, both of whom stared wide-eyed and gasped. Especially Su Aihua, who exclaimed, "Is that you, Xiaoka? My goodness, you've really changed." "Xiaoka, I'm your aunt, dear." Hanke looked confused and asked Zhao Hohot, "Mom, do I have an aunt? When did I get an aunt?" Su Aihua was speechless, realizing the girl was teasing her. "Xiaoka, your aunt has been busy with work and hasn't visited you often. I came in a rush today and didn't bring you any treats. Next time, I promise. I'll come back to see you soon." Su Aihua acted like someone trying to win over a child. Zhao Hohot understood this well. She knew how the two of them usually behaved, so it was strange to see them being so friendly with their relatives. "Xiaoka, let me introduce you. This woman, Su, is your aunt, the daughter of your grandmother after she remarried. You should be a bit more respectful to your grandmother. She has had a tough life. She lost 2 husbands, which must be hard for her, right? If it were the old days, people would say she had bad luck with men. What will happen when she's gone? Who will she be buried with? I worry for her." Hanke's mouth twitched, and she noticed Mrs. Han swaying slightly, her eyes rolling back. Hanke tugged at Zhao Hohot's sleeve, signaling her to stop before the old lady got too upset. If someone had to pass away, it should be at home, not at the entrance of the workplace, as it could affect her father's job. Zhao Hohot waved her hand. "Let's go inside. Isn't it better for family to watch the door? Would anyone else let you in so easily?" Su Aihua suddenly noticed that Zhao Hohot looked much younger and prettier than before, with hardly any wrinkles on her face, even fewer than her own. What was going on? Could it be that happiness makes one look better? Her rosy complexion showed that life was good at home. Meanwhile, her own face looked a bit dull. Although she wasn't a doctor, she worked in a hospital and knew that a healthy complexion indicated good blood circulation. She supported her struggling mother, gritting her teeth. "Just wait, you can feel proud for a while." Zhao Hohot stepped out of the gate and opened the side door.
Aihua.
"I'm being nice to you, right? As your sister-in-law, I even opened the door for you. Don't you feel important?" The mother and daughter endured humiliation as Zhao Hohot searched them. After the search, Su Aihua helped Grandma Han and ran away without looking back. Zhao Hohot placed her hands on her hips, brushing off imaginary dust. Hanke saw her mom drop her hands and rush into the yard. Hanke leaned against the door to peek inside and saw her dad coming this way. Grandma Han and Su Aihua headed straight for him. Her mom jogged after them. Hanke licked her lips, then secured the window and left the gate, running toward them. She could hear the argument from far away. The voices were getting louder. Su Aihua was trying to claw at her dad, but her mom slapped her, making her spin around.
Wow.
It was getting intense. Hanke rushed to her dad's side for support. Although her dad was smart, he seemed helpless against Grandma Han, like facing a formidable enemy. Without Zhao Hohot, their family would fall apart. Grandma Han, who had just been crushed by Zhao Hohot at the gate, perked up upon seeing Han Taizhu.
Han Tishu, you unglade för son.
You didn't tell me about such a big matter at work. I am your mother. Where did the 800 yuan come from? Did you steal it or rob it? How can you call yourself Han Tieju's mother? With a mother like you, he'd be better off being reborn. What a terrible fate. The Han family's ancestors must be upset to have a poisonous woman like you in their home, harming the family's future. I've never seen a mother who brings such disaster to her son, directly accusing him of stealing or robbing. What kind of grudge do you hold against him? I could accuse you of stealing too, not only money, but also people. Don't think I don't know, his father just died less than 6 months ago, and you're already involved with that old man Su. What's wrong? Can't you stand being lonely? Do you need a man to survive? After being a widow for several lifetimes, you realize you can't do without a man. Unfortunately, in this life, you've been quite unkind, ending up as a widow again and again. Zhao Hohot placed her hands on her hips, pointing at the 2 women across from her, mimicking a teapot and loudly criticizing old Lady Han. It was quite a relief for her. The argument was so intense that even the noise from the machines in the factory couldn't drown it out. Many people in the office had come out to see what was happening, including Han Adong. Seeing the situation was not good, Han Adong, although far away and unable to hear the argument, noticed from their body language that his mother and sister were at a disadvantage. How could this be? In a shouting match, how could his mother and sister possibly compete with the loud Zhao Hohat? As he ran toward them, he explained to those around him, "It's nothing, just family matters. That's my brother and sister-in-law, along with my mom and sister. My brother and sister-in-law often upset my mom without realizing it. My mom came to see me, but I don't know why my sister-in-law is stopping her and yelling." Of course, people believed him, as Han Adong had a good reputation in the factory, while Han Taiju was new and some didn't even know him. With a troubled expression, Han Adong won over quite a few hearts. A woman claiming to be the union chairperson arrived, saying, "Comrade, let's resolve this civilly. It's not right to point and yell, especially at an elder. Can't you speak nicely? By the way, who are you? I don't recognize you." Zhao Hohat smiled at her. "Hello. I agree we should talk things over, but you only saw me yelling at her and not how she bullied my man earlier." This woman, surnamed Jiang, was the union chairperson. She knew Old Lady Han because she often came to find Han Adong, so she naturally sided with Old Lady Han first. Su Aihua, with tears in her eyes, said, "Chairperson Jiang, please help us. We came to see my second brother, but we ran into my older brother and sister-in-law. My sister-in-law started yelling at us. I asked, is there such a daughter-in-law in the world? My mom may have her faults, but she is still an elder. What kind of younger generation behaves like this, yelling at their elders so harshly?" Hearing Su Aihua's words stirred public outrage, especially since Old Lady Han had been taking care of Widow Li, working hard day and night, looking much older than her actual age. Su Aihua's comment certainly added to the situation. The elderly woman appeared weak and her eyes were dull. Oscar owes her a little golden statue. She's an experienced actress. How can our unit accept someone like this? Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a virtue in our culture. I've never seen such a disrespectful woman. Exactly. How can our unit accept anyone? This affects our collective honor. What about the Women's Federation? Why haven't they arrived yet? Is anyone going to handle this? Look at how upset the old lady is. Su Aihua and her daughter are acting, while Han Adong keeps explaining. In just a short time, the situation has turned one-sided. No one is speaking from an objective viewpoint. No matter how capable Zhao Hohat is, she can only use her voice. She can't compete with so many people. Suddenly, there's a loud banging sound that grabs everyone's attention, and they stop talking to look toward the noise. It turns out Han Ke saw her mom struggling against so many people, so she quickly returned to her dad's security post. In the security post, there was a basin, and she found a stick to bang on it, drawing everyone's attention to her. When everyone's gaze focused on Han Ke, they were stunned.
Wow.
This girl is so beautiful. In their large factory of thousands, she makes the others look plain. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Very well, Han Ke bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Han Ke, and I am the daughter of Han Taiju, a new employee in your unit." The leader said, "No investigation, no right to speak. Just now, everyone was quick to criticize my parents. Did you investigate? Do you know the reasons? You all jumped to conclusions just because this old lady is Han Idong's mother, so you sided with him. Now I tell you, we're the real victims. Want to know why? If you want to know, be quiet and let my mom tell you about our family's unusual experiences. I promise it will be quite a story. Han Ke, this is your own grandmother. How can you be so heartless? You ungrateful child. Your grandmother loves you dearly," Su Aihua exclaimed anxiously. "She may not be reasonable, but that doesn't mean she doesn't understand that her mom's actions are wrong." Han Ke replied, "Comrade Su Aihua, if you are innocent, why won't you let me speak? Only those with guilty consciences are afraid to let us talk." Zhao Hohat nodded. "Su Aihua, listen to your conscience. Who is the real ungrateful one? Has my daughter ever received a piece of candy from your mom or a grain of rice from your family? Aren't you afraid of the consequences of saying such things? Everyone, pay attention. Han Idong's mother and sister are feeling guilty and trying to silence us. If he had nothing to hide, why would he want to stop us from speaking? The crowd's gaze towards Han Idong and his family changed. Han Idong sensed trouble and said, "Sister-in-law, we are all family. Why can't we sit down and resolve this peacefully? Besides, family matters should not be aired in public. Who talks about their own family's issues like this?" Han Ke replied, "Uncle, I just want to ask, how did my grandma know about my dad's job? You are the only one who knew he was working. You must have told her, right? Here's the problem. When my grandma saw my dad, she wanted to hit him and asked why he didn't inform her about his job. She questioned where the 800 yuan for his job came from and insisted that he either stole it or robbed someone. Is this how a mother should act?" She immediately labeled her own son as a thief. Han Idong laughed awkwardly. No, your grandma cares about your dad. Sometimes, worry can lead to misunderstandings. Zhao Hohot scoffed. "Oh, she cares about my husband, does she? My husband has been supporting her since he was 10, working hard for 3 years after she remarried. At 13, he brought you back to live in Yangshigu. He raised you while working hard in the fields, saving money to provide for your education, while you acted like a spoiled child. He worked tirelessly, sweating, just to give you a better life, while he suffered. When it was time for your wedding, your family insisted on a big house. Your brother couldn't afford it, so your mother borrowed money to build it, buy you a bicycle, and get you kitchenware. You started your sweet life. All this debt fell on my husband. Every time your mother borrowed money, she put his name on it. When it was time to pay back, the creditors came to our door, and you had nothing to do with it. Oh, how kind she is to us. My husband is just a farmer, while you two make 70 or 80 yuan a month. How can you let our family owe hundreds of yuan? He is your brother, not your father. He doesn't owe you anything." What's even more interesting is that I've never seen a mother drain one son's resources to support another. But that's how it is in our family, draining our resources to support the second branch. Even if your family doesn't lack food or clothing, even if you have good jobs and live well, even if our family is struggling and eating very little, your mother and siblings seem to drain our family's resources. Didn't the revolutionaries say that where there is oppression, there is resistance? Are we supposed to be oppressed by them forever? Do we deserve to be treated like this for a lifetime? Do you who speak for them have any conscience? If you think they are right, it means you are just like them. Even the landlords wouldn't dare to act this way. I, Zhao Hohot, speak the truth. If I lie, may I be punished. Everyone in Yangshiga knows about this. You can ask around. I just want to know, what's wrong with my husband having a job? How does that affect you? Why do you feel entitled to attack us? Why do you accuse my husband of theft? Zhao Hohot became more and more emotional, expressing her grievances over the years, and eventually, she was crying as she spoke. Whether they were there to watch or to mediate, no one said anything. If Han Idong's sister-in-law is telling the truth, then Han Idong's family is truly excessive. They also have siblings and parents who show favoritism, but not to this extent. Old Lady Han can be domineering in the village, but that doesn't work in the factory. She is afraid to act out here because it might affect her son's future. Moreover, she has built a good reputation as a kind old lady. If she starts causing trouble now, it will ruin her image. She tightly grabbed Su Aihua's arm, looking for a solution, but Su Aihua was confused, unsure of what to do. Han Idong's face turned red from the disdainful looks from his colleagues. This family didn't dare to argue back, which only confirmed their oppression of our family, making them even more contemptible. Su Aihua said, "Big brother, we are all family, born of the same mother. Why are we acting like enemies? The past is the past. Let's focus on the future." Han Ke replied, "Comrade Su Aihua, I disagree. What do you mean by the past is the past? We all remember that we have completely separated. The team still has the contract. Don't pretend that we are all one family. In the past, when you visited the village, you never came to our house or called my dad big brother. What's going on today? Did the sun rise in the west? You actually called my dad Big Brother. It's like our family's ancestors are smiling down on us. What a lucky day. Come, let me tell everyone what they are here for. First, the old lady saw my dad and immediately asked where the 800 yuan for the job came from. This shows they have a clear purpose. They are here for the money. To prove our family's income is legitimate, I can't let my dad's so-called biological mother accuse him of stealing. Let me explain where this money came from. Han Ku realized this wouldn't work. People respect capable individuals. Why do they look down on her dad? It's just because they are farmers. She wanted to keep a low profile, but the situation and her abilities wouldn't allow it. So, Han Ku took out a few folded square newspapers from her pocket and said, I'm just an ordinary person who wrote a novella, and luckily, it got published in the newspaper. This book just finished this month, and I earned over 1,000 yuan in royalties. Is it wrong for me to use that money to help my dad get a job? Who says I need to inform you about my dad getting a job? Even though we are separating our families, should I give my uncle part of my earnings? Of course. Even after the separation, my grandma still sends things from our house to my uncle's. That's just a common occurrence every few days. Oh my, this beautiful young lady is actually talented. Chairman Jiang from the union took the newspaper and opened it, while Han Ku pointed out the relevant sections for her to read. The remaining newspapers were also passed around for others to see. Suddenly, praises for Han Ku filled the air. Han Aiden and Su Aihua were pushed to the edge of the crowd. Also on the outskirts were Han Taizhu and his wife. Han Taizhu looked disappointed and pained. Since he could remember, he didn't recall his mother ever holding him. He never received praise from her for anything he did. It was always criticism or punishment. In contrast, Han Aiden was his mother's favorite. Even though the two brothers were only 2 years apart, their treatment was worlds apart. Han Taizhu said, Mom, I've always wanted to ask you why. Am I not your son? Why do you treat me this way? Old Lady Han felt that Zhao Hohot and Han Ke had embarrassed her, and now she was very angry. Han Taizhu asked her what was wrong, and she finally found a way to vent her frustration. What's the matter? I raised you, so I can treat you however I want. If I want you to die, you have to die. Who told you I'm your mother? You should respect me. Han Ke replied, Everyone listen to what this old lady is saying. She wants to turn back time and bring back feudalism. This is not the voice of ordinary people. Even Empress Dowager Cixi wouldn't say such things. So you want to be the Empress Dowager too? You want to bring back the old ways where subjects had to obey their rulers and children had to sacrifice for their parents? Old lady, the Qing dynasty is long gone. We are in a new society, and you still dream of bringing back feudalism. This is just stubbornness. Your thinking is so outdated and inhumane. It's a moral decline. Chairman Jiang, I ask you, can you manage this mother and son duo? Of course. Comrade Han Adong has worked at your factory for many years and is well-rooted. Some might turn a blind eye and not want to get involved. That's fine. Just turn right after leaving the factory, and there's the county government. Oh my. This is like nailing her own grandmother to a pillar of shame. But who would dare to respond? Anyone who does would be seen as having the same outdated and inhumane thoughts as Old Lady Han. They could end up in the newspapers, and if they say the wrong thing, they might find themselves on Han Aidong's side, which would be a disaster. Han Ke thought that both Old Lady Han and her daughter were really foolish. Wasn't this asking for trouble? It would have been better to wait until Han Taizhu returned to the village to cause a scene rather than making a fuss at the factory. Although the result would still be embarrassing, at least it would happen at home. Didn't they realize the consequences of their actions? And Zhao Hohot had no filter. She said whatever came to her mind, and now she had exposed everything. Not only Chairman Jiang, but also the leaders from the factory office and the Women's Federation had come. The director of the factory office cleared his throat and said, Comrade Han Adong, as the saying goes, to manage a family is to govern a country. If you can't even manage your own household and let your mother spread outdated ideas, how can you do well at work? The factory office and the union often had conflicts and competed for power. Now was a time to show off, so the director spoke harshly. These comments were damaging for someone like Han Adong, who wanted to rise in rank. To be considered for the deputy factory director position, one needed connections and a strong support base. If his spirit and awareness are not good in the eyes of the public, he shouldn't even think about the election. Han Adong was sweating nervously, feeling weak all over. He regretted making a call to his mother yesterday. Even if he did, he should have told her not to cause trouble at the factory. On the first day Han Taiju came to work, his family showed up the next day to make a scene. It was like he was reporting on himself. He wished he could slap himself for being foolish yesterday. Director Tao, Director Jiang, comrades, I'm sorry. I apologize for not handling my family matters well, which led to misunderstandings with my mother and older brother. Misunderstanding? You're the worst in the family. If it weren't for you stirring things up, would your mother come here to confront my husband and ask for money? Han Adong tried to defend himself, but Zhao Hohat was determined not to let him off the hook. Zhao Hohat had wanted to reveal Han Adong's situation of supporting a widow, but Han Ke stopped her. Han Ke had her own plans. If their family situation was exposed now, Han Adong could lose his job immediately. She wanted to ensure he kept it, so she needed to strategize, knowing that the widow and Han Idong's son were still there, making it impossible for him to escape. In the end, the commotion was settled, and everyone returned to their posts. Han Adong and his mother were taken to the office for a talk. Han Ke and her parents returned to their post, but they dared not speak. It was clear that her father was in a bad mood. Earlier, when Han Taiju asked about Han Laodai, it was also what Han Ke and Zhao Hohat wanted to know. Zhao Hohat had her doubts and asked the village elders, who all said that Han Taiju was indeed Han Laodai's biological child. They had seen her during her pregnancy. Don't be sad, Dad. I don't think you're that unlucky. After all, you married me and had many children, which shows you have good luck. Zhao Hohat tried to comfort Han Taiju. Han Ke was speechless. Han Taiju chuckled. No, I'm used to it now. I used to feel pain in my heart, but now I'm numb to it. Can a son really argue with his own mother? Zhao Hohat felt even more pity for him and hated Han Laotai even more. She wanted to come up with a solid plan to resolve the situation. She might not be very clever, but she had a smart daughter. She turned to look at her girl. Han Ke was confused by her mother's gaze. Zhao Hohat decided to discuss their plans with her daughter privately, away from Han Taiju. Old Lady Han was supported by Su Aihua as they walked out. At the door, she shot a fierce glare at the family of three. That was all she dared to do, especially after being scolded earlier. Han Adong had worked for over 10 years and had to write a self-reflection for the first time, even getting criticized by the factory manager. So, the two women didn't dare to make a scene again. Zhao Hohat was not one to back down. She followed behind, cursing and spitting as they walked several meters away. Old Lady Han and Su Aihua returned home feeling defeated. When had they ever faced such humiliation? Especially from someone they looked down upon. Old Lady Han gritted her teeth. I can't believe that scoundrel managed to turn things around. She really raised a good daughter. Su Aihua felt something was off about this statement. What did she mean by not expecting him to turn things around? That didn't sound like something a real mother would say. She couldn't say such things about her own son, even if he was naughty. Her heart sank. Mom, could it be that Han Taiju isn't really your biological son? Old Lady Han clearly stiffened. What nonsense are you talking about? In the past, food was scarce, and no family could afford to raise another child. Su Aihua thought for a moment and agreed. If it were her, she wouldn't raise someone else's child either. So, if that was the case, her mom was being a bit unreasonable. Su Aihua clicked her tongue. Han Taiju is indeed lucky. His life isn't great, but he has a beautiful and capable daughter. She said this, but inside, she felt a pang of jealousy. Mom, can we just forget about this? Su Aihua was unwilling. A great opportunity to enter the county city was right in front of her, and she was afraid of regretting it later if she didn't seize it. Just now, the leaders of the knitting factory said she should come to the factory lest to avoid affecting her two sons' work. How could she let such a big loss go just like that? Forget it?
Dream on.
You need to deal with that girl quickly. The two women left, feeling frustrated and defeated. There was no hope for Han Tieju's job anymore. They could only hope to gain something from Han Ke. Especially with the news that Han Ke could make money from writing, the two women were itching with anticipation. If she could earn so much, it would be a huge loss to settle for an ordinary family. If that girl could write books and give them money in the future, that would be great, but they knew that was just a dream. What Han Ke didn't know was that, unbeknownst to her, several groups wanted to sell her. The next morning, Han Taiju didn't go to work. The family of three went to get the keys, but when they arrived, the elderly couple had already moved out, and the house was empty. Three people started cleaning, but there wasn't much to clean since the elderly couple was quite tidy and had already cleaned up before leaving. They just brought home the items they bought from the supply store over the past 2 days, and also purchased 2 locks. Han Taiju mentioned that he would switch shifts with a colleague tomorrow because he needed to return to the village to register his household with Zhao Hohat. With a formal job, he would have a city household registration and could access ration goods, making Han Taiju a true city dweller. Zhao Hohat was very happy, saying, "Oh my, I never dreamed our family would have someone who could get ration goods. Let Yang Bansha look down on me. This time, I can hold my head high. The yard is quite big, Taiju. When we go back to register the household, let's bring the family over to see the house and plant winter wheat in the front and backyards. What do you think?" Farmers always want to plant when they see land, especially since this yard is bigger than the one in Yangshigu. It would be a waste not to plant, especially since winter is usually idle. Sure, getting 100 or so pounds of flour would be good, Han Taiju nodded. Dad, Mom, I won't be going back with you the day after tomorrow. After all, I'll have to return later, so I don't want to bother you. Han Ke thought that if her parents went back to Yangshigu, it would be her chance to make money in the black market, and she couldn't miss that opportunity. Zhao Hohat replied, "That won't do. You can't stay here alone as a pretty young girl. Didn't the old lady from this house say that this area isn't very safe?" "No way, absolutely not." Han Ke said, "Can I stay at the guest house then? I really don't want to go back." After some negotiation, they finally agreed to let Han Ke stay at the guest house for just one night. She was very pleased. The family spent another day in the city, and on the afternoon of the 3rd day, the couple took the last bus home. Before leaving, Zhao Hohat repeatedly reminded Han Ke, worried that she might go out at night. Although Han Ke had planned to do just that, she promised her mother to ease her worries. After seeing Zhao Hohat and Han Taiju off, Han Ke returned to the guest house with a pale face. Being alone made things easier. She entered her space to do what she needed to do and waited for the evening. Around 8 o'clock at night, Han Ke emerged from her space and headed to the place Sanjeda had told her about. She threw out a bicycle from her space and rode straight to the small woods on the edge of the county town. The woods were large and dense, providing a good spot for transactions without getting caught. Even if someone wanted to catch her, there weren't many people around the woods. There was still a distance to the forest when Han Ke tossed her bicycle into a hidden space. Dressed in a way that was neither distinctly male nor female, it was hard to tell her gender in the dark of night. She carried a bag in her left hand and a basket in her right, planning to take out a few items to test the waters. If a big deal came up, she would assess the situation then. As she entered the forest, it felt dark and unclear at first, but after adjusting, she could see shadows in the moonlight. Han Ke's senses were sharp. She could hear low voices from far away. Listening carefully, she realized there were people making a deal nearby. She quietly approached, making sure not to make too much noise to avoid startling anyone. Under a tree ahead, a few people were gathered, seemingly in the middle of a transaction. Han Ke found a tree to lean against and placed her items on the ground, waiting for someone to inquire. She didn't need to look for buyers since supplies were scarce, and anything available would sell easily. Sure enough, as soon as she stood there, a few people came over. "Comrade, what are you selling?" a man asked in a hushed voice. Han Ke replied softly, "A bit of grain and some eggs, chicken, duck, and goose eggs." "What kind of grain? Do you have white flour?" he asked. Han Ke said, "Actually, it's not white flour, it's rice." "Rice? I want some. How much per pound? I want some too, give me 2 pounds. $2.50 per pound, no tickets. If you have grain tickets, it's $1.80 per pound. In the grain store, rice was $1.80 per pound but required tickets. Selling at $2.50 per pound on the black market was not expensive. It was just a moderate price. She was testing the price, but to her surprise, the buyers didn't even negotiate. A 100-pound bag of rice was quickly sold out, and she also distributed her eggs, 2 or 3 pounds to each person. In no time, nearly $30 filled her pocket. Those who missed out felt disappointed, so Hanka told them to wait a few minutes while she went to get more. When she returned, carrying a bag, her relaxed demeanor made it seem like it was filled with cotton. But when she opened it, it revealed white rice and flour. Her strength had intimidated the crowd, and those who might have thought of taking advantage of her reconsidered. After trading in several spots in the woods and making a few $100s, Hanka decided to stop. Too much of a good thing could attract unwanted attention, so she planned not to return for a few days. Because she was busy selling things at night, she didn't have time to ask about the bicycle tickets and planned to bring her parents back in a couple of days. When she left, she climbed out of the guest house window, and when she returned, she climbed back in through the same window. Now, things are much stricter. Going out at night can raise suspicions, and there's a chance of getting caught. So, Han didn't dare to leave through the guest house's front door. After Han Taizhu and his wife returned home, they told their family that their work was done smoothly. They also mentioned that their younger sister bought a house in the city, and when they leave, the whole family will move to the city to farm. The couple emphasized that the house was bought with Hanka's own earnings, and it would be their family's base in the city. This was fantastic news. The whole family was overjoyed. Only Lewan scoffed, thinking it was silly for the family to be so proud of buying a small house in the county. She felt this was the extent of their success in life. Although her father-in-law got a formal job, it was just as a doorman. She was still not satisfied with this status. If the position were a bit higher, she might have settled and wouldn't have married a man who was divorced. But the Han family could only manage this, and she felt forced into it. It can only be said that she and Han Liio were not meant to be. Everyone in the family, except Lewan, was very happy. Especially the kids, as tomorrow was Sunday and they were going to the county. The little ones quickly ran out of the house to share the good news with their friends. Little Xuan was anxious, stamping his feet and crying, reaching out his small hands to grab them, but he was too little to keep up with his older siblings. Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu didn't stop the kids. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. They had to go to the team tomorrow morning to handle the household registration and get an introduction letter. Plus, Zhao Hohot loved to show off, and she wouldn't miss this chance to feel proud. So, by dinner time, everyone in Yangshiga knew that Han Taizhu was starting a formal job. The whole village was buzzing with excitement. For them, it didn't matter if he was just a doorman. What mattered was that he would be a city person. Han Taizhu was about to become a city dweller, and the Han family was set to rise in status. That was what they cared about. Just a few months ago, the Han family had a bad reputation, but now their daughter could earn big money and Han Taizhu was about to be a city person. It was said that they even bought a house in the city with money from Han's daughter. This isn't just smoke rising from the ancestral grave, it's like a chimney has been installed there. Families with sons are going a bit crazy, and those with daughters are feeling the same way. After all, Han Lao heir is now single. Even though he has 2 sons, his situation is good. What if Han Taizhu's class is taken over by Han Lao heir in the future? So, whether they have daughters or sons, everyone is getting restless. At this moment, they don't even think about whether they are worthy of Han family's daughter. They used to look down on her, thinking she was not good enough for their sons. But now that she can earn money and has made it to the newspapers, many people have tried to set her up with matches, only to be turned away by Zhao Hohot. She insists her daughter is still young and should only look for someone from the city. They used to laugh at Zhao Hohot, but now who is laughing at whom? In the Zhou family, Zhou Hongying is busy sewing shoe soles while listening to her little nephew excitedly talk about the Han family. She listens closely, a slight smile on her lips and a glimmer in her eyes. Zhou Hongying is the niece of the women's director, Zhou Ping. She used to hang out with me Chunhua, chatting about various things, especially wanting to hear about the Han family from me Chunhua. After dinner, the family would sit in the old couple's room and chat. Recently, news about the Han family has been all over the headlines. Today, Han Taiju's job news made it to the top of the list again. Grandma Zhou smiles as she watches her little grandson animatedly talk about the Han family. This little grandson, Zhao Yuru, is the one always trailing behind heir who, while his older brother, Zhou Yuliang, plays with older kids. These two brothers are quite mischievous. Zhou Yuru plays with heir Hu and the other younger boys, while Zhou Yuliang hangs out with teenagers. But both brothers know all about the Han family and are excitedly sharing their thoughts. The village kids are always on the front lines of gossip, knowing all the latest news first. So, if you want to find out some insider information, asking the kids is a sure bet. The two boys are saying that the Han family's daughter cooks delicious food. Heir Hu even brought some treats for himself, and Zhou Yuru claims he has never tasted such good meat in his life. Grandma Zhou playfully pokes his forehead, saying, Yuru, all you think about is food. Zhou Yuru grins and touches his forehead, saying, Heir Hu and Hu are worried that if their mom left, their dad might find a stepmother. But now that their mom has really left, Hu and Heir Hu are actually doing better than before. A couple of days ago, I saw them both wearing new clothes. During lunch at school, I noticed they had rice in their lunch boxes. I even grabbed a couple of bites, hee hee hee. Speaking of this, the Zhou family had some comments. Zhou's sister-in-law said, Where did this person come from? We never noticed that the Han family had such success. People say they have turned their lives around. And that Zhao Hohot, who used to be overlooked, now has such good fortune. Her daughter is doing well, her son is respectful, and her husband supports her in everything. She has no troubles at all. Now, when you mention her, every woman in the village envies Zhao Hohot. Old Mrs. Zhou replied, That's true. Mi Chunhua is just unlucky. If she had lived well with Han Lair, would she have been sent back to her parents' home? She brought this on herself. I feel sorry for her. She wasted such a good life. When the old lady mentioned divorce, she suddenly remembered her daughter was nearby and smiled awkwardly. Then, she had a bright idea and slapped her thigh, saying, Oh my, how did I forget? Han Lair is divorced now. I tell you, many people are thinking about him now, both young women and widows. Old man, do you think our Hongying would be a good match? They live in the same village, so they know each other well. If our daughter marries into the Han family, she won't be bullied. Our daughter is not like Mi Chunhua. She's much better. She and Han Lair are a good match. Aside from Han Lair having two sons, everything else is quite good, and they are of similar age. What do you think? Zhou Hongying accidentally pricked her finger and winced, quickly putting her finger in her mouth to soothe it. Zhou's sister-in-law laughed. Little sister, you're shy. I think Mom is right. It's good to marry someone from the same village. At least if Han Lair bullies you, our family will know. Besides, the Han family situation is not worse than the city. Although they prefer sons over daughters, that little sister might be a bit of a problem. But it's fine. She's grown up and won't stay at home for long. She'll have to marry eventually. Once you marry him and have a child or two with Han Lixia, you'll be settled in the Han family. Those two kids will be easy to handle since they haven't split up the family. The old couple will take care of them. You really don't need to worry about it, Hongying. Being a stepmother can be tough, but it can also be easy. Kids are easy to please. It won't cost us anything, right? As long as you win Han Lixia's heart and take good care of him, you'll have everything you want. Han Taizhu is over 40, and since he is retired, his son will definitely take over. Han Laosan has found a job, so that leaves the eldest and the second son. Han Lao heir is quite capable of taking over his father's role. Oh my, what a great opportunity! By then, sister-in-law, you will also be half a city person and can return to the city. Besides, there are already houses in the city, so it's all set. Sister Zhou has clearly arranged for the second son of the Han family to get married. Old Zhou, leaning against the cabinet, is smoking with his eldest son. They both listen to the chatter of the women. Old Zhou puts out a cigarette, saying, I think this could work. Let's give it a try. But we need to ask if Hong Ying is willing. Hong Ying has a decent position in the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stay at her parents' house for 2 years after her divorce. In other families, she would have been married off long ago. Originally, the Han family had one spot for each child, but now that Mi Chanhua has left, that spot is open, and the Zhou family plans to have Hong Ying fill it. Hong Ying shyly smiled. Sister-in-law, look at you. The child is still here. Besides, if our family goes to propose right after Mi Chanhua's divorce, what will people think of me? I used to get along well with her. What will they say about me? Sister Zhou replied, It doesn't matter who Mi Chanhua is. I just want to know if you are willing. If you are, we can ask someone to make the proposal. I know you are shy, but this can't wait. All the single children from the Han family are very sought after now. If you wait too long, someone else might take notice. You'll regret it later. Hong Ying frowned. This feels so wrong. What if Chen Hua comes back? What will I say? Sister Zhou said traditionally this is how things are done. If the family arranges it, you can't blame yourself. Besides, it's her own fault for not living well. If she can't make it work with Han Lao, he might find someone better. This is between me and your mother. I'll handle any gossip. The Zhou family is not to be messed with. Old Zhou's wife smiled. Dear, just tell us if you are willing. You don't need to worry about anything else. Hong Ying blushed and nodded, shyly looking down at her shoes, but her emotions were hidden. Old Zhou's wife was so happy. Who understands? Her daughter was married for 2 years and had a child, only to end up divorced. Whenever asked about the reason, her daughter would cry, feeling utterly devastated. Now I'm glad I didn't bring the child back. If I had a burden like that, it would be hard for my daughter to find a good match. The Zhou family has decided to arrange a marriage with the Han family. In the morning, Zhao Hohat took her 2 daughters-in-law to pack things for the new house in the city. Han Taizhu went to the team office to get the household registration paperwork from Wu Lei. Wu Lei held the introduction letters from the factory and the street office, feeling very emotional. Isn't it true that having more children is encouraged? As long as one is successful, the whole family can benefit. Just look, their daughter wrote a book and got it published, earning money to buy her father a job. With Han Taizhu working, the Han family situation improved greatly. Everyone was envious. Some were practically drooling with jealousy. Let's be honest, what's the use of raising a son if he doesn't even think to get his dad a job? Just because Han Taizhu got a job, his wife was tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep like a fried dumpling. No need to ask, he knew she regretted it. But she wouldn't admit it. Taizhu, you really have a wonderful daughter. You don't know how many people envy you. If I had a daughter like that, I'd wake up smiling every day. Before, your daughter always wanted to go to the city, and everyone laughed at her. But now, no one is laughing. She's really making it happen with her own abilities, Wu Lei said while stamping documents, feeling a bit sour.
Han Tishu replied, Here.
Of course, who has better luck than me? It must be my good character and kind heart that allowed me to have such a wonderful daughter. Hearing this, Wu Lei felt like throwing the teapot at him. His own daughter was a handful. Was it because of his bad character? By the way, secretary, our whole family needs to take a day off today. Can you give us another introduction letter? We need to tidy up the house we bought. Mentioning the house made Wu Lei even more envious. Sure, I'll write it. After all, your family's situation doesn't depend on a few work points anymore. Goodness, I'm the team secretary with a monthly salary of 12 yuan, and yours is probably several times that. Han Taizhu replied, I really don't know. Probably around 30. As Wu Lei wrote the introduction letter, he felt like he was torturing himself. Han Taizhu happily took the completed paperwork and headed home. While still quite far from home, he noticed a jeep parked in front of his house. Han Taizhu frowned. Jeeps were rare, even in town. Suddenly, he wondered if Emote Songji had come back again. Han Taiju quickened his pace and heard loud voices in the yard before even entering the gate. This was definitely not Imo Tsongji. In the yard stood several middle-aged men and women, all dressed well and exuding authority. Among them, one woman stood out because she was wearing old, patched clothes, clearly a country person. Han Taiju took a closer look and realized this was Wang Zhaodi's older sister. He understood the situation now. It seemed the Chen family was still up to no good. Zhao Hohot placed her hands on her hips and said, "How dare you come out so boldly after your family produced a murderer? Who gave you the courage to act like this? Is there no law anymore? I want to know what kind of official can kill without facing consequences. No wonder your relatives can do such outrageous things. It's because you have people backing you." A short-haired woman in her 50s was equally defiant. "You better step aside. We're looking for Wang Zhaodi. This has nothing to do with you, so don't get involved, or you might get burned. Wang Zhaodi, hiding behind your mother-in-law doesn't make you strong.
Come out."
My sister and brother-in-law lost their lives, and I never expected a countrywoman like you to be so cruel. Han Taiju stepped forward, who is truly cruel and disregarding human life. Your Chen family treats ordinary people's lives as nothing, killing at will and practicing superstitions like ghost marriages. Killing should be punished, and deaths should be repaid. That's only fair. Do you think your Chen family can control everything? Is this country under your family's rule? There were two couples and Wang Zhaodi present. They were the sister-in-law and brother-in-law of the couple from the Chen family who had been arrested. The woman squinted and said, "I advise you to think before you speak. Understand who you are facing." Zhao Hohot laughed loudly. "Who do you think you are? A big leader? Or the wife of a big leader? You're just a frog bragging. Driving a small car doesn't make you impressive. You think you can scare us into dropping the case? Dream on. We will make sure you pay for your blood debts. Now get lost. We have things to do and no time to waste on you." After Han Taiju left in the morning, these men and women arrived, guided by Wang Zhaodi. Upon arriving, she acted arrogantly and threw out her demands. Originally, the condition was to arrange a job for her, but now they offered 2 positions. Despite the increased incentives, it didn't work out. Wang Zhaodi was anxious. The Chen family had given her an ultimatum. If she couldn't negotiate, they would take back the benefits they had promised her. Her husband had already started working at the factory. They couldn't take that away. Wang Zhaodi spat in the woman's face. "Who are you to intimidate me? Let me tell you, I would rather see your sister face severe consequences. It would make me feel better. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not afraid of anything." The woman, disgusted by the spit on her face, nearly vomited. Her husband quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her face, saying, "This is ridiculous. It's like a scholar meeting a soldier. There's no reasoning with you. You're all just uneducated troublemakers." Oh dear, such arrogance. Zhao Hohot wanted to spit back at the man, but felt it was inappropriate to let him take advantage of her. A jeep arrived in the village, which was a big deal. The village officials had to see what was happening. When Wu Lei finished writing a recommendation letter for Han Taiju and was about to head to the fields, someone informed him. He wondered if Imo Tsongji had come. It wouldn't be good if he didn't show up now that he was in the village. He arrived happily, only to find that they didn't recognize each other and were arguing. As the village secretary, he couldn't ignore the bullying happening in his village. "Comrades, what's going on here? I'm the secretary of this brigade," he said. A man wearing glasses, who had been silent and carried an air of authority, finally spoke when he saw the brigade's secretary. "Hello, I'm Chen from the county committee. We're here to discuss some matters with Comrade Wang Zhaodi. Since both sides can't reach an agreement, you're just in time to mediate." Wu Lei gasped. This was a leader from the county committee. What had the Han family done to offend the county leaders? He quickly stepped forward to shake hands with the leader. "Hello, sir." As a grassroots leader, he rarely had the chance to meet county officials. Wow, he was shaking hands with a leader today. Wu Lei was so excited. Zhao Hohot and Han Taiju couldn't bear to watch. They didn't see that this Chen fellow was dismissive and looked down on them. Was it cold to have their warm greetings met with indifference? Wu Lei finished introducing himself to the so-called leaders, but still had no idea what was happening. If there are any conflicts, the captain will mediate. Iron Pillar, what's going on? Han Taizhu has really made a name for himself. He offended the leaders as soon as he entered the city. He wishes he could offend the leaders, but he doesn't even know where they are. What's wrong with him? Why does he feel jealous of Han Taizhu offending the leaders? He almost wishes he could take his place. Zhao Hohot sneered. Ha! What's wrong? If I told you, you'd faint from shock. These leaders are related to murderers. Wu Lei gasped in disbelief as he looked at these people. Murderers' families? Who did they kill? His admiration vanished, replaced by fear. The earlier illusion shattered. The woman who started the argument got angry, wanting to say they weren't related to murderers, that her sister hadn't killed anyone, but the evidence was clear. She didn't know how to argue back and turned red in the face. Zhao Hohot mentioned how the Chen family paid a lot to bring Wang Zhaodi's sister home for good luck, but their son died shortly after. The Chen couple, in a fit of madness, strangled a young girl to arrange a ghost marriage for their son. Wu Lei was left speechless, feeling a mix of shock and anger. He cursed in his mind. Then he shook his head like a drum. I can't mediate this. This isn't a conflict, it's a crime. Oh no! Regret hit him. Curiosity really did kill the cat. If he hadn't been curious, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. A man claiming to be from the county committee squinted dangerously. He wasn't sure how to deal with the Han family's simple farmers, as they were uneducated and unreasonable. But the village secretary in front of him was different. You're Secretary Wu, right? Can we have a word in private? Please? It sounded nice, but the please felt like a demand to chat. At that moment, Wu, the village captain, felt small and helpless. What to do? The leader wanted to speak to him alone, and it surely wasn't for good news. The argument continued in the yard as Wu and the man with the surname Chen left. Chen pulled a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket and offered one to Wu Lei, who waved his hand. I don't smoke. Chen put the cigarette back in his pocket. I won't beat around the bush. I'll state my demands. Listen to that. A demand?
He was being assigned a task.
Wu Lei's expression darkened. He wasn't his direct superior. Why should he take orders from him? Wu Lei remained silent, feeling indifferent. The person with the surname Chen said, Actually, regarding my brother, as long as Wang Zhaodi withdraws the lawsuit or writes a letter of understanding, my brother won't face the death penalty. Right now, I don't expect him to be released. I just hope he won't be sentenced to death. Secretary Wu, human life is precious. There are 2 living people involved. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You are the leader of this village and you have control over these villagers. You can decide how to handle this situation. I can promise that if you resolve this matter for me, I will recommend you for a position in the county. A golden opportunity had fallen right into Wu Lei's lap. Who wouldn't want to work in the county? He was over 40 and a job there would be much better than being a village leader. Did he feel tempted? Of course. But could he do it? No, he couldn't. He couldn't participate in such a morally wrong act. Leader, this is a family matter for the Han family. It's not my responsibility as the village leader. Moreover, it involves a case of human life. You just said it yourself. Those are living people. Isn't Wang Zhaodi's sister also a living person? She's just a child. How could anyone harm her? I don't know if you have a daughter. I do, and she's quite mischievous, sometimes really frustrating. There are times when I feel like I could just send her back to her mother's womb because she drives me crazy, but I still can't bring myself to hit her hard. As parents, if your child were to be harmed by someone else, wouldn't it hurt you? I'm sorry, but I can't get involved in this. I have to get back to work now, so let's leave it at that. Wu Lei waved his hand and walked away. Such a leader? If someone like him can be a leader, then I could be one in the city. Chen kicked the wall in frustration.
Wu Lei,
Just wait. If I can handle a few villagers, I can certainly deal with a village leader. Just as he was about to head back to check the situation, a few people rushed out and bumped into him. Zhao Hohot was chasing them with a broom, shouting, Get out of here, you beasts! You dare to threaten me? I'm not afraid of threats. If you have the guts, say what you just said to us again in the middle of the street. Do you dare? I spit on you. You're all cowards who bully the weak. The group, covered in dirt, was chased away by Zhao Hohot with the broom and eventually jumped into a car and sped off. What Wu Lei didn't know was that his refusal had brought him unnecessary trouble. Although the arrival of this group disrupted the atmosphere, it did not affect the family's good mood about going to the city. They took everything they could from home, planning to split their time between the two places. Everyone in the family went to the city except for Han Laosan and his wife, who couldn't or didn't want to leave. Han Liio was unable to leave work, and Lewan said she didn't want to go and would visit next time. She had no interest in the house the Han family bought in the county. She was actually indifferent to their affairs. She feared that if she left and a letter arrived for Han Liio, he would read it, and she wouldn't be able to explain herself. The Han family would definitely not let her go. Zhao Hohot didn't push her. She found Lewan hard to understand and didn't want to spend time figuring her out. After all, Laosan could handle it himself, so why should she make things difficult? The couple decided to take the rest of the family into the city. Once they arrived in the county, they went straight to the new house, where Han Ke was already waiting for them. The happiest were the children, who ran around the front and back yards before rushing out again. In front of the south gate of the yard was a road running east to west. Although it was a gravel road, it was much better than the narrow, muddy dirt roads in the village. There were many nearby homes and lots of children, and soon the Han kids were playing with the neighbors. The adults began to tidy up the house and turned over the land in the front and backyards. In Yangshigu, only Han Laosan and his wife remained, while Han Liio continued to work at the health clinic. Lewan didn't go to work in the fields because Han Taizhu had given the whole family a day off. Coincidentally, while Zhao Hohot was taking her family into the city, Lewan finally received a letter from home. Excited, she went to the team office, got the letter, and returned home to read it in private. After reading the letter, she covered her face and cried with joy. She could finally return to the city and leave behind the poor countryside that had consumed 10 years of her youth. After a while, she calmed down and began to plan her return, filled with hope for the future. No matter the cost, she was determined to return to her own world. She quickly folded the letter and put it in her pocket. Pressing her hand to her heart, she reminded herself to stay calm. What should she do next? Right, she needed to pack her things. The letter had already set the meeting date for today. Even heaven seemed to help her. Just as the Han family entered the city, her letter arrived. It was her lucky moment. Looking at the sky, it was noon, and Han Laosan would be back soon. She couldn't leave now. Someone would notice her before she even got out of the village. If only Han Liio had gone to the city too. Feeling excited and nervous, she paced around the house for a while. Then she calmed down and decided to cook. After feeding Han Liio and sending him to the clinic, she would leave when everyone else was at work. She hurried into the kitchen to prepare the meal. When Han Liio returned at noon, he sensed something was off with Lewan but couldn't pinpoint it. He thought she seemed happy, yet a bit uneasy. Was he overthinking? He decided to ask her later in the evening. During lunch, Lewan served him several dishes, making Han Liio, who had been single for 3 years, feel a bit flustered. He found it hard to enjoy the meal, lost in thought, wondering if he was finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Lewan felt a bit guilty. Han Liio had helped her during her toughest times, and she was grateful, but it was just gratitude. She could never repay him in this lifetime, so being a little kinder to him before she left felt right. As Han Liio was about to leave, he hesitated, shyly running back to Lewan and carefully wrapping his arms around her. Lewan didn't refuse. She accepted it as a farewell hug and returned the embrace around his slender waist. Han Liio smiled brightly, showing his teeth, and whispered in her ear, "Wait for me tonight." Then he happily walked away, glancing back at her. Lewan leaned against the doorframe, her eyes moist, feeling an emptiness inside. Han Liio was young, handsome, and eager to learn, but his background was a significant drawback. She felt destined to be apart from him in this life. Goodbye, Liio. If fate allows, we will meet again in the next life, perhaps as a married couple. This feeling of loss was soon replaced by joy. She packed only a few of her clothes, ignoring the rest. She wouldn't take everything like that poor girl, Manhwa. In reality, she didn't have much to take. Even though she chose Han Liio, he married her only to help her. But after 3 years, the Han family hadn't provided her with much, just a few outfits in their first year of marriage. Lewan still felt a bit unsettled about it. Regardless of how she ended up in this family, she was now their daughter-in-law. Zhao Yuru and her husband didn't treat her any differently because of her background or education. She was about to leave, standing in the yard. With her eyes, she took in every detail of the little yard she had lived in for 3 years, feeling no sadness at all. As her feet stepped out the door, she paused and looked back at Zhao Yuru's house. Emotions of regret, unwillingness, and anger flooded her mind. Lewan clenched her fists and stepped back to close the door, then headed straight for Zhao Yuru's room. Zhao Yuru's room was locked, so Lewan picked up a stone and broke the lock. She knew that all of the Han family savings were kept by Zhao Yuru, hidden in a red box on the Kong. She smashed the lock on the box and searched inside, finally finding a small cloth bag where Zhao Yuru stored the money. It was Lewan's first time stealing, and she felt nervous and scared. Trembling, she opened the bag and counted, over 1,100 yuan in small bills. After a moment of determination, she took out 1,000 yuan and left the remaining 100 in the bag. She couldn't take it all. If she did, the Han family would struggle for a while, especially with the kids needing to go to school. Han Taiju had just bought a job and a house. If she took all the money, the family would be in trouble. So, she felt she was being fair by leaving over 100 yuan for the Han family to get by. Although 100 yuan wasn't much, Han Taiju had a job and would soon receive his salary, so the family wouldn't fall into despair because of her taking 1,000 yuan. Plus, Han Ke could still earn money writing, which reassured her. She reasoned that this money was rightfully hers. She couldn't have worked for 3 years in the Han family for nothing. When she married, the Han family hadn't given her anything. This money was her compensation, a way to settle things so that no one owed anyone anything in the future. Oh right, Han Ke earned over 1,000 yuan from writing novels. Lewan suddenly looked toward Han Ke's room. Then, without hesitation, she broke into Han Ke's room as well. Inside, she didn't find any money, just some cosmetics, which she stuffed into her bag. Since she was already doing this, she decided to search the big and small rooms thoroughly, finding only a few dozen yuan in total. She knew there was no money in the big or small rooms. All the money was with Zhao Yuru. So finding a few dozen yuan was still something. Unfortunately, Han Ke had spent her manuscript fees on a house, and she couldn't find any leftover change. After finishing all this, Lewan hurriedly left the Han family, carrying her bag without hesitation. She took a detour when leaving the Han house. On the outskirts of the village, he was worried about running into someone he knew, especially Han Liio. Poor Han Liio thought his wife had accepted him, and they could enjoy a happy evening together. But when he returned home from work, the place was empty. Today, there weren't many people at the health clinic, and Han Liio got off work early. When he got home, he saw the front door wide open and called out for Lewan, but no one answered. He knew Lewan wasn't at work today. Frowning, Han Liio didn't check his parents' or younger sister's rooms because he couldn't imagine Lewan would do something like this. He just went back to his own room to wait for her to return. He waited and waited, standing at the front door like a statue, hoping Lewan would come back. He stood there until it got dark, but still didn't see her. At that point, he started to feel something was wrong. He asked a few people if they had seen Lewan, but they all said no. After asking several people without any luck, Han Liio began to panic. Soon, everyone in Yangshiga knew Lewan was missing and helped him search. They checked both the front and backyards and then discovered that Zhao Yuru's door had been broken into and the rooms of Han Ke's older brothers had been ransacked. Han Liio was stunned. Had they been robbed? His first thought was that a thief had come into their home, and if Lewan had seen it, she might have been harmed or taken away. The frightening thoughts racing through his mind made him feel almost crazy, and he hurried to run to Wu Lei's house. The Wu family was having dinner, and today Wu Aigua had returned to the village. Han Lichio's face was pale, filled with fear. "Secretary, something bad has happened at my house. Aigua, my wife is missing." The Wu family put down their chopsticks. Wu the secretary said, "Laosan, don't panic. Speak slowly and clearly. What do you mean your wife is missing?" Han Lichio replied, "She's just gone. I got home from work, and I haven't seen her since. I don't know where she is. Our house was robbed, and I don't know how much was taken. I suspect my wife was taken away or maybe harmed." When he mentioned the possibility of harm, even the strong young man couldn't hold back his tears, his eyes turning red. He was trying to stay strong. Wu Aigua immediately put on his clothes and said, "Let's go. Take me to the scene." Han Lichio led him, and Wu Lei, as the village secretary, had to go too. Lu Tsuifan put down her chopsticks and said, "This meal is ruined. I'll go see what's going on. Every day, it's always something with the Han family. Your father works so hard for just a few dollars." The mother and daughter also went along. In Yangshigu, such events rarely happen, especially a case of burglary or a missing person of this magnitude. So the whole village surrounded the Han family, but Han Lichio didn't allow anyone into the yard to protect the scene. When Wu Aigua and his son arrived, the team leader, the women's director, and the accountant were already there. A few people entered the yard to examine the scene. Wu Aigua frowned. "Lichio, have you noticed anything unusual about your wife in the past few days? Or anything strange about her behavior?" Han Lichio clenched his fists. I haven't noticed anything.
Just."
He wanted to mention that his wife had asked him to hold her earlier, but he couldn't say that out loud. The fact that they hadn't consummated their marriage was a secret. If he revealed it, he would be embarrassed, and it would harm Lewan's reputation. What if she returned and couldn't hold her head high in the village? Wu Aigua sensed he had more to say. "Lichio, let's talk privately." They found a spot away from the crowd. Wu Aigua said, "Lichio, you must tell me the truth. If there's anything unusual, it would help us solve this case. Your wife is missing, and we need to act quickly." Han Lichio replied, "Aigua, if I tell you the truth, can you keep it a secret? It concerns our reputation." Wu Aigua frowned. "Just tell me." Han Lichio hesitated, but realized he had to speak up. If he delayed, his wife could be in danger. I haven't consummated the marriage with Lewan." Wu Aigua was surprised. "Why not? As far as I know, you've been married for 3 years. He looked Han Lichio over, his gaze subtly wandering. Han Lichio's eyes twitched. "I'm fine." Wu Aigua said, "Then I don't understand. If you both are fine, why haven't you consummated the marriage? You're known for valuing your wife highly." Wu Aigua was very curious. How could he share a bed with the woman he loved every day and still hold back? He admired Han Lichio for his restraint. No, that wasn't right. It didn't seem manly. Han Lichio said, "I don't know how to explain this. You know Lewan is an educated youth, right? She came to our village a long time ago. Back then, Chen Yusi harassed her and almost caused her a lot of trouble. She couldn't stand the harassment and wanted to find a family in the village to marry into. I am the lucky one. To be honest, if it weren't for Chen Yusi's obsession with her, Lewan would never have noticed me. She is so beautiful, educated, and gentle." Wu Aigua remained silent, not wanting to comment on Han Lichio's infatuation. "What happened next? You still haven't told me why you two didn't get together." Han Lichio replied, "She didn't marry me out of love. It was out of necessity. She told me we need to build our feelings first, and only when we have love can we be a real couple. Only a barbarian would act without feelings, you know?" Wu Aigua was stunned. This foolish boy was clearly being deceived. He believed such nonsense about building feelings for 3 years? What if they couldn't develop feelings? Wu Aigua said, "I saw the scene, and my conclusion is that Lewan was not kidnapped and was not in danger. She left on her own." This conclusion was hard for Han Lichio to accept.
Impossible.
Where could she go? "I don't believe it. Aigua, please look again." She is so timid and weak. If a bad person took her, the consequences would be terrible. Let's not waste any more time. We need to find her quickly. Han Liio, a young man, finally broke down and cried uncontrollably. Wu Aigua sympathetically patted Han Liio on the shoulder. As a man, anyone would feel troubled in this situation. Han Liio wiped his face and said, I need to find her. She must be so scared right now. Wu Aigua, seeing he was not giving up, asked the others, who has seen Liwan today? Accountant Zua slapped his thigh, realizing he had forgotten something important. She went to the village office to pick up a letter sent from her family. Han Liio's eyes lit up as he grabbed Wu Aigua's arm. Did something happen to her family? Are they in urgent need of money, or? He didn't want to think that Liwan had stolen anything. Even if she took something, it must have been out of necessity. Wu Aigua wanted to shake some sense into him. You are at the village clinic. How worried do you think she would be to pass by without telling you she was leaving? It was clear that concern was clouding his judgment. How could such a smart person be blinded by emotions? If she passed the clinic on her way out of the village, what could have made her leave without telling Han Liio? It was obvious she was trying to sneak away. But he feared that this young man might not handle the blow well and could become even more upset. Make him give up and face reality. Evidence must be presented to him. Wu Aigua cannot just claim that Liwan ran away with the Han family's money without proof. Even if he returns to the city, he needs to go through the procedures to change his household registration. If his father hasn't said anything, it means Liwan never went through the village committee. He looked up at Han Liio and asked, when will your parents come back? He knew the Han family had gone to the county. It was hard not to know. The other three at the dinner table were discussing the Han family. Han Liio replied, my mom and them will probably be back tomorrow. Knowing that Liwan likely left due to an urgent family matter, Han Liio felt a bit relieved. Do you know where Liwan's family is from? What's her family situation? Who are her family members? Where do her parents work? And what is their address? The questions came one after another, leaving Han Liio feeling overwhelmed. He realized he knew nothing about Liwan. After 3 years of marriage, all he knew was that she was from Nanjing. He had no idea where her parents worked or how many people were in her family, which made him feel helpless. Seeing his stunned expression, Wu Aigua understood that this foolish boy was truly being led around in circles by her. Han Liio closed his eyes and said, all I know is that she is from Nanjing. After saying that, he felt deflated. Wu Aigua thought for a moment and said, leave it to me. He then left without even finishing his meal. Lu Tsuifan, worried about her son, called after him to eat before he left. Wu Aigua didn't turn back, just waved his hand behind him. Lu Tsuifan was unhappy. Her son hadn't been home for days, busy at work and not eating or sleeping well. She had finally killed a chicken for him, and now he was leaving without eating much. She glared at the Han family, thinking they had too many problems. It felt like they were always causing trouble. Most of the people outside the Han family's door had already left, with only a few lingering around. As Han Liio's teacher, Dr. Wu stayed behind to comfort his student. With his wife gone, he feared this promising young man might fall apart. He knew how much Han Liio cared for Liwan. Since ancient times, deep feelings have not lasted long. He was unaware that his student had not yet consummated the marriage with Liwan. If he knew, he would be furious. Teacher, I can't believe it. I really can't believe Liwan ran away. She must have her reasons, right? Han Liio squatted on the ground, holding his head. What could Wu Wenzhou say? This child had walked into a dead end, and anyone with a bit of sense among the onlookers had already guessed the truth. He also squatted down and said, isn't patriotism about checking things out? In the end, there will be results. As long as we confirm that the person is safe, that's what matters. Haven't you eaten yet? Come on, let's go home and eat. Don't wear yourself out. If your wife sees you like this when she comes back, will she be happy? Han Liio scratched his head and stood up. I'll ask Han Dazhuang. You go home and eat first, teacher. Wu Wenzhou thought, is this kid okay? What does a goose know? Although Han Liio often praised Han Dazhuang at the clinic, after all, it was just a goose. He seriously suspected that the kid was a bit shaken. Hurry up and ask. After you finish, come back to the clinic for dinner. I'll ask your teacher's wife to make you some delicious dishes. You must come. Our whole family is waiting for you. Wu Wenzhou was worried that Han Liio wouldn't go, so he said the whole family would wait for him to eat. This way, Han Liio had to go. Han Liio agreed, and Wu Wenzhou returned to the clinic.
Han Da-seung. Han Da-seung.
Where have you gone? Han Liio couldn't find the goose in the front or backyard. At first, he was quite angry. Han Dazhuang was supposed to guard the house, but now it was missing. Isn't that neglecting its duty? After calling a few times without a response, Han Liio felt a sinking feeling. He became scared. What if something happened to Dazhuang? How would he explain it to his sister and mother? His mother treated Dazhuang like her own daughter. This was bad. Not only had his wife run away, but now the goose was gone too. It was Han Liio's first time watching over the house, and out of 3 geese, 2 had disappeared. He felt defeated, frustrated, and disheartened. Where could Han Dazhuang have gone? Where was it when Lewan was sneaking around? Recently, Han Dazhuang had been quite restless and didn't want to stay at home, always wanting to go out for a stroll. It wasn't afraid of the villagers eating it because everyone knew it was from the Han family. Although people drooled at the sight of it, the goose was quite fierce. Anyone who tried to catch it would have to deal with its bites. So, this goose had become a bit of a bully in the village. Usually, it didn't neglect its duties, but today someone was home. With Lewan watching the house, it thought it could go out for a little walk without any issues. After grabbing some pig feed that Wang Zhaodi had cut, it went out to wander. But after its little adventure, it returned to find the house, surrounded by people. Realizing something was wrong, the goose hid away. Although it has a high IQ, about that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, it is still just a goose. It doesn't understand human nature, let alone the complexities of it. Even Han Liio couldn't tell that Lewan was planning to run away, so a goose certainly wouldn't notice either. Later, from bits and pieces of conversation, it became clear that Lewan had escaped and the house had been robbed, possibly by her. Oh no! Han Dazhuang immediately started to tremble because he had failed in his duty. Han Kuo and his mother had entrusted the house to him, and he let that woman slip away. What was he going to do? He couldn't explain himself. Even if he lost his life, he couldn't repay that much money, so the village bully Han Dazhuang felt defeated. He crouched in a corner, stretching his neck into the yard. This was where having a long neck came in handy. His large body stayed outside while his head peeked through the gap in the door. The goose foolishly thought that Han Laosan wouldn't notice it. Han Dazhuang saw his third brother squatting on the ground, seemingly crying, and he felt sad too. Then, unable to hold back, he let out a loud honk, revealing himself. Han Liio immediately looked up in the direction of the sound and spotted the goose's head poking through the door. He rushed over, grabbed the goose by the neck, and said, "You think you can hide? Where do you think you're going?" Han Dazhuang was caught and couldn't escape, so Han Liio pulled him into the yard, closed the door, and planned to scold the goose. Han Dazhuang, do you know what your responsibility is? Didn't your sister and mother tell you to guard the house properly? Look at this mess now. You've been wandering around everywhere, haven't you? Now the money is gone, and when your sister and mother come back, they will deal with you. Han Dazhuang didn't like hearing that. Initially, the goose felt guilty, but now, after being scolded by Han Laosan, it puffed up. The goose, feeling angry, stretched its neck low to the ground and honked loudly in protest. Han Liio didn't understand what it meant, but he could tell the goose was arguing with him and was unhappy. Han Dazhuang also felt wronged. He was cooped up at home all day without any freedom. They could go out and enjoy themselves, so why was he stuck inside? After all, he contributed 2 eggs a day. If your wife ran away, it was your own fault for not keeping an eye on her. Why blame the goose? The goose didn't owe you anything. Then one person and one goose started to argue, criticizing each other. Wu Igua had some suspicions in his heart. He hurried to the town to confirm his guesses. Someone like Lewan took all of Han's family's money without leaving any room for negotiation. To be precise, she stole it and ran away. She would definitely not come back, or else she wouldn't have burned her bridges. So the question arises, if she doesn't return, where will the household registration be processed? If it wasn't done through the village, it must be handled directly in town, involving the commune, the youth office, and their local police station. He knew who was on duty at the police station today, so he went directly to a colleague's house. Indeed, his suspicion was correct. Lewan's household registration had been moved, but it wasn't done by her personally. It was handled by her family. They had connections, and both the youth office and the commune agreed, leaving the police station with no reason to hold them back. This outcome was not good for Han Laosan. Wu Aigua quickly ate a few bites at his colleague's house before heading back. On the way, he thought about how to explain things. He felt that Han Liio was a man, unlike Wang Zhaodi. Women are often fragile, but Han Liio was already 24. He should have faced some challenges by now, or he would never grow up. Take the fact that Lewan deceived Han Liio for 3 years without ever being intimate. Any other man would have realized he was being tricked, showing just how naive Han Liio was. People need to experience some setbacks to mature. Let Han Liio use this incident as a delayed coming-of-age ceremony. Han Liio did not expect Wu Aigua to find out the results so quickly. He nervously watched Wu Aigua's expression, trying to read whether the news was good or bad. But there was no expression. He usually had a neutral face.
Just tell me.
I can handle it, Han Liio said. Wu Aigua handed him a cigarette.
Here, smoke this. It'll make you feel more like a man.
Han Liio had never smoked before, but he really wanted to now. He took the cigarette, and Wu Aigua lit it for him. Han Liio took a deep puff, cough, cough, cough. He didn't know how to exhale smoke at first. He just inhaled deeply and ended up choking. Tears streamed down his face, and as he cried, his sobs grew louder. A man may shed tears, but only when truly heartbroken. His cries were filled with despair, pain, and sorrow. He couldn't understand. He had given his all to Lewan, wishing he could give her his life. After 3 years, even a stone should have warmed up, right? Her heart was truly cruel, and she was so heartless. Han Liio's heart ached painfully, making it hard for him to breathe. The more he loved and liked her, the more it hurt. Wu Aigua didn't comfort him. He just smoked and let him grow. When Han Liio cried enough, he felt embarrassed. He couldn't even remember the last time he cried, maybe when he was a mischievous child and got scolded by his mother. Wu Aigua crushed the cigarette butt. Are you done? Han Liio wiped his face with his big hand. Sorry, I made a fool of myself. Wu Aigua replied, what's there to laugh about? Laughing at you for being naive and getting tricked by a woman for years? That hit hard. Han Liio clutched his chest. So, you mean she really left? Wu Aigua nodded. Yes, she left. Han Liio felt dizzy. His tall figure seemed to shrink. Suddenly, he stood up. I understand, but I don't get why. If she wanted to go back to the city, I wouldn't stop her. If she wanted freedom, I would give it to her. Why did she treat me this way? Why leave without saying anything? Wu Aigua looked at him, realizing he was finally waking up to the truth.
But why?
Better not to ask. Knowing would only hurt more. What else could it be? People seek better lives, and many prefer wealth over poverty. It's just how it is. He couldn't say that young people from the city were bad, especially the young women. Very few would willingly live with someone from the countryside, and most were like Lewan. So, marrying a city girl needed caution. Of course, finding a city boy as a son-in-law required even more care. Chasing after a city boy like Han could lead to trouble, and the risks were high. He worried for Han. If he really ended up with that city boy, who knew if that man would abandon him and disappear? Alright, now that you know the truth, just accept it. Are you planning to report it? If so, we can contact the police to recover the money and hold Lewan accountable. Han Liio shook his head. I haven't decided yet. Give me time to think. In the end, he couldn't let go. He still wanted an explanation. Wu Aigua saw that Han Liio was hesitating and didn't push him. It was his choice, and he respected that. But this was only Han Liio's choice. Would Han Taizhu and his wife just accept this quietly? Probably not. Wu Aiguo went home, exhausted after several days of running around. He needed to go home and get some rest. After saying goodbye to the tired Han Laosan, he left. Han Liio sat there like a stone, completely still. The entire Han family's yard was quiet, lacking the usual liveliness. The night was eerily silent. Han Dazhuang, having made a mistake today, didn't dare to go back to his own place to sleep, and instead lay at the entrance of Han Liio's room. The next morning, Wu Wenzhou had already opened the clinic for over half an hour, but Han Liio still hadn't shown up. The previous evening, he had waited a long time for Han Liio to come for dinner, but he never arrived. In the end, he had to pack some food in a box and take it to him. The child was quite upset and needed to figure things out on his own. Now it was morning, and there was still no sign of him. Wu Wenzhou stood at the clinic's entrance, looking around for a long time, his brows furrowed in worry. He thought, this kid isn't thinking straight, is he? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Just then, a white figure quickly ran toward him. It moved so fast that one could easily overlook its plump shape. Han Dazhuang arrived at the clinic, squawking a few times, then grabbed Wu Wenzhou's pant leg and started to pull him backward. Wu Wenzhou understood what Han Dazhuang meant. Something had happened to Han Liio. He instructed his wife to watch the door and then followed Han Dazhuang to the Han house. When they arrived, there was no sign of blood or anything alarming. Instead, Han Liio had a high fever of 40 degrees. Wu Wenzhou quickly started N4 to lower the fever and performed acupuncture. It wasn't until the afternoon that the temperature began to drop. He wiped his sweat and finally felt relieved. The child was clearly distressed. When he checked his mouth, his tongue was swollen, indicating excess heat. After taking his pulse, a treatment plan formed in his mind. He glanced at Han Dazhuang, who was wandering around the room, occasionally looking at Han Liio, who was lying with his eyes closed on the bed. This goose had really become clever. No wonder Han Liio always praised it. Dazhuang, keep an eye on your third brother. I'll go home and prepare some herbal medicine for him. If anything happens, be sure to call me. I wonder if it can understand me? If it does, that would be strange. Maybe I should call someone over. He thought about leaving a goose to watch over a patient and felt a bit crazy. To his surprise, the goose nodded at him. Did it really understand? Wu Wenzhou was intrigued by the goose and grew fonder of it. He patted its head and then gently touched Han Liio's head before heading back to get medicine.
Lihuan, Juan Eritre.
Han Liio called out for Lewan with his eyes closed. At that moment, he was in a semi-conscious state. He saw Lewan and ran toward her, calling her name, but he could never catch up to her. She walked straight ahead without looking back until she was out of sight. Han Dazhuang was nervous, standing by the Kong with its shiny little eyes fixed on Han Liio. It wondered if this was an unexpected situation, and if it should go find someone. Suddenly, it turned its head towards the door, paused for a moment, then dashed outside. It ran out of the house and rushed towards the gate, calling out loudly.
Oh.
My daughter heard I'm back. Look, after just one day apart, she already misses me. Zhao Hohat returned with her children and grandchildren. Before reaching the gate, Han Dazhuang ran up to her. It had good hearing and could tell Zhao Hohat was chatting with someone. When the villagers saw Zhao Hohat return with her family, they would definitely ask her many questions. Zhao Hohat was feeling proud and would surely want to show off a bit to satisfy her vanity. The Han family had been the talk of the village lately. Many people had their eyes on Han Lixia and Han Ko, so they wouldn't miss the chance to talk to Zhao Hohat. Moreover, the Han family was carrying bags and people were eager to see what good things they had inside. In reality, it was just some yarn. The factory had some undyed yarn, which was considered defective and needed to be sold. The colors were nice, and the price was cheap, perfect for making a few sweaters to wear. These days, everything required tickets, even yarn. Yarn wasn't cheap, and not many in the countryside could afford to wear sweaters. Zhao Hohat bit the bullet and bought a lot, planning to knit sweaters for her family when it got cold.
Hohat.
Your good days are starting. You don't know how envious we are of you. Your son and daughter are doing well, and your husband is capable now too. Exactly. I think your second son should find another partner soon. At just 26, he's raising 2 kids alone. What's that about? If he finds a good one, she can help take care of the kids. Han Lixia's face darkened immediately. After finally getting rid of Manhwa, he didn't want to find someone else right away. He had developed a fear of marriage. What if he found another troublesome person who would be bad for the kids, just like Manhwa? It would be like climbing out of one pit only to fall into another. He was enjoying a peaceful life now, and didn't want to disrupt the current situation. Zhao Hohat, who had been quite happy, now looked displeased after hearing such obvious comments. What does it mean for a person to take care of 2 children when their whole family is gone? She doesn't want her son to search, but the younger one is only 26, so he definitely will. But the woman speaking is not on good terms with her.
What does she mean by that?
Does she want to marry her daughter or a relative into the Han family? She doesn't want to become in-laws or relatives with her. Zhao Hohat smiled, but was not really happy. Oh, of course, we need to find someone for him. My son is still young. But now that our family is better off, we should be selective. I think since his dad has a job, we should find him a city wife. Zhao Hohat's meaning was clear. She looks down on those from the village. They want someone from the city, indirectly rejecting those with intentions. This immediately angered several people. Someone couldn't stand Zhao Hohat's pride. Hohat, you can't just look at the mountains and think they're higher. You should be more humble. Don't get too carried away. You might not know, but your family has had some trouble, and I'm worried for you. Zhao Hohat replied, Nonsense, your family is the one in trouble. My family is doing fine. Who is she cursing? The woman turned red from Zhao Hohat's words. Hohat, she's not lying. Your family really has had trouble. Your third son's wife ran away and stole from you. You should go home and see how much is missing. It was like a bolt from the blue. The Han family was shocked by the news. Zhao Hohat didn't believe it and was momentarily stunned. Han, however, believed it because after the last incident with Lewan, she felt this woman's character was not good. She was always pretending and hiding her true self. Wang Zhaodi said, Mom, we should hurry home. Han Liio and Han Lixia also changed their expressions. The Han family didn't care to argue with these people anymore. Han Dazhuang couldn't wait any longer and was making noise. Zhao Hohat, wanting to chat, hadn't noticed his anxiousness, but now seeing his expression, she realized something was wrong at home. Zhao Hohat asked, Where's the third one? Han Dazhuang pointed with his head toward Han Lichio's room. At that moment, Wu Wenzhou returned from getting medicine. Sister-in-law, you're back. The third one is sick and has a high fever. Zhao Hohat was about to scold her son but paused. Upon hearing he had a high fever, she immediately forgot to scold him, and everyone gathered in Han Laosan's room. Han Lichio's fever had returned, and Wu Wenzhou felt his forehead. Oh no, it's gone up again. We need to prepare some medicine for him. Han Ke quickly took on the task of preparing the medicine, saying, I'll do it. I can. She intended to use the spiritual spring to make the medicine so that Han Lichio could recover faster. It hadn't been long since they last met, but Han Lichio already looked quite haggard, with a flushed face. Han Ke went out to prepare the medicine. Zhao Hohat's eyes were red with worry. Dr. Wu, what happened? I just heard from Gongzi's mother that Lewan ran away and took money from our home. Wu Wenzhou sighed. After you all left. He explained that after the Han family left, Lewan had taken money and run away without going through Han Lichio, and that Lewan's family had changed their household registration in town without going through the village. What does this indicate? It shows that it was premeditated. Lewan and her family had planned to deceive the Han family, which reflects poorly on their character. Wang Zhaodi was furious. It's true that the quiet ones can bite the hardest. I really misjudged her. I used to think she was honest, but she's clearly deceitful. She didn't even need to go back inside to know that the little money she made selling snacks was surely gone. Just now, Dr. Wu said that all the money from home had been taken. Would Lewan spare her place? Han Lichuan's face was grim. We should be thankful that my father had already secured a job and my younger sister's house is also taken care of. Otherwise, our family would have suffered even more. Indeed, Lewan had planned this all along. Fortunately, the Han family had spent money on a job and a house, or they might have faced a theft at any time. It's not just about fearing thieves. It's about fearing those close to home. Wu Wenzhou briefly explained how to care for Han Laosan before heading back to the clinic. Mother, are we just going to let this go? Han Lichuan asked Zhao Hohot. Zhao Hohot replied, let it go. Our entire savings are down to just over 1,000 yuan. If we don't get it back, how will your fourth brother get married? Besides, your fourth brother has been sending money home for years, and I saved it for him to marry. Now, that money has been taken by Lewan. More than 1,000 yuan is not a small amount. But now that woman has run off thousands of miles away, how can we get the money back? Han Lixia said, I wonder if we can report it and have it handled from here to recover the money. Wang Zhaodi asked, does this count as theft? Is that sister-in-law breaking the law? Zhao Hohot scoffed, what sister-in-law? After doing something so shameless and putting our third brother in such a difficult position, she thinks she can come back? No way. Han Ku entered with the medicine bowl. My dear mother, don't expect anything good. They never intended to come back. We should report this and pursue any debts or criminal responsibilities. Since the relationship is broken, we no longer need to hold back. In the past, I didn't confront that woman because of my brother, but now it's different. She brought this upon herself, so we will settle old and new scores together. Han Lichuan and Han Lixia helped their brother up. Han Qiang tried to feed Han Lichio a spoonful of soup, but he was half-conscious and tightly clenched his jaw, refusing to take it. This made Zhao Hohot anxious, so she pinched Han Lichio's philtrum to wake him up. The pain finally made Han Lichio open his eyes, but they were confused and unfocused, showing that he wasn't fully aware yet. However, they managed to pry his mouth open. Han Qiang fed him the soup little by little. At first, he spat it out because it was too bitter. Eventually, he became a bit more aware of his situation and managed to drink the medicine himself. Zhao Hohot had always been a strong woman and usually wouldn't cry. But seeing her once lively son now in such a weak state, with cracked lips and bloodshot eyes, made her heart ache, and she cried. Just 2 days ago, he was smiling at her, and now he was lying there helpless. If Lewan were here, she would scratch her face like shredded potatoes. My son, focus on getting better and don't think about anything else. You must not let a woman cause you harm. If something happens to you, how will I live? You and your siblings are my heart and soul. For the sake of your parents who raised you, you need to recover, otherwise, it would be unfilial. Despite usually scolding her son, seeing him in such a near-death state made her unable to criticize Han Laosan. She was more upset about the lost money than anyone else. But what could she do? Could scolding him bring the money back? Zhao Hohot understood this clearly. There's a reason for everything, and even if her son made mistakes, it was because he cared too much for that woman. Don't worry, my son. I will avenge you. Soon, I will go to the Wu family to see if Aigua has returned. When he does, I will discuss reporting this matter and see if we can send that woman to jail. She has caused so much harm to my son. Mother, please don't report it. Han Lichio felt weak when he heard Zhao Hohot wanted to report the case. He managed to squeeze out a few words, but they came out in a broken manner, showing he was really unwell. Zhao Hohot's expression twisted, but since her son was so sick, she didn't dare to provoke him further, even if she was frustrated. She could only grit her teeth and nod, but it was just a temporary agreement. Giving up was not an option. That was 1,000 yuan, money for her son to marry, and why should that other person benefit? Besides, Zhao Hohot had never been one to take losses. When had she ever suffered such a big loss? If it were closer, she would have taken her whole family to confront them. Lewan was so selfish, using people when it suited her and discarding them when it didn't. Back when she was in trouble, she clung to her son to marry her and sought refuge with the Han family. Now that she could return to the city, she just abandoned him. How heartless and ungrateful. Forget it. She didn't even want to insult her anymore. Han Lichio finally felt at ease, and the medicine he drank was starting to work. Gradually, his fever began to subside, and he lay down, closing his eyes to sleep deeply. The Han family was experiencing mixed emotions lately. Although Han Taizhu had found a job and bought a house, the mood in the family was still heavy because of Han Laosan's situation. Zhao Hohot returned to her room, rummaging through her things to find over 100 yuan. What was Lewan thinking? Did she believe that leaving a little money would make the Han family grateful? How shameless! Zhao Hohot asked Wang Zhaodi and Han Lixia about their situation. Wang Zhaodi said the money for the last supplies was gone, and Han Laosan had also lost about 10 yuan. This made the Han family view Lewan with even more suspicion. How low could someone go to do such a thing? Wasn't she supposed to be a model youth, above all that? This was disappointing. Lewan had successfully fooled everyone. Zhao Hohot took most of the money and offered it to Wang Zhaodi and Han Laosan, but they both refused. Zhao Hohot insisted they take it. Han Ke went to the clinic to get a few days off for Han Liio. On her way back, she saw some familiar figures ahead. Wasn't that her step-grandmother, Han Laotai? Han Laotai was being supported by Yang Bangxia and her daughter on either side. The three of them seemed to be whispering about something. Han Ke jogged a few steps to follow them, but they didn't notice her. Han Ke's ears were sharp, and she overheard Yang Bangxia and Han Yu reporting to Old Lady Han. They talked about how someone from the big house cheated villagers out of hundreds of dollars, and how Han Ke made a lot of money writing novels. In short, everything was about money. This family must be obsessed with it.
Han Kes nere internali.
They failed to cause a stir in the city and immediately returned to the village to try again. Did they think they could take advantage of the village? They may not look great, but they have plenty of ideas. Her obedient and filial eldest son was not home, and as long as Zhao Hohot was without Han Taizhu, she could act however she wanted. Was this a desperate plea for attention? If Old Lady Han could gain even a little advantage, Zhao Hohot wouldn't be named Zhao. Old Lady Han was indeed unwilling to accept defeat. She felt humiliated after not getting her way at the factory and thought about it constantly. She was not the type to be pushed around, especially by the big house. With Su Aihua's encouragement, she rushed back to the village, ignoring her eldest grandson, filled with anger. As soon as she entered the village, before she even settled down, she dragged Yang Bangxia and Han Yu to the big house to settle scores. The three of them were just putting on a brave front to encourage each other. Old Lady Han was unaware of what had happened in the big house over the past 3 months. Yang Bangxia kept her busy on the way, reporting everything she knew. Han Yu emphasized the big house's lack of kindness, mentioning how she and her mother went to her uncle's house only to be bitten by their goose, feeling that their good intentions were taken for granted. She conveniently left out that she and Yang Bangxia had gone there to pursue someone else's partner. In short, the two women carefully selected what to say, leaving out anything that would make them look bad, blaming everything on the big house. Han Yu shamelessly brought up her issues with Wu Aiguo, claiming that if it weren't for Han Ke stirring things up, she and Wu Aiguo would have ended up together. This infuriated Old Lady Han, who shouted, "Shameless little liar. Can't live without a man, you little fool. Are you so desperate for a man? If you can't steal someone else's youth, you come to steal your cousin's husband. Zhao Hohot is worthless. What good can her daughter be?" Just as Old Lady Han was getting into her rant, her legs suddenly hurt, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Yang Bangxia and Han Yu, supporting her on either side, also fell down, landing in a heap. Of course, this was all Han Ke's doing. This old woman, who has been married twice, actually called her a shameless person and insulted her mother? Uncle could tolerate it, but Aunt couldn't. Han Ke picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it at Old Lady Han's ankle, causing her to fall flat on her face. The noise from the three of them falling was quite loud. Their aggressive approach to the main house had already caught people's attention. To be honest, every time Old Lady Han caused trouble, it became a spectacle in the village. There wasn't much excitement in the countryside, so her appearances meant there would be something to watch. The three of them fell to the ground, face down, attracting everyone's gaze. They rolled around on the ground like worms for a while before getting up. Old Lady Han had blood running from her nose and tears in her eyes. Since her arms were held by two people, she fell hard, landing mostly on her face. If her arms hadn't been held, she might not have hurt her nose.
Ha! Ah!
The onlookers weren't very kind. How could they laugh at an old lady with a bloody nose? The two people helping Old Lady Han weren't in much better shape, feeling dizzy from the fall. It took them a while to recover. "Grandma, you're bleeding," Hanyu shouted, likely not realizing how embarrassing it was for Old Lady Han. This made Old Lady Han even angrier. She didn't want anyone to see her in such a disgraceful state, and Hanyu's loud shout only drew more attention. What a shame. Usually a clever child, why did she act so foolishly at this moment? Old Lady Han forced herself to stay calm and took out a handkerchief to wipe her nose. But wiping it only smeared blood across half her face. That's when they noticed Han could not far away. Old Lady Han's anger grew. "It was you, wasn't it? My goodness. I'm your own grandmother. How could you do this to me? Everyone look. It's like a crime." This was Old Lady Han's true nature, much more dramatic than her behavior in the county. She wanted to throw a fit as usual, but after that hard fall, her whole body hurt, so she decided against it, fearing she might hurt herself even more. Oh my! Now I finally understand what it means to speak nonsense with open eyes. I was watching them the whole time, and that girl was far away from them. How could Old Lady Han blame her? Why can't she blame her? Back then, Han Tiniu, oh right, now they call him Han Adong, look at my memory. Let's talk about when Grandma Han wanted to get married. She went around borrowing money and ended up making all the debts fall on Han Taiju. Now blaming her granddaughter is just a small matter. I think Grandma Han should calm down. Who are you crying for? You're just making a fool of yourself, an elderly woman said, having long been annoyed by Grandma Han's attitude towards her eldest son. Why are you acting like this? He's your own son. Why are you so biased? Aren't you afraid of hurting his feelings? At your age, if you can't change things in 10 or 8 years, why not leave yourself an option? Who can guarantee that your second son will be good to you in the future? It's foolish. Grandma Han spat at those pointing fingers. Why do you care? This is our family matter. You all have too much time on your hands. Let's focus on what really matters. Seeing that she hadn't caused much of a scene, she had to let it go. She shot a fierce glare at Han Ku and entered the Han family's house with Yang Bengxia and Han Yu. Oh dear, this old woman has been away for months, and now she's causing trouble for the eldest family. Good people don't live long, but bad ones last forever. She's over 60. How can she still stir things up and seem more energetic? If she lives another 10 years, Zhao Hohat will have a hard time. You're just talking nonsense. Does Zhao Hohat fear her? Of course. Zhao Hohat's family isn't easy to deal with. If they get angry, they'll send Zhao Hohat's mother over, and she'll be in trouble. Just live a good life. Anyone with a grandmother like that won't live long. Since the Han family's wall was higher now, the onlookers couldn't gather around it and were all squeezed at the entrance. Earlier, the crowd had been talking to Han Ko, so she felt embarrassed to close the door on them. Rural life is like this. Even a little commotion attracts a crowd. Grandma Han, with half her face covered in blood, shouted, "Zhao Hohat, come out here, you ungrateful thing." Zhao Hohat was already upset about Lewan's matter, and now Grandma Han showed up. With a dark expression, Zhao Hohat came out holding a rolling pin. Seeing Zhao Hohat's gloomy face, Grandma Han felt a pang of anxiety. Was she coming at the wrong time? "I'm not talking to you. I'm looking for my son, Han Taiju. Get out here." Zhao Hohat sneered. "You must be confused. Han Taiju is at work, isn't he?" Old Lady Han suddenly remembered that she had made a mistake. She forgot that Han Taiju was working in the city. So, she had come here to confront him. That was a miscalculation. Every time she visited, it was to control Han Taiju. If he wasn't home, she couldn't manage Zhao Hohat. Zhao Hohat rolled up her sleeves and pointed with a rolling pin at the door. "Daughter, close the door for me." Hanka quickly turned around and shut the door. She felt energized. Her mother was ready to deal with the troublemaker. Han Ke thought she had become more aggressive since her arrival in this world, especially when facing Zhao Hohot. Her blood boiled at the thought. If she weren't the granddaughter, she would have wanted to confront old lady Han herself. Han Ke stroked her chin, recalling how her mother had mentioned dealing with old lady Han last night. They needed a way to handle this old woman once and for all, so she wouldn't jump around like a toad and annoy everyone. What do you want? Old lady Han shivered, feeling trapped and stepping back 2 paces. At that moment, Han Dazhuang slowly walked from the backyard to the front. He never missed a chance to watch the drama unfold. His presence reminded Han Yu and Yang Bengxia of last month when Han Dazhuang chased them, biting at their legs. They felt a chill. Both swallowed hard. What do you mean? Shouldn't I be asking you? Why are you here at our house? Didn't get enough trouble in the city, so you came back to the village to cause more? Do you think this village is your personal playground? Let me tell you, this village belongs to me. With Han Taizhu gone, I don't care about anyone anymore. I can deal with you however I want. Since you're asking for trouble, I won't hold back. If you're rushing to your end, I won't be polite.
You.
What do you mean by not being polite? I'm your mother-in-law. If you dare to hit me, I'll report you. Your husband has a job now. I can definitely make a complaint, and then your 800 yuan will be wasted. I just heard that Lewan stole from your family. Oh my goodness. You have money, but don't support me as your mother, yet you let that fox take it away. All these years, I understood that your first family didn't support me. It was the second child who did. But you? You should have given me support, but instead let that fox benefit. Han Laosan, come out here. This is all your fault. Don't hide inside pretending to be sick. As long as you're alive, you need to come out and explain yourself to me. Unfilial thing. This was Han Ke's first time witnessing a battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law after coming here, and it truly opened her eyes. Old Lady Han knew she couldn't win against Zhao Hohot, so she directed her anger at her third son. After all, he was her grandson, so she tried to label him as unfilial. Zhao Hohot was furious. Dazhuang, go for it. Bite that old hag in the middle, and don't hold back. Don't worry, a goose won't be held responsible for its actions. Han Dazhuang had been eager to join in. It sensed that the old lady was not a good person. It didn't understand everything, but it felt that the old lady had ill intentions towards Han Liio. Originally, it felt guilty for letting Lewan take advantage of the situation and was looking for a chance to redeem itself. Now that Zhao Hohot encouraged it, it saw an opportunity. Han Dazhuang puffed out its chest and charged at Old Lady Han like a cannonball. Because Old Lady Han was focused on arguing, she didn't notice the goose lurking in the corner. When she finally saw the huge goose rushing towards her, she was so startled that her mind went blank.
Ah! Ah!
The yard echoed with 2 screams from Yang Bengxia and Han Yu. They thought they were safe with Old Lady Han around, not realizing that Zhao Hohot wouldn't back down. In the past, Old Lady Han would cause trouble and take advantage, and Zhao Hohot would only argue because of Han Taizhu. But now, things had escalated to physical confrontation. No, to a goose confrontation.
Oh my!
As memories flooded back, the 2 women covered their behinds and their pants. In reality, they were overthinking it. Han Dazhuang had no time for them and went straight for Old Lady Han's thigh, biting down hard. Once it bit, it didn't let go and twisted its head. Old Lady Han felt a sharp pain, as if a piece of flesh had been bitten off her thigh. Outside the yard, onlookers heard the continuous screams, starting with Yang Bengxia and Han Yu. Their screams were somewhat normal, but Old Lady Han's scream was abnormal, sounding quite twisted and agonizing. What on earth was happening? What did Zhao Hohot used to deal with Old Lady Han that made her scream like that? Then came a series of strange screams. Just as her recently healed blood vessels burst, Old Lady Han's nose began to bleed. Han Dazhuang wouldn't let her off just because she was bleeding. It continued to bite and twist. Han Dazhuang is fierce, but she is still a woman. When women fight, it often involves grabbing, scratching, pinching, twisting, and pulling hair. So, Han Dazhuang is no exception. Old Lady Han, with her weak arms and legs, is not as agile as Yang Bangxia and Hanyu, who are several meters away and too scared to come closer. Therefore, old lady Han bears all the attacks. At first, she screamed, but soon she was just crying quietly. Her calves and backside were pinched everywhere Han Dazhuang could reach. Han Ke thought that if her Dazhuang could use her mouth to twist screws in the future, she might earn thousands in a month with that speed. Seeing that it was almost over, she couldn't trust her mother's words about not letting the goose go unpunished. They were the goose's guardians, and it wouldn't look good to let a goose kill an old lady, even if the old lady deserved it. It's not that she was unkind. She had donated to an orphanage in her past life. Dazhuang, come back. No matter how bad she is to our family, we should forgive her for my father's sake, Han Ke said, and the goose finally stopped its fussing. Old lady Han's legs gave way, and she sat down on the ground. She wanted to pound her thighs and cry, but as soon as she touched her legs, a sharp pain shot through her. After suffering so much, she had no desire to continue. Hanyu rushed to the door and opened it to show everyone what was happening at the Han household. Hanyu wanted to expose Zhao Hohat's mistreatment of her mother, but as soon as she felt a sharp pain in her backside, she exclaimed, "Ah!" This familiar feeling. Han Dazhuang interpreted Hanyu opening the door as a chance to chase the enemy. How could she let them escape? Like a cannonball, she charged at Hanyu and bit her on the backside. Han Ke thought this habit is not good. Who knows if she cleans herself properly? The villagers knew the Han family's goose was fierce, but they had no idea it was this fierce. Oh no! Before Hanyu could even spread the word about Zhao Hohat's misdeeds, she was chased away, leaving only a smalt behind. With the attention diverted, old lady Han and Yang Bangxia finally had a moment to breathe, but it was only a moment, as Zhao Hohat had already raised a rolling pin. Yang Bangxia picked up the old lady, who looked like a rag after being bitten by the goose, and limped away in a panic. TSK, I just don't understand. Why do they keep coming back for trouble when they never get a good outcome? It's not just trouble now, it's getting bitten. Han Dazhuang is quite something. Last time, our child accidentally peed on it, and look how fierce it was. It almost bit our household registration book away.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
As the gathering ended, Han Dazhuang only returned home after chasing Hanyu far out of the village. Old lady Han lay on the bed, groaning. She was hurt. How could she go back and take care of her grandson?
Even now, she was still thinking about him.
Yang Bansha wasn't hurt, but she was still shaken, seeing that aggressive goose in her mind. I hate that goose. Hanyu has already been bitten twice. In the village, we have to be extra careful when we go out, afraid of running into that goose. Are we not allowed to live our lives? Why hasn't anyone eaten it? Yang Bansha gritted her teeth in frustration, occasionally glancing outside, unsure if Hanyu had managed to shake off that goose. Hanyu did shake it off, but it was more like being chased the whole way home. Han Dazhuang only stopped chasing when he thought he was far enough from home. When Han Dazhuang turned back, she didn't dare to go home immediately. She squatted by the roadside, crying until she felt ready to face that arrogant shadow. Only when it was out of sight did she dare to rub her backside and head home. When Yang Bansha saw her daughter return, she finally sighed in relief. This time was better. It wasn't as bad as last time. At least her pants were intact. The two of them sat together, sighing in frustration. Old lady Han had finished applying her medicine but could only lie on her stomach because her thighs and backside were swollen. This was truly a case of losing more than gaining. Old lady Han was furious, slapping the bedding. Bansha, do you know why our family gets bullied? Yang Bansha asked. Why? She scoffed inwardly. What else could it be? Because you, old lady, are useless. Old lady Han spoke earnestly. It's because our family has too few males. The second son has 3 daughters and no sons. That's a dead end. Who would respect a family with no heirs? Zhao Hohat, with her terrible character, annoys everyone. But why does no one dare to confront her? It's because she has many sons. She had 4 strong sons before having 1 daughter who doesn't contribute. In her family, She has the final say. Hearing old lady Han mention dead end, Yang Bancha's face darkened immediately. Han Yu shot a glare at the old lady when she heard her being called a burden.
Yang Bansha gritted herteet.
Was this old woman blaming her for not having a son? Children aren't born by just one person. Why should all the responsibility fall on her? If she could, why didn't Han Adong have a son himself? Old lady Han saw that she wasn't speaking and thought she had taken it in. She intentionally said this to give Yang Bangxia a little warning before bringing the child back, so that it wouldn't feel sudden when the child was returned. Bangxia, you still need to have a son. If you don't have a son, when you pass away, no one will be there to take care of things for you. Just think, there won't even be anyone to wear mourning clothes or to burn paper during festivals. What will happen then? Yang Bangxia was getting annoyed. She was only in her 40s and was doing well. Why was this old lady talking about death?
Mom,
you're thinking too far ahead. Look at you, over 60 and still doing fine. I'm just in my 40s. I have plenty of life left. Old lady Han closed her eyes. If Yang Bangxia had spoken to her like this in the past, she would have scolded her family. But for the sake of bringing her grandson home smoothly, she decided to hold back. Fine, she could only say so much today. If she said more, Yang Bangxia, who was quite clever, would definitely start to doubt her intentions. By the way, didn't you just say that the goose from the big house is really annoying? I can't stand it. I hate it so much that I want to eat it. Just wait. Once I'm better, we'll figure out how to bring that goose home and cook it. Old lady Han changed the subject, and both Han Yu and Yang Bangxia liked it and agreed. After all, that goose wandered around the village every day. When it goes missing, who would know who was responsible? Once it was in their stomachs, there would be no evidence, and even if Zhao Hohot came looking for them, they wouldn't admit to it. Wu family, what did you say? What do you mean, suspended? What did you do to get suspended? Lu Tsuifan shouted. Wu Lei had gone to a meeting at the commune that morning, and during the meeting, he was suspended without reason. He felt completely numb. He even thought back to all the years he had served as the village leader and couldn't recall doing anything wrong. He wouldn't say he worked himself to the bone, but he had been diligent. Didn't he deserve some credit for his hard work? In a village as big as Yangshigu, with nearly 2,000 people, what wasn't he responsible for? He only earned 12 yuan a month. Was it easy for him? If they had told him the reason for his suspension, he could have accepted it, but being suspended without reason was unacceptable. The team leader would take over temporarily, and they would see how things went later. What did that mean? Were they going to reassign the village leader? Were they planning to remove him? On the way home, he was so distracted that he fell into a ditch on his bike twice. Until they got home, Lu Tsuifan asked him why he was covered in mud. He mumbled, "Tsuifan, why do you think I was suddenly suspended?" This sentence was like a trigger for Lu Tsuifan, and she exploded. Her scream brought Wu Lei back to reality, and he felt much clearer. He remembered that after the meeting, the secretary of the commune gave him a meaningful look and said something strange. Don't offend people for no reason. Right, he mentioned offending someone. Wu Lei slapped his forehead. So I offended someone. What a sneaky person. He started to realize who he might have upset. Lu Tsuifan asked, "Who did you offend? Did you eat too much and get careless? Can you control your mouth? Now look, you can't even be a brigade secretary anymore." In fact, she felt that with Wu Lei's fall from grace, she, as the brigade secretary's wife, could no longer show off like before.
Keep your voice down.
Are you trying to make sure everyone hears? I still need to talk to Jinseng about work later, so let me take a moment. Lu Tsuifan wouldn't let him take a moment. Her eyes widened as she looked at Wu Lei. No way. You have to tell me who you offended. Was it a leader from the commune? Oh no. Aigua hasn't been home for days. If it comes to it, let's ask Aigua to find out who you upset. We can go apologize and bring gifts. If we sincerely apologize with gifts, they won't hold it against you. Lu Tsuifan anxiously paced the room, rubbing her hands. Why look for someone? I know who I offended, Wu Lei said, worried she might actually go to town to find their son and create more trouble. Lu Tsuifan insisted. Then tell me the truth, so I don't have to go. Wu Lei replied, actually, I don't even know what kind of leader it was or their position. Lu Suifan widened her eyes. You don't even know them. So, how did you offend them? Did you say something rude that upset them?
No, we still need to apologize with something.
Since you know who it is, that's even better. What should I apologize for? I didn't do anything wrong, Wu Lei said, feeling extremely frustrated. This woman wanted him to apologize without knowing the reason. Was that really how it worked? He wouldn't do anything against his principles. He wouldn't compromise his integrity, even if it meant being suspended or dismissed. Oh, you are so stubborn. You've been the village leader for almost 10 years. If they remove you now, oh my, how will we hold our heads high in the village? Lu Suifan was almost in tears, fearing she would be embarrassed in the future. I'm stubborn. You know he wants me to do something and you call me stubborn? He wants me to go against my principles. If I actually do it, first, I won't be a person anymore, and second, I could end up in legal trouble. Do you believe that? The Han family is not easy to deal with. They definitely won't compromise. Oh no. He accidentally let something slip, and Han Lei wanted to take it back. Lu Suifan caught on to the key point, narrowing her eyes. What did you just say? This has to do with the Han family? No, I misspoke. Oh, my head hurts. I need to lie down for a bit. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Wu Lei quickly changed the subject. Lu Suifan sneered, haha. Wu Lei, we've been married for almost 30 years. I know what you're up to just by the way you move. Fine, I won't ask you anymore. I'm going to the Han family to find Zhao Hohat. Forget about whether we should keep this village leader position, just the fact that I lost my monthly salary of 12 yuan. She owes me for that. Lu Suifan straightened her clothes and walked out confidently. How much had she endured from Zhao Hohat before? Today, she finally had something to hold over her, and she could stand tall and confront her. Rather than saying she was going to settle a score with Zhao Hohat, it was more accurate to say she was going to reclaim her dignity. Wu Lei, who had just fallen down, thought, oh no, she's going to cause trouble. He quickly got up, slipped on his shoes, and chased after Lu Suifan. Wu Xiaoyan had just finished chatting with her friends outside and was heading home when she saw her mother. Her mother was walking briskly, chest out and head held high, looking like a proud recipient of an award at a community recognition ceremony. Mom, where are you going? Lu Suifan didn't look sideways. Going to the Han family. Wu Xiaoyan was surprised. Her mother didn't even glance at her and walked right past. As she watched her mother walk away, she turned around, and suddenly her father rushed past her as well. Wu Xiaoyan was speechless. Lu Suifan, you stop right there. Wu Lei hurried to catch up with Lu Suifan, who started running. Wu Xiaoyan ran after them too. The Han family's children were playing at the gate. Hello, Grandma Lu. Lu Suifan replied, Is your grandma home? Yes. All right, I'm just going to chat with her. With that, Lu Suifan quickly entered the Han family's gate. Han Dazhuang was out walking with Xiao Xuan and ignored Lu Suifan. Lu Suifan said, Hohat, I'm here. Zhao Hohat was busy with Han Ke and Wang Zhaodi, untangling some yarn. Since Han Liio had recovered from her fever and was resting, the mothers felt relieved. They had just opened the bundle to show Han Ke the yarn. Sweetheart, let me tell you, your dad's workplace is really great. They don't need meal tickets at the cafeteria, and the food portions are huge. I ate there once, and even though the food wasn't the best, there was so much that I couldn't finish it. But we can't waste food, so I stuffed myself, and I could barely move after that. No wonder everyone wants to move to the city. I was really surprised. Wang Zhaodi nodded. Take this yarn for example. There are only a few small white spots that didn't get dyed. The rest is good. We can sell it as slightly imperfect. I found out that pure wool yarn like this costs over 10 yuan per pound at the supply and marketing cooperative. Guess how much we bought this for? Hanko asked how much. Wang Zhaodi held up 2 fingers. 2 yuan.
So cheap.
Our mom bought over 10 pounds in one go. Zhao Hohat was proud. Sweetheart, I'll knit you a red pullover for winter. You don't have to save it for special occasions. Your dad can easily get this kind of yarn now. Next spring, I'll knit you a nice outer sweater. What kind of pattern should I make? The three of them sat in the yard, discussing what kind of sweater pattern to choose when they heard Lu Tsuefan's voice. Zhao Hohot frowned. What's up with her lately? What brings her here today? Han Ku replied, no matter what brings her, a guest is a guest. We should be polite, especially for Secretary Wu's sake. Zhao Hohot agreed. Yes, Wu Lei is a decent person. Just then, Lu Tsuefan entered the yard. Zhao Hohot said, oh, a special guest.
Come, sit down.
Lu Tsuefan sat on a small stool, lifting her chin. What special guest? Our family isn't doing well right now. Because of your family, our old Wu, the village secretary, got into trouble. What nonsense are you talking about? Go home. Lu Tsuefan had just finished speaking when Wu Lei rushed in, but it was too late. She had already offended someone. Zhao Hohot, Han Ke, and Wang Zhaodi were all silent. Han Lichuan and Han Lixia came out to see what was happening. Han Lichuan asked, Secretary, what's going on? Wu Lei grinned, it's nothing. Don't listen to her. Lu Tsuefan added, he offended some officials because of your family and was suspended from his position at the meeting this morning. Zhao Hohot, just tell us how you plan to compensate our family. Han Ke realized that it must have been the Chen family who caused this. She hadn't returned home while in the county. She only learned about it later when the Han family went to the county. Wu Lei covered his face. This troublesome woman had been humiliated by Zhao Hohot and was finally seizing the chance to redeem herself today. He stepped forward and grabbed her arm, saying, get up, stop talking nonsense and go home. Dad, is what Mom said true? Wu Xiaoyan finally arrived, shocked to learn that her father was no longer the village secretary. This news hit her like a bolt from the blue. Her marriage prospects were already difficult, and now she wasn't even the daughter of the village secretary. Wouldn't that make it even harder for her to find a good match? Although her father was just a village official, it still carried some weight. Why had that suddenly changed? Oh, right, her mother mentioned it was because of the Han family. Old grudges and new grievances surged in her heart. Just because she had scratched Han Ku a couple of times, she was now being suppressed by Han Ke. Now, if two people from the village met, she had to take a detour. Why should that be the case? She was the daughter of the village secretary, but now her father had lost that position because of the Han family. Wu Lei thought, these two are really troublesome. He stopped trying to pull her away. Zhao Hohot frowned. Old Wu, what's going on? Lu Tsuefan sneered. What are you pretending for? Don't you know what's happening? Zhao Hohot got angry. Then you tell me what you know. Lu Tsuefan was momentarily speechless. She hadn't asked. Wu Lei mentioned the job loss was due to the Han family, and she impulsively connected it to them. Her face twitched, and she pointed at Wu Lei. Ask him. I want to hear the reason too. With those few words, Lu Tsuefan had completely thrown Wu Lei under the bus.
Wu Lei sighed.
Zhao Hohot exclaimed, so you also don't know? You look so imposing, as if someone owes your family millions. Han Ke said, let's go inside and talk. Everyone understood that with so many people outside, the gossip would spread, and who knows how it would be twisted. At that moment, Lu Tsuefan calmed down a bit and felt a little regretful. It wasn't that she regretted confronting Zhao Hohot, but she realized that drawing so much attention from the whole village wasn't a good idea. Men care about their reputation. She had embarrassed her husband, and now he would lose face in the village, especially since he might not be the village secretary anymore. Zhao Hohot led everyone inside and sat down. Old Wu, tell us what happened. Our Han isn't home either. I'll talk to him when he returns on Saturday night. If our family is involved, we will take responsibility. Looking at how they handle things compared to his own wife made the difference clear. Zhao Hohot was truly not the same person she used to be. Han Lichuan, the eldest son, needed to speak up. I wonder if this is related to the issues with our family's Zhaodi and has affected Secretary Wu.
Wu Lei nodded.
Yes, you all saw that day when a certain leader called me outside, threatening and tempting me with benefits to persuade your family to back down. I refused. Is that something I could agree to? Even if we've known each other for years, I can't do something wrong, even to a stranger. It's just a village secretary after all. If I lose the position, so be it. Honestly, I think this job is tiring. Earning $12 a month while worrying like I'm making $1,200. My hair is falling out, but at least at my age, it's time to relax. Wu Xiaoyan said, Dad, you make it sound easy. If you retire, what will I do? I still hope you. She wanted to say she hoped he would help her find a good husband. Though it felt a bit shameless, she was still a young woman. It was hard to say it outright, but everyone present understood her meaning. They got the message, but no one had time to laugh at her. Their attention was on Wu Lei, who was suspended due to the Han family situation. This issue really had nothing to do with Wu Lei. But since he didn't show up that day, he probably couldn't retaliate. However, when he did come, the Chen family couldn't handle the Han family and took it out on him. Those who have jobs are often the easiest targets. If the Chen family knew Han Taizhu had a job, they probably wouldn't have let him escape their grasp. Wang Zhaodi had already stood up from the Kong. She couldn't sit still. Secretary, it's all my fault. This is all because of me. Wang Zhaodi kept apologizing, but what good would it do? How could she make it up to them? She felt very guilty and anxious about not being able to help. Wu Lei waved his hand. You are a member of our village. I can't ignore something like this. It's not the Han family's fault nor mine. If anyone is to blame, it's the Chen family for abusing their power and seeking personal revenge. He expressed his thoughts on the Chen family's disgraceful actions using several idioms he knew. Lu Tsuifan was anxious and had been talking for a long time without explaining what caused Wu Lei's suspension. She was really frustrated, saying, Come on, what happened? I want to see how big of a deal it is for the Han family to get old Wu suspended. The Han family was also caught in this mess and had no idea how they owed the Wu family. It felt unfair, like the saying goes, I don't want to be blamed for someone else's death. Han Lichuan said, Aunt, this started with my wife's brother wanting to get married. He explained that Wang Jiabao wanted to marry a bride with a high dowry, but the Wang family didn't have the money, so they sold their 2 daughters, leading to their tragic deaths. This year, Wang Zhaodi discovered what happened and began to investigate where the 2 sisters went, which led to uncovering these 2 incidents. The youngest sister's case was straightforward. Her family lived in the mountains, and they had already been arrested without any support. The people involved were waiting for their punishment. However, the Chen family had connections, making things more complicated. They approached the Han family, offering benefits to keep them quiet. The Han family had discussed these matters many times and were no longer as outraged as before. But now Lu Tsuifan and Wu Xiaoyan were hearing about such cruelty for the first time, and they gasped in shock. After hearing everything, Lu Tsuifan slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Oh my! This is infuriating. Those people deserve to be punished. She was so upset that she forgot. She came to confront them. Wu Lei looked at his wife strangely, wondering about her thoughts. After venting, Lu Tsuifan felt a bit embarrassed and said, Ahem, our old Wu is also involved because of your family, right? You admit that, don't you? Her voice lacked confidence. Although Lu Tsuifan was quite outspoken, she still had a sense of morality. This was the first time she heard about such a cruel act. After thinking about it from Wu Lei's perspective, she realized it was indeed a difficult situation. If she were in his shoes, she wouldn't want to help those who did such terrible things. It's really tough to be the village leader. There are so many worries, and with a small position, anyone can step on you. Lu Tsuifan slapped her thigh again and said, Ho hot. The village leader is gone, but it's not a big deal. They must be punished. We can't let them get away with this. Those people get arrogant with just a little power. Zhao Ho Hot twitched her mouth. Of course, I never thought about compromising. Didn't the newspapers say? Justice lasts forever. I have already planned it. If it doesn't work, we will go to the city or the province to sue him and bring that scoundrel down. Wu Xiaoyan closed her eyes, realizing her mother had completely sided with the enemy. Only the Han family knew about Wang Zhaodi's situation, and now the Wu family knew too, fearing it would spread throughout the village. Wu Lei told the Han family in front of his wife and children not to spread the news outside. The Han family was very grateful for this. I still need to hand over some work to Jianxi, so I'll leave first. Wu Lei was quite relaxed about it. At first, he felt uneasy when he was notified, but now he believed he had done nothing wrong and felt at ease. The family of 3 returned home, but only Wu Xiaoyan was unhappy. Even Lu Suifan didn't care anymore. Whatever happens, happens. Aren't you angry anymore? Wu Lei asked, surprised at how quickly her mood changed. Lu Suifan replied, Do you think I'm unreasonable? You should have told me the reason. If I had known about this, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself at the Han family's place. In the future, let me know about things so I don't end up embarrassed again. This was quite unfair. Who was it that got upset immediately and ran off without giving him a chance to explain? It was like a scholar meeting a soldier, no way to reason with them. However, Wu Lei thought his wife's performance today was commendable. He expected her to cause a scene, but instead, she stood united with Zhao Hohot. It was quite surprising. Wu Lei went to find Zhou Jianxi. Lu Suifan sat quietly at home, not saying a word. Wu Xiaoyan pouted. Mom, are you just going to let it go? Aren't you at odds with Zhao Hohot? Lu Suifan snapped back to reality. I am at odds with her, but not right now. Wu Xiaoyan didn't understand. Then why did you let the Han family off the hook just now? It depends on the situation. My conflict with her is in our village. That's an internal issue. Something trivial. The Wang family matter is serious. Your father is right. It's a matter of principle. Come on, it's just a village secretary, a small official. If he's gone, he's gone. Honestly, if your father had helped the Chen family by advising the Han family with a guilty conscience, I would have looked down on him. Your father did the right thing. This realization raised Wu Xiaoyan's awareness significantly, leaving her a bit speechless. It seemed that when her father was the village secretary, her mother had a low awareness, but now that her father was no longer in that position, her mother's understanding had actually improved. So, why were you lost in thought just now? What were you thinking? Lu Suifan lifted her eyelids. It felt a bit embarrassing to say this, but she had no one to discuss it with, and keeping it to herself was uncomfortable. Daughter, what do you think about your brother dating that girl Han Ko? Another shock hit Wu Xiaoyan. Didn't you think she was not good enough? You also didn't like Zhao Hohot, and when you were with her, you two fought like cats and dogs. Besides, you've offended her before. Do you think she would want to get back together now? Lu Suifan replied, What's not to like? Your brother is excellent, has a good job, and is handsome. The key issue is that your brother likes her. Wu Xiaoyan didn't believe this. Oh, come on. My brother was also excellent and handsome before, and he liked her then. Why didn't you want it back then? This stubborn child never missed a chance to point out flaws. Lu Suifan shot her a glance. Why can't you see the situation? The Han family used to be just farmers, not a match for us. But now it's different. Han Taizhu has a stable job, and your dad has connections, so now it's a good match. Weren't you the one who said my brother should marry a city girl? Why have you changed your mind? Wu Xiaoyan didn't understand her mother's logic. I haven't changed my mind. Han Taizhu has become a city person, so his daughter can't be far behind. Han Taizhu got his job through his daughter, as Zhao Hohot just mentioned. Oh my, how did I not see this before? That girl is so capable. Lu Suifan was filled with regret. Wu Xiaoyan said, So now you want to regret it? If you think like that, I won't oppose it. Having a sister-in-law who can earn money and has connections would bring us some pride. But have you thought about it? We've offended them the most. Are we really going to bow down and apologize, hoping they forgive us? I'm just afraid that even if we apologize, they won't forgive us. Without Mo Zongji to compete with, Wu Xiaoyan had become more sensible. If there were such a thing as regret medicine, Lu Suifan would really want to take some. Honestly, she had regretted it long ago but had been stubborn about it. Especially as Han Ke became more outstanding, her regret grew. She had a feeling that the girl's success wouldn't stop here. She might become even more accomplished in the future. Sure enough, while she was regretting, news came out that Han Taizhu was working in the county. And today, she learned from Zhao Hohot that it was Han Ke who found the job for her father. Zhao Hohot was showing off in front of her, but Lu Suifan felt no jealousy, only regret. After returning home, she sat there lost in thought, trying to figure out how to get closer to Zhao Hohot and bring their children together. Thinking about Han Ke's beautiful face, she used to find it annoying, thinking of her as a seductress who lured men. But after changing her view on the Han family and seeing Han Ke again today, she realized the girl was truly stunning, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Wouldn't their future grandchildren be beautiful too? Plus, she could earn money. Just look at how she helped her father find a job. It showed she was doing well outside. She seemed perfect. How did she ever see her as a seductress before? Compared to the girls in the city, she was just as good. She heard that people in the county had already bought houses, all from the money earned from writing novels. How could she be a seductress? She was just a beautiful gem. How about I talk to your dad when he gets back? Didn't he always think highly of that girl? Wu Xiaoyan replied, "Aren't you just contradicting yourself? Aren't you afraid my dad will laugh at you? Let him laugh. If I can bring home a good daughter-in-law, I won't mind." Lu Tsuifan was determined. When Wu Lei returned after finishing his work, he overheard Lu Tsuifan's last words. "What are you afraid of me laughing at?" Lu Tsuifan thought, "I should have checked the yard. This man came in without making a sound. My mom said she regrets it and likes Han Ke again," Wu Xiaoyan blurted out. Lu Tsuifan was so mad that she slapped her. "Why are you so quick to speak?" Wu Xiaoyan stuck out her tongue. Wu Lei said nothing, took off his shoes, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Lu Tsuifan thought, what is this reaction? In the past, Wu Lei would have shared his opinion by now. Staring at each other, Wu Lei waved his hand. "No way." Lu Tsuifan eagerly awaited his answer. "No way?
Why not?"
Wu Lei sighed. "Do I really need to explain? It's too late. You didn't like her before and spoke so harshly. Now that you see she's doing well, you want to get close? She won't agree, and will look down on you."
"Just forget about it."
Lu Tsuifan was not convinced. Is my son not good enough? He excels in every way. Doesn't he deserve her? The Han family's situation isn't that great now. Don't embarrass yourself. Do you really think Zhao Hohot would agree? If Han Ke had any thoughts about patriotism, she would have already acted on them. Clearly, that girl isn't interested. He didn't want to discourage Lu Tsuifan. After all, that girl didn't even look at Mo Tsongji. How could she possibly be interested in someone less impressive than him, like Wu Aigua? She must have her own ideas. Han Ke entered Han Lichio's room holding a bowl of prepared medicine. In just 2 days, a once handsome boy had lost weight and looked exhausted. Lewan was really causing harm, but it wasn't all her fault. Han Lichio was stubborn. Han Ke held out the bowl of medicine. "Are you going to drink it yourself, or should I feed you?" It was hard to watch him like this, especially since he was still drinking from the spring every day. People who are obsessed with love aren't worth pitying, especially those who act like their lives depend on it. If others don't care about you, why should you suffer so much for them? Han Lichio stared blankly, slowly lowering his head and not reaching for the bowl. Han Ke got frustrated and placed the bowl on the table. "Han Laosan, what do you want to do? Who are you showing this miserable face to? Besides worrying your family, has that person you're so hung up on even noticed? Honestly, if she saw you like this, she might think even less of you. She would see you as useless, or else she wouldn't have left you." That hit hard. Maybe her words struck a chord with Han Lichio, as his dull eyes finally showed a bit of light. "You think she looks down on me?" After being sick for 2 days and not speaking, his voice was hoarse. Han Ke felt it was time to have a serious talk with this lovesick boy. She sat on the bed, and the siblings faced each other across the table, ready for a good discussion. "Han Lichio, what do you think of my past crush on Gu Chongqing? I used to really like him just like you like Lewan. I was so infatuated that I almost jumped into a river." Hearing this, Han Lichio's eye twitched. That was just infatuation. You ignored all the harsh words and kept going like you were possessed. You didn't listen to anyone. He realized what Han Ke meant. He was in a similar situation now. Back then, his little sister seemed obsessed, and now he felt the same way. He lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. It's easy to say things but hard to do them. Watching his sister's stubbornness was baffling, but now that he was in the same boat, it felt normal. 3 years of feelings can't just be tossed aside, and Lewan had taken root in his heart. It wasn't something that could just be removed easily. Little sister, I'm not feeling down. I just have some worries.
Why?
Am I really that bad? Han Kusung spoke with a desire to share his feelings. He feared keeping everything inside would make him sick. She stayed silent, listening attentively. I know I don't deserve her. She comes from a big city and has a good family. If she hadn't gone through that situation, I would never have a chance with her. Do you know? When she said she wanted to marry me, I felt like I was dreaming. I thought maybe I did something good in a past life to deserve such a wonderful wife. I promised myself that if she married me, I would treat her well for life. With our family situation, I can't give her much, so I can only work harder to make things easier for her. When she's hungry, I share my food with her. I feel useless because I can't provide her with a good life, and that makes me guilty. She said she doesn't love me yet and doesn't want to be intimate, and I agreed. I believe that if I am sincere, things will eventually work out. Life is long. Waiting a few years is nothing. But what I got was her leaving without a word. If she had told me she wanted to go back to the city, I would have let her. Really, little sister, as long as she's happy, I would let her go, but why didn't she tell me? Especially since she took money from her family, which is not like the Lewan I know. I want to be okay, but I just can't lift my spirits. I don't want to think about anything, ask anything, or care about anything. Han Ku replied, I understand. You're heartbroken and feeling down. But in this state, taking medicine won't help. You need to rely on yourself. Look at me. I was once in despair, but now I'm doing fine. I even turned down that great guy Mo Tsungji. Yes, I'm being stubborn and proud, thinking no good man is worthy of me. You're feeling low. Do you know what the problem is? Han Liio shook his head and then nodded. I care too much about her. Now Han Ku shook her head. Your problem is your life is all about love. Life has many kinds of love. Family love, friendship, and romantic love. Besides love, you have many things to do. For example, your career. Don't you like medicine? Then work hard. Master your skills and become a famous doctor. For example, becoming a national champion or something like that. Let those who look down on you admire you in the future. They will realize that abandoning you is their biggest loss in life. Don't you think she looks down on you? Then show her that she will regret it. Of course, this should only be your initial motivation to work hard. I don't suggest you work hard just because of Lewan's attitude towards you, whether she respects you or not. You should work hard for yourself, and that will make her regret it. Keep the priorities straight. But let me diagnose your situation. You're feeling frustrated just because you can't accept it. If you really want to find the truth, I have a way. Let's go to Nanjing together to find her and seek the truth. I hope that after we find out the truth, you can turn over a new leaf and stop living in a way that worries your parents. Han Lichio's eyes lit up. Can I really go find her and ask for clarity? Han Ku's mouth twitched. Yes, to help you let go, to motivate you to work hard, and to completely remove Lewan from your heart so that I won't regret my future sister-in-law. I'm willing to go with you. It's not just a trip. We also have 1,000 yuan that she took. We need to decide whether to report it or just get the money back when Dad returns. When Han Lichio heard about reporting it, he wanted to say something, but Han Ku interrupted. Don't tell me not to report it or not to chase the money. That is our family's hard-earned money, not just yours. Han Laosan, get your head straight. Don't act like you're not thinking clearly. You're in love, not foolish. Quickly take the medicine while it's still warm. Don't make me force it down your throat. Han Lichio fell silent. His sister was right. The family's money was a collective asset, not just his, and he couldn't speak for everyone. After being motivated by Han Ku, he finally found some energy and went to work at the clinic the next day. However, once he stepped outside, he was bombarded with questions about where his girlfriend had gone, which made him very uncomfortable. On Saturday night, Han Taizhu returned home. He was excited to come home, but was met with the news that his daughter-in-law had run away and that the village leader had lost his job because of their family's issues. As for the incident with Grandma Han, the whole family fell silent. It was no longer a concern. Han Taizhu was taken aback. Is it really that shocking? In front of the whole family, Han Liio knelt down. Dad, Mom, I am unfilial. Han Taizhu looked at his son, who had lost a lot of weight in just a few days, surprised. He knew that the departure of his daughter-in-law must have hit his son hard, but he didn't expect it to be this severe. What a strong young man! His arms were so muscular that after just a few days apart, he felt like Han Laosan had become weak. What else can we do? The child was deeply hurt. Could he really die from it? Han Taizhu was never the kind of father who raised a good son under tough conditions. He rarely hit his kids. Most of the discipline was done by Zhao Hohat. Han Taizhu sighed. Get up, the ground is cold. You just recovered from a serious illness. Don't make yourself sick again. Han Liio got up and looked at his brother and sister-in-law with guilt. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm sorry for the losses caused by me. I will pay back the money I lost. Wang Zhaodi quickly waved her hand. No need. It wasn't much money, and besides, our mother already gave us some. Don't be angry. It's more important to take care of your health. That Lewan doesn't know what she's missing. She'll regret it one day. The brothers couldn't say much. They were men and brothers. Helping each other was expected. Who wouldn't feel upset about this situation? Any man would sympathize. Zhao Hohat said, Wow, we have 3 sons at home, and 2 of them are still single. Thankfully, the youngest doesn't have children, so it's a bit better. He's young and has a job, so finding a wife shouldn't be too hard. I'm worried about the second one. Han Liio replied, Mom, why are you talking about the youngest when I'm right here? I'm doing fine and don't want to look for anyone right now. I'll think about it when the right person comes along. Han Liio lowered his head and knelt again. He had kept his relationship with Lewan a secret from the family. Lewan hadn't had a child in years, which led to gossip about Zhao Hohat in the village. The comments were harsh, and he felt guilty towards his mother and didn't want to hide it anymore. His parents would surely be upset if they knew the truth, but he had to speak up.
Dad, Mom, I
haven't been with Lewan. Everyone in the family, except for Han Ke, was shocked. That day, Han Liio had told Han Ke the truth about their relationship, and Han Ke wasn't surprised. Lewan was selfish to the core. Her brother was foolish to be fooled by her. As their mother said, they were both willing participants. But now, Han Liio had revealed the truth, leaving the whole family stunned. Zhao Hohat slapped her thigh. Oh my, she's a seductress. What kind of potion did she give you to make you lose your mind? I thought I raised a smart child. How did I end up with a fool? This is infuriating. If that woman were in front of me, I'd confront her. Wait, Han Laosan, are you out of your mind? Someone has been playing with you for 3 years. I can't reach that woman, but I can deal with her son, right? Zhao Hohat got angrier as she spoke, looking for something to hit Han Laosan. It was necessary. Even Han Taizhu couldn't stop her. The 2 brothers looked at Han Liio with complicated feelings, wondering if something was wrong with him. Should they take him to a big hospital? Grandma, Grandpa, someone is here. It was Sunday, and the kids were on break, playing in the village after finishing their homework. Era was shouting loudly in the yard, and Han Dazhuang was also making noise. Zhao Hohat, who was looking for something to hit with, turned to the window and saw several kids leading 4 people into the yard. Among them were the team leader Zhou Jianxi and his wife, the women's director Zhou Ping. The other 2 were a man and a woman, both under 30, clearly city folks. The young man even had a camera hanging around his neck. Han Ke smiled, feeling more confident than expected. She thought the newspaper would be good enough to create a big reaction, but she didn't expect it would attract reporters. All the effort she put into rewriting the beginning of her novel was worth it. Zhao Hohat quickly got up to put on her shoes. Oh no, who are these people? They look like city folks. Hurry, let's tidy up the house, so they don't laugh at us. She grabbed a broom from the bed and swept a few times. After checking, she saw nothing was out of place and fixed her hair. By this time, Arrow had already brought the guests inside. Zhou, Jianxi said, Brother Taizhu, are you on break? These people are here to interview Comrade Han Ke. Zhou Ping pointed at Han Ke, comrades, Let me introduce you to the person you are looking for, Han Ke. When they saw Han Ke, their eyes widened. First, they were struck by her beauty. They were from the provincial city and had seen many things, but it was unbelievable to find such a stunning woman hidden in the mountains. Secondly, the author was much younger than they had imagined. She was just a girl in her teens. Who would believe it? But the reality was right in front of them, though they still needed to confirm her identity, just in case they were mistaken. The young man felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he didn't know what to say in front of such a beautiful girl. The woman smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Han Ke. Hello. We are reporters from the provincial newspaper. Your last novel was published by our paper. We are here for your second novel, Silent Scream. Han Ke warmly shook hands. Hello, I am Han Ke, the author of The Silent Scream. Welcome, both of you, and thank you for coming from afar. The Han family was stunned. Their younger sister's novel had actually attracted reporters. Zhao Hohot pushed Wang Zhaodi. Quickly make some sweet eggs and add more sugar, 4 eggs in each bowl. Wang Zhaodi snapped back to reality with the push. It was true what her sister said. The novel had really made an impact. She and her 2 sisters could finally speak out. They didn't have to be afraid anymore. The Wang family was known throughout the province. Wang Zhaodi soon brought out a large bowl of sweet eggs. When Zhou Ping saw the big pot of sweet eggs, she laughed. Ha, what about mine? I'm just borrowing the spotlight. Zhao Hohot replied. How could we forget yours? Everyone has some.
Ha ha ha.
Zhou Jianxi and his wife were amazed. The Han family had really gone all out, with 4 eggs in each bowl. Zhao Hohot smiled as she quickly helped serve the bowls, cheerfully saying, This is a happy event. Everyone should celebrate together. Indeed, this was truly a great joy. As soon as the 2 reporters entered the village, the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire area. Both reporters were young and very easygoing. While enjoying the delicious sweet eggs, they seriously interviewed Han Ke. The female reporter was the first to ask, while the male reporter took notes. Comrade Han Ke, your novel has attracted widespread attention. Can you share what inspired you to write it? Also, where did your ideas come from? Han Ke smiled slightly and began to speak. Actually, the material for this novel comes from my sister-in-law. Her family has a serious preference for boys over girls. I used her experience as a model. Even the names of the characters in the novel are the same as in real life. I sincerely hope that through this novel, more people will pay attention to the issue of gender preference. Additionally, there are the 2 sisters from the Wang family. They can be seen as typical victims of this issue, and unfortunately, they even lost their lives. I hope my work can awaken some women. After so many years of advocating for gender equality, is it really equal? Not at all. Currently, it is just a slogan. I sincerely hope everyone can put gender equality into action so that women can truly stand as equals. I hope that tragedies like what happened to the Wang sisters will not happen again, and I wish all women around the world well. Han Ke spoke passionately, while the 2 reporters listened attentively, taking notes on every important point. When the topic turned to the tragic experiences of Wang Zhaodi's 2 sisters, their expressions became serious, as if they could feel the pain themselves. The female reporter clenched her teeth in anger. As a woman, she understood the issue of gender bias more deeply than her male colleague. She was particularly upset to hear that Wang Zhaodi's parents cruelly sold their 2 daughters to pay for a high bride price for their son. Han Ke's novel had already made waves at their newspaper, and even the security guard downstairs had read it. It sparked significant reactions because Han Ke described the harsh realities of rural life in a genuine and straightforward way, making readers feel as if they were there. The editor and the president were impressed. This novel has great educational value. They came not only to interview Han Ke, but also to deliver payment for the manuscript and to encourage him to write more. The previous novel had a good sales volume, so they held a staff meeting to discuss this new book. The proposal to double the print run was approved unanimously, even though it carried risks. If successful, the newspaper could gain both fame and fortune. Upon release, the book caused a sensation, and letters from the public flooded in. Thus, The newspaper decided to interview the author and create a special report to boost its visibility. They also wanted to meet the author, but the reporters were surprised to find out how young he was. Not only was he young, but he was also very talented. They planned to sign a long-term contract with him, aiming to build a good relationship. The payment was generous, offering $5 per 1,000 words. Han Kuo, eager to get his work published, sent in a 50,000-word manuscript all at once. The newspaper staff was anxious when they realized half of it was missing. The problem is, I don't know how to continue because this case is still ongoing and has hit some obstacles, Han Kuo explained his difficulties. Just then, Secretary Wu arrived. He had already known that reporters were in the village and later learned that they had visited Han's home. Lu Cuifan saw it while chatting and eating sunflower seeds. She quickly ran home to tell Wu Lei that the reporters had arrived. Since Zhou Jianxi and Zhou Ping went to the Han family, Secretary Wu felt it was better not to show up during his suspension. Since he had already handed over his work, he didn't want to get involved anymore. This left Lu Cuifan and Wu Xiaoyan eager to see the excitement. Wu Lei didn't want to go, but they were excited. It was like a celebrity effect for them. To them, reporters were not people you could meet every day, just like the announcers on the radio, who were famous even if they didn't know their names. What Wu Lei didn't expect was that the Han family sent their eldest grandson to call him over. When he arrived, Lu Cuifan and Wu Xiaoyan were so happy they could cry. They finally had a chance to meet a reporter. They insisted on going with him, curious to see what a reporter looked like. When they got to the Han family, they were treated as guests. Zhao Hohot put aside her past grievances with Lu Cuifan and quickly asked Wang Zhaodi to cook a few more fried eggs. Zhao Hohot's change was remarkable. She used to fret over every little bit of meat, but now she cooked fried eggs without hesitation. Han Kuo introduced, "Comrades, these are our reporters. This is our Secretary Wu, who is currently suspended. He has been affected by our family situation and is an innocent victim. I would like to ask you to call attention to the misuse of power by some officials in your newspaper. They make decisions unilaterally, suspending people just because their personal demands are not met. Secretary Wu, please share your experience with the reporters. We are not here to complain. Our goal is to reflect the unhealthy practices and bureaucratic behavior of grassroots officials, as well as the abuse of power." The reporters quickly took out their pens, focused and ready to record. Wu Lei was a bit confused at first, but after Han Kuo explained, his eyes lit up. He thought, that guy is really something. I've been holding in my frustration and now I finally have a chance to speak out. So Wu Lei and his wife took turns explaining how an unknown official in the county had threatened him and then suspended him when he didn't comply. The male reporter frowned. It seems this comrade has serious bureaucratic issues. Don't worry, we will write a report as soon as we get back and make sure it gets published. Han Kuo was very grateful. Thank you so much, comrades. I hope the reports from the two comrades can help curb those negative influences. On behalf of my whole family, I also want to thank the two comrades for speaking out bravely. Wang Zhaodi, as a victim, felt a mix of emotions. She wiped her tears and deeply bowed to the two reporters to show her gratitude. By noon, the Han family insisted that everyone stay, and all the guests were warmly invited to enjoy a lavish meal. This feast was prepared after Zhao Hohot had 2 chickens killed. She didn't feel sorry at all while doing it. Do not underestimate the power of a writer's pen. When used well, it can be more powerful than a soldier's gun, as it can harm without being seen. Moreover, the follow-up articles cannot be written until the results are in, which means the obstacles faced by Wang Zhaodi must be resolved before they can proceed. The two reporters, eager to fulfill their task, settled their payment before leaving. They received 250 yuan for 50,000 words and signed a contract for the novel on the spot. After sending off the reporters, Wu Lei and his wife, along with Zhou Jianjie and his wife, stayed behind to discuss the day's events at the Han family home. Wu Lei said, "I think that person named Chen, no matter how powerful he is, can't stop being exposed in the newspaper. He's about to be in the spotlight." Lu Cuifan replied, "We still don't know what position that Chen holds in the county. When Igor returns, I'll ask him to investigate what that Chen does, and why he has so much power to suspend others. To rebuild her friendship with Zhao Hohot, Lu Tsuefan felt she needed to contribute. Wu Lei responded with silence. The reporters arrived at the Han family, which felt like a matchmaking catalyst. Some people were getting restless, including the Zhou family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. With Han Taizhu back at work, these people were eager to find ways to connect their own children with the Han family, and now they were impatient. If they waited too long, the Han family would soar, and they would miss their chance. Old Lady Zhou asked, "Daughter-in-law, is the matchmaker you invited reliable? When will she arrive?" Sister Zhou replied, "Don't worry, Mom. The matchmaker is trustworthy. She can charm anyone. Yesterday, she went to a faraway place to arrange a marriage and said she'd be back in the afternoon. I've already spoken with her. We'll go to the Han family tonight." Old Man Zhou questioned, "Why go at night? It will be dark, and we won't be able to see anything." Sister Zhou reassured him, "It's not like we don't know each other. We've lived in the same village for decades. Everyone knows everyone. I specifically arranged to go in the evening. I was worried that if the Han family disagreed, we wouldn't be too embarrassed. If we went during the day with so much attention and they refused, it would be bad for everyone in the village to see." Zhou Hongying's gaze turned cold. "Yes, my current situation really doesn't match Han Lixia. The Han family is no longer just an ordinary family." As she spoke, her eyes turned red. "Why do you speak like that?" Zhou Laoda noticed his sister's tears and gave his wife a look. Zhou Dazhao thought to herself, it's really hard to please her. No matter how unhappy she felt, she had to put on a smiling face. People say they are a rare good couple, but only she knows the struggles inside. It's hard to say too much or too little. If she says too much, it seems like she can't let go of her sister-in-law. If she says too little, her mother-in-law thinks she doesn't care about her sister-in-law. Nothing seems right. Only by keeping quiet can she maintain the appearance of peace. More than anyone, she wanted to see her sister-in-law married off quickly. It's so difficult to deal with. Just earlier, she mentioned that going during the day might lead to an embarrassing rejection, and Zhou Hongying showed her displeasure. If it weren't for wanting to see her married off quickly, she wouldn't care if she was upset. Hee. Hongying, when do you think we should go? You decide, and your sister-in-law will follow your lead. Zhou Hongying gave her a cold glance and left the room. Besides her family, no one knew how willful she was. Outside, she acted completely normal, and many praised her for being kind and understanding. Zhou Latai looked at her daughter-in-law's dark expression and forced a smile. "Look, it's all my fault. Don't take it to heart." This same line had worn out Zhou Dazhao's ears. Once outside, Zhou Hongying felt some relief from the frustration inside her. She had returned from the city to the countryside, and only she knew her dissatisfaction. She was determined to marry Han Lixia. Before, she hesitated, but not anymore. The Han family would only get better, and maybe one day Han Lixia would take her back to the city. She wasn't afraid of her past being exposed. Her ex-husband's family wouldn't speak out for the sake of their own reputation. After all, if there was a scandal, it would bring shame to more than just her. From a distance, she saw the Da-Hu brothers running around the village, and her gaze deepened. While Han Taizhu was at home, Han Ke mentioned that she and Han Liio were going to find Lewan. What? Going to find her? Why? Zhao Hohot was very confused and quite angry. That woman had already left, and now they wanted to go back and embarrass themselves? Was her son under some kind of spell? It's true, Han Laosan is so stubborn that he wants to talk to her face to face. Han Taizhu frowned. Your mother is right. What are you going to do? Even if you understand everything, what good will it do? It will only make you feel worse. Han Ke said, hey. At least he will give up on her. I think if he can completely let go of Lewan, that would be the best outcome. Otherwise, he can't even focus on work right now. That's how I see it. Our family will get better. And who knows? That woman might regret it one day. What if one day she comes to my brother and says she left because she had no choice? With how infatuated Han Laosan is, I'm afraid he might soften and take Lewan back, and then our family would really fall apart. You don't understand. Someone like her can be very dangerous. Some people will do anything for their first love. What if my brother gets married and Lewan shows up again? Wouldn't that affect his marriage? I'm just being cautious and showing Han Laosan Lewan's true nature. It's also to help him grow up a bit. He's 24 and still so immature. Zhao Hohat was stunned. Old Han? No way. She wasn't even sure herself. She knew her stubborn son too well. Once he set his mind on something, he would stick to it. Han Taiju took out a cigarette and lit it. What my daughter said makes sense. We need to confront Laosan directly to help him let go. That woman is clever. We need to prevent her from sweet-talking him again. But where do we find her? We don't even know where she went. Zhao Hohat felt lost. They didn't even know where she was from. Han Ke replied, it's easy to find. There are records of where she registered her household. We can look it up. The community committee where she registered also has records. Han Taiju said, just the two of you?
I'm wedded.
One is too naive, and the other is too attractive. Both are easy targets. Han Ke rolled her eyes. Dad, I'm not naive. You can trust me. I promise to bring your son back safe and sound. Zhao Hohat said, you're saying that, but we're worried about you. If your brother gets lost, it's not a big deal. It's not worth much if someone clueless gets lost. Han Ke said, so it's settled then. Mom, are you going? It's a good chance to visit the big city. Zhao Hohat didn't hesitate at all. I won't go. I need to help your sister-in-law with the baby, and besides, it costs a lot to travel that far. Our family is struggling right now. Originally, buying a job and a house used up most of the family savings, which was painful. Then Lewan stole it, and it felt like going back to square one. The couple looked a bit worried. Han Ke clapped her hands and said, don't be sad. I just got some money for my writing, and after buying the house, we still have over 200 left. Once I finish the remaining articles, I can earn a few hundred more. My dad gets a salary every month, and at the end of the year, we have grain and money. Plus, we have 2 big pigs in the backyard. When you add it all up, we still have money. By the way, we can sell our vegetables this time. Surprisingly, when she calculated, the Han family really seemed to be quite wealthy. Zhao Hohat's eyes lit up. You're right. We grew vegetables to sell them after all. Our income has been good lately, and we got a bit carried away. Since the Han family started growing vegetables in the planting boxes, they had eaten several harvests without selling any. Today, they amazed some village leaders and 2 reporters by having several kinds of fresh vegetables during a time when many others had none. Who wouldn't be envious? The secret was out, but there was no way around it. The planting boxes were in the kitchen, right where they ate. However, Wu Lei said things weren't as strict as before, and they wouldn't just jump to conclusions. The Han family insisted they were only eating their own produce and had no other plans. Wu Lei and Zhou Jianxi wanted to go back and set up some planting boxes, as it would be a waste not to use the warm indoor temperature in winter. Han Taiju said, I haven't explored the county yet and don't know where the black market is. I'll ask around when I get back. Han Ke replied, no need. I asked Sanjeda last time and it's just by the woods on the edge of the county. I even went there secretly, and there were lots of people trading things. It's so connected that if someone tried to catch people, they wouldn't succeed. Zhao Hohat's eyes widened. You, a girl, went to the black market at night? What if you ran into bad people? She was so angry she wanted to slap her daughter, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Han Ke thought to herself, if she ran into bad people, who would be in trouble? Han Taiju shot a disapproving look at his daughter. You can't go alone anymore. When selling vegetables, your older brother and second brother need to go with you. They know the area well. After all, sons were meant to work, while daughters should be cared for. Zhao Hohat agreed. Taiju, our house in the city is pretty big. If we divide the rooms, how about we all go to the city for the new year? Han Taiju nodded. The kitchen is also spacious. We can grow more vegetables there. No one goes there anyway, so no one will know we're using planting boxes. It'll be perfect for New Year's meals. Zhao Hohat's eyes sparkled even more. If we can't eat it all, we can sell it. Vegetables are so expensive during the new year. Moreover, fresh vegetables are important. By the way, daughter, Sanjeda's family also lives in the county. During the new year, let's invite her parents over for a meal. They helped us find jobs, and we haven't properly thanked them yet. Hanke thought about how Sanjeda liked Han Liio. She touched her nose, thinking that if it's meant to be, Sanjeda would be a good match. But Han Laosan needs to get rid of Lewan, or she might cause trouble for Sanjeda. In fact, Sanjeda is more suitable than Lewan. Sanjeda is down-to-earth and not pretentious like Lewan. Her family is also well-off, and she is a high school graduate. She is younger and prettier than Lewan, but Han Laosan has already been affected by Lewan's actions and is now divorced. Why should a good girl like Sanjeda marry a divorced man? Although Han Laosan is still a young man, others see him as someone who has been married before. If Sanjeda is willing, her parents might not agree. Anyway, Han Laosan's divorce can't be hidden, and Sanjeda will find out eventually. As for her feelings, she can decide for herself. I won't interfere. If things go well or poorly in the future, I would be blamed as the matchmaker. The family discussed selling vegetables, but the problem is, how do we get to the county without a car? If we take the bus early in the morning, the black market will already be closed. Hanke looked at Han Taiju. Why don't we borrow a bicycle from Secretary Wu or the team leader? But this isn't a long-term solution. We can't keep borrowing from others. We need to buy our own bike. Let's find out where we can buy a bicycle ticket when we go to the black market. Having a bicycle at home would be convenient. Dad, you could ride it to work, and we could use it for family matters. Things are different now. We need to travel between the county and the village. We can't manage without it. Hanko has a 26-inch bicycle in her space, which is an old style from the 60s and 70s. This size is a bit small for men. Besides that, the other styles are more like racing bikes from the future. There aren't many bikes in the space, and none are suitable to take out. The reason for suggesting to buy a bicycle is to give that 26-inch bike to Minglu. Zhao Hohot couldn't believe it. In her mind, a bicycle was a luxury, something only city people could have. The two bicycles in the village belong to the collective and are used by village officials for business in the city. So, bicycles are indeed a luxury. Han Taiju didn't react like Zhao Hohot. Many people ride bikes at the factory. He realized it was inconvenient in the city, as the housing and workplace are on opposite sides of the county, and he has to walk through the city to get home.
He nodded, all right.
Hey, you two, stop messing around with the kids. Zhao Hohot waved her hand to stop Han Taiju, saying, do you even know what you bought? Just touching your lips together won't make it happen. How much money would that take? Old C is already 22. Once he has a partner, he should get married. Who knows when he'll save enough money for that? By the way, when is our old C coming back? We need to find him a partner. As soon as Zhao Hohot mentioned Han Lidong, the topic shifted. Oh, who is looking for a partner?
Perfect.
I have many good girls and boys available. Zhao Hohot frowned, wondering who this person was. Wasn't it rude to enter someone's home without greeting and eavesdrop on their conversation? Hanke got off the bed to see who it was. Wang Zhaodi came out of her room and saw several people from the Zhou family, including matchmaker Zheng, approaching her mother-in-law's door. Oh, isn't this Aunt Zhou and Sister Zhou? Wow, Aunt Zheng is quite busy. Han Dazhuang had taken a few kids somewhere to play. If he were home, he wouldn't let anyone just walk in. Sister Zhou waved to Wang Zhaodi. We're here to visit your mother-in-law. Have you eaten yet? Wang Zhaodi smiled broadly. Yes, we just finished eating. This matchmaker Zheng was well known in the area. Recently, she had come to talk about her sister-in-law, but the mother-in-law had been quite embarrassed. What was going on today? Zhao Hohot sat on the bed, straining her neck to look at the door. In came the Zhou mother and daughter along with matchmaker Zheng. This Zheng had been here before, introducing a boy from another village for her daughter. She praised that boy so much that one might think he was a prince. How could someone so great still be farming in the countryside? After some inquiries, it turned out she had introduced several boys, but none were to her mother's liking. It really mattered that the mother was satisfied. We should ask, is it the son marrying a wife or the mother marrying? Everything is decided by her, as if he were still a child. That's why they say a son raised by a widow should marry. How could she have the nerve to introduce her daughter to someone like that? After being rejected twice, she still wanted to try again. One wonders how much money she received for matchmaking to work so hard. With their family situation, marrying her daughter would mean supporting both of them. That was quite shameless. I didn't want to offend this woman, but she was so pushy that it was hard to like her. If someone isn't interested, why insist they should be?
What kind of person is she?
Zhao Hohot saw that this was like a stubborn plaster. If she didn't tear it off, it would stick forever, so she decided to remove it. Feeling embarrassed, she wondered if they would still dare to come today. If they tried to meddle with her daughter again, she would be ready to defend her. No wonder people said her matchmaking success rate was high. It seemed to rely on persistent efforts. However, there was also the Zhou family, who lived in the same village. Zhao Hohot couldn't afford to be rude to them, especially since the Zhou family was prominent and many villagers were related to them. It was best to keep the peace. Zhao Hohot shifted on the Kong, a traditional heated bed. Come, sit down. Grandma Zhou, you take the warm spot. Grandma Zhou was respected in the village, and since Zhou Dazhao was in her 30s and married late, she was only a few years younger than Zhao Hohot, making them more like equals. Han Taizhu felt uncomfortable being surrounded by women and wanted to excuse himself for a walk. He only came back once a week and wanted to chat with his old friends. Grandma Zhou, you all chat. I just finished eating and will go for a stroll, he said, getting ready to leave. No, you really can't go. Zheng the matchmaker grabbed his arm. Zhao Hohot playfully slapped her hand away. What are you doing pulling at him? I'm still here.
Ha ha ha.
She laughed to ease the tension and pushed Zheng's hand away. Zheng's mouth twitched. I know it's yours. I have my own and I don't need any more. Don't worry. The playful exchange between the two women made the other two women in the room laugh. Han could only shake his head at their banter. Wow, Hohot. Your daughter is getting more beautiful. Let me see her, Zheng said, inspecting her like merchandise. Zhao Hohot stretched her eyes. Daughter, this is none of your business. Go back and write your novel. Didn't you see the newspaper is anxious and sent 2 reporters to hurry you? Hurry up. She was exaggerating, but indeed, 2 reporters had come to the Han household yesterday to urge for submissions. Her daughter was truly making progress. Grandma Zhou looked up at the light bulb above. It was the only one in the village, and it was bright. Much brighter and cleaner than the oil lamps. She was determined to see her daughter married into a good family, no matter what. It all depended on Zheng's matchmaking skills. She had promised a generous reward of 20 for a successful match, enough to marry a rural bride. Han stepped outside, understanding Zhao Hohot's intention to keep her daughter away from Zheng. Someone has arrived, and she felt it was boring, so she just greeted them and left. Zheng, the matchmaker, wouldn't let it go, her eyes glued to Han Ke. Ahem. Zhao Hohot coughed a few times to remind her not to go too far. Zheng came back to her senses and gave a couple of awkward laughs. Anyway, she wouldn't let go of the Han girl. Such a beautiful person would bring her a lot of matchmaking fees. There would surely be a day when Zhao Hohot would need her help. She didn't believe it. She was the most famous matchmaker in the area. Who else would they find if not her? Sister Zhou gave her a look, urging her to get back to business and not get sidetracked. Ha ha ha, Hohot. Isn't it fate? I couldn't find a match for your daughter, but now I have a good one for your second son. Your second son has had bad luck with a woman like me, Chunhua. Luckily, he got divorced. Otherwise, his life would have been ruined. Just look at your second son. He's such a good young man, good-looking, with a nice personality, and has a steady job. By the way, all your kids are great and promising. You don't know how much I envy you. Our kids can't compare. How do you educate them to be so successful? Teach me, please. Oh my, she's really good at this. As soon as Zhao Hohot mentioned Han's second son, she knew what Zheng was after. To be honest, now that the Han family is doing better, she really didn't want to just find anyone for her son. Just as she was about to refuse, Zheng started praising her to the skies.
Who could stand that?
It wasn't that she was angry, it was just that Zheng was too good at flattery. She decided to wait until Zheng finished her boasting before refusing. It was rare to find someone she could talk to. In the village, whenever she mentioned how successful her kids were, the jealousy would disappear, leaving her with no place to show off. Zhao Hohot was happily enjoying Zheng's compliments, and Sister Zhou occasionally chimed in to praise her too. Hohot. Kids have a short youth, and it's the same for both boys and girls. While they're still under 30, let's quickly find a suitable match. We can't aim too high. We need someone who matches our status to avoid conflicts later. I'm just being kind. I think our son has good character, but his second marriage is holding him back. A young woman who's never been married is out of the question. But we can't look for widows with kids, right? What do you think of Zhou Hongying? I think she's suitable, divorced, no kids, 24, 2 years younger than your second son. That age is just right. They're from the same village, so they know each other well. Don't you trust the Zhou family? Old Lady Zhou was happily watching the expressions of the Han couple. Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu are not foolish. Usually, the Zhou family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law don't visit them, and now they bring a matchmaker to propose for their second son, which likely involves Zhou's Hongying. Zheng the matchmaker chatted away, while the couple listened with smiles, not interrupting. Once Zheng finished speaking, she waited for Zhao Hohot to respond. Zhou's sister-in-law said, "Sister Hohot, do you think this will work out?" Zhao Hohot smiled, "Sister-in-law, since you're calling me sister, doesn't that mean my second son and your Hongying are practically family? How can a nephew marry his aunt? Don't you agree?" Old Lady Zhou slapped her thigh. "How can you say that?
You're not even from the same family name. When did you start caring about that?"
Hohot, it's not easy to find a suitable match. Don't take matters into your own hands and delay the kids. This is a big decision for your second son. You should ask him. If he's willing, don't stop him. Otherwise, he might regret not finding a good partner later. Zhao Hohot looked at Old Lady Zhou with a half-smile. "I know my own child. Besides, he said he's not looking for now. It's only been a few days since the divorce. It would be quite embarrassing to jump into something new right away. Mi Chunhua didn't find a good match, so I need to help my son choose wisely this time. He needs someone with a good background who won't cause trouble. By the way, why did your Hongying get divorced?" Old Lady Zhou and Zhou's sister-in-law exchanged awkward glances. Zhao Hohot really knows how to touch on sensitive topics. It's best to avoid discussing divorce if possible.
Well,
the kids are older and have their own opinions. It's just that their personalities didn't match and they could make it work. In truth, she didn't know either, but her daughter would cry if asked. They didn't even have children before separating, and now they're not allowed to ask questions. She guessed the responsibility lay with her daughter. There was no notice given at home before the divorce. She just went back home without even checking with her in-laws. Zhao Hohot said, "Well, since you've mentioned it, I'll be straightforward. It's not going to happen." This was quite direct, and Old Lady Zhou's smile froze on her face. In her mind, there was no way it wouldn't work. What did Han's second son have? A second marriage with 2 children. If those 2 daughters get married in the future, that's fine, but with 2 sons, getting them wives will cost a lot of money. The problem is that sons will live with their parents, while daughters will marry and have children.
If they have more sons, it could be a disadvantage.
With these conditions, they still aren't satisfied? The job belongs to Han Taizhu, and who will take over in the future is uncertain. Looking at it this way, the conditions are even worse than for my own daughter. My daughter can find any kind of partner, without having children. Zhao Hohot really wants to walk away because of this attitude, but her daughter is willing. The old lady, not giving up, looks at Han Taizhu and says, "Taizhu, you are the head of the family. You need to act like it." Zhao Hohot does not like this at all, as if she shouldn't have a say. Come on, what kind of society are we in? You still believe in gender inequality? If a woman can't make decisions, then it should be your grandfather here today, not you, right? This implies that she is also a woman, so why is she making the big decisions? The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are both feeling embarrassed. Seeing things going south, matchmaker Zheng quickly says, "Everyone, don't rush. It can take months for some matches to work out. Let's take our time and discuss it nicely." Zhao Hohot is really annoyed. She has been so clear in her refusal. Yet these people keep pestering her.
Han lar, kom hier.
Zhao Hohot calls out several times toward Han Lixia's room. Han Lixia is inside helping his two sons with their homework. Era looks up and says, "Grandma is calling you. She wants to talk about a wife." Han Lixia gives his son a light smack on the head. "You're so clever." Dahu, with a serious face, says, "I don't like that Zhou Hongying. If you find someone, make sure they are good. If you marry someone like our mother, we are done for. Having a stepmother means having a stepfather. Han Lair, come here." Seeing Han Lixia not moving, Zhao Hohot calls out again.
Han Lixia says.
How did he, a man with 2 kids from a previous marriage, become so desirable? Can't he just live a quiet life? He doesn't understand why finding a wife concerns these people. If he doesn't want to find one, what's the problem? It's really annoying. You two focus on your homework. I'll check it when I get back, Han Lixia tells his sons before putting on his coat and heading out. When he arrives upstairs, Zhou Laotai sees Han Lixia and smiles widely. The children in the Han family are truly all very handsome. Zhou's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law looked him up and down, clearly satisfied. He was tall and had a calm demeanor, and he was a serious person. To be honest, his looks were impressive, and it was no wonder that Mi Chunhua had insisted on marrying him, crying and making a fuss. It was also no surprise that his daughter was interested. He didn't look like a father of 2 at all. Han Lixia was not a talkative person. He nodded to the people inside the house and said, "Mom, is there something you need?" Zhao Hohot replied, "Your 5th aunt likes you and wants you to be her son-in-law. I didn't agree without asking you first. This is your lifelong decision, and it's not like the old days when marriages were arranged." Han Lixia understood. His mother meant that she didn't approve. They lived in the same village, and he knew Zhou Hongying. They played together as children, but they drifted apart as they grew older. That woman was cunning and sly, always pretending. Even when she did something wrong, she could lie without flinching. Mi Chunhua was also bad, but she was open about it, unlike Zhou Hongying, who kept her thoughts hidden. Honestly, people like her were frightening. He wouldn't want to marry her, even if the Zhou family offered him a lot. She was much scarier than Mi Chunhua. His parents didn't know her well because no one talked about Zhou Hongying, and she hid herself well. She got along fine with the people in the team, but when she wanted to be mean, she could betray someone and still make them help her. She was much more dangerous than Mi Chunhua. Han Lixia smiled slightly and said, "5th aunt, I just got divorced and don't want to find someone right now. Besides, I'm waiting for a chance to move to the city. I'd prefer to find someone from there. I really don't want to marry someone from the countryside again. Hongying is a nice person, but we're not suited for each other. Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. If I'm not around, the 2 boys will be mischievous and won't do their homework. I need to keep an eye on them." After expressing his thoughts, Han Lixia left, completely ignoring the expressions of Zhou's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who were turning red and green with emotion. This was a polite way of rejecting them, clearly indicating that he didn't find their daughter suitable for him and preferred someone from the city. He also subtly conveyed that he valued his 2 sons. Zhou's grandmother's face fell, and she angrily got off the bed, saying, "Forget it. Our Zhou family is too lowly to aim so high. Let's go. We shouldn't embarrass ourselves here." She didn't even say goodbye to Han's parents and left with the matchmaker and daughter-in-law, acting quite rude. It was clear she was angry because her plans had failed. After leaving the Han family home, Grandma Zhou turned back and spat several times in the direction of the Han family. What a joke. They really think they are something special, but they're just common folks. Without that rotten egg from their family, I don't believe they could make any pudding. Let's see what kind of woman a divorced man with 2 kids can find. If he manages to find a young lady, I'll eat my hat. Just because he has a lousy job, he thinks he's something special. If he's so capable, why doesn't his whole family move to the city? Grandma Zhou and Sister Zhou continued to grumble as they walked further away, their voices fading into the night. The Han family didn't pay much attention to the Zhou family's remarks. The next morning, while it was still dark, the adults in the family got up early. Last night, they borrowed a bicycle from Zhou Jianxi and took a day off. He didn't ask what they were going to do in the county and just granted the leave. They had planned to pick vegetables from their garden and try selling them in the county. However, by the time they arrived, it would likely be light out, and they wondered if there would still be people in the trading area. Zhao Hot was cutting garlic sprouts with scissors and said, "It's so inconvenient. If only we could take this box of vegetables to the county. But how can we carry such a big box?" Selling vegetables to restaurants and canteens was risky, especially in winter when fresh vegetables were so noticeable. People would definitely ask where the vegetables came from. One shouldn't underestimate people's cleverness in this era. It's easy to trace things back, so there was no need to take such a big risk for a little money. The black market was different. No one would dig too deep, and since they were selling to private individuals rather than the government, the risk was much lower. In fact, it would be easy to get their planting boxes to the city. They could just take the space, but Han Ko was too scared to do that. Zhao Hot could only grumble about it. With more hands, they quickly filled a basket. The morning's bok choy and greens looked fresh and appealing. They packed the greens into 2 large cloth bags hanging from the front of the bicycle, while the back had 2 baskets filled with garlic sprouts. Han Taiju needed to catch an early bus to the county, so Han Ko and Han Taiju took the bus together. Han Lichuan would ride the bicycle to the county, and after loading the vegetables, he would leave first. Since he was slower, by the time Han Ko and Han Taiju arrived in the county, Han Lichuan would likely have already reached home. After loading the goods, Han Lichuan set off on his bicycle. The siblings agreed to meet at home in the county. By around 7 in the morning, Han Ko finally arrived in the county. She took the bicycle out of the space and rode it near the house in the county town, then put the bicycle back into the space. At that moment, Han Lichuan was already waiting for her inside the house. Han Ko decided to check out the black market first, so she rode her old bicycle to a small grove on the outskirts. There were indeed people there. When she arrived, her bicycle had a basket on the back filled with several kinds of vegetables. Han Ko pushed the bicycle into the grove. It was daytime, and she had dressed up a bit, tying a scarf around her head and darkening her face. She also changed into old clothes, looking like an ordinary village girl, so plain that no one would remember her. She found a tree to lean her bicycle against and took the basket off the back. Several people had noticed her when she arrived. As she stood by the tree, a few of them gathered around and asked what she was selling in the basket. Han Ko lifted the cloth covering the basket, and the people gasped at what they saw inside. Are there really vegetables at this time? It was no wonder they were surprised. Han Ko was wearing a thin cotton jacket and pants underneath her clothes. With the current temperature, how could vegetables possibly grow? How did these grow? They asked. What could she say? Seeing that Han Ko wasn't answering, they inquired about the price. Fresh vegetables at this time of year were quite rare. The price was definitely higher than in summer, about 3 times more. At that price, they were quickly sold out. Han Ko also asked if there were people around during the day. The group, all from the county town and familiar with black market trading, informed her that there were usually people in the grove. However, they warned her that there might be patrols coming to check during the day, so she should be careful. In the past, the crackdown had been very strict, and those caught could face serious consequences. But in the last 2 years, things had relaxed a lot. If caught now, they would mostly just confiscate the goods and not be as severe as before. After selling everything, Han Ko returned home and shared the situation with Han Lichuan. This is good news. It seems the situation has really changed. In the past, we couldn't even mention the black market without fear, Han Lichuan said, anxiously waiting for Han Ko. He regretted not going with her and was worried sick, realizing too late that his sister had gone alone. Fortunately, she returned safely, and Han Lichuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If anything had happened, he would have felt terrible. The news about the relaxed policies was indeed a good thing. So, their family really makes a lot of money selling vegetables all winter. Han Ko took out some loose change, over 5 yuan, to show her brother. Han Lichuan was surprised. Why so much? He thought that basket of vegetables would sell for about 2 yuan at most, considering that in summer, vegetables only cost a few cents per pound. Things are valuable when they are rare. Now that it's cold, We have something unique, so we can sell it for double. I sold it for 3 times the price. While there are still buyers, let's sell the rest. The siblings packed the remaining vegetables into 2 baskets and hung them on the back of the bicycle. Han Ke sat on the front beam, and Han Lichuan rode ahead with his sister and the vegetables behind. Han Ke directed Han Lichuan along the way. The main purpose this time was to help Han Lichuan learn the area. She couldn't always lead him around. Besides, Han Ke also needed to take Han Lichio to Nanjing to find Bai Yueguang. As Han Lichuan looked at the large forest ahead, he felt more relaxed. Even if the patrol team came here, they wouldn't catch many people, which made him feel secure. As expected, the remaining vegetables sold quickly. The siblings counted the money at home and found they made over 17 yuan. There was still half a basket of vegetables left. With Han Ke's special touch, the vegetables would grow well and quickly, providing a steady supply. They could come 4 times a month. If they earned about 15 yuan each time, that would be 60 yuan a month, double Han Tieju's salary. Han Lichuan was very excited and walked around the kitchen. Little sister, I was thinking, let's see if we can buy some wood in the county. If we can build a few more sets there. It would be much more convenient. The kitchen is big enough for 3 or 4 sets. Besides, Dad usually comes home, so it's just a matter of a few shovels of coal. The light here is also better than at our house. Let's get started. The ground is starting to freeze, and if we wait too long, it will be hard to dig. Han Ke agreed. Okay, let's tell Dad to find out where we can buy wood. After making their plans, they returned to Yangshigu. Han Ke didn't take the bus. She rode on the back of her brother's bicycle. The siblings arrived home in the afternoon. Zhao Hohat saw her daughter and son return with empty baskets, which meant they had sold everything. She quickly hugged her little grandson and closed the door. Little Xuan stretched out his chubby hands to his dad, wanting to be picked up. Zhao Hohat laughed. You little ungrateful one. Grandma takes care of you every day, but you don't even show affection. Just look at how happy you are to see your dad, and now you forget about Grandma. She playfully patted his chubby bottom a couple of times. Han Ke leaned down and gave her little nephew a kiss on the cheek. The child's face was so soft and plump, it felt great to kiss him. Seeing his aunt, Xiao Xuanju also forgot about his dad and wrapped his arms around Han Ke's neck, snuggling with her. Han Lichuan said, Mom, I should return the bicycle first. What if the team needs it? I'll come back later. Go ahead. Zhao Hohat took her daughter and grandson back inside while Han Lichuan went to return the bicycle. Han Ke placed Xiao Xuanju on the bed to play by himself. Mom, guess how much money we made today? Zhao Hohat replied, Vegetables are valuable now. I guess we sold at least 10 or 8 yuan. We still have half of the vegetables left, so we can make another trip tomorrow. Han Ke took the money out of her bag. The brother and sister had already counted and organized it in the county town. The largest bill was only 1 yuan, with the rest being coins. Zhao Hohat's eyes lit up as she estimated, Daughter, this is definitely more than 10 or 8 yuan. Money, money. Xiao Xuanju quickly scooted closer and grabbed it. Oh my, this little guy is so quick. If you don't grab it, it's for Ran to buy candy. If you take it, there won't be any candy. Zhao Hohat held down her grandson's little hand. Xiao Xuanju, whose full name is Han Ran, understood that he was called Ran and that they were talking about buying candy. He paused for a moment, then pulled back his hand, saying, Candy, buy candy. Baby wants to eat, while patting his chest to show he was a baby. This made the 2 women laugh. With the child causing a fuss, Zhao Hohat lost track of the count. Han Ke told her it was 17 yuan and 50 cents. Zhao Hohat was surprised. Wow, we sold that much? Han Ke neatly put the money away and handed it to Zhao Hohat, saying, Now you don't have to worry about your son's wedding money.
Hee.
Zhao Hohat locked the money in a box, grinning widely, which made Xiao Xuanju mimic her laughter. Hee. You little troublemaker, do you want a cake? Han Ke thought the child was too adorable. She didn't regret secretly giving him milk powder. But the child was growing up fast, and soon he would be able to talk, so Han Ke was hesitant to feed him more. Zhao Hohot took out a piece of cake to tease her grandson, insisting he say grandma is good before giving it to him. The chubby little boy was eager, stretching out his little hands for the cake, with drool at the corner of his mouth. Mom, I'm going to stay in the county for the next couple of days. It won't be good to borrow the bike tomorrow morning. I'll borrow it in a few days instead and take the leftover vegetables to sell. It's true that borrowing a bike from the team every day is inconvenient, and Zhao Hohot realizes how much easier it would be to have one at home. If they had a bike, they could go to the city to sell vegetables whenever they wanted. Okay, I understand. You all can decide. Zhao Hohot thought Hanku was staying in the county to buy a bike, and Hanku didn't explain otherwise. She wanted to go to the county to find an excuse to get 2 sets of clothes from her space. The siblings couldn't just wear these old clothes when they went to Nanjing. People respect appearances, and it's the same everywhere. Besides, the temperature in Nanjing is warmer than in the northeast. In October, people here wear light cotton jackets, while they're still in spring and autumn clothes there. However, in a few days it will be nearly late October, and it will start to get cold there too. Hanko has some nice wool coats in her space for both men and women. She wants to dress her third brother nicely to show Lewan that their family's son is not lacking. Even if they break up, she wants Lewan to regret it for the rest of her life. Of course, the main goal is not to show off, but to make Han Laosan completely give up on that unreliable girl. She wants Han Liio to realize that someone like Lewan is not that special. After seeing the big city, he won't think of Lewan as a perfect person anymore. Hanko has another reason for going to Nanjing. She has too much ginseng in her space, and it's quite old. This is a good opportunity to sell a few pieces while in Nanjing. Being a big city, there are more pharmacies there. Selling to 2 or 3 pharmacies should be fine. In a small county, just selling to 1 pharmacy would be good, but since everyone knows each other, selling to 2 pharmacies could expose her. So, she plans to sell ginseng in big cities from now on, and in small places, she will go far away from home. Hanku wants to build her savings before the reform and opening up so that after it starts, she can use the money to buy a house or invest, aiming to become wealthy. That evening, Han Lichuan and Han Lixia discuss their plan, with Han Laoda taking Han Air to the county by bus. They initially decided not to go since they didn't have a bike, but Han Lichuan didn't want to waste the money and also wanted to take his brother to see where the black market is. The next morning, the 3 siblings took the bus to the county. After returning home, Han Taiju was at home because he had worked the night shift yesterday. Han Lichuan reported to Han Taiju about the vegetable sales from yesterday. He also suggested making a few more planting boxes and asked Han Taiju to find out in the county who had extra wood for sale. Han Taiju was surprised at how valuable the vegetables were. He didn't rest and went to the black market with his 2 sons, while Hanku mentioned that he was going to the supply and marketing cooperative. In reality, he just wanted to take a stroll and find a way to make use of his space. When he returned, he brought home a piece of meat and some ribs. The 3 of them left some vegetables at home, and after Hanku came back, he cooked braised pork and rib soup, along with 2 stir-fried dishes, waiting for the others to return. Half an hour after finishing the meal, Han Taiju came back with his 2 sons. Seeing Han Tieju's cheerful expression, Han Ko knew the sales had gone well. They sold a bit more today than yesterday, making over 18 yuan. The father and sons were even more enthusiastic. After dinner, Han Taiju went out for a walk. Having stayed here for a few nights, he got to know several neighbors and wanted to ask them if anyone had wood for sale. When he returned, he brought good news. A neighbor introduced him to a relative who worked at a logging site and had extra wood at home. The 3 of them followed the neighbor to the relative's house. Hanku stayed home to alter her coat. This was a woolen overcoat she bought on Taobao before her time travel, a vintage double-breasted style with a belt and a suit lapel. It came in both men's and women's versions, but all in black. Other styles were too trendy for this era. While there were other coats in nice colors, the streets were filled with black, yellow, and blue. Wearing bright colors would stand out too much, but black is always classic and never goes out of style. She also found a pair of black suit pants, leather shoes, and a white shirt for Han Laosan. The styles were carefully chosen by Han Ko, so they didn't look like they were from the future. However, with Han Laosan's build, he would definitely impress Lewan. Han Ko wore black suit pants and low-heeled lambskin shoes herself. The wood was negotiated and delivered for 12 yuan. With the wood secured, the two brothers didn't return to Yangshigu. While Han Taiju was at work, he called the team to request leave for his two sons and asked the accountant to inform Zhao Hohot that the boys had matters to attend to in the city, assuring the family not to worry. Han Taiju borrowed tools from his neighbor again, and the three of them started making planting boxes at home. The two older brothers stayed, and since Dad wasn't working, Han Ku wanted to go to the black market, but had no chance. She could only head back to Yangshigu with her bag. Wang Zhaodi and Zhao Hohot saw Han Ku come back with a big bag, pulling out clothes one by one. Zhao Hohot covered her heart and said, "Oh dear, are you trying to make me worry? You must have spent all your earnings." Han Ku smiled. No, I only spent half. Mom, don't give me that look. Why doesn't Lewan like my third brother? Isn't it just because she looks down on him for being from a humble background? Don't you want my brother to stand up for himself? Even if we get divorced, it should be done nicely so she knows what she's losing. Don't worry about money. It's just paper. It only has value when spent. If not, it's just waste paper. Her words made Wang Zhaodi laugh and Zhao Hohot chuckle in annoyance. You always have such odd reasoning. But you do have a point. It's not just about the money. What about Han Liio? He's so handsome. A tall guy over 6 feet. I've never seen anyone as good-looking as my son. You're right. Who looks down on whom is still up for debate. Zhao Hohot chatted while examining the clothes. Oh, what material is this? The craftsmanship is impressive. Daughter, try it on for me. Han Ku went to her room, put on the clothes, and wore her little shoes. She styled her hair into 2 shiny braids and walked back to Zhao Hohot's room in her shoes. Both women were amazed. She looked great. Wang Zhaodi asked, "Little sister, is this what they call a uniform for officials?" Han Ku replied, "It really is. In this era, official uniforms have a collar and 2 rows of buttons. Some have a belt in the middle, some don't. Mine has a long belt that ties into a nice bow on the left or right side. The men's belts have a buckle." Zhao Hohot felt uneasy. "Dear, if you two wear this while getting on the bus, I worry you might attract the wrong attention." Han Ku twirled around happily in front of her mother and sister-in-law. "My third brother's strength is unmatched in the village. Do you think anyone would dare to mess with him? Besides, it's cold here, and we can't wear this on the bus. We'll wear our winter coats to get on, and once we head south where it's warmer, we can change into these clothes." "All right, as long as you have a plan, that's good." Zhao Hohot was no longer worried. Although Han Laosan wasn't very clever, her daughter was smart. Han Laosan was strong, but as long as the siblings stayed together, they were safe. After work, Han Liio was pulled into their mother's room by Han Ko. She wanted him to change clothes and see if anything needed adjusting. Han Liio was surprised. "Little sister, why did you buy these for me? They must have cost a lot." He felt bad because his sister earned her money slowly, and these clothes looked expensive. He wanted to pay her back, but he had given all his $8 to the family this month, so he had no money left. I don't want them. Return them." No matter what Han Liio said, he refused to accept them. Zhao Hohot gave him a couple of light slaps. "What nonsense are you talking? If you go to see Lewan in those old clothes, she'll just look down on you, and might even laugh at you. Don't embarrass me. Just wear them." Her tone with her son was not as gentle as with her daughter. After being lightly slapped, Han Liio had no choice but to take the clothes to his room and try them on. Once he put them on, Han Ku clasped her hands in delight. It wasn't just her bragging. If these brothers were in the modern world and dressed up, they could easily become stars, even though each had their own unique personality. Overall, the Han family's genes were impressive. Even Zhao Hohot's eyes lit up as she circled around her third son. "Wow, the proudest thing in my life is that my children are all so good-looking." Zhao Hohot smiled widely, showing her teeth. Han Liio scratched his head. "It's not me who looks good. It's the clothes. Good clothes look good on anyone." Han Ke looked him up and down and felt something was off. Finally, she realized it was Han Laosan's hairstyle. His hair was a bit long and messy, which didn't help his looks. Han Ke decided that on the last day, she would give him a nice haircut. She couldn't cut it herself, but Zhao Ho-hot could. She just needed to direct her. All the men in the family had their hair cut by Zhao Ho-hot, who had been doing it for decades and was very skilled. Han Ke asked Han Laosan to check if Wu Aigua was home. If he was, she wanted him to find out Lewan's address in Nanjing. Wu Aigua was indeed home. Are you really going to look for her? Do you want to report it? Should we get a statement from the police? I can help with that, Wu Aigua said, as he and Han Liio squatted by the wall, smoking. Ever since he had his first cigarette last time, he would smoke whenever someone offered him one. But he didn't dare to smoke at home, not because he was afraid of being scolded by his mother, as Zhao Ho-hot didn't care about her child smoking since Han Taiju smoked too. He was mainly afraid of his little sister. He didn't know why, but Han Laosan was particularly afraid of Han Ke. In front of his little sister, he felt she was even more formidable than their mother. He thought that if he smoked in front of her, she would definitely scold him. Han Liio took a puff of his cigarette and said, I need to confront her directly. I can't sleep until I do. She just abandoned me without a word. I need to ask her why she deceived me for 3 years and felt no guilt about lying to our whole family. If I don't go, I'll feel like a complete fool. What could Wu Aigua say? They were both men, and if he had a wife like that, he wouldn't accept it either. Recently, his mother kept bringing up Han Ke and the Han family, but instead of criticizing them like before, she praised them and encouraged him to reach out. Should he give it a try? The thought made his heart race, like a little cat scratching inside him, causing him great anxiety. The next day at noon, Wu Aigua made a special trip back to deliver Lewan's address in Nanjing to the Han family. As he handed the address to Han Ke, his heart raced, and his gaze was intense. His former comrades had said that pursuing a girlfriend was like taking a stronghold. You had to charge forward without hesitation, or else she would slip away. It had been half a month since he last saw her. He had been busy and felt there was no hope for him with her, so he hadn't returned to Yangshigu. He feared that if he came back and saw her, he would start overthinking. The more he couldn't have her, the more he wanted her, which only made him more anxious. So, he thought it was better not to see her at all. His previous obstacles were his mother and sister. He didn't want to deal with his mother's complaints after marrying someone. But now his mother had agreed. With that barrier removed, Wu Aigua wanted to see if he could win her over. As for confidence, he had only a little, especially since Mo Tsongji was such a catch. If she didn't even notice Mo Tsongji, would she notice him, Wu Aigua? In terms of family background and future prospects, he was not as good as Mo Tsongji. But once he had that thought, the wild grass in his heart began to grow uncontrollably. If he didn't try, he felt he would regret missing out on a chance in the future. His intense gaze was too obvious, and Han Ke felt like her face was burning. It was normal to be pursued at her age, but right now, she really didn't want to be in a relationship. I can't just tell Wu Aigua, I don't have those feelings for you, so give up. I don't want to date you. Oh my, that would be so awkward and self-centered. Thank you. Han Ke said dryly, and wanted her brother to entertain Wu Aigua. Wu Aigua took a deep breath. Comrade Han Ke, I want to talk to you privately. Wu Aigua finally gathered the courage. He had never pursued a girl before. It was too hard. Han Ke sighed internally. Honestly, they lived in the same village, and she didn't want to offend anyone. But if she didn't make her feelings clear, it would seem like she was leading him on. Zhao Ho-hot was sitting in the yard, occasionally glancing at the two of them. She thought Wu Aigua was a good match for her daughter. After all, they were from similar backgrounds. But Lu Tsuefan believed the Han family was too good for them, so Zhao Ho-hot and Han Taiju had given up hope. Now it seemed Wu Aigua wanted to date her daughter? Did Lu Tsuefan understand this? Her daughter wouldn't be unhappy if she married him. No, her daughter would be happy no matter where she went. Han Ke glanced at her mother. Well, Brother Wu, why don't you go to the kitchen and have some water? You came all this way, and I'm sure you're thirsty. Han Ke found a dry excuse to lead Wu Aigua into the kitchen. The kitchen was the only suitable place to entertain him. She couldn't take him to her room, and it wouldn't be appropriate to take him to her parents' room either. The two large wooden doors of the kitchen were open, so anyone in the yard could see what was happening inside, avoiding the situation of being alone with Wu Aigua. Wu Aigua sat at the table, his eyes never leaving Han Ke. She poured him a bowl of water with sugar in it. Wu Aigua cleared his throat, ahem. He was extremely nervous. Pursuing someone was harder than catching a suspect. He straightened his posture, probably because he was used to being in the military, sitting up straight with his hands on his knees, gripping them tightly. I want to pursue you with marriage in mind. I hope you can seriously consider it. I promise that after marriage, I will be as loyal to my wife as I am to my duties, and I will cherish her. Can you think about it? I hope you can give me a chance. Usually confident in meetings, he was now stuttering. He felt like he didn't even know what he had just said. Han Ke replied, Comrade Wu Aigua, I am 17 this year, and the legal age for adulthood is 18. So I am still a minor, and I don't want to be in a romantic relationship or get married early. I don't oppose marriage or refuse to get married, but I believe a woman's life is not just about the kitchen, and marriage is not everything for a woman. I don't know when I will want a partner, but I can say for sure that I don't want one right now. This is not a personal opinion about you, nor is it because you are not good enough. You are excellent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a police officer, a profession I greatly admire. I won't say something like I see you as an older brother, as that would be insincere. I will be honest. I will consider it after I turn 25. In this day and age, 25 is already considered old for a girl. Han Ke isn't sure if she will settle down before 25, but to refuse Wu Aigua, she slightly exaggerated her age. Han Ke made her feelings clear and didn't want to offend anyone. She simply doesn't want to date, not because she looks down on Wu Aigua, and she praised his qualities. Wu Aigua shook his head with a wry smile, saying, You really aren't giving me any chance at all. Does that guy Mo Tsungji have a chance?
Anke laughed, No.
Does that make you feel better? Wu Aigua left with a bittersweet smile. Zhao Hohat asked, What did she say? She wasn't in a hurry to find her daughter a partner anymore, as their family situation was improving. Her daughter would have good fortune in the future. Anyway, her daughter has high standards and is capable, so she wouldn't settle for just anyone. Zhao Hohat and Taiju decided not to interfere with her daughter's choices and would wait until she found someone. Unknowingly, in Zhao Hohat's heart, Han Ke had become a capable person, the most capable in the Han family, and capable people have their own ideas.
Anke strav, no chance.
This matter is settled. Here's Lewan's address. After we get the address, we need to get going. In a bit, you can give my brother a haircut. I will go to the team to get an introduction letter and then book a train ticket to the county. We need to leave soon.
Right.
Call your brother over. Han Ke called Han Liio, and Zhao Hohat took scissors and a comb to give her third son a haircut in the yard while Han Ke supervised. Following Han Ke's instructions, Zhao Hohat gave Han Laosan a neat and tidy hairstyle. His hair was a bit long before, but now his ears were fully visible. The top was cut into layers, making the young man look quite spirited. As a result, Han Lichuan and Han Lixia thought it looked good too, so they asked their mother to cut their hair as well. In the afternoon, when it was time to work, Han Ke went to the team office, where the team leader and secretary, Zhou Jianxi, issued her an introduction letter. At this moment, Han Ke had to speak frankly. Going to Nanjing and back, plus handling affairs, would take more than half a month. Zhou Jianxi gritted his teeth and issued a 1-month leave. He handed the introduction letter to Han Ke, saying, I've written you a 1-month introduction letter, but you need to negotiate with Dr. Wu for a month off from the medical office. Han Ke replied, Don't worry, Captain. My brother will discuss it with Dr. Wu. In the afternoon, Han Liio went to the health center. Teacher, I need to request a month off. Wu Wenzhou was surprised. Why do you need a month off? He thought this young man was still heartbroken and planned to stay home to heal, losing interest in work. Many people were watching this position, waiting for Han Liio to make a mistake. Han Liio had been quite affected by the situation with Lewan a few days ago. He had been sick and resting at home for several days, and some in the team were already gossiping. Han Liio said, "Teacher, I need to find Lewan. I can't just leave things unclear. I need to give myself an explanation. You know I'm stubborn, and I can't work well when my mind is elsewhere. It's better to seek clarity quickly." Hearing this, Wu Wenzhou felt relieved. Although the young man was stubborn, he wasn't completely hopeless. "Do you know Lewan's address?"
Han liker nog det.
"I found the address." Wu Wenzhou thought for a moment. "I have a junior who works at a hospital in Nanjing. Since you're going there, could you take a letter for me? He is also your senior, so it would be good for you to meet him. If you're pursuing this path, you should know some colleagues." Han Liio nodded. "Sure." Wu Wenzhou took out some stationery from his drawer and wrote a letter to his junior while leaning on his desk. They were from the same school and taught by the same teacher. The teacher had been sent away after being reported by a senior. This junior had just been vindicated and wrote to Wu Wenzhou last month, mentioning that the situation was changing. Perhaps one day, Wu Wenzhou would also leave this small place and return to the provincial hospital. This letter was meant to check in on his junior and strengthen their relationship, but mainly to introduce his student and help him expand his network. This small valley couldn't hold back his student. He would have a brighter and more promising future ahead. After finishing the letter, he handed it to Han Liio. "Go take care of your matters. Once you finish, come back and focus on your work and studies. You can trust me to manage on my own for this month." Han Liio deeply bowed to his teacher. He was a straightforward person and didn't know how to use sweet words. A bow said everything without needing to speak. He understood the kindness of his teacher, recognized the effort put into his education, and appreciated the dedication shown to him. As Wu Wenzhou said, after this matter is settled, he would study even harder to repay his teacher's support. Han Ku went to the county town in the afternoon with a letter of introduction. When he arrived at the train station, he realized that getting a sleeper ticket wasn't easy. He had to find someone to help him, and just having the letter wasn't enough. After much persuasion and flattery, Han Ku managed to buy 2 tickets for upper and lower berths for the train the next afternoon. After buying the tickets, he took the last bus back to town. After dinner, the siblings began to pack their things, which weren't much, just a few sets of clothes. A large travel bag was enough. Zhao Hohot took out the remaining money at home, giving 100 in total, with 50 for the daughter and 50 for the son. Han Laosan didn't have any money, but Han Ku did. She didn't want Zhao Hohot to give her a stern look, so she accepted it, promising to pay her back when she returned. Later that night, Han Liio entered Zhao Hohot's room, hesitating to speak. Zhao Hohot, annoyed, told him, "Either say it quickly or get out.
Don't waste my time."
Han Liio licked his lips and said, "Mom, I want to talk about the 1,000 yuan that Lewan took. Although she tricked me and we haven't been a real couple in 3 years, I don't plan to ask her for that money back. Her marrying me was compensation enough. I know that money belongs to the family, not something I earned, but I promise that one day I will return that amount to the family, even if it means borrowing it." Han Liio had thought about this for 2 or 3 days before making his decision. This left Zhao Hohot feeling frustrated. She wanted to scold her son, but seeing his red eyes and his humble demeanor made it hard for her to do so. She felt unwilling to just give away 1,000 yuan. The two of them silently faced each other in the room for a while, but in the end, Zhao Hohot gave in. That woman, Lewan, really caused trouble. "All right, my son is brave. But I tell you, after this, you must move on. Forget about that woman completely and live your life as you should when you come back. I'll take spending 1,000 yuan as a way to buy your indifference. But let me be clear, if that woman regrets it one day and comes back to you, if you dare to get involved with her again, I will no longer consider you my son. From now on, there will be no Han Liio in the Han family. I'm not trying to scare you. I mean what I say. Besides, I don't need more sons. Losing one won't hurt me." Originally, Han Liio was feeling sad, but his mother's harsh threats washed away his sorrow. He smirked and said, "Got it. When I come back, I'll go up the mountain to gather herbs. I will repay the money I owe.
Get lost.
Gathering herbs? Do you think the wolves up there are vegetarian? You'll be running around the mountains looking for herbs? Go back to your room. I don't want to see you right now. Just seeing you reminds me of the 1,000 yuan I lost. That's like cutting off my flesh. Zhao Ho waved her hand, shooing her son away like a fly. People say daughters are a financial burden, but she thinks sons are the real burden. They all want money. After raising them, you have to help them find wives, build houses, and take care of their children. Isn't that a financial burden? The next morning, the siblings finished breakfast and set off with their bags. Since there were only 2 buses to the county in the morning and afternoon, they had to leave in the morning. When they arrived in the county, they went home first, where Han Taiju happened to be. The 3 of them had worked for 2 days, and the kitchen was filled with 4 sets of planting boxes, neatly lined up against the wall. The soil was filled, and the seeds had been sown. While Han Taiju was talking to Han Liio, Han Ke quietly slipped into the kitchen and watered the seeds with diluted spring water. They would probably sprout 2 days after she left. In the afternoon, Han Taiju had to go to work. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded the siblings to be safe on the road, not to talk to strangers, and especially not to eat anything given by strangers. He was worried that his 2 silly kids might get abducted. His father's words reminded Han Ke that she had forgotten to take food from her space. Before coming here, she had bought quite a few meat buns, which were still in her space. She had only enjoyed a few when she was alone. Lately, she had been going to the county so often that she forgot about the meat buns. She needed to remember to bring some back next time. She told Han Liio she was going out for a bit and quickly ran off. After wandering around outside, she returned with an oiled paper bag containing a dozen large meat buns. The buns were still warm. Han Ke steamed the buns in the space, making them look freshly made. Third brother, you try one first. These big meat buns are full of juice when you bite into them. Let's taste them first and save a few for Dad. We can eat the rest on the train, Han Ke said as she handed a bun to Han Liio. Han Liio took the hot bun and took a bite. It was indeed delicious. Very delicious. The skin was thin, and the filling was generous, with a big piece of meat inside. Chewing revealed the fresh flavors of green onions and ginger. Are the buns in the county this good? Han Liio finished one bun quickly, and seeing he wanted more, Han Ke handed him another. Sanjeda was a foodie, and her third brother was also a foodie. If these 2 got together in the future, they would have a lot in common. While eating the bun, she replied with her mouth full. Fortunately, Han Liio was easygoing and didn't press her for details. If Han Laodi were around, Han Ke wouldn't dare to act this way. Even though he didn't talk much, he was very observant. The siblings set off around 2 in the afternoon, carrying just 1 bag each. They arrived at the train station and sat on a bench in the waiting area. This waiting room was built when life was better, sturdy and spacious. Han Liio watched the people coming and going, feeling anxious. He thought if he lost his sister over something trivial, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Finally, they heard the announcement to board the train. Han Liio held the bag in one hand and grabbed his sister's hand with the other, his eyes scanning everywhere like a hawk, suspicious of everyone. The 2 of them slowly moved toward the ticket gate. At the ticket gate, Han Liio handed the tickets to the attendant. The train tickets were small and rectangular like little cards. The attendant took the tickets and cut a piece from each to validate them. After receiving the tickets back, the siblings entered the platform and finally relaxed. It felt much more comfortable there. Before long, they heard the loud whistle of the train arriving. The train finally arrived, the wheels screeching on the tracks. The doors opened, and a crowd rushed out. They heard various voices. Don't push. Hey, what's the rush? If we don't get off, how will you get on? Kids, don't push. There are children here. Han Ke thought that people really need to improve their manners. In later times, everyone knew to line up orderly, but back then, there was no such awareness. Han Liio held onto Han Ke tightly and pushed through the crowd to get on the train. Both siblings were strong, easily parting the crowd and making their way onto the train. As soon as Han Ke got on the train, she covered her nose because of the smell. The train was filled with all sorts of things, and some people even brought chickens on board. Luckily, they were in a sleeper car, so once they closed the door, the noise outside was blocked out. They found their compartment, and the siblings entered to locate their beds. Inside, there were 4 bunks in total. There weren't many beds, but Han Ke was satisfied. However, the bed was very dirty, and Han Ke couldn't sit on it. Han Liio saw his sister pull out 2 pieces of cloth from her bag. When did she put those in there? He scratched his head. He helped Han Ke make the beds, and only then did she climb to the upper bunk. She preferred the top because it was cleaner and quieter. Once everything was set, the siblings lay down on their beds. The train whistled, and then slowly started moving. The train jolted Han Ke to sleep, and she eventually dozed off. When Han Ke woke up, there were already people in the other 2 beds. She had no idea how long she had been asleep. Han Liio mentioned that the train had stopped once, and those 2 people got on during that stop. For dinner, they bought the meals provided on the train. It wasn't tasty, but it was enough to get by. Han Ke took out some buns for Han Liio to eat. The journey was peaceful, without any human traffickers or strange passengers like in novels. The siblings had to change trains a few times, and the temperature rose as they traveled south. Their winter coats were becoming too warm. Even though it was hot, they resisted changing clothes because the smell on the train was unbearable. New clothes would just absorb that odor. Thankfully, after a few days, they finally reached Nanjing station. Once they got off the platform, they quickly found a guest house to stay in. This guest house was nice and had hot water. Han Liio took a good shower, while Han Ke used her space to wash up. She had also taken the chance to clean herself at her space while using the restroom on the train, so she was much cleaner than Han Liio. Since they arrived in Nanjing in the morning, after showering and changing into new clothes, they left the guest house to find a state-run restaurant for breakfast. After all, it was a big city. The roads were wider than those in their county, and there were crowds of people everywhere with bicycles all around. It was like an ocean of bicycles. Han Liio was amazed. To be honest, this trip really opened his eyes. He used to think their county was impressive, but now seeing Nanjing made it feel like a small village. Han Ke, however, was not overly surprised, as she came from a bustling era in the future, so her perspective on the city was quite different from Han Liio's. As they looked at the city and the people were also looking at them. The young man and woman stood out remarkably. Han Ke, who was already stunning, looked even more impressive in this outfit. Han Liio was over 1.8 meters tall, with a straight posture, and his face was a mix between a young heartthrob and a stylish man, giving him a charm that was somewhere between a big boy and a man. This attracted the attention of many young girls, making Han Ke very pleased with their appearance. The siblings strolled around, sightseeing while searching for a state-run restaurant. After asking some passers-by, they finally found one. Being a state-run restaurant in a big city, it was much larger than those in smaller towns. There were many food options inside, but the siblings only ordered soy milk and fried dough sticks. After spending several days on the train, they didn't have much appetite and only wanted soy milk and fried dough sticks. Han Ke stirred the soft fried dough sticks in the soy milk with a spoon. "Third brother, after we finish eating, will you go to your master's uncle, or first look for Lewan's household registration?" Han Liio stared at the soy milk, feeling unusually unable to eat. He felt a bit of homesickness, as he was determined to confront her, but now that he was here, he wasn't sure how to approach her. Seeing him lost in thought, Han Ke didn't rush him, waiting for him to figure it out. "Let's find her first. Once that's settled, I won't have any worries left." Han Ke silently complained about this troublesome love. It could bring life and death, and make someone struggle for a lifetime. After finishing breakfast, the siblings left the state-run restaurant and followed the street and community committee's address. The city was large, and they faced many challenges along the way. While asking for directions and taking the bus, they even took the wrong bus twice before finding the community committee. At the community committee, they found the right person and learned Lewan's address. Once Lewan returned, her parents quickly arranged a match for her. Her household registration was transferred back, and her job was also arranged for her. She had no reason not to marry and no courage to refuse, even if she didn't like the man. The man was very ordinary looking, not tall, and wore glasses. He was the kind of face that would get lost in a crowd, unlike the young and handsome Han Liio. Moreover, this man was divorced, had 2 children, and was 10 years older than her. Lewan was assigned a job at a pharmaceutical factory, and this man was a mid-level manager there, leaving Lewan with no chance to back out. Losing this job is just a matter of someone saying a word. The man was very pleased when he saw Lewan's photo, but he felt a bit disappointed when he met her in person. However, since he had 2 children who needed care, he reluctantly agreed to the marriage. Lewan's photo was taken when she was around 17 or 18, and she was beautiful back then. After spending 10 years in the countryside, facing the elements, and now at 26, she returned looking worn out, making her appear over 30. She didn't look younger than the man who was 10 years older than her. Although Han Liio usually helped her with work, she also worked hard herself. Her hands, after so long, were not only rough but also had large joints. Honestly, if the man didn't have 2 kids, he might not have agreed to marry someone like Lewan. On the 3rd day after returning, they got their marriage certificate without holding a big wedding. The man said that a grand celebration would have a bad influence, but it was really because he didn't want to spend money. The only thing that pleased him was that she had her period on their wedding night, indicating that she was decent and not like some city girls who had lost their virtue. Lewan's dream of returning to the city came true, and she even found a job. Even though she was just a factory worker cleaning medicine bottles, she was happy. The man's family situation was decent. He had his own house and didn't live with his parents. However, the 2 children were quite troublesome. Since she married him, the kids had given her a hard time. She couldn't understand how they could be so naughty at such a young age. They often complained about her to their father, who would then give her a hard time and say she wasn't a good stepmother. It's safe to say that Lewan was not happy at all after getting married. To win over the 2 kids, she frequently bought them new clothes and snacks. The 1,000 yuan she had stolen from the Han family was almost all spent. Finally, she managed to appease the 2 little ones, and they stopped causing trouble for her and complaining to their dad. Only then did Lewan enjoy a few peaceful days. Lewan from the 2nd workshop. Someone is looking for you at the gate. Someone called out to her while she was scrubbing medicine bottles at the sink. This task seemed simple, but it was not easy at all. She had to work quickly, otherwise, she wouldn't complete her tasks and would have her pay deducted. So, her hands were in water all day long, and it was cold water. If it were summer, it would be better. But soaking in cold water during winter could affect her health and even her ability to have children. She thought that since her husband was a mid-level manager, after working for a while, she could ask him to transfer her to a different position. As a high school student, I shouldn't be stuck doing menial tasks like those without education, right? Hey, I'm coming, Lewan replied and went out, thinking it was someone from her family. At the gate, she asked, "Who is looking for me?" The guard pointed to the people at the entrance. At first glance, Lewan didn't recognize Han Ke and Han Liio because they were dressed so strikingly and they looked like a stunning pair. Although the siblings found the community center and learned Lewan's address, they were surprised to find out she was married and no longer lived with her family. Han Liio felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lewan had left Yangshigu less than a month ago and had already gotten married? According to a neighbor next to Lewan's family, she got married 3 days after returning home, and the man helped her find a job. The neighbor seemed to know a lot and had a somewhat strained relationship with Lewan's family, so they shared many details. They even mentioned that Lewan's family wanted to bring their daughter and son back from the countryside, which is why they married her off to a man who had been married before. This gave Han Liio a deeper understanding of Lewan. He realized that Lewan was not the person he thought she was. That was just a facade, and underneath it all was something toxic. What Lewan's family did was truly unethical. Han Ke thanked the neighbor and pulled the distracted Han Liio onto the bus, following the address given by the neighbor to find the pharmaceutical factory. Lewan finally recognized Han Liio, who looked at her with such complex emotions, as if he were looking at a stranger. Lewan suddenly felt the urge to hide, but the three of them stood openly at the entrance. She didn't know where to go under their intense gaze and felt rooted to the spot. Being looked at like that by Han Liio made her feel cold all over. After all, she felt guilty. Plus, she had stolen 1,000 yuan from the Han family. Even though she kept trying to justify her actions, stealing was an undeniable fact. Was Han Liio there to demand that money back? But she had almost spent it all. She had to buy wedding clothes, cosmetics, and household items, which cost her several hundred. Getting married is a significant event in life. Last time, she had nothing for her wedding, so this time she wanted it to be more presentable. Even if the man didn't spend a penny on her, it was still her lifelong commitment, and she wanted to honor herself. After marrying, she had also spent quite a bit on those 2 children. If they wanted money, how could she repay them? Han Ku assessed Lewan. She thought that when she returned, she would have a wonderful life. But looking at her outfit, wearing a white hat, a big apron, and arm sleeves, was this really the life she wanted? Was this what she was pursuing? In Han Ku's eyes, it was even better when she was with their family. At least she didn't look so worn out then. She still looked decent. This woman, who pretended to be so refined, now stood in stark contrast to the 2 siblings. Especially Han Liio. Compared to him, it felt like Lewan was 10 years older, which she couldn't accept. Why was he doing so well after she left him? All his claims of liking her seemed fake. If he truly cared, why was he dressed so well and looking even better than before? He should be struggling instead. Lewan clenched her fists. Han Liio's success provoked her, making her forget her own insecurities, replaced by hatred. She hated Han Liio for deceiving her, for coming to flaunt his success in front of her. She also resented the possibility that he might be asking for that money back. How could he? She had spent 3 years with him. Wasn't that worth $1,000? To put it bluntly, even if she had sold herself for 3 years, it would be worth more than that, right? He was just a petty country bumpkin. Lewan decided to take the initiative. She laughed sarcastically. What does it mean for you to stand in front of me dressed like this? A show of force, or trying to make me regret it? Or are you here to get that $1,000 back? She looked Han Liio up and down. Honestly, he did look appealing, but just having a nice face wasn't enough. He could never give her what she truly wanted. Ha! A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, even in fancy clothes. No matter how well you dress, you're still just a farmer. Do you want me to come back? Don't dream. Even if I'm eating scraps in the city, I won't go back to that remote place to enjoy life with you. I won't pay you back that $1,000. Wasn't my 3 years with you worth at least that? You didn't give me anything when I married you. Enough. You won't achieve your goal of showing off in front of me, so just leave. From now on, let's go our separate ways and never meet again. Lewan shouted in anger, venting her frustration over the unfairness of life. She had wasted the best 10 years of her life in that broken place, marrying this useless farmer who could only till the land. To return to the city, she reluctantly married a man who was divorced and became a stepmother. Why is Lewan's life so hard? Lewan is talented and beautiful. Why does fate treat her this way? She then looked at Han Ku. Seeing her shining with beauty made Lewan feel even more upset. It seemed like fate favored this village girl, giving her many advantages. Even if she was not born into a good family, her parents still favored her. What else does she have? Besides her looks, she has nothing. Men are often shallow and judge by appearances. If Emo Tsongji had seen her true qualities back then, she would have followed him without hesitation, and maybe her fate wouldn't be so tragic. But that man was blind to her inner self and only saw her looks. Han Liio watched Lewan's lips move without expression. Not only did she scold him, but she also belittled her own sister. At first, he felt heartbroken and angry, but later he became numb. Yes, he came to seek pain, to let himself completely let go. Now, his heart was completely dead. Was this Lewan's true nature? A man came out of the gate. He was Lewan's new husband. He had gone to the workshop to check on her, but she wasn't there. A co-worker told him someone was looking for his wife outside. He thought it was Li's family, as he had promised to arrange a job for his brother-in-law if Lewan married him, but he hadn't fulfilled that promise yet. The Li family was starting to complain about him. Moreover, his father-in-law had sent 2 messages through Lewan, urging him to arrange a job for his brother-in-law, even if it was just temporary work. So when he heard someone was looking for Lewan, he assumed it was someone from her family and went out to see. Across the street, Lewan was confronting a striking couple. How did he know it was a confrontation? Because Lewan was clenching her fists, her face flushed, while the couple looked at her with unfriendly expressions. The man was cold, and the woman had a sarcastic smile. Just from a side view, the man was already amazed. How did he not know that Lewan knew such outstanding people? Meanwhile, Lewan didn't notice her husband had arrived. Han-ka noticed, but didn't recognize him as Lewan's husband. Lewan kept talking back, while her brother remained silent. After hearing so many hurtful words from Lewan, Han-ka felt great and almost wanted to applaud her. Keep talking. It hurts. The harsher, the better. That's how to make Han Laosan's heart die. Han Laosan came to see Lewan's true self, but Han-ka couldn't keep quiet. After traveling such a long way, shouldn't she say something to justify herself? With her arms crossed and her chin held high, she looked down at Lewan with an air of superiority. She was already taller than Lewan, and with her half-heeled shoes, she seemed a head taller. Although Lewan spoke confidently, she still felt overshadowed by Han-ka's presence. You act so high and mighty in our Han family, ignoring most people and barely saying a few words a day. I thought you were truly noble. But look at you now. You can talk quite well, and your words are no better than those of the loud women from Yangshigu. Of course, a woman like you, who hides her true self behind a facade of nobility, can easily deceive someone as naive as my third brother. Do you know third brother? When Emo Tsongji came to propose, it was this woman who chased after him, spreading lies about me. As a woman, I understand her intentions. She simply wanted to shamelessly offer herself. Her behavior of pretending to be virtuous while being deceitful was revealed to me by Mo Tsongji's bodyguard. For the sake of family peace and your reputation, I didn't confront her. Humph. How can I say she's noble when her true nature is so dirty? She is as vile as they come. Women like Simai Khan are bad on the surface, but she is rotten to the core. She's like a maggot in a filthy place, disgusting and hidden from view. Just look at her. When she shares a bed with you, she eats from one pot while eyeing another, always ready to betray you. And you still consider her a treasure? Han Liquiu clenched his fists. Lewan, I really underestimated you. No, I was foolish to misjudge you. You came to me in desperation, crying and begging for help. Now you look down on the Han family and even hate us. But to me, you are a thankless wolf. Without the Han family, you would have been ruined by someone named Chen. Your so-called marriage to me was just a trick to use my protection for your own safety and to secure a long-term support. As he spoke, Han Liquiu seemed like a different person, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness. He accepted how this woman had treated him before. He had been blind to her true nature, and he deserved to be deceived by her. But why does this woman want to harm her own younger sister? The jealousy of women is truly frightening. Although he is a bit naive, he now understands that Lewan is jealous of her sister. Mi Chunhua is jealous of her mother's favoritism towards her younger sister, while Lewan is jealous of her sister's qualities because her sister is so outstanding that even a sister-in-law like her feels envious. It's as if Han Liio is blind. No, he is completely lost. Han Ke smirked sarcastically. You just said that the 1,000 yuan was compensation from our family? So, here's the question. You and my third brother are not divorced yet, and now you are getting married again. Does that count as a woman marrying 2 husbands? Isn't that bigamy? Don't tell me you didn't get a certificate or that you don't have a marital relationship. If that's the case, then you are stealing. Stealing 1,000 yuan is not a small matter. It could land you in prison for years. After Han Ke said this, Lewan felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit. the chill reaching her feet. She opened her mouth, but couldn't argue back. Yes, in the Han family, this sister-in-law who usually seems indifferent and acts like an observer is actually the most formidable one. Not only is her tongue sharp, but her pen is even sharper. With her own clumsiness, how could she gain an advantage over someone so eloquent? What should she do now? They only offered her two choices and both were dead ends. Perhaps she had gotten used to pretending to be weak in front of Han Liio. She covered her mouth, her eyes reddening, tears welling up. Han Liio, are you just going to watch your sister bully me? I'm a pure and innocent girl, and sleeping on the same bed with you for 3 years was fake? I don't want to go back to that hard life. Please let me go. I can't repay that money. Please don't pressure me. If you keep pushing me, I might as well end it all. Can you give me a way out? Her last words, seemingly desperate, were shouted out. Who is really not giving the other a way out? You quietly stole money from the house and ran away without a word, not even saying goodbye to my third brother. Do you know what happened to this fool after you left? He had a high fever for 2 days because of you. Our family had to report the theft of 1,000 yuan, and he knelt in front of our parents, begging them not to report it. Lewan, let me tell you, he is probably the only fool in the world who treats you this way, yet you abandoned him. Do you look down on my third brother? Do you look down on our Han family? Then what makes you so special? Every day you act like a big shot, pretending to be important. Who are you trying to impress? Do you think too highly of yourself? Your dad is just an ordinary doctor at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and your mom is just a primary school teacher. With your background, how can you look down on our family? Who do you think you are? As Han Ke took a step forward, Lewan stepped back. At that moment, Lewan could only cover her mouth and cry softly. Those who didn't know the situation might think Han Ke was being aggressive.
Lewan.
The man across the street had been listening closely to their conversation. He knew Lewan had married in the countryside. When the two families discussed it, Lewan's parents said that without a marriage certificate, they were not a real couple. Besides, Lewan wasn't completely devoted to that man. If she were truly committed to her rural husband, he wouldn't have been the bad guy trying to break up a loving couple. With his position, he could easily find someone to help him with household chores and childcare. But he never expected that this woman would leave him and even steal his money. Lewan looked across the street in fear, forgetting to cry, unsure of how much the man had heard. She didn't know how to defend herself, just staring in terror as the man walked closer. The man in his 30s, wearing glasses, angrily approached them. Hello, I am Lewan's husband. My last name is Feng, and my name is Feng Jun. As soon as Han Liio heard that this man was Lewan's husband, he wanted to step forward and confront him, but Han Ke stopped him. What are you doing? Are you really going to fight over a woman like her? Can't you forget her? Under Han Ke's glare, Han Liio suddenly came to his senses. He was used to standing up for Lewan. Han Ke turned to Feng Jun. Hello. Since you say you are her husband, I have a question for you. When you got involved with Lewan, did you know she had a husband? Feng Jun looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, feeling guilty and avoiding her gaze. The answer was clear. He knew. Doesn't that count as a lack of moral integrity? Being a third party? To put it bluntly, isn't that being a scoundrel? Then Han Ke took out a few documents from her bag. Don't deny it. You can't deny it. The whole village knows what their relationship is. Here are the letters from our Yangshiga village and their marriage certificate. Even though they didn't have a formal certificate, living together for 3 years is a de facto marriage. You're educated. You should understand what a de facto marriage means. They ran away together without getting a divorce, and you married her openly. Comrade Feng Jun, how should we settle this? She not only left but also stole 1,000 yuan from our family. This document is proof from the police, and she just admitted it herself. Don't believe her when she says she was with my brother for 3 years and deserves 1,000 yuan just for sharing a bed. Our family never sought to marry her. She begged my brother for protection. She wanted to escape trouble and avoid work, hoping to find a long-term support, so she deceived my honest brother. In the end, my brother fed her for 3 years and acted as her bodyguard, and now she wants money? It should be the other way around. She should pay my brother. Also, what you two did is not looked upon kindly in the village. It's considered disgraceful. Feng Jun felt embarrassed by Han Ke's words. Honestly, he had been a leader for several years and was used to being praised, but no one had ever confronted him like this. The beautiful girl in front of him spoke sharply, making it hard for him to argue back. If she handed over the documents to her workplace, he might lose his position or even his job. He shot a fierce glare at Lewan, who was still pretending to be weak and crying. I'm sorry, comrades. We were wrong. I realize my mistakes, and it's not right that we caused you such a loss. I will repay the 1,000 yuan. How does that sound? I hope you can let us go this time. Life is hard. I have parents to support and young children. What will happen to my family if I lose my job? Han Ke looked at Han Liio, wanting to see his attitude. It was a test for him. No matter what Han Liio decided, she was determined to take the 1,000 yuan back. Although she didn't care much for the money, she wouldn't let someone like Lewan get away easily. Han Liio said, I trust my sister. Those few words left Lewan feeling hopeless. There's a saying that a couple shares a bond after just one day together. After being with him for 3 years, he would abandon her like this? She felt even more worthless. Didn't he realize that after Feng Jun paid 1,000 yuan, her situation would be difficult? They were never truly a couple, and being a stepmother was hard. Losing 1,000 yuan meant Feng Jun would not treat her well in the future. She was only 26. If a couple's relationship is not good, how will she live in the future? Will she get divorced again? Lewan looked at Han Liio with a pleading expression, but Han Liio was no longer fooled. He turned his face away and refused to look at her.
Han Liios reaktion som är att satisfid han ke.
In the end, this matter concluded with Feng Jun giving 1,000 yuan to the Han family, and Han Liio completely lost hope in Lewan. A few people found a sheltered spot to meet. Normally, such matters should involve a middleman as a witness, but Feng Jun was too afraid. The fewer people who knew, the better. More knowledge meant more risk. He didn't want to gamble his future. Han Ke counted the money, exactly 1,000. As for the living expenses you owe for the 3 years you spent in our home, consider it a reward for sleeping with my brother.
Reward?
This shameless village girl dared to insult Lewan with the word reward? Lewan wanted to rush up and slap her, but she feared this shameless girl might turn it against her. The Han family had a reputation for being tricky. Lewan absolutely refused to admit that she was actually afraid of her former sister-in-law. Han Ke calmly watched the fierce look in Lewan's eyes. She enjoyed the feeling of being hated, but unable to be harmed. Little sister, let's go. We have other matters to attend to. Han Liio pulled Han Ke away, without looking back, not even glancing at Lewan. Before seeing Lewan, he had thought of many things. He might be angry, furious, or questioning. But he never expected to feel relieved. It wasn't giving up, it was letting go. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Only pain can lead to giving up, and he felt no pain. Surprisingly, he felt completely relaxed. It was as if the chains binding him had suddenly vanished, and he could breathe freely. He now understood that he had not been happy for the past 3 years. Lewan was a chain around him, and he was only just realizing it. Looking at Lewan with fresh eyes, she was not so special after all. As his sister said, he had seen too little of the world. In his first marriage, he had encountered a bad woman. He felt a bit regretful for himself, but that was all. He couldn't dwell on it any longer. Han Liio left, not looking back. Lewan watched his tall, handsome figure gradually fade away, and her heart suddenly felt empty. She even began to feel a hint of regret. Was it worth it? Was it the right thing to do? For the first time, she doubted her own decision.
What are you still looking at? He's already gone.
He won't look back, even if you think you're better than him. Just because he's from the countryside doesn't mean he's not better than you. The man you were with wasn't bad. I didn't expect him to be such a good guy. You lost a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Are you regretting it now? I heard Feng Jun's sarcastic voice. Feng Jun was really frustrated with Lewan.
1,000 yuan.
Even if his whole family didn't eat or drink, it would take him over 2 years to save that much money. When he divorced his wife, all the money went with her. He had saved up all that money by being frugal, and now this woman he married took it all away. Regret. That's the only feeling he has now. Marrying Lewan cost him a lot. He helped her get a job and spent a lot on favors, plus he lost 1,000 yuan. It hurt him deeply. At first, he was introduced to several women, some divorced, some widowed, but all had children. He didn't want to marry a woman with kids, fearing she would favor her own children over his. Lewan was young and beautiful, and the matchmaker said she had a good, gentle personality, so he chose her. But was she really gentle and kind? He wished he had chosen someone else. At least he wouldn't have to arrange a job and lose so much money. Especially after meeting Lewan, he was disappointed in her looks, but since she had no kids, he accepted it. Now this woman has cost him so much money that he is thinking about divorce. But he can't. If he divorces again, it will be his third marriage, and that will affect his reputation. Also, he doesn't want to let Lewan off easily. She must work hard to earn back that 1,000 yuan. Lewan was already angry from being bullied by Han Ke, and now with Feng Jun's sarcastic remarks, she couldn't hold back anymore. Yes, I regret it. Even though Han Laosan doesn't have a job and is just a simple man, he's younger and better looking than you. Look at you, not even 40 and you're going bald. My former father-in-law looked younger than you. People might think you're my dad. If it weren't for you helping me find a job, would I marry an old man like you who's ugly and has 2 kids? It's just 1,000 yuan. I'm a young woman. I deserve more than that. Here we go again. Feng Jun spat. I see why people say you have no shame. You act like you're for sale. That piece of meat isn't worth 1,000. Starting this month, all your salary goes to me. I can't help with your brother's job situation. Why should I? You promised me before. If you hadn't agreed to help my brother find a job, I would never have married you. I didn't even ask for your salary, and now you have the nerve to ask me for it? Are you living off me? If I wanted someone like that, I'd choose someone like Han Laosan, not someone as old and unattractive as you. The two started arguing by the roadside, and it escalated to physical confrontation. It was clear that Lewan's future would be chaotic, but that was no longer related to Han Ke and Han Liio. Han Liio said, "Little sister, let's go have lunch now. After lunch, I'll take you to the guest house, and in the afternoon, I'll go to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to see my master." Han Ke nodded, "Okay, you handle your things, and I'll wait for you at the guest house. So, don't worry, I'll be fine no matter how late you come back." Of course, she was being sarcastic. She was just reassuring Han Laosan to take his time outside, so he could focus on selling ginseng. The siblings went back to the state-run restaurant where they had breakfast. After eating, they returned to the guest house. After resting for a bit, Han Liio reminded Han Ke to lock the door and not open it unless it was him knocking. Then he took the bus to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He asked around and finally arrived at the hospital. His master's name was Wang Beicheng, and he learned from the nurses that Wang was seeing patients today. Han Liio found the outpatient department, and the door to Wang Beicheng's office was open, likely because he arrived early and there were no patients waiting in the hallway. He saw 2 men inside the office, both wearing glasses. One was around 40 and the other around 50. He guessed the younger one might be his master, Wang Beicheng. "Old Li, it's not that I don't want to help you. After all these years, how could I not? It's just that I just got back, and my connections aren't established yet. Just wait a bit and see," the man in his 40s said earnestly to the older man. Han Liio didn't want to interrupt their serious conversation, so he stood outside waiting for them to finish before going in. I see everyone else is back to work, and I still haven't resolved my situation. Director Wang, I understand. I'll wait, the older man said as he stood up. Thank you for understanding me. Really, I feel a bit embarrassed. But don't worry, I won't forget about you. I promise. You are very skilled at your job, and not returning to work would be a big loss for the hospital. The man in his 40s also stood up. Han Liio saw that the 2 men seemed to have finished their conversation, so he stood at the door and knocked. Both middle-aged men looked toward the door. Wow, what a spirited young man. Wang Beiqing thought he was a patient. Come, young man, please sit. Li Quan moved aside, looking the young man up and down. He really looked sharp. His attire and demeanor showed he was not an ordinary person. Although it was said that he had been vindicated, he hadn't truly been cleared yet. Many of his colleagues had been reassigned, while he remained at the unit. Being a doctor was impossible now. He could only clean at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He wasn't reassigned because he had reported a colleague, and his whistleblowing had kept him in the city. Now, the colleagues he reported had returned to their jobs, while he was still waiting to go back to his original position. He was a doctor. How could he be cleaning toilets every day? Wang Beiqing had returned to his position and was promoted to deputy director, which made Li Quan think. He used to have a good relationship with Wang Beiqing and hoped he could help him change positions. The salary difference between being a doctor and cleaning toilets was significant, and it was hard for him to accept the change in status. He was embarrassed and didn't want to go to work, but he couldn't give up the income. So every day, he tried to avoid his former colleagues to prevent awkwardness. Today, he came to the office again to urge Wang Beiqing to hurry up. "Excuse me, are you Wang Beiqing?" Han Liio asked.
"Ah,
I am. What brings you here?" Wang Beiqing replied, realizing the young man wasn't there for treatment. He looked healthy and didn't seem to have any issues. Han Liio smiled and gave a respectful greeting. "Hello, Master Wang, my name is Han Liio. I am a student of Wu Wenzhou. I came to Nanjing for business, and my teacher asked me to bring you a letter." He took a letter from his pocket and presented it with both hands.
"Ah,
"You are the talented student my senior mentioned in the letter?" Wang Beiqing said, taking the letter and looking Han Liio up and down. "What a good young man. No wonder my senior brother is so proud." After returning to work, Wang Beiqing wrote letters to his fellow students to let them know he was safe. Later, Wu Wenzhou replied, introducing a talented student named Han Liio. He mentioned that this young man had great talent in traditional Chinese medicine and was the best student he had encountered in his years of practice, praising him highly. As someone who loves medicine, Wang Beiqing naturally appreciated such a promising newcomer. Good. I am your uncle, haha. Your teacher has praised you to the skies. Are you afraid I might test you to see your true skills?" Han Liio replied, "My teacher is overpraising me. I have only studied medicine for a short time and learned some basic knowledge. I hope you can guide me. This young man is a disciple of Wu Wenzhou. That guy is very picky when it comes to choosing students. Anyone selected by him must be exceptional." Li Quan, who was supposed to go clean the restroom, decided to stay. He knew Wu Wenzhou, who was quite a prominent figure in the field, especially since he was a top expert among the few masters in the country. Being a disciple of such a person surely promised a bright future. Since there was nothing urgent and nothing that couldn't be shared with outsiders, Wang Beiqing didn't send Li Quan away. What followed was an interaction between the uncle and nephew, with questions and answers flowing smoothly. From basic knowledge to various cases, Han Liio answered effortlessly. Wang Beiqing noticed that this young man's foundational knowledge was very solid, though he lacked some clinical experience. It was a pity. If he could intern at their hospital for a while, he would make significant progress. "Ah, if only you could stay here for some time. I could guide you during your internship at our hospital," Wang Beiqing said regretfully. Han Liio smiled. "I took a month off this time. Although the time is short, I think it would be great to intern with you for a few days." "Oh, you took a month off? Is there anything else you need to take care of? If you have any difficulties, don't hesitate to ask your uncle for help." It seemed unlikely that he would take a month off just to deliver a letter. Wang Beiqing thought the young man must have other matters to attend to, and since he was unfamiliar with the area, he wanted to help as much as he could. Han Liio was an honest person and felt that his uncle was like family, so there was nothing he couldn't share. "Actually, I came because of my divorce. My teacher also asked me to deliver a letter to you." "What divorce? Your wife is from Nanjing? How could such a good young man get divorced? Is that girl blind?" "My ex-wife was a young, educated woman from our area. We were married for 3 years, and I thought I treated her well. But she just left without a word. I was upset and wanted answers, so I traveled all this way. Li Quan interrupted. Young man, you were taken advantage of. Never marry a young educated woman. They might leave for the city at any time. If she wants to go, let her. You're still young and can find someone better. A woman like that isn't worth your time. Old Wang, the world is changing. Today's youth are different from our generation. Have you met her? Han Liio replied, I saw her, and she is already married. The funny thing is, she had made plans with someone else before we even divorced. She married a man who had been married before and has 2 kids, just to go back to the city. Everyone has their own dreams. If she thinks that's what she wants, then I wish her well. Li Quan slapped his thigh and gave Han Liio a thumbs up. Good job, young man. You're handling this well. A real man can move on. Her leaving shows she has short-sightedness and bad luck. Wang Beiqing agreed. Dr. Li is right. A real man knows how to let go. Han Liio smiled. Uncle, I really have moved on. By the way, I heard my ex-wife's father works at your hospital, named Li. I think he used to be a doctor, but is now cleaning. Li Quan. Wang Beiqing. Shocked and in disbelief, Li Quan pinched his thigh hard. If this young man's ex-wife is named Lewan and her father cleans at a Chinese medicine hospital, it must be him. He had forgotten what his daughter's husband was called. She mentioned it in a letter, but he didn't pay attention. It seemed to be Han. How little they cared about this son-in-law. Li Quan regretted wanting to hit the wall. No, the most pressing issue was the embarrassment. Wang Beiqing was looking at him with a smirk, as if mocking him for not recognizing someone valuable. He rejected a promising young son-in-law for his daughter and chose a nearly 40-year-old divorced man with 2 children. Li Quan felt like his head was going to explode. Everything around him was fading, and his face was so hot he could fry an egg on it. He had just been talking proudly about educated youth, filled with prejudice against them, shamelessly saying they shouldn't marry, and criticizing the young man's ex-wife for being immoral. When he learned that the ungrateful young woman was his daughter, he felt a loud buzz in his head, as if thunder had struck right next to him. At that moment, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Li Quan's lips trembled slightly. He wanted to say something but felt that any words would be meaningless. If he had known his ex-son-in-law was Wang Beiqing's nephew, he wouldn't have looked far for a son-in-law. With just one word from him, he could have gotten his job back. If he got his job back, would his daughter and son still have to worry? One wrong step led to another. What had he done? Wang Beiqing looked at Li Quan's aging face, which changed colors like a chameleon. Meanwhile, the straightforward Han Liio felt confused, wondering why this doctor named Li looked at him as if he were seeing a long-lost relative. Li Quan was completely panicked. What should he do now? His ex-son-in-law was Wang Beiqing's nephew. He was still hoping for his help to get his job back, but now he had offended him. A wave of despair washed over him. I have something to do. You all carry on, Li Quan said, and hurriedly left. It was too sudden. He needed to calm down and think of a plan. Han Liio looked at the flustered figure, puzzled. Master, what's wrong with Dr. Li? Wang Beiqing replied, nothing, he's busy. Don't mind him. Let's focus on our conversation. Busy? Busy cleaning toilets? Wang Beiqing scoffed inwardly. He didn't want to explain who Li Quan was to Han Liio. Since the marriage was over, it should be completely finished. Old Li was such a fool, and his daughter's short-sightedness made them unworthy of his nephew. Starting over with another man while still married was no different from being a matchmaker. This made Wang Beiqing re-evaluate Li Quan. The conclusion: his character was lacking. People in their circle had a flaw. They protected their own. Compared to Han Liio, Li Quan was nothing. Liio, I think you should stay this afternoon and see patients with me. Come home with me tonight. I'll have my wife cook some good dishes, and we can have a drink together. Your apprentice has come a long way, and as your uncle, I must treat him well. Han Liio said, Uncle, I can study with you at the hospital in the afternoon, but let's skip dinner because my sister is still at the guest house. Wang Beiqing replied, What? Why didn't you bring your sister along? First, learn with me at the clinic, then go back to the guest house, and bring your sister over. We can all have dinner at our house. Han Liio kept refusing, but he couldn't decline any further without seeming rude, so he agreed. It must be said that Han Liio's intelligence shines when he is away from Lewan. After Han Liio left, Han Ku also went out after putting on makeup. She disguised herself as a middle-aged woman. She asked the guesthouse staff about the nearby pharmacy. There was a pharmacy close by, but Han Ku didn't want to go there because it was too close to the guesthouse and could lead to being followed. Fortunately, there was a large pharmacy 3 bus stops away from the guesthouse. When Han Ku arrived, she walked into the pharmacy. At that moment, there were no customers and 3 staff members, 1 man and 2 women, were chatting. Seeing Han Ku enter, one of the young female staff members asked, "Hello, how can I help you? Some of our medications require a referral, but these do not." The service was much better than at state-run restaurants and supply stores. Han Ku shook her head, her gaze fixed on the slightly older man. He appeared calm and was likely the manager of the pharmacy. Han Ku thought he might be the one in charge. She approached him and said, "Excuse me, I would like to speak with you privately." The man was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Han Ku reached into her bag and carefully revealed a small piece of ginseng. The man's eyes lit up instantly as he realized she was there to sell ginseng. His tone became warm. "Please come with me. We have an office where we can sit and talk." In a corner of the pharmacy, there was a small office. Han Ku sat down, and when the man offered her tea, she waved her hand to decline. "Do you buy ginseng at this pharmacy? I have a piece here, and I need money urgently. Otherwise, I wouldn't part with it." The man nodded repeatedly. He was an expert and could tell from the small piece she showed that it was good quality ginseng. "Yes, we do buy it. Please show me the ginseng so I can assess its quality." Han Ku slowly took out the cloth wrapped around the ginseng and handed it to the man. The man received it and carefully opened it to reveal the ginseng inside. When the full ginseng appeared, the man gasped in surprise. How many years had it been since he had seen such a good ginseng? This kind of ginseng is rare and hard to find. Encountering it once or twice in a lifetime is a blessing. The man's hands trembled with excitement. It seemed like he was not holding ginseng, but a beautiful treasure. His eyes were filled with amazement and joy as he examined the ginseng from different angles, sometimes getting closer to observe its texture, and at other times gently touching it. He even took out a magnifying glass to closely inspect every detail of the ginseng. After a moment, the man looked up, still filled with wonder and delight. "Comrade, to be honest, this is a great ginseng about 150 years old. It's truly rare." Han Ku just smiled, waiting for his next move. The man understood that the ginseng belonged to her, and she certainly knew how valuable it was and how many years it had. The man calmed his excited emotions. "How much do you want to sell this ginseng for?" Han Ku smiled and said, "You are the expert. You make the offer." "Ha! This woman is quite clever. She wants him to make the first offer, and then she will raise the price and negotiate." He understood the old trick. But this ginseng was of excellent quality, and he was determined to acquire it at any cost. If the pharmacy thought the price was too high and refused, he was ready to buy it privately. The man fell into deep thought, his mind racing. "How about this? I'll give a preliminary price, and you can see if it satisfies you. If not, we can negotiate further." He held up a finger. 1,000 yuan. Han Ku laughed. "Comrade, are you joking? If you don't want it, I can find someone else, so I won't waste your time." What a shrewd businessman. He sold a ginseng to Wu Wenzhou that was less than 100 years old for 700, and now he offers only 1,000 for a 150-year-old ginseng? Why not just rob it? Ha! This offer is far from her expected price. There was no sincerity in this price at all. Even if she had more ginseng than radishes in her space, it didn't mean she would sell it cheaply. Han Ku didn't hesitate. Without saying a word, she gently wrapped the ginseng back up and put it in her bag, turning to leave. Seeing that Han Ku was about to leave without bargaining, the man panicked. He didn't dare to grab her arm, so he only held onto the strap of her bag. "Comrade, please don't rush. Let's discuss this properly. It's business after all." Everything is settled through negotiation. Han Ke replied, I'm sorry, but your offer is too far from my expected price. It shows no sincerity. He gritted his teeth and raised 2 fingers again. 2,000 yuan. Han Ke remained silent, just looking at the man. The man started to feel anxious. He knew he had to offer a more sincere price. After thinking for a moment, he said, 3,000 yuan. This is the highest I can go. If you're still not satisfied, then I can't help you. Han Ke was quiet for a while, then slowly said, 4,000. Not a penny less. If you want to buy, do it now. If not, let me go quickly. I need to find another place. Don't waste my time. The man looked pained. This was going to empty his wallet. But he didn't want to miss out on this ginseng. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, deal. But this price won't be accepted at a pharmacy. I plan to buy it privately. I don't have that much cash on me, so I need to go to the bank. Come with me and wait there while I get my savings book. After they agreed, Han Ke followed the man out of the pharmacy. Han Ke waited outside the bank while the man hurried home on his bicycle. More than half an hour later, they came out of the bank, with the man carrying the ginseng and Han Ke holding 4,000 yuan. Han Ke felt amazed. Selling ginseng brought in money so quickly. Writing a novel to earn 4,000 yuan would take a long time and a lot of effort, using up many brain cells. But just like that, she could get money by selling a ginseng root. However, spending so much time selling ginseng disrupted Han Ke's plans. She had originally intended to visit at least 2 pharmacies, but now, looking at her watch, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Han Liio might have returned to the guest house and could be worried about her absence. Han Ke hurriedly took the bus back to the guest house, only to find that Han Liio was not there. Could she be looking for her? She asked the staff at the guest house, but they hadn't seen Han Liio return. Han Ke thought that Han Liio must have met with her master, and they would be catching up. The master would definitely ask about Wu Wenzhou, and with all the back and forth on the bus, it was probably around this time. Han Ke went into her space to take a shower, washed off her makeup, and changed back into her original clothes before leaving the space. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Little sister, open the door, it's me. I'm back. It was Han Liio's voice. Han Ke opened the door to see a lively Han Liio. This was unexpected. How can someone who just got dumped look so full of life? Han Liio had already moved on from his heartbreak by spending the afternoon at the hospital. A big hospital is very different from a small clinic. The clinic usually deals with minor issues, while serious cases are rare, so Han Liio had limited experiences there. But just this afternoon, he felt the difference between the small clinic and the big hospital. It was like a whole new world, and he forgot all about his breakup. Han Liio excitedly said, Little sister, I have to tell you, I interned at the hospital with my mentor this afternoon. And then he went on and on about what he saw and experienced at the hospital. It seemed like her brother had finally moved on from Lewan's shadow. The Han Liio in front of her was a completely new person. Han Ke smiled genuinely. How could she not be happy? Her brother, who was always lost in love, had finally healed. Now free from Lewan's hold, Han Liio seemed like a different person, full of energy and life. It was great to see him like this. It made her feel relieved. Little sister, I have to tell you, my mentor invited us for dinner at their home tonight. I tried to decline, but I couldn't. They see me as family, and if I keep refusing, it would feel like I'm treating my mentor like a stranger. So I agreed. I thought we shouldn't go empty-handed. Since it's still early and the store is open, let's buy something from the supply store. It's our first visit, and I can't go empty-handed, right? Han couldn't know what had changed in her brother that afternoon, but she felt that Han Laosan had completely transformed. From being clueless about life to now understanding it, he had only gone through one person, Lewan. Sounds good. Let's go now. Brother, I have a lot of vouchers that are about to expire, and they can be used anywhere in the country. Do you know? They were all exchanged for me by Sanjeda. Sanjeda. You know, I used to think she was a bit silly, but she is good character. Your family would be comfortable with you being friends with her. Han Ke smiled but didn't respond, just listening to her excited brother chatter on. When people are unhappy, they want to talk to someone, but when they are happy, they also want to share their joy. She wanted to be a good listener. Before the supply store closed, the siblings bought many gifts and headed to Wang Beicheng's home. Wang Beicheng and his wife were very welcoming, and the siblings received a warm reception. Han Ke knew that Han Laosan would stay in Nanjing for a few days, learning at the hospital with Wang Beicheng. She fully supported this because she also wanted to sell ginseng. In November, the northeast was already barren, with a biting cold wind. On the dirt road to Yangshigu, a bicycle struggled against the strong wind, and the rider was Wu Lei. Wu Lei couldn't close his mouth due to the wind, which made it look like a trumpet. But he was so happy that he couldn't help it. After sitting idle for more than half a month, thinking he was done for, he suddenly received a notice to attend a meeting at the town commune. To be honest, he felt very anxious going there, thinking his small position was lost for good. But the opposite happened. Not only did he keep his job, but he also got promoted. From now on, he would no longer be the village secretary of Yangshigu, but the deputy director of the commune office. How could he keep his mouth shut after receiving such good news? He rode with a big smile, letting the cold wind rush into him. When people are happy, they feel energetic. No matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't stop his eagerness to return home and share the good news with comrade Liu Tsuifan. He had to thank the Han family for his promotion, as it was their situation that brought him good fortune. When he arrived at the commune, he was informed that he had become the deputy director of the commune office. He was stunned at first, but later realized it was because the case involving Wang Zhaodi's sister made the news, which caught the attention of higher-ups. The two reporters must have written something that stirred things up after they returned. The girl from the Han family had mentioned that only with results could she continue writing. The newspaper staff were eager for stories, so the reporters revealed the matter. He only now understood that the leader who had threatened him was actually the secretary of a deputy county head. He had thought that person was a big deal. However, because of this secret maneuvering by someone named Chen, several leaders of the commune were implicated. Many were removed from their positions, and the deputy director position he now held was one of those vacated. Wu Lei's legs felt like they had small motors, and he rushed into the village and back home at lightning speed. She entered the house with a chill, took off her cotton jacket, and tossed it onto the bed. First, she poured herself a big cup of hot water and drank a few gulps to warm up her stomach. Liu Tsuifan sat cross-legged on the bed, squinting as she threaded a needle. "Oh dear, I'm getting older, and my eyes are getting worse. I've been at this for a long time, and still can't get it right. Didn't you go to the commune? What are the rules? Have you really become an ordinary citizen now?" Now, when she talked about it, Liu Tsuifan seemed calm. Wu Lei took a few big sips of warm water, finally feeling warm inside. He tossed his shoes onto the bed and sat facing Liu Tsuifan. Liu Tsuifan squinted and pouted while still threading the needle. Seeing the man across from her grinning widely, she asked, "What's going on? Did you drink something strange? Close your mouth quickly, or a fly might get in."
Ah.
"What are you doing?" "Oh my, we're already old friends. Why act like this? What if our daughter comes back and sees? Ha ha ha, so annoying, go away." Just as Liu Tsuifan was speaking, Wu Lei suddenly lunged at her, holding her face and giving her a couple of playful kisses on her cheeks. Liu Tsuifan shot him a mock glare, then burst into laughter. Embarrassed, she wiped her cheeks with her hand, saying, "Aren't we too old for this? What's gotten into you?" Since the incident with Emo Tsongji, the couple had quarreled quite a bit, and later they also argued over matters concerning the Han family. Their relationship seemed to have lost some of its warmth, as if there was a barrier between them. But just at that moment when Wu Lei kissed her, she felt that barrier vanish. Wu Lei leaned closer to Liu Tsuifan, saying, "Good news, very good news." Liu Tsuifan pushed his old face away with her hand, saying, "Speak properly, use real words." He, comrade Liu Tsuifan, I'm officially telling you that from now on, you are the wife of the deputy director of the commune. Liu Tsuifan was speechless. Wu Lei noticed her stunned expression and felt a bit proud, saying, "Good people get good rewards. I got promoted. Is that true? Lu Tsuefin seemed skeptical. Do you think I would lie about something like this?
Ah.
Oh my goodness. At that moment, Lu Tsuefin realized it was indeed true and didn't know how to express her feelings. Her fingers fumbled, unable to come together. Soon, her laughter could be heard outside the Wu family courtyard. Passers-by looked on in confusion. After Lu Tsuefin had laughed enough, she asked, "What's going on?" Wu Lei lay on the bed with his hands behind his head and his legs crossed. What else could it be? I cleared up the case for Wang Zhaodi's sister. That Chen guy is the secretary of the deputy county head. Chui Fen, did you know? Because of this, several commune leaders were removed. By the way, I even made it into the newspaper. Although they only wrote a few words about me, I was in the paper. I've made progress, you know. Lu Chui Fen nodded repeatedly. Yes, you've made progress. But I have to say, you're riding on the coattails of the Han family. Without them, how could you have offended that Chen guy and gotten promoted? That's why I say that girl from the Han family is a gem. I don't know what our family was thinking. I've made my feelings clear, but that kid hasn't made a move. After feeling happy, Lu Chui Fen was more concerned about when her son could bring Han Ke home. Wu Lei shook his head secretly. At the same time, a similar scene was happening in the Han family. Accountants Wu personally delivered a letter from the newspaper, and Zhao Hohat opened it to find not only a letter, but also a newspaper. Accountants Wu knew about the Wang family situation, so he stayed to read the newspaper and get the latest news. Here it is. Several heads searched until they finally found an article titled "On the Bureaucratic Style of Grassroots Officials." Oh my, isn't that Secretary Wu's name? Secretary Wu is in the newspaper. Zhao Hohat pointed to Wu Lei's name for accountants Wu to see. Isn't it? Wow, that's really an honor. Hey, Sister Hohat, next time your family offends a leader, call me. Don't worry, I'll fight against bad influences too, accountants Wu said, rubbing his hands shyly. He wanted to be in the newspaper too. Why was everyone looking at him strangely? He was just speaking the truth. Zhao Hohat and her daughter-in-law had nothing to say. Who goes around offending leaders for fun? In Nanjing, Han Ke still didn't know what had happened in Yangshugu. The siblings had clear roles. Han Laosan was interning at the hospital, while Han Ke looked for places to sell ginseng every day after he left. She thought she would meet Lewan, solve the problem, and go back, but unexpectedly, she had to stay there for several days. So, they didn't have enough clothes prepared. Han Ke found some suitable clothes from her space and told Han Laosan that she bought them with the money she retrieved from the 1,000 yuan. Han Liio thought that he could afford this amount of money, so he did not object. In Nanjing, Han Ke only visited 4 pharmacies. Even though the city is large, she did not dare to risk exposing herself. Selling 4 ginseng roots for over 10,000 yuan was enough for her to stop. Fortunately, she found a place in the black market and managed to sell some food and meat. However, food is not worth as much as ginseng. After nearly a week of effort, she only made a little over 3,000 yuan. A week later, Han Ke planned to return with Han Liio. Lewan had a bit of pride. Otherwise, how could she be called aloof, even if it was fake? But today, she had to come because her father pushed her to do so. Since Li Quan learned that Han Liio was his daughter's ex-husband and a disciple of Wang Beiqing, he was restless and couldn't sleep at night. To be honest, if Han Liio said just one word, he could get his job back. But he felt too embarrassed to ask, yet he was unwilling to give up. So, he called Lewan back and asked her to plead with Han Liio. At first, Lewan was unwilling and even argued with her father. The argument was quite ridiculous. Lewan blamed her dad, saying he was pushing her into a difficult situation. She used to have a good home with a loving husband, but he wanted to break them apart and make her marry a man with a previous marriage, even becoming a stepmother. Lewan pointed to the injury on her face, showing it to her parents and shouting at them, questioning their conscience for pushing her into a tough spot while helping her brother find a job. Her parents, facing her accusations, turned it back on her, saying she couldn't endure hardship. If others could stay in the countryside, why couldn't she? Moreover, the Han family treated her well, It was her own lack of gratitude that made her want to return to the city, writing letters urging her family to help her. They only came up with a solution after consulting her, and she agreed. Now, she was blaming them, which was truly ungrateful. In short, they argued and shifted blame back and forth. After the argument, things went back to normal. Lewan agreed to her parents' wishes and went to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. She hid around the corner of the hallway near the restroom, peeking from there. Lewan felt uncertain because she had fallen out with Han Liio. If she approached him suddenly, she feared he might embarrass her in front of others. Where would she put her face? After all, many people in the hospital knew her. Additionally, she darkly thought that perhaps Han Liio was in the hospital spreading rumors about her, Lewan, making her seem terrible. Lewan was hiding around a corner when she suddenly saw Han Liio in a white coat with several doctors. At that moment, Han Liio looked nothing like the rural person he used to be. He stood out among the doctors.
Lewan's harta ka painfully.
She wanted to call out to him, but reason told her not to approach since there were others nearby. Yet, she feared missing the chance to catch his attention. Fortunately, a child passed by, and she gave him a dime, describing Han Liio's appearance and asking him to call him over. After a moment, Han Liio came out of the ward, looking around. Liio, it's me, I'm over here, Lewan called out, peeking around the corner and waving at him. When Han Liio turned to look and saw Lewan, he didn't recognize her at first because her face was bruised. He turned to leave, feeling that he had nothing more to say to her, believing that any further conversation would be a waste of time. Since discovering Lewan's true nature, his perception of her had completely changed. She seemed even less admirable than other women in his eyes. Especially regarding her moral character, Lewan had a lot of room for improvement. Seeing Han Liio about to leave, she rushed forward and grabbed his arm. Liio, please just give me 10 minutes, okay? I only need 10 minutes. When had she ever begged Han Liio like this? For the past 3 years, she had always been in control, and Han Liio acted according to her mood. If she was happy, he was happy. If she was upset, he wouldn't dare to be happy. But after the divorce, their roles had reversed, and now she was the one begging him. Han Liio shook his arm free. Lewan, please have some self-respect. And keep your distance so others don't gossip. After saying this, Han Liio took several steps back, distancing himself from Lewan and looking at her with disgust. This look made Lewan very uncomfortable. I know you hate me because I did something wrong to you. Seeing her hesitate and fumble for words, Han Liio frowned. Let's talk outside. It's not good to discuss this here. He was worried that the doctors on rounds would see them, so he decided to take Lewan outside. Once they reached the hospital parking lot, he said, "What do you want? Please be quick, don't waste my time." Han Liio has now regained his normal intelligence. He took Lewan to an open space, but there were people all around. He stood several meters away from her to prevent her from getting too close, and the people nearby could see clearly. His attitude hurt Lewan deeply. Liio, are you going to work at the Chinese medicine hospital from now on? Instead of asking about Li Quan's job, she suddenly asked something she really wanted to know. Why does it matter to you if I do or not? Is that why you came to find me? I have nothing to say about it, and if there's nothing else, I'm going back. He didn't want to waste his time on unrelated matters when he had a rare opportunity for an internship in both Chinese and Western medicine.
Lewan zaia sparklat.
If Han Liio could work at the hospital, she might consider remarrying him. However, she hadn't forgotten Li Quan's advice. Biting her lip, she said, "Vice President Wang is your mentor, right? My dad told me that personnel changes in the hospital are decided by him. Can you talk to him about getting my dad back to work? My dad is a great doctor with decades of experience. It's a waste for someone like him to be doing cleaning work. Others might not be able to help, but you can, Liio. I'm begging you, for the sake of our marriage, please help me. I will be very grateful. Really, if you can help my dad get his job back, I promise to do anything for you." Han Liio felt sick to his stomach, almost wanting to throw up. How did he ever think this woman was decent? He felt so foolish. She was just pretending to be innocent. Han Liio held back his nausea. I can't help you, and even if I could, I wouldn't. We're divorced, so let's go our separate ways. Don't contact me again." With that, he turned to leave. If he had known Lewan wanted to discuss this, he wouldn't have met her at all. How shameless could she be to make such a request, thinking he was a fool? Lewan cried out to Han Lichio's back. "What do I have to do for you to help me? Just say it, and I will agree to anything." Han Lichio didn't stop. "No matter what, I won't help you. Please, just get out of my life. I regret even looking at you." The change in Han Lichio was something Lewan couldn't accept. It's so heartless. It's been less than a month since she left Yangshigu, and the man has changed so quickly. How blind was I not to see his true nature before? Lewan did not achieve her goal, and is left empty-handed. 2 days later, Han Lichio and his sister boarded the train home. Widow Li finally got a job, but it wasn't arranged by Han Adong. It was arranged by Grandma Han. Grandma Han used to work in a coal mine and still has some connections. After all, jobs in town are easier to find than those in the county, and it won't affect Han Adong. So, Grandma Han contacted some old acquaintances and arranged a temporary position for Widow Li at the coal mine. Widow Li, who is uneducated and cannot read, can only do cleaning and boil water in various offices, just like Grandma Han used to do. Widow Li is not satisfied. Grandma Han threatened to quit and said she wouldn't take care of her grandson anymore. Widow Li got scared and had to agree. Why is Grandma Han in such a hurry? Her grandson is already several months old and can be taken home. She doesn't want to stay in the city anymore. In the city, she has to take care of Widow Li and her grandson, but in the village, she can leave her grandson to her daughter-in-law to look after. Although the village is not as good as the city, there are people to help her there, and she doesn't have to do anything herself. So, Grandma Han is really fed up and plans to leave as soon as possible. Widow Li went to work, and since the coal mine provides lunch, she didn't go home. Her grandson, who is 3 months old and no longer breastfeeding, now drinks formula, so Widow Li doesn't need to feed him. Grandma Han is happily carrying her beloved grandson around. Su Aihua has already made this place feel like home, eating lunch here every day. Chewing her food, she said, "Mom, I have news about that matter." Grandma Han kissed her grandson's chubby little hand. "What matter?" Su Aihua put down her chopsticks. "Mom, how could you forget? It's about finding a husband for that girl from Han Tieju's family. I found someone, and we should have news in the next few days." Grandma Han was pleased. Right now, the people she dislikes the most are Zhao Hohat and her daughter. Last time, she was chased by a goose and still has a bruise on her thigh. She sat down at the table with her grandson. "Who did you find?" "Aihua, I'm telling you, we need to find someone powerful, but they shouldn't be too nice to her. If that girl is treated well, we'll end up losing out, and then it will be Han Taiju and Zhao Hohat who benefit." Su Aihua spoke mysteriously and lowered her voice. "I asked our colleague to help find someone. They have connections in both the county and the city. I'm telling you, it could be someone from a certain committee. Once we find a family like that, unless she passes away, there's no way to get a divorce. It would be nearly impossible." After saying this, Su Aihua happily grabbed a green onion, dipped it in sauce, took a bite, and looked at Grandma Han with a smug smile. Grandma Han squinted her eyes with a smile. "Oh my, that's wonderful. This is exactly the kind of family we need. Just look at that girl's face. She's bound to succeed. We need to find a way for the other side to see her, but we must be careful not to alert them." Su Aihua replied, "Of course. Do you think I'm foolish?" Then she pointed with her chin at the child in Grandma Su's arms. "When will we take him home?" Grandma Su said, "Let's do it tomorrow. Aihua, please help me pack up and come home with me. I think your brother shouldn't be involved. If he shows up, Yang Bangxia will definitely be suspicious. You know how clever she is." Su Aihua asked, "What if you don't give her a heads up? What if she refuses to take him back?" Grandma Han replied, "How can I give her a heads up? If I do and she refuses, then I can't bring him home. If I just take him, she won't have a choice. If she asks where the child came from, Aihua, just say you found him at the hospital. He was unwanted, and we took him in." "All right, Su Aihua agreed, somewhat reluctantly. The two women didn't consider if their lie had any flaws. The next day, Su Aihua took a day off, quickly packed some of the child's things, and went back to Yangshigu with Grandma Han and the child. When Yang Bengxia and her daughter returned from work, they found their front door wide open. They had locked it when they left. Han Yu's eyes lit up. It must be Grandma who's back. Only Grandma Han and Han Adong could open their front door. Not long ago, Grandma Han had returned to the village, caused a stir, and then left again. It was puzzling how an old lady could have so many errands in the city. Grandma, I'm back. Han Yu ran into Grandma Han's room. The proposal to woo Aihua had failed, and they had been rejected, but that didn't discourage Han Yu. With Grandma back, Han Yu felt more confident. Perhaps her grandmother could succeed where her mother could not. Yang Bengxia followed her daughter into Grandma Han's room. The scene in the room left the mother and daughter momentarily stunned. They saw Grandma Han sitting cross-legged on the Kong, holding a child in her arms. The sister-in-law sat next to her, playing with the baby. When Grandma Han saw Yang Bengxia and her mother return, she joyfully called out, "Bengxia, come over and see. This is your son. Now you and Adong have a son to take care of you in your old age." Su Aihua said, "Sister-in-law, congratulations. You finally have a son." Yang Bengxia and her mother were confused, thinking, "Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Don't just stand there. This is your son. Come and hold him," Grandma Han said, handing the baby towards Yang Bengxia. The little one struggled under the blanket, waving his tiny hands and babbling. Yang Bengxia felt cold all over, staring blankly at the baby in the swaddle. Meanwhile, Han Yu's earlier joy vanished, and her face darkened. "Who told you to bring a child home? When did my mother say she wanted a child? How could you take matters into your own hands?" Grandma Han frowned, her face falling, and the lines around her mouth deepened. "You're just a child, what do you know? This is none of your business. Go away. Who will take care of your parents when they grow old? Rely on you three troublemakers?" Yang Bengxia's eyes were filled with anger as she looked at the 3 generations across from her. She took a deep breath and said, "Mom, do you think I can't have a son? Do you see me as a burden to the Han family?" Grandma Han paused, knowing everyone was aware of the situation, but she needed something from her daughter-in-law and couldn't say that directly. "Bengxia, you've been married for over 20 years. When have I ever said I was unhappy you didn't have a son? I'm just thinking of you. Look at those without children. They suffer when they grow old. Not having a son is really tough. People may not say it to your face, but they talk behind your back. Listen to me. Take this child in, raise him as your own, and it will be just like he's your biological son. I promise you, if you take good care of him, we can move to the city before he understands anything. Once we move away from familiar faces, he won't even know he's not your real child, and you'll be just like a real mother to him." Su Aihua chimed in, "Yes, sister-in-law, look how cute this baby is. He's such a lovely little guy." Yang Bengxia smiled sarcastically. "Since my sister-in-law likes him so much, why not take him home and raise him? After all, I won't raise someone else's son." Grandma Han became anxious. How can he be someone else's son? As soon as she said this, Su Aihua pinched her, and she realized she had misspoken. Once the child is in our home, he is our child. Yang Bengxia felt a lump in her throat. Were these two bullying her? So what if I don't have a son? Can't I live without one? Besides, even if we talk about carrying on the family name, don't you have enough sons in Han Tieju's family to do that? There are many families without sons in the world, and they are still living. Hearing this, Grandma Han became angry. Han Taiju is Han Taiju, and Han Adong is Han Adong. Can Han Tieju's son be given to Han Erdang? Let me tell you, Yang Bengxia, you have to take this child, whether you want to or not. I've decided I can't let my son grow up without someone to take care of him. Yang Bengxia's face turned pale with anger. Where did this child come from? It can't be that Han Adong had him outside, right? Both Grandma Han and Su Aihua were startled. Grandma Han forced herself to stay calm and replied angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you blame your husband? That would be outrageous and could have serious consequences. What good would it do to accuse him? Su Aihua also tried to calm her down. Sister-in-law, where's your mind? Look at this child. Does he resemble my brother at all? Not even a little. She meant that the child looked like Widow Li, with no other implications. However, her words made Grandma Han uncomfortable again, but looking at the child in her arms gave her confidence. Yang Bengxia turned her cold gaze to the baby in the swaddling cloth. He really didn't look like Han Adong. All three daughters she had with Han Adong had broad foreheads, while this baby was fair and chubby, resembling a little dumpling, especially cute with his chubby hands. Such a lovely child would melt anyone's heart. After seeing the baby's appearance, Yang Bengxia felt relieved. As long as it wasn't Han Adong being unfaithful, she could relax. She had wondered why Han Adong had been away for months without returning. Han Taizhu worked at the same factory and managed to come home at least once a week. Why couldn't he? Thinking of this made Yang Bengxia feel wronged, and tears streamed down her face. Having a son. How is it just my problem if I can't have one? Why don't you mention that your son hardly comes home all year? Who am I supposed to have children with? Woo woo woo. As she spoke, she covered her face and began to cry. Yang Banch's tears made Grandma Han feel uneasy. After all, her son had wronged his wife and even had an illegitimate child. Both women felt guilty, and now they had to lie to each other. This situation would be difficult for anyone, but the child was family and couldn't be abandoned. So, they could only make things hard for the daughter-in-law. But who could she blame for not being able to have a son? If Grandma Han had to say, she was lucky that someone else could give birth without the pain. Seeing Yang Bansha cry, Grandma Han softened her tone and said, I have no other wishes, just this one. I'm not lying to you. Once the child is a bit older, before they can remember things, we will move to the city. You've always wanted to go to the city, right? I'll ask AI Dang to help you find a job there, so you and your husband can be together. Although Yang Bansha was crying, her mind was racing as she considered Grandma Han's words. She really wanted to go to the city, even dreaming about it. But now, she had to accept this child first to make that happen, which made her hesitate. Another concern was what others would think. If she adopted a child, how would people see her? Wouldn't it constantly remind everyone that she couldn't have a son? This left her feeling very conflicted. While Yang Bansha was struggling, Hanyu was very resistant. Having an extra child in the house competing with her was not something anyone would want. No matter how cute the child was, she couldn't be happy about it. Her long face looked even longer when she was upset. Yang Bansha asked, where did this child come from? Do the parents know that we are adopting them? If they find out later, what if the child wants to go back to them? Wouldn't that mean I raised the child for nothing? Grandma Han's eyes lit up. There was a chance here, and her daughter-in-law was starting to open up. She gave Su Ai Hua a look. Su Ai Hua quickly said, Sister-in-law, don't worry. This child has a good background. The parents don't know the child is with us, because we found this child in the hospital. Yang Bansha replied, how is that possible? The child is healthy and well-fed, which means the parents must be well off. What kind of family would abandon such a child? You didn't steal this child, did you? I'm telling you, if it's a stolen child, I don't want it. I'm afraid the police will come knocking. Yang Bansha looked at the mother and daughter with suspicion. They were indeed caught off guard. Su Aihua said, no matter why someone abandoned the child, I really found him. We waited at the hospital for 2 days, but the child's parents or family never came. So, you can rest assured. Yang Bengxia frowned. It was hard to say. The child might be an illegitimate child, or there could be other reasons for the abandonment. Thinking of this, Yang Bengxia's gaze softened a bit towards the child, warming up her feelings. This made Grandma Han very happy. She then handed the child closer to Yang Bengxia, who slowly reached out to take the baby. Grandma Han and her daughter exchanged smiles, feeling that this was a good sign. Hanyu watched in disbelief as her mother took the child, which made her cry in frustration.
Mom.
Zhao Hohot, who was knitting a sweater for her daughter, asked, what's going on? Why are you so flustered? Wang Zhaodi rushed into Zhao Hohat's room, a bit out of breath. Something happened, big news. Zhao Hohat put down her knitting. Is it about your family? What was the outcome? Wang Zhaodi's case had made it to the newspapers, attracting attention from all over, and now the whole village knew about it, waiting for the result. Especially the Han and Wu families, who were not just waiting for the sentence but also curious about what would happen to the secretary named Chen from the county committee. According to Wu Lei, Secretary Chen might be dismissed from his job. Wang Zhaodi shook her head. No, it's about Uncle. Mom, did you know? Uncle has a son now. The whole village knows about it. I just ran into Zhou Ergani's wife and some other women talking about it. They congratulated me, but I scoffed. What does it matter to us if the second branch has a son? Mom, why aren't you surprised? Wang Zhaodi spoke for a long time, but saw her mother-in-law pick up the knitting again. This reaction was unexpected. Doesn't her mother-in-law know what kind of person she is? Zhao Hohat smacked her lips. What reaction do you expect? I've known about it for a long time. It's not big news. Wang Zhaodi asked, when did you find out? Oh my! When did her mother-in-law know? Why didn't she? Suddenly, she felt her mother-in-law was quite mysterious. Zhao Hohat put down her work again, her expression slightly excited, not hiding her schadenfreude. Zhaodi, you have no idea. Yang Bangxia is just a fool. She's raising someone else's son. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She seems clever, but she's just a pretty face, easily manipulated by others. Wang Zhaodi's eyes widened. She understood this perfectly. What? Raising a son for someone? Whose son? Zhao Hohat leaned closer to Wang Zhaodi, lowering her voice. Let me tell you, that child is the son of Han Adong and Widow Li. Wang Zhaodi was so shocked, she nearly jumped up. Uncle and Widow Li's child? Oh my! Shou, why are you making noise? Don't let anyone hear. Zhao Hohat almost covered Wang Zhaodi's mouth. Wang Zhaodi's jaw dropped in disbelief.
Wow.
This is so unexpected. It's hard to believe that Widow Li is connected to Uncle, who only comes back a few times a year. Everyone knows Widow Li. She's quite a notorious figure in Yangshigu. Who would have thought that Uncle got involved with her and even had a child? Mom, I heard the child was brought back by Grandma and my little aunt. It seems like Grandma and Uncle tricked Aunt Air. Oh my, if this gets out, will Aunt Air forgive Uncle and Grandma? Wang Zhaodi swallowed hard, feeling that something big was about to happen. It would be better if it caused a stir. I'm just worried it won't, Zhao Hohat said gleefully. Wang Zhaodi was confused again. Mom, if it's better to make a fuss, why did you tell me to be quiet? All right, I won't hide it from you anymore. Your little sister discovered this. She went to town to run an errand and saw Grandma buying a lot of things. Then she followed her and found out that Uncle bought a house in town to keep Widow Li, who was already very pregnant at that time. In the past, this would be like keeping a mistress. Your little sister told us, and after discussing with your dad and her, we decided this matter shouldn't be exposed, at least not yet. We need to reveal it at the right moment. Wang Zhaodi asked, confused, what is the right moment? Zhao Hohat gave her a sideways glance. Their 3 daughters-in-law. Lewan was very cunning, while Wang Zhaodi was a bit naive. Remember, the old man's job was supposed to go to your father-in-law, but Grandma broke her promise and gave it to Han Adong. Your little sister thinks if we handle this well, we can get that job back. Wang Zhaodi gasped, then felt a rush of joy. Oh my, if we get that job back, there will be 2 people working in the family. She didn't think that this job had to go to Han Lichuan's family. She simply felt that getting this job would make her family richer. So now that you know the reason, don't go spreading rumors. Let's wait for your younger sister to come back, so we can discuss it properly. Wang Zhaodi nodded vigorously. Yes, Mom. Don't worry, I won't even tell Lichuan. Wang Zhaodi felt like she was at the center of the family. Look, such a secret that her mother-in-law hadn't even told her own son, yet she shared it with her. Zhao Hohat was satisfied. After learning the truth, Wang Zhaodi wasn't as excited anymore, so she joined her mother-in-law on the bed, and they started talking about Han Adong and Widow Li. Zhao Hohat took a small basket from the cupboard, which contained some roasted seeds, and they chatted while snacking. Mom, how could Uncle Air do something like this? Even though I don't like Anne Air, I think she is quite wronged, being manipulated by her husband and mother-in-law. Zhao Hohot scoffed. Do you think Han Adong is a good person? Besides, Widow Li is no saint either. I don't know how they got involved with each other.
Yang Bansha is beautiful?
If her man comes back only once every few months, shouldn't she be suspicious? There's no treasure at home. Why is she stuck in the countryside? If it were me, I would have gone to the city with my man long ago. Her cleverness is just for show. Wang Zhaodi nodded in agreement. Her father-in-law came back every week. How busy must a man be to not return for months? Mom, you know what? I overheard some people talking about this earlier. Those women said that the child doesn't look like Uncle Air. Does that mean they think he looks like Widow Li? Zhao Hohot pondered. Widow Li used to work as a nanny in the county. She can't survive without a man. I don't believe she would behave herself in that household. It's not that I'm suspicious, but I've long wondered if Widow Li's child is actually Han Aidong's. What if she got pregnant by someone else and pinned it on him? That would be quite a scandal. Wang Zhaodi exclaimed, no, really? Zhao Hohot quickly knitted a few stitches, of course. Just remove the no from your statement. Widow Li has plenty of suitors. I don't believe she's honest. Anyway, we'll discuss it more when your younger sister returns. We need to plan when to report Han Adong for his misbehavior. Regardless of whether the child is his, he has definitely been acting inappropriately. Wang Zhaodi hesitated for just a moment before nodding. Reporting this matter is not a good thing for the kind-hearted Wang Zhaodi, but since it involves someone from the second branch, she thinks it's not so bad after all. Especially since she is now a loyal fan of her sister-in-law, believing that whatever her sister-in-law says is right. Just as they say, speak of the devil. In the evening, Han Ke and Han Liio returned to Yangshigu with many bags. After getting off the train in the county, they didn't go to their house there but took a bus straight back to the town, then hurried back to Yangshigu. Big Tiger and Little Tiger were running around the village with a group of friends. Suddenly, Little Tiger heard a familiar voice calling him and Big Tiger. Looking up, he saw their uncle waving at them with a big smile. Little Tiger immediately ran over, shouting, "My sister-in-law is back! My sister-in-law is back!" Han Liio watched the two little ones and shook his head helplessly. Looks like I'm so big that these two little rascals can't see me. They can only see their sister-in-law. Hee hee. Little Tiger scratched his head awkwardly. Han Liio reached out and ruffled Little Tiger's hair, only to end up with a handful of sweat, which he shook off in disgust. A group of kids chattered around the siblings, their eyes fixed on the bags they were holding, eager to see what good things were inside. Han Ke looked at her two nephews. Have you finished your homework before playing outside? Big Tiger grinned. I finished it. If I didn't do my homework, my dad would get mad. Han Ke chuckled to herself, having never seen Han Liio actually scold the kids. This boy just likes to brag. What she didn't know was that times had changed, and now if the two tigers slacked off and didn't study, they would definitely feel the consequences from Han Liio. Han Liio lifted the bag he was holding. Come on, let's go home with your uncle. Your sister-in-law brought you some things. As soon as the two tigers heard this, their eyes lit up, and they excitedly shouted to their friends, You guys go play. I'm going home. My aunt brought me good stuff. Their friends were so envious they could almost cry. Who understands? They all wished they had a rich aunt who treated them well. At home, Wang Zhaodi and Zhao Hohot were busy cooking in the kitchen, while Daya helped out obediently. Arya and Han Dazhuang were playing outside with Xiao Xuan. Han Dazhuang was quite sharp-eared. As soon as he heard Han Ke's voice, he immediately dashed out excitedly. Arya quickly shouted into the kitchen, Mom, Dad, my uncle, and Anne are back. Zhao Hohot, holding a spatula, hurried out of the kitchen. Just then, the siblings and two tigers entered the yard. Han Dazhuang excitedly circled around Han Ke, making sounds that didn't quite express anything.
Yay!
My daughter is finally back. I was so worried. Zhao Hohot smiled widely, her joy clear on her face. Even though she had called home to say they might stay in Nanjing a few more days, it was the first time the kids had gone so far, so the family couldn't help but worry. Now that they saw them safely home, Everyone felt relieved. Han Lixia also came out of the house. Only the eldest, Han Lichuan, was still in the village chatting with friends. However, he would probably return home soon, knowing his siblings were back. The family gathered excitedly in the house, asking all sorts of questions. Is Nanjing big? Is it beautiful? Are there cars? Is the food at the state-run restaurant good? Wang Zhaodi came over from the kitchen. Mom, is the food ready? When can we eat? Zhao Hohat replied, let's eat now, and we can talk later. At that moment, Han Lichuan returned from chatting outside. The family gathered around the table, eating and talking happily. It must be said that since Mi Chunhua and Lewan, the two troublesome assets, were no longer around, the Han family was much more harmonious. Without any negativity, even the meals felt easier to enjoy. Han Lichuan said, Mom, I just saw an old lady showing off her precious grandson under the big willow tree in the village. Wang Zhaodi was surprised. Oh my, isn't she afraid the baby will catch a cold in this weather? If she wants to show off, she should do it at home. That's just silly. Han Ke turned to look at Zhao Hohat, her eyes asking if the kids were really back. Zhao Hohat slightly nodded at her daughter. This was something that only Han Lichio found surprising, as he had no idea what was going on. After finishing the meal, the family squeezed into Zhao Hohat's room. Han Lichio opened a military green travel bag, and Han Ke pulled out another bag from inside, saying, these are supplies and backpacks for a few future college students. I hope you all excel in your studies. Then, she took out several rolled-up backpacks from the bag. Each of the 4 kids received one. These backpacks were different from the usual military-style ones or homemade bags. They were stylish new backpacks in pretty colors. These backpacks were the simplest ones Han Ke could find in the space. Since the gift was prepared by her, Han Lichio was interning at the hospital and couldn't go with Han Ke to the department store, so she didn't know what styles of backpacks were available in the big city. The kids back home were even less aware, which made Han Ke bold in her choices. When the children saw the backpacks, they were so excited. They had been using old clothes for their bags. Especially Daya, who was so precious about it that she didn't even dare to touch it for fear of getting it dirty. Han Ke patiently showed them how to wear the backpacks. The kids put on the backpacks and looked very happy. Wang Zhaodi smiled and said, quickly thank your aunt and uncle. They traveled so far and still thought of you. The children seriously bowed to Han Lichio and Han Ke. Han Ke then took out some stationery, notebooks, erasers, rulers, and pencil cases. The kids were thrilled, as if it were the new year, and they took their things to a corner to examine them. Although Xiao Xuan was small, he received just as many gifts. Wang Zhaodi was so happy with the children's clothes that she couldn't stop smiling. Proudly, she wondered who was as lucky as her to have such a wonderful mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Han Ke pulled out 2 pieces of fabric, saying, Mom, these are for you and Dad. We should make something nice without worrying about money. Zhao Hohat took the fabric, saying, I know, I'm not as stingy as I used to be. Sister-in-law, these pieces are for you and my brothers, Wang Zhaodi said excitedly.
Great.
Thank you, little sister, for thinking of us after traveling so far. Mom, I'll make the fabric for the second child, and yours and Dad's too. Such good fabric needs a sewing machine. Hand sewing would be a waste. Wang Zhaodi cherished the fabric, examining it closely. Zhao Hohat nodded. I think it looks good. Everyone happily shared the gifts. At that moment, the Han family realized that Han Lichio had changed. She seemed like a different person. Before she left, she was downcast, but now she had transformed, appearing much more mature and confident. What had happened? Han Lichio and Han Ke shared their experiences in Nanjing. They focused on Lewan's attitude and how she shamelessly asked Han Lichio for help later on. The Han family listened with surprise, and Zhao Hohat occasionally cursed in anger. Fortunately, when Han Lichio mentioned Lewan, it was with a calm attitude, as if she were talking about someone unrelated, showing no more blind loyalty as before. Zhao Hohat was very happy. She thought, how could her child be foolish? Han then took out the money he had recovered and handed it to Zhao Hohat, saying, Mom, This is the money I got back from Lewan. I spent less than 100 on gifts, and the rest is here. With the money recovered, the whole family was joyful, and Zhao Hohat couldn't stop smiling. She had prepared herself for the possibility of losing the money, so getting it back was a pleasant surprise, thanks to her daughter. As for the clothes Han Ke supposedly bought from Han Liio, the siblings did not take any from that 1,000 yuan. They secretly split it, and Han Liio owed his sister over 100 yuan, which he would pay back later.
All right.
Brothers should keep accounts clear. Han Ke didn't want to encourage a sense of entitlement in the family, as giving too much could lead to resentment later on. At Han Idong's home, Grandma, I just saw that Han Ke and Han Liio came back together. I heard they went to the big city, and their clothes looked beautiful. They were carrying several bags, definitely brought back from the city. That girl has been making quite a scene lately, appearing in newspapers and being interviewed by reporters. She must have a lot of money. Han Tieju's job was bought with her money, Han Yu said angrily. It infuriated her. What could be more frustrating than seeing someone she disliked doing so well? The better Han Ke did, the more resentful Han Yu became. That worthless girl used to have a terrible reputation and was inferior to her in every way, but now it seemed like she was looking down on her. Han Yu used to be jealous of Han Ke's looks, but she could find balance in other areas, like family background and conditions. Now, however, those two aspects had surpassed hers. Although she wouldn't admit it, the Han family's life was much better than hers, and it was hard to ignore, which only added to her frustration. Initially, she didn't care for the child her grandmother brought home, but her grandmother said that if they took good care of the child, both she and her mother could move to the city. All her hopes were pinned on this child. So now, Han Yu and Yang Bangxia were very dedicated to taking care of the baby. Han Laotai was sitting on the Kong playing with her grandson, and when she heard Han Yu's words, her heart felt a mix of emotions, like a jar of mixed flavors. Old Lady Han could not stand seeing the big house living well, and she hated it even more than Han Yu. She had hoped that Han Taiju would stay in the countryside forever, so her past actions would not be revealed. As long as Han Taiju didn't go to the city, no one would recognize him. But he went to the city, luckily just to the county, yet that was enough to make her anxious. Han Taiju had a good job, earning a decent amount each month, and that girl could make over 1,000 from just one book. She had already written 2. Who knows how much money she had now. Plus, the big house had so many strong workers, earning a lot of work points and raising pigs all year round. Oh my! She suddenly realized that the big house was far beyond her control. This made Old Lady Han feel uneasy, and she broke out in a cold sweat. They couldn't have money. Money would lead to trouble. Did those 2 little brats come back with a lot of things? Old Lady Han pulled her thoughts back to the angry Han Yu. Of course. Each of them carried 2 big bags. They brought back things from the big city. How could they be bad? Mentioning the big city made Han Yu feel even more upset. Her dad worked in the county, and she had only been there, never even to the city. Yet Han Ke had gone to Nanjing, which she heard was a southern city thousands of miles away from Yangshigu. In her eyes, such a big city must have shown Han Ke a lot, and she felt very sour about it. At that moment, Yang Bansha returned and rolled up her sleeves to cook. Old Lady Han said, "Bansha, don't start cooking yet. Let's go to the big house first." Hearing they were going to the big house made Han Yu shiver. She remembered the goose that had bitten her twice. "Mom, aren't you afraid of the goose biting?" "I'm scared. I'm not going." Old Lady Han was scared too, but she couldn't let fear stop her from taking advantage or from speaking ill of the big house. "Of course we're going. Our family has new members. Doesn't Zhao Hohat need to show something? If you're scared, don't go. You just hold us back. I'll go with your mom," Old Lady Han insisted. Yang Bansha wasn't so naive and didn't want to go there at all. "Mom, I think we should skip it. The sister-in-law is not someone who loses out. You know her well. We wouldn't gain anything by going." To be honest, she had no confidence at all. That child was adopted, not her own. Even if it were her own, with Zhao Hohat's stingy nature, what could they gain? It might end up embarrassing them again. Once was enough. She didn't want to lose face a second time. She was particularly resistant to old Lady Han's bad ideas. I'll go if I want to. Why are you worried? Zhao Ho-hot is an elder. If she doesn't help, the whole village will laugh at her. She's different now. Her man has a job, and her daughter is doing well, so she needs to save face. She can't afford to lose that reputation, don't worry. Grandma Han was trying to impose her morals. Ignoring the objections from the two women, Grandma Han stubbornly put on her shoes, wrapped the grandson up, and shoved him into Yang Bangxia's arms, pulling her out the door. Yang Bangxia felt like she was being pushed into something she didn't want to do. Her heart raced, and she felt like they were just going to deliver vegetables to the big house. Holding the child, her body felt stiff. Since bringing the child home, Grandma Han often took him out to show off. It wasn't enough for her to show off herself. She had to involve Yang Bangxia too. It was embarrassing, but over time, she got used to it. With a dark expression, Yang Bangxia followed Grandma Han out of the house. They met many people along the way, and every time they did, Grandma Han would proudly show off her grandson. People said many nice things and congratulated Yang Bangxia. She forced a smile, but only she knew how she truly felt. This so-called son was imposed on her by Grandma Han, not something she wanted, which made her uncomfortable. Bangxia, you are really lucky. This big chubby boy looks strong and easy to raise. Your good fortune is just beginning, an old lady said with envy. Indeed, she was envious. Her own grandson was thin and dark, while this child was fair and chubby, drawing attention.
Yes.
This child is really good-looking, fair and chubby. He will definitely do well in the future, another woman agreed. Hearing the compliments from everyone, Yang Bangxia looked down at the child in her arms. His round little face and bright big eyes were indeed adorable. She seemed to be less resistant to this unexpected son. Since she was raising him, she might as well do it well, treating him like her own. Having a son gave her hope for the future. They walked slowly, and after just a few hundred meters, they finally reached the entrance of the big house. Knowing that the annoying goose was there, the two women hesitated to enter, standing at the gate and calling for Zhao Ho-hot. This also let the neighbors see. If Zhao Ho-hot tried to stop her from entering, it would tarnish her reputation. It would be even better if they could get inside and gain some advantage. After all, holding the child, she didn't believe Zhao Ho-hot would be cruel enough to let the goose attack her while she was carrying him. Thinking of this, she took the child from Yang Bangxia's arms. Yang Bangxia had no idea what the old lady was planning. She thought the old lady was just worried that her arms were tired and wanted to hold the child. Just after the Han family finished their meal, they heard Grandma Han shouting at the front door. They knew she was afraid of the geese and didn't dare to come in, but if they didn't let her in, the gossiping neighbors outside would surely spread rumors. In the past, Zhao Ho-hot wouldn't have cared, but now she was very concerned about her daughter and husband's reputation, so she sent her eldest daughter out to bring Grandma in. Oh, what bad timing. You finished eating already? If you had come a few minutes earlier, we wouldn't have had to go back to cook, Grandma Han said, holding her beloved grandson and noticing that the table was already being cleared, sounding a bit regretful. You're quite bold. Even if you had come earlier, don't expect to eat our food, Zhao Ho-hot said freely in her own home. She could say whatever she wanted about Grandma Han. Since they had already fallen out, who cared if the old lady was happy or not? Grandma Han had learned to control her temper. In the past, she would have cursed loudly. But after being bitten by a goose and chased by her daughter-in-law with a rolling pin, Grandma Han changed her strategy. She stopped throwing tantrums and started to reason instead. Without needing anyone to serve her, she sat down on a chair with the child in her arms. Ho-hot. Look, your brother-in-law has a son now, the only child of our second branch. This is a big happy event for our Han family. As the elder aunt, you should give the child a big red envelope as a greeting gift. It sounds nice and looks good. I'm thinking of you. If others say Zhao Ho-hot is so stingy that she doesn't even give a greeting gift to a younger generation, how embarrassing would that be? Come, look at your nephew. So lively and well taken care of, Grandma Han said, her lips curling down in pride when she mentioned her grandson. Zhao Hohot felt a surge of anger and wanted to expose her son's scandal right then and there, but held back. She hadn't even discussed how to deal with Han Er yet, so she couldn't act rashly. With a cold smile in her heart, she thought, there are plenty of ways to deal with this old lady. I must say, Grandma, you make a very good point. I've been waiting for you to say that for over 20 years. All right, sons and daughters, quickly line up. Grandma is going to give out money. By the way, your grandson may be small, but he has a high status. My grandchildren need to call him uncle, so shouldn't this uncle also give a greeting gift to his younger relatives? Grandma said that as elders, we must act like elders. We can't let others say you're stingy, or that would be disrespectful to us as younger generations. Grandma Han realized Zhao Hohot's tricky behavior, and her lips trembled with anger. In front of her, all the descendants of the Han family were lined up, every single one of them asking her for money. She noticed that the main branch of the family was really thriving. It made her feel so frustrated.
Thank you, Grandma.
Grandma, I'm already in my 20s. Let's not talk about gifts. Can you give me the red envelope money from all these years? Grandma, you're so nice. I've never had a piece of candy from you. Did you finally remember and feel guilty? Grandma Han was furious. Zhao Hohot, you are really shameless. Just to save on gifts, you put on this show. It's embarrassing. I'm not like you. I care about my reputation. Zhao Hohot confidently sat on the chair. If anyone is to be laughed at, it should be you, old lady, not me. If you don't believe me, let's step outside and see who is worse. Grandma Han flared her nostrils, realizing she wouldn't get anywhere with this, and glared at Zhao Hohot before picking up her grandson and leaving. Once outside, Grandma Han vented her anger at young Bansha. Why do you just watch me suffer alone? You don't even say a word? This is your son. Are you really going to let him be looked down upon by others? Yang Bansha knew that coming to Zhao Hohot would lead to no good, but Grandma insisted. She remained silent, knowing it would end in embarrassment, yet now Grandma was blaming her. Hey? Grandma Han watched young Bansha storm away, feeling extremely frustrated. How could she not say anything as a mother-in-law? No matter how much she shouted, young Bansha didn't look back until she disappeared from sight. Grandma Han felt a pang in her heart. Who was she doing this for? At least she had a son to support her in old age, but young Bansha didn't understand her good intentions. The Han family treated the earlier incident as a joke, and once Grandma Han left, everyone dispersed. Zhao Hohot eagerly pulled Han-ku into her room and shut the door. In a mysterious whisper, she asked, Daughter, now that Han Er has brought the child back, what should we do? Han-ku squinted, reported. The time has come. If people are not ruthless, they will suffer. If they are not tough, their position will be unstable. Zhao Hohot clapped her hands. I knew you would think that way.
I was thinking the same.
Let's not waste time. Write the report tonight and send it out tomorrow. I'm just afraid that if we wait too long, we might miss this good opportunity. Okay, I'll go write it now.
Han Kianu did.
Just as the Wang family's case was making progress, she planned to enter her space that night, using the time difference to finish the documents and send them along with the complaint letter the next day. When Han-ku returned to her room, she quickly entered her space. After freshening up, she began writing the complaint letter. She wrote several letters in one go, addressing different organizations, including a committee, the Women's Federation, and the county government. The main strategy was to cast a wide net and firmly ensure that Han Lao Er was held accountable for his actions. The next day, Han-ku boarded a bus to the county. Instead of mailing the letters in town, she went to the county to discuss some matters with her father. At the county post office, she sent out the documents and the complaint letter, then headed to Han Tieju's workplace. Han-ku rode her bicycle to the towel factory. Han Taiju saw his daughter arriving on a bike at the gate. His daughter had been in Nanjing for over half a month, and he had been worried every day. Seeing her now, he felt relieved. He stepped out of the gate. Daughter, you're back. Where did you get this bicycle? It's a lady's model. Of course, it was the only bicycle from her space that she could show. Dad, let's talk inside, Hanka said, pushing the bike through the gate. Han Taiju examined the bicycle closely, curious about it. Although the style was somewhat modern, there were still some differences. Daughter, you didn't bring this bicycle back from Nanjing, did you? Of course not. It wouldn't be worth it to bring a bicycle all that way. The travel cost would be half the price of the bike. Come on, let's go inside. She started to lean the bike against the gate wall. But Han Taiju wouldn't allow that. With a big hand, he lifted the bicycle and brought it inside. That made sense. He was right to be concerned. In this era, a bicycle was as valuable as a car in later times. Once inside, Han Taiju quickly poured a large cup of hot water for his daughter to warm her hands. It was already cold in October, and there was a big iron stove in the room with a metal chimney leading outside. Han Taiju added 2 more pieces of wood to the stove. Why did you come here in this cold weather? Han Ke finally warmed her hands. Dad, something happened. Han Idong's son was brought back to the village by his grandmother. Han Taiju put down the stove poker, his brows furrowing. Did your second aunt cause a scene? Han Ke shook her head. No, not at all. In fact, she seems quite happy. I think she's willing to take care of that son. Yesterday, the old lady brought my second aunt and the baby to our house to ask for a gift. Han Taiju relaxed his frown. Your mother didn't give anything, right? Not a penny. He was a bit worried about his younger brother when he heard they were taking the baby back, but upon hearing about the old lady's actions, he quickly dismissed that worry. Han Ku observed her father's expression and felt relieved. He wasn't as stubborn as her third brother. Dad, I think we can't keep this from my second uncle. Really? Can paper cover fire? Sooner or later it will be exposed. That job was originally yours, and if this matter comes to light, he might get fired. Then that job would be wasted. She didn't dare tell Han Taiju that she had written a report against Han Laonyo. Only she and her mother knew about it. Zhao Hohot felt the same way. The two of them agreed to keep this matter to themselves and not tell anyone. After all, her dad and Han Adong were brothers. If his daughter reported his brother, he would surely feel upset. He might not side with Han Adong, but he would definitely feel uncomfortable, so why stir up trouble? Let him remain both happy and confused. Han Taiju said, but how do we get it back? If he makes a mistake, the company will take the job away. Crying and making a fuss won't get the job back. Han Ke replied, Dad, when my grandfather gave you the job, was there no witness? Was it just a word with my grandmother? Han Taiju responded, Of course there was. I was only 10 when my grandfather passed. If there were no witnesses, your grandmother wouldn't acknowledge it at all. So there was a witness. Han Taiju continued, They were old friends who worked in the mine with your grandfather.
There are still 2 of them alive.
Daughter, are you suggesting we ask these people to testify? Han Ku placed the hot teacup on the table and rubbed her hands. Yes, if we can find these 2 witnesses, we can either ask them for a written statement or have them come in person. Dad, do you know where these 2 live? Han Taiju was clever. As soon as Han Ke mentioned where they lived, he understood she wanted to visit and bring gifts. You can't ask someone for a favor without offering something in return, especially for something as important as a job. They wouldn't just help you for no reason. It could offend them. I know, they live in our town's coal mine. Their children and grandchildren are all working there, so the whole family lives at the mine. Han Ke clapped her hands and said, All right, Dad, tomorrow is your day off. The 2 of us should bring something when we visit. We can't go empty-handed, right? It would be best if we could get someone to witness it in person. No matter if this works out or not, at least we tried. Even if it doesn't succeed, we won't regret it. But what if it does? Then we'll have another person in the family with a job. Han Tieju's eyes lit up. His daughter was already 17, and if she could find work in the city, with her talent for writing novels, wouldn't she be able to choose her own partner? Okay, we'll go back to town tomorrow. The 2 of them quickly agreed, and the plan was set. By the way, Dad, I just bought this bicycle from the black market. They were selling it, and I paid a good price for it. Han Taiju was shocked at the mention of a high price. Daughter, how much is a good price? Don't scare your father. Han Ke laughed, Dad. Do you know how hard it is to get a bicycle ticket? It's really tough to find one. This bike didn't need a ticket, so it had to cost a bit more, right? I heard that a bicycle ticket costs at least 70 or 80, and you have to go through connections to get one. How much did you actually spend? With Lewan stealing so much money, we don't have much left. Did you use your own writing money again? Han Kuo hadn't had the chance to tell Han Taizhu that they had recovered the money. Dad, I forgot to tell you, after we went to Nanjing and met Lewan, we got the money back. This bike wasn't bought with that money. I paid for it myself. You don't need to give me any money for it since I'll be using it too. But mainly, it's for you. It's really inconvenient for you to go to work without a bicycle. By the way, after what happened with Lewan stealing from us, Mom has learned her lesson. Han Taizhu felt relieved to hear that they got the money back. Mom didn't change where she hides the money. Did she? Han nodded. Yes, she changed it to a savings account. Han Taizhu took a deep breath and let it out. I've always said not to keep money at home, especially a lot of it. It's dangerous. Your grandmother used to save money in a lunchbox, but later she found out that it was eaten by bugs. Your mother told me that no one knew we had so much money because everyone thinks we're poor, so nobody pays attention to us. We were careful with outsiders, but we never suspected that Lewan would be the one to betray us. Han Kuo stayed with Han Taizhu for a while before riding off on the bicycle. Anyway, it was still early, so she went to the supply and marketing cooperative in the county to buy some things, preparing to visit the elderly at the coal mine in the town the next day. Although Han Kuo said she was going to the supply and marketing cooperative, she didn't buy much there. Most of the items she needed were already in her space. She only bought some egg cakes and a few cans. Then, Han Kuo went home. When she got home, she first checked the vegetables she had planted before going to Nanjing. They had grown a few centimeters in half a month. Han Kuo diluted the spiritual spring from her space and watered all the vegetables. Next, she went into her space to choose some items that she could give away. After picking out the items, she placed them together with the egg cakes and cans she bought, waiting for Han Taizhu to come back and check them. Using the time difference in her space, she finished cooking the meals and kept them warm in a big pot, so they would just need to be reheated when he returned. Around noon, Han Kuo rode her bicycle to the factory to pick up Han Taizhu and take him home. Dad, do you think these things are good enough to give away? Is there enough of them? If not, we can buy some more in the town. Han Taizhu looked at the items she had laid out on the Kong. 8 cans, 8 bags of egg cakes, 4 bottles of liquor, 4 packs of cigarettes, and a few pieces of fabric. That was quite a generous gift. How much did all this cost? You should ask your mother for the money when we get back. Okay. Han Kuo replied. Han Taizhu and Han Kuo divided the items into 2 equal parts. Daughter, I changed my shift. Let's leave after we finish eating. It's not far to the town. I'll ride my bike with you, and after delivering the gifts, we'll head back to Yangshigu. Sounds good. Han Kuo preferred not to take the bus, as it smelled bad. Riding a bicycle was much better, even if it was cold. She bundled up warmly. After they finished eating, they packed the 2 bags of items and hung them on either side of the bike. Han Taizhu wrapped himself up too, and they locked the door before setting off. The sky was overcast, and as they walked partway, snowflakes began to fall. This was the first snow of winter, and also the first snow since Han Kuo returned a few months ago. They set off around noon and surprisingly arrived in the town after just over 2 hours, which was not much slower than by car. The main reason was that cars often stopped to pick up passengers along the way, so the speed was about the same. The coal mine was still quite a distance from the town, and there was a steep hill along the way. Han Kuo insisted on walking and didn't let Han Taizhu carry her. He was already over 40, and she didn't want him to struggle climbing the hill with her. After all, he had been here as a child, but he hadn't come back much as he got older. Han Taizhu had to ask around. Fortunately, he remembered the names of 2 people. One old man was named Wang Ziqiang, and the other was Wei Zhongliang. Both of them had retired long ago but were still in good health, which he found out during his inquiries. Finally, he found Wei Zhongliang's home, which was a small courtyard with 3 red brick houses. Han Taizhu knocked on the door, and an elderly lady opened it. She looked at the 2 people standing at the door and asked, "Who are you looking for?"
Han Taizhu replied, "Hello, Mom.
I'm looking for Wei Zhongliang, Grandpa Wei."
Oh,
The old man is inside.
Come in.
The elderly lady seemed friendly and kind. The father and daughter pushed their bicycles into the yard and leaned them against the wall. Han Taiju carried a bag of items and led Han Ku inside with the lady. As soon as they entered, they heard the old man singing, "I am enjoying the mountain view from the city tower, listening to the chaos outside. Someone's here. Stop singing. This person always sings off-key and loves to do it," the elderly lady joked. "Who is it?" A lively old man stepped out from the inner room, looking spry for his age. In his 60s or 70s, he was not very tall, mostly bald, and walked with his hands behind his back. "Grandpa, hello." Han Taiju stepped forward to shake hands with him. The old man tilted his head and looked Han Taiju up and down. You look familiar." Of course, he looked familiar. Years ago, Han Adong, also known as Han Tiniu, had insisted on marrying Yang Bansha, and Han Taiju had helped him get a big house while his mother borrowed money everywhere. One of those loans was from Wei Zhongliang, which Han Taiju had repaid, but that was over 20 years ago.
Grandpa Wei, I'm Teju.
I'm the eldest son of Han Shoshin. Do you remember me? The old man suddenly realized and slapped his forehead.
Oh.
I remember now. That's why you look so familiar.
Come.
Quickly, dear, prepare 2 bowls of sweet soup with eggs. It's cold outside. We need something warm to chase away the chill.
Come on. Let's go inside where it's warm.
Oh, who is this child? As Grandpa Wei pulled Han Taiju inside, he noticed Han Ku, and his eyes lit up. Whose lovely daughter is this? She's so beautiful. Han Taiju replied, "This is my daughter, our little treasure." Grandpa Wei exclaimed, "Wow, Taiju, you are lucky to have such a beautiful daughter." "Oh dear, since she's here for the first time, let's hurry and prepare a red envelope for her." Han Taiju quickly waved his hand. No, she's grown up now. What does she need a red envelope for? "Dear, this is your Grandpa Wei, hurry up." Han Kaxiao cheerfully called out, "Hello, Grandpa Wei." "Hello, Grandma Wei." This person was good-looking and always received attention. The old lady especially liked pretty girls. She grabbed Hanka's hand. "Quickly sit on the Kong, it's warm there. Grandma will make you sweet egg soup." The elderly couple was very welcoming, which eased the worries of the father and daughter. The coal mine provided good benefits, and you could tell from the old man's family's condition. Inside the house, there were 2 wardrobes against the wall, and the doors had glass mirrors. There was also a writing desk with a radio on it. The father and daughter sat by the Kong and started chatting with the old man. Old Wei had 1 son, who worked as an accountant in the coal mine, and a daughter who married into the county. Both had jobs, and their family conditions were good, so the elderly couple lived comfortably. Then they talked about Han Taiju, and the old man sighed. At that moment, the old lady came in with 2 bowls, and Hanka quickly stood up to help her. Hearing the old man mention the Han family's matters made the old lady quite upset. Tang Mei, also known as Grandma Han, had taken over the job because Han Taiju was young, but when he grew up, she shamelessly gave the job to the second son. "Taiju, your mother is so biased." The old lady didn't mean any harm. She was just straightforward and didn't think highly of Grandma Han. What kind of business was that? She borrowed money in the mine, all in the name of the eldest son. Let's just say, does such a mother lack morals? They're all her sons, yet she has never seen such favoritism. "Daughter, hurry, eat while it's hot," the old lady urged Han Ke to eat the sweet egg soup. "Thank you, Grandma Wei. I won't be polite then," Han Ke said, accepting it graciously. Han Taiju and the elderly Wei couple chatted about the past, including Han Tieju's father, Han Shoshin, and the events at the coal mine. They then talked about Tang Mei and how shortly after her husband passed away, she got involved with Suda from the mine. They also discussed how the Su family exploited and mistreated Han Taiju and his brothers. The more they talked, the angrier the Wei couple became. Han Taiju was only 2 years younger than Han Tiniu, yet he was raised like a son by Han Taiju. He supported him through school, helped him get married, and built him a house, all funded by the eldest brother, without seeing any gratitude in return. It felt like I had cut ties with my own brother. Sigh. That job was meant for you. I promised to keep my word, but I haven't been able to do it.
I feel guilty about it.
If I end up underground someday, I won't have the face to meet my brother again. I remember when we were working in the mine together, and then there was a collapse. A rock fell on him, and he shielded me from it. He didn't make it, but I survived. How can I face your father after I die? The old man turned his face away, filled with guilt. When talking about the mining accident, the rock had hit Han Shoshin in the back, leaving him paralyzed. But he didn't suffer for long before he passed away. He was not even 30 and left behind a widow and an orphan. Before he died, he asked them to take care of his family if anything happened to him. They did take care of them, so Tang Meihua cleverly said she would take the job for the boss, and they believed her. They helped out, but what happened later? 2 out of 4 old men had died, leaving just him and Wang Ziqiang. When Han Heir wanted to get married and spent so much money, Tang Mei came to borrow from them without hesitation. Little did they know she placed all those debts on the boss. He and his wife discussed privately that they wouldn't ask for that money back, especially since Han Shoshin had saved his life. But Han Taizhu insisted on paying back the money. He was a loyal and kind-hearted kid. Seeing her husband getting upset again, Mrs. Wei quickly changed the subject. That's right. Who knew Tang Mei would be so ungrateful? The father and daughter exchanged glances, realizing that Han Shoshin had saved the old man's life. That was wonderful. Han Taizhu sensed it was the right moment. Uncle Wei, I actually came today to ask for your help. Hearing that he needed help, the old man straightened up. Helping him was good. He wanted to assist this kid, but he was proud. After all these years, he had never asked for anything. Just tell me if I can help, I will. Han Taizhu replied, it's about my father's job. He really didn't want to reveal what Er had done, but once it came out, everyone would know. How could he ask Uncle Wei for help without telling him? Uncle Wei, I talked to you and Uncle Wang about this matter. Please don't share it with anyone else, as it hasn't reached that point yet.
I came to you just in case.
When Old Man Wei heard it was serious, he nodded with a grave expression. Don't worry, I can keep a secret. Han Taizhu said, our second son has gotten involved with a widow in the village, and they even had a child.
What?
Oh my! The elderly couple exclaimed. Han Taizhu felt quite embarrassed. The problem is, my mother brought the child home, and my sister-in-law doesn't know about the affair. If this gets out, my sister-in-law will cause a scene. This is just a small issue, but if it escalates, my brother might get fired from his job. The truth will eventually come out, and I can't let his hard work go to waste. My father's job was in the mine, and it was something he earned. It's what he left for me, and I can't lose it. I was hoping that when the time comes, you two could help me by confirming that the job is mine. The elderly Wei couple was stunned. It was unbelievable. After Han Taizhu finished speaking, Old Man Wei slapped his thigh. What's the big deal? You don't need to ask. It's our duty to help you. It's settled. As for whether Tang Mei would cause trouble, that wasn't his concern. As long as the child stood up for himself, he would support him. Oh my, how is Tang Mei raising her child? If Han Shoshin knew about this, wouldn't he come back to scold her? Not only is she biased, but she also allows her son to have an affair and have a child outside of marriage? She really has no fear. Old Lady Wei said excitedly. She was also oddly impressed by Han Heir's boldness. Didn't he fear being publicly shamed? Luckily, this ungrateful child belonged to someone else. If it were her own, she would have been furious. Tang Mei didn't seem ashamed. She even took pride in bringing home an illegitimate child to raise, deceiving her daughter-in-law. How could she do something so wrong? It showed how twisted her values were, and it was no wonder she raised such a son. Looking at Han Taizhu, who was born of the same mother, how could they be so different? Although Taizhu lived in the countryside with his looks and height, he didn't seem like he came from the same father at all. The old lady scolded herself in her heart. How could she blame someone when Han Shoshin was no longer around? But it was true that Han Taizhu was better looking than his father and brother, and he didn't resemble Tang Mei at all. She couldn't help but think that way. Han Taizhu said, Uncle Wei, Thank you so much. Don't say it's not necessary. You took care of us back then too. Hearing this made old Master Wei feel even more ashamed. If he hadn't lent so much money back then, Taiju might not have had to carry so much debt. Sigh. The child didn't get a good mother. Old Master Wei waved his hand. Come on, I'll take you to find old Wang. It's cold, and that old fellow isn't well. He's probably at home. Han Taiju and his daughter quickly stood up and opened their bags to take out things, but the old couple insisted they shouldn't. Taiju, life in the countryside is tough. It's not easy for your whole family to eat and drink. Take this back. I really can't accept it. Han Taiju and the old couple pushed back and forth, but in the end, Hanka pushed the items towards the bed, and since the old couple couldn't reach them, they had to accept them. Old Master Wei took Han Taiju and his daughter to find Old Master Wang. The yard at Old Master Wang's house was much larger than Old Master Wei's. Old Master Wang lived with his eldest son, who worked in the mines, while his second son lived in town. When they arrived at Wang's house, the front door was wide open, and Old Master Wei led the father and daughter straight inside. As soon as they entered the yard, Old Master Wei shouted, Wang Ziqiang, old fellow, are you home? Yes, yes. You still have that loud voice. Old Master Wang slowly walked out from the house. Old Master Wei asked, Aren't you out playing chess? Old Master Wang, a bit hunched over and leaning on a cane, had a pipe in his mouth. It's snowing, so I didn't go out. What brings you here? Who are these two? Old Master Wang curiously looked at the father and daughter behind Old Master Wei. Come on, let's go inside, so I can introduce you. We don't want the kids to freeze. Wow, this snow is really coming down. Look, in just a little while, it's almost up to our feet. Taiju, take your daughter inside. Old Master Wei said while helping the unsteady Old Master Wang and waved at Han Taiju. Han Ku took another bag from the bicycle handle and followed the two old men into the house. As she stepped inside, she was greeted by a large black coffin. The coffin was very dark, shiny black, and underneath it were two long benches.
Wow.
Did you add another coat of paint to your treasure? Old Wei slowly walked around the coffin and even reached out to touch its glossy surface. Of course. This will be my future home, so I have to take good care of it. Old Wang's face showed a hint of pride, as if he were showing off a rare treasure. Han Ke looked at the coffin, unable to help but twitch his mouth, thinking, what a strange feeling it is to have a big black coffin next to the dining table while eating. Old Wei nodded towards Han Taiju and said to Old Wang, Hey, old man, do you see who this is? Old Wang, being older, had some trouble seeing. He squinted and carefully looked Han Taiju up and down. After a while, he shook his head. I don't recognize him. TSK, you old man, it seems age has muddled your mind. This is Han Shouxin's eldest, Taiju. The eldest from Han Shouxin's family. Oh dear, my old eyes are failing me. I didn't recognize him. How have you been, kid? I'm not saying anything bad, but you should be careful of your mother. Old Wang spoke a bit confusedly, as age had affected his mind. Old Wei waved his hand. That's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Let's discuss what's happening right now. I say, old man, you don't have any outsiders at home, do you? After all, Han Taiju had instructed that this matter should not be known to outsiders, for fear of affecting Han Aiden's reputation. Old Wang replied, Some are at work, some are out and about. It's just me at home. What's going on? Tell me. Old Wei acted as Han Tieju's spokesperson and recounted the shocking matter that Han Taiju had just told him. What did I just say? I said that woman, Tang Mei, is not a good person. How about that? I was right, wasn't I? When marrying, one should choose wisely. A bad wife can ruin several generations. Old Wang sighed deeply, shaking his head. Old Wei continued, So, Taiju is worried that if this matter gets out, the company will definitely take back the job. But that job was earned by Shouxin with his life, and it was meant for Taiju back then. When the time comes, we two old men can testify that this job was originally meant for Taiju and has nothing to do with Han Tiniu. Mr. Wang poked his cane on the ground and nodded. All right, I think it will work. Unexpectedly, things went so smoothly that Han Taiju was very grateful and quickly expressed his thanks. He also offered a similar gesture to Mr. Wang, and the father and daughter took their leave. The journey from the town to Yangshiga wasn't far, and riding a bicycle was quite fast. However, it was snowing, and the roads were slippery. This caused Han Taiju and his daughter to return home long after it got dark. Zhao Hohat held a small broom and brushed the snow off them from head to toe, muttering, "You two really are something. With such heavy snow and slippery roads, why did you come back? Haven't you eaten yet? I'll go make dinner." Han Ku quickly said, "Mom, talk to Dad. My dad and I accomplished something big today. I'll handle dinner." After saying this, Han Ku went to cook. "What did you two do?" Zhao Hohat asked, looking intently at Han Taiju. Han Taiju took off his coat and shoes, sat on the Kong, and chuckled, "He guess." Zhao Hohat rolled her eyes. "You're being silly. Don't keep me guessing. Where would I even start?" Knowing his wife was impatient, Han Taiju quickly explained about their search for a witness today. When Zhao Hohat heard this, she slapped the table excitedly. "Good people get good rewards. Look, even heaven is helping us. Just wait for Han Lauer. It's always good to be prepared." She almost let something slip. Han Taiju didn't notice Zhao Hohat slip and teased, "Wow, my dear wife, you're making progress. You know where being prepared can be applied." Teased by Han Taiju, Zhao Hohat kicked him lightly from under the table. What a character.
Who are you laughing at?
Let me tell you, I'm not even interested in reading the newspaper anymore. I'm starting to read books. By the way, if we really get that job, who will go to work? Without hesitation, Han Taiju replied, "It has to be our daughter." Exactly. This answer pleased Zhao Hohat very much. Not to mention that Han Ke contributes the most to the family. Even if she didn't, having a good job would help her find a good partner. Besides, with 3 sons in the family, if they give the job to one, the other 2 will surely complain. To maintain family harmony and reduce conflicts, it would be best not to give the job to any of the 3 sons. If Han Ke takes this job, no one can say anything against it. Han Ke lifted the cotton curtain and walked in with a pot, saying, "I don't want the job."
What? Why?
The couple both looked at their daughter. Han Ku placed the pot on the table and said, "I can make money writing novels, so why should I work? Besides, I can't sit still. I like my freedom and can't stand being restricted." Zhao Hohat felt troubled. "Dear, if you don't go, who will? If there were 3 jobs, it would be easy. We could give one to each of them, and there wouldn't be any conflict. But the problem is, there is only this one job." Han Ke replied, "Mom, haven't you heard the saying, 'Let fate decide'?" Zhao Hohat said, "Of course I have, and I know what it means. But what does it mean for our family?" Han Ke suggested, "We can draw lots. Let fate decide who gets it." "Oh, Mom, I forgot to tell you, we bought a bicycle." Zhao Hohat was caught off guard by this change of topic. Just yesterday, she had finally agreed to buy a bicycle, and now it was already at home?
Come on.
"Stop dawdling. Let's go see our new bicycle," Han Taiju said, pulling Zhao Hohat along, with Han Ke following them into the kitchen. Han Taiju pulled the light cord, and the bulb above lit up. In the small kitchen, there was a brand new women's bicycle, its shiny wheels and frame reflecting the warm light. Zhao Hohat felt like she was dreaming. Only the wealthier families in their village had bicycles. She had envied them so much. For their family, a bicycle seemed like an unattainable luxury. Now, such a precious item was right in their kitchen. Although Zhao Hohat felt a moment of pain when her daughter mentioned buying a bicycle, seeing it now made that feeling disappear. "Mom, this is a women's bicycle. You can ride it too. When the weather is nice, let Dad teach you." "Really? I can ride it too?" Zhao Hohat laughed, her eyes sparkling. She had never thought of riding a bicycle herself. Thanks to her daughter, she would soon be able to ride one. Zhao Hohat walked around the bicycle and then touched it. Han Taiju showed her how to ring the bell. Ding ding, ding ding. When Zhao Hohat pressed it, the bicycle bell started ringing. As soon as she pressed it, people from the back room came out. The first to enter the kitchen was Han Liio, wearing a cotton coat and crunching through the snow. "Dad, you're back?" "Yes, I'm back," Han Taiju replied. "TSK, TSK, TSK, our family now has a bicycle," Han Liio said as she held onto the bike and sat down. "Get off, what if you break it?"
Shomgaihi slapped Han Liki.
"Mom, isn't a bicycle meant to be ridden?" "But the seat is a bit low," Han Liio replied, sitting on it with her feet touching the ground, but her legs still bent. At that moment, Han Lichuan and Han Lixia also came over. Regarding the seat height, Han Taiju agreed it was low, as he had to deal with some discomfort in his legs today while bringing Han Ke. Considering this was a lady's bike for his daughter, they couldn't raise the seat. Han Ke said it was fine since she rarely rode it. Most of the time, Han Taiju rode it to work. Then Han Lixia took some tools and raised the bike seat. Han Taiju looked at his wife with excitement. "Ho hot, how about I take you for a ride around the village tomorrow morning?" Zhao Ho Hot loved this idea. It truly touched her heart. Being someone who enjoyed showing off, having a bicycle made her want to flaunt it even more. At that moment, Wang Zhaodi came over, hands tucked in her sleeves, and overheard her father-in-law talking about showing off the bike in the village.
"Mom,
won't everyone in the village want to borrow our bike?" This made Zhao Ho Hot think, "That's true, Zhaodi is right. We shouldn't show off. There are always those shameless people who might come to borrow it. If we lend it, we'll worry about it. If we don't, they'll be unhappy. Forget it. When I go to the county, you can teach me how to ride." So, the idea of showing off the bike in the village was dropped. The next morning, Han Ke stepped outside and found a thick layer of frost covering the windows. She leaned against the window and breathed on it, watching the frost melt, allowing her to see outside. Wow, everything was covered in a bright white blanket of snow. It was clear that it had snowed quite a bit last night. In the yard, her brothers were already shoveling snow. Han Ke bundled up tightly, leaving only her eyes visible, and stepped outside. Zhao Ho Hot and Wang Zhaodi were already cooking in the kitchen. During the season, the production team had little work to do, as winter had begun. Han Ke stood by the wall, watching her dad and brothers shovel snow. The snow was so heavy that school was cancelled, and a few kids were running around in it. "Auntie, come join us for a snowball fight," Eru called out, forming a snowball with his little hands, which were turning red from the cold, urging Han Ke to join them. Han laughed and shook his head. "Annie won't play anymore, you all go ahead." "Hey, everyone listen up. Each household needs to send one representative to the meeting at the village office." The loudspeaker, which was rarely used, suddenly blared. The whole family stopped what they were doing to listen to the announcement. "Han Taiju, finish your meal first. Dinner is ready. And you kids, stop playing. Look, your cotton shoes are all wet," Zhao Ho Hot shouted from the kitchen doorway. The brothers put down their tools, and Han Taiju went to wash his hands as the family gathered around the dining table. "This loudspeaker hardly ever goes off in a year. It must be something important," Han Lichuan said, picking up a steamed bun from the bowl. Wang Zhaodi came over with a pair of chopsticks to distribute them. "I heard the village is going to elect a village secretary."
"Ah,
"That must be it," Han Taiju said, taking a bite of his bun. Zhao Ho Hot asked, "Isn't the village secretary supposed to be elected by all members? Why is only one person being chosen from each household?" Han Ke said, "Could it be because it's too cold? The whole village can't just stand in the sun and freeze, right?" "Yeah, my daughter makes a good point," Zhao Ho Hot nodded. After finishing his meal, Han Taiju went to the village office. When he arrived, the place was already crowded with people. He quickly spotted Wu Lei, who had recently been promoted to deputy director at the commune office. Why wasn't he at work today? Wu Lei stretched his neck and saw him, then squeezed through the crowd to talk to Han Taiju. "Wu, why aren't you at work today?" Han Taiju asked, shaking the snow off his boots. "Today the village is electing a secretary, and I'm here to assist. After the election, I need to help with the handover," Wu Lei said quietly. "Taiju, I have news about your sister Zhaodi's case," he added in a low voice. "Really? What news?" Han Taiju asked, surprised. That was quick. It had only been a few days since the report, showing the power of public opinion. Wu Lei looked around to ensure no one could hear them. Our patriot came back last night. He told me to inform you that the guy named Chen from the county was fired, and his brother and sister-in-law received the death penalty. Oh, and the brothers from the mountains that Zhaoti's fourth sister married are also facing the death penalty. As for Wang Zhaoti's parents and brothers, Han Taizhu urged, just tell me directly. Wu Lei sighed. The Wang couple really treasures their son. They took all the blame themselves and kept their son completely clean. The couple was sentenced to 10 years for human trafficking, but Wang Bao was released without charges and has already returned home. Han Taizhu remained silent. After Han Taizhu left, the two women had nothing to do, so they hid in Zhao Hohat's room, sitting on the Kong and knitting sweaters. While knitting, they chatted about the origins of their brothers' names. It turned out that Han Taizhu wanted to keep it simple, so he named his sons after the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. But Hanko was different. She was the precious daughter that the couple had longed for. After much anticipation, they named her Hanko because she was so dear to them. Mom, yesterday I went to the coal mine with Dad to find a witness. That old lady from the Feng family said, I don't look like my dad, nor do I look like my grandma. This really stuck with me. I've always wondered, why does that old lady treat my dad like an enemy when they are both sons? I've wanted to ask if my dad is really her biological child. Don't you have any doubts? Zhao Hohat put down her work. Of course I've had doubts. I've suspected it for a long time. I think that old man is so stingy. He wouldn't be so kind as to raise a child he picked up. Hanka pondered, Mom, do you think it could be like the stories where a cat switches a prince? What if that old lady swapped her child with someone else's? This idea didn't come from her imagination but from the many novels she had read in her past life. Zhao Hohat pointed to several picture frames on the wall and said to Han Ko, look at those photos. Many of them are of your grandpa. I used to look at the pictures from different angles and never thought your dad resembled your grandpa at all. But Han Er is just like your grandpa. Han Ko looked up at the frames on the east wall, filled with many black and white photos. She hadn't paid much attention to them before. She got off the Kong, put on her shoes, and leaned against the wall to examine each black and white photo closely. Zhao Hohat joined her on the floor, and they discussed what they saw. Their conclusion was that there was an 80% chance that Han Taizhu was not the biological child, based on the lack of resemblance and the old lady's attitude. The mother and daughter slowly turned to look at each other. Dear, how can we find out if your dad is really that old man's biological child? Han Ko, that old man is so tight-lipped. It's not easy to get her to talk. Let's deal with Han Ai Dang first. The two women were secretly planning something. Who are you going to deal with? Suddenly, Han Tieju's voice came from behind. Oh no, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of being caught. The two women were startled when they were caught in the act. Nothing much. I was just chatting with my daughter about the past. Why are you back so soon? Did they choose the secretary? Zhao Hohat quickly changed the subject. Han Taizhu took off his hat. I don't know the result. I just cast my vote and left. Others are still waiting there. Mainly, Wu Lei had told him about the Wang family and Han Taizhu couldn't stay any longer. As for who would be elected, he had no say in it, so there was no need to stay and freeze. Han Ko wondered if she should tell Han Taizhu about her and Zhao Hohat's suspicions. Maybe it would be better to discuss it with her mom when her dad wasn't around. On snowy days, kids are the most restless. Daya and Arya are girls and are relatively quiet. They don't want to run outside in the cold. Dahu and Air, who can't sit still at home. Since they have already finished their homework, their dad doesn't mind them. The two boys are outside in the village having a snowball fight with a group of kids. Zhao Yuru called out to Dahu and Air, who come with me. They are all friends who usually play together, so the brothers followed Zhao Yuru without thinking. Zhao Yuru led them to a deserted area, and the brothers wondered what he wanted in such an empty place. Then, someone appeared from behind a pile of firewood. It was Zhao Yuru's aunt, Zhou Hongying. Dahu and Air who knew that Zhou Hongying wanted to be their stepmother, but their dad didn't like her. Air who glared at Zhou Yuru and grabbed Dahu, trying to run away. Zhou Yuru, you traitor! I won't play with you anymore. Zhao Yuru wiped his nose. No, it's not me. It's my aunt who wants to see you. He wanted to explain that he hadn't betrayed his friends. Zhou Hongying also blocked the children's way. Hu, I have no other intentions. I just want to talk to you. The two boys were on guard and regretted following Zhou Yuru when he called them. Now that they were alone with this woman, they felt uneasy. They took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Zhou Hongying, which made her feel hurt. She looked sad and said, I have no bad intentions. You probably know that our family has asked for your hand in marriage, but your father refused. He doesn't want to marry again for your sake. But have you thought about what will happen when you grow older and your father gets old too? When you get married and have your own families, what will he do all alone?
You don't need to tell us that.
My brother and I will take care of our dad, said Era defiantly. They wouldn't listen to whatever this woman said. Zhou Hongying felt tired talking to the children. They just didn't understand her reasoning. She wanted to tell the two 7-year-olds that their father was still young and needed a partner. She blinked, and her emotions disappeared. Sighing, she took out a handful of big white rabbit candies from her pocket and handed them to Zhou Yuru to share with the two tigers. She knew the Han family was doing well now and didn't need these treats. If she just gave them to the kids, they might refuse. Never mind, you're too young to understand. Yuru, share these candies with them. Oh, it's so cold today. The ice on the river is really thick. When I was young, I used to slide around on it. Zhou Hongying casually mentioned her childhood memories of playing on the river. As long as Zhou Hongying didn't try to be their stepmother, they would listen to her. Especially when she shared funny stories from her childhood, Hu and who were eager to hear more. After she finished speaking, she left. The ice on the river had to freeze over time to become thick enough to hold weight. Just one night of snow wouldn't be enough. But the kids didn't know or understand that. I think snowball fights are boring now. It's more fun to play on the river, like my aunt said. Do you want to go? Zhou Yuru was convinced by his aunt's words. Hu and who hesitated, but later Zhou Yuru shared some candies and invited them to play on the river. Feeling grateful, they decided to go with him. The river was covered with a thick layer of snow, showing that it had frozen over. Not far away, a group of kids were having a snowball fight, but none were on the river. Hu said, let's go home. This is dangerous. Grandma said to stay away from the river. Who added, I think it's dangerous too. Zhou Yuru, we should go home. Don't play on the ice. What if you fall in? Hu and who changed their minds and returned the candies to Zhou Yuru. You two are not keeping your word. Traitors. Zhou Yuru stomped his feet by the river, shouting at the backs of two tigers. The tigers didn't look back and ran away. Although the Wang family's case resulted in death sentences for those who deserved it, Zhao Hohot and Han Ku still felt uneasy about Wang Jiabao's release. All of this started because of Wang Jiabao. We must not spoil the children. Look at what Wang Jiabao has done. He has dragged the whole family down, Zhao Hohot sighed. She didn't realize that she was actually the one who was most strict with her children. Yes, her son was a hidden trouble, but she was completely devoted to her daughter. Fortunately, Han Ko had not gone astray in this life or the past. Even though Wang Jiabao is back, his wife may not stay with him. Gu Fengmei is only interested in profit. Wang Jiabao can't provide for her. He can't carry heavy loads or even hold a basket. How will he support Gu Fengmei? She is also lazy, so their life together won't last. Even if Wang Jiabao is out there, he may not have a good ending. Besides, after such a case, people in the village will avoid him, isolating him, which is worse than being in prison, Han Ke said. Zhao Hohot replied, That's right. My daughter is absolutely right. Wang Jiabao will have days when he can't eat or drink. 2 younger sisters have suffered because of him, and 1 older sister is angry with him, while the other won't help him either. Let's just wait and see. When we cook later, I'll share this good news with Zhao Di. Han Ke said, No need to wait until noon, I'm going out now. I'll tell my sister-in-law. When Wang Zhao Di heard the news, she immediately choked up. Little sister, thank you. This result is really good. If it weren't for you, this outcome would have been impossible. Wang Zhaodi had also faced a lot of pressure because of this case. She didn't know what offending the county officials would mean for her family, especially since they were farmers. Those officials could easily make things difficult for her. However, no one in her in-laws' family opposed her. They all supported her, which made Wang Zhaodi very grateful. Han Kud gently patted Wang Zhaodi's arm to comfort her. She didn't say anything because words felt inadequate. 2 lives had been lost. What could mere words do to ease that pain? The deceased are gone, and she only hoped her sister-in-law could find peace soon. Big Tiger and Little Tiger returned. The 2 brothers played for a while but soon complained about the cold, fearing that if they played too long, they would get in trouble. The 2 children returned home and, as soon as they entered, saw their father, Han Lixia, sitting there reading a book. The brothers exchanged a glance and silently agreed not to tell Han Lixia about Zhou Hongying looking for them. They didn't want to disturb their father's peaceful reading and felt the matter wasn't that important, so they kept quiet. Han Lixia glanced at his 2 sons and thought they were behaving well, so he continued reading without asking any questions. By the river, after Big Tiger and Little Tiger left, Zhao Yuru stood alone by the riverbank, looking at the river covered in snow. He muttered, "Humph. Those 2 scaredy cats. If you won't play with me, I'll play by myself." As he grumbled, he tentatively stepped onto the ice. The surface held firm. Encouraged, he boldly stood on both feet. He. Anne was right. The river is frozen solid. Then, Zhao Yuru walked step by step further onto the ice, chest out and head held high, as if showing the world his bravery. In the distance, the other children, who were running around, noticed Zhao Yuru walking on the ice and all rushed to the riverbank, shouting, "Don't go over there. You'll fall in." Hearing their shouts, Zhao Yuru felt a twinge of regret. He quickly turned around to head back. But just then, the ice beneath him suddenly cracked with a loud crack. Before he could react, he fell into the river with a splash, and his figure vanished from the surface. The children screamed in panic. Some cried, some shouted, and others ran to get adults. The riverbank was thrown into chaos. Zhou Hongying was also restless in her house, rubbing her hands and pacing back and forth. She had planned to go find her nephew soon, but she wasn't sure if Big Tiger and Little Tiger would listen to her and stay away from the river. She could only leave it to fate. In her view, Han Lixia didn't want to remarry because of those 2 children. If they were gone, she could marry him. Moreover, she wanted her own children and didn't want them to share Han Lixia's love with the children left by Mi Chunhua. She wanted a complete husband. Though it was the first time something dangerous happened, she was not without fear. Estimating that enough time had passed, she prepared to go outside and call her nephew home. Suddenly, a child burst into the Zhou family yard, shouting, "It's bad. Zhou Yuru fell into the river. Hurry, your Zhou Yuru fell into the river. We need to save him." Boom! Zhou Hongying heard the shout and was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she instantly knelt on the ground. How could this happen? How could her nephew fall into the river? He was already 9 years old. Didn't he know the dangers of the icy water? Once she regained her senses, Zhou Hongying scrambled to her feet and rushed outside. Zhou Yuru's parents and Grandma Zhou had already run out. The Zhou family ran to the riverbank like they were crazy, following the child who had brought the news. They arrived at the spot where the incident occurred, and many people were already gathered by the river. What can we do? The ice on the river is so fragile. Anyone who goes out there will fall in. The rescue team leader, Wu Weimin, was organizing people to go into the water to search for the child. "Please, I beg you, save my son. He's only 9 years old. I'm begging you. I'll bow to you," Zhou Dezhao cried, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing to the rescue team, her voice hoarse from crying. Thinking about her son trapped in the cold water broke her heart. Grandma Zhou, supported by her eldest grandson Zhou Yuliang, was trembling. Her legs felt weak, and without her grandson's support, she would have fallen. Zhou Yuliang was only 12, his eyes red as he stared at the river. His brother had fallen in. Could he still be alive after all this time? Zhou Yuru's father, shaking, tied a rope around his waist. He was determined to go in and save his son. "Hurry, let me down. My son can't wait. If you're too scared, I'll go." At that moment, Zhou Jianjia and the newly appointed secretary, Qin Dachuan, also arrived at the scene. Zhou Jianjia said, "Wu Weiman, this is a matter of life and death. Quickly organize people to go into the river. Time is crucial." "We're already organizing. The ice is too fragile. Not just adults, even children will fall in. If someone falls into a hole, it will be impossible to find them. The ice acts like a big lid. It won't be easy to locate the hole again. Hurry, connect all the ropes." Wu Weiman shouted. Zhao Yuru's father and another villager, who could swim, tied ropes around their waists and went down through the hole where the child had fallen. The long rope was held by the rescue team members on the shore. Everyone's hearts raced. All eyes were fixed on the distant hole in the ice, silently praying for the child's safety. Zhou Dezhao had cried so much that she fainted. Han Ke had just stepped outside when she was shocked by the news and immediately called for her family. Only the Han family knew about this and quickly rushed to the riverbank, ready to help if they could. Especially Han Ke, who planned to give the child some spring water to drink if they could rescue them in time. Wu Wenzhou and Han Liio from the medical room also arrived at the scene, waiting to assist the child as soon as they came up. Zhao Hohot asked around how long the child had been in the water, and those she spoke to said there might be little hope, as it had been over 10 minutes since the child fell in. Han Ke felt a chill in her heart. It was over. The child was likely in serious trouble. Yu Rou, who played with Da Hu and Er Hu, was a good child who never caused trouble and was always polite, often visiting their home to play. If such a lively child were to be lost, not only would the Zhou family be heartbroken, but also the neighbors who knew him would feel the pain. Han Ke remembered the first time she saw Zhou Yuru after returning, when he had a runny nose and was calling her aunt along with Da Hu and Er Hu. He was clearly older than Er Hu, yet he called him sir. Han Ke's eyes turned red. She couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed an ice pick from a member of the joint defense team, planning to keep her abilities hidden for life, but today she had to break that promise. She worried about how her family would react if they found out and whether the villagers would see her as a monster. But she couldn't think about that now. All she could see was the child's smiling face. A precious life. She couldn't just stand by. What if she could save the child? If she had the chance to save and didn't, she would live with guilt for the rest of her life. She wasn't a hero and didn't feel particularly strong. If she didn't have her powers, she would never risk her life like this. Han Ke moved incredibly fast. As soon as the joint defense team member's hand was empty, the pick was gone. Zhao Hohot felt a gust of wind and realized her daughter had disappeared. People by the river were still staring at the hole in the ice when Han Ke suddenly dashed to the riverbank, raising the pick and striking the ice. In just a few hits, the ice cracked, and then Han Ke pulled the pick up, lifting a large section of ice. Everyone gasped as they watched Han Ke quickly swing the pick, smashing the ice along the riverbank. With each powerful strike, large chunks of ice shattered. At that moment, Han Liio realized that the door panel he and Wu Wenzhou had brought was meant to carry the child. Seeing his sister at the riverbank, he hurriedly pushed the panel towards the water, fearing she might slip and fall in. A large wooden door floated on the river, and Han Ke jumped onto it. She used a pickaxe to slide forward while breaking the ice. She had no idea how impressive and shocking her actions were. The small girl on the door swung the pickaxe, smashing down, and then pulling it up, causing large pieces of ice to crack. It was truly a sight, with ice breaking in areas of several square meters. The area around the hole where Zhou Yuru's father fell into the ice was instantly shattered by Han Ke. The river was filled with broken ice chunks. The Han family stood with their mouths agape, completely stunned. Was this really their delicate daughter who couldn't take care of herself? In reality, from the moment Zhou Yuru's father fell into the river to when Han Ke rushed to the riverbank, only a moment had passed. Zhou Yuru's father and another villager could hardly hold their breath any longer, but luckily they saw the child. The other villager, who was a better swimmer, managed to bring Zhou Yuru back to the surface. Hanke quickly pulled Zhao Yuru onto the door, while Zhao Yuru's father and the villager pushed the door from behind. At that moment, Zhao Yuru's face was pale, and his belly was swollen. There was no time to take him to the medical room. They had to provide help right there on the shore. When Hanku pulled Zhao Yuru onto the door, she secretly opened his mouth and poured in a bit of spiritual water, hoping it would help. Wu Wenzhou and Han Liio were also desperately trying to save him by the river. The Zhou family watched as the child didn't respond for several minutes, some fainting from worry, while others cried loudly. Suddenly, water came out of Zhao Yuru's mouth, and he began to cough, 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 cough. Oh my goodness, the child is coughing.
He's saved.
The people on the shore began to cheer. It was a race against time, but they had succeeded. The child had been brought back to life. Although Zhao Yuru was starting to feel again, he still fainted. Dr. Wu and Han Liio quickly carried the child to the medical room, shouting as they ran, "Zhou family, hurry home to get warm clothes for the child." Yes, yes. Zhou Dazhao cried with joy and rushed home. Zhou Yuru's father was freezing but didn't immediately go home to change. Instead, he stumbled over to Han Ku and suddenly knelt on the ground. "Han family girl, you saved our whole family. My life from now on belongs to the Han family." He knew that after he fell into the river, the icy water surrounded him and he lost all feeling, thinking he might not make it back. Her limbs were numb and she was struggling to breathe, unable to hold on any longer. She watched helplessly as her child was at the bottom of the river, feeling utterly powerless. The two of them had been underwater for too long and needed air, but the surface felt so far away. At that moment, she thought about giving up, not just on her son, but on her own life as well. Suddenly, the ice above them cracked, giving her and another villager a chance to breathe. They quickly surfaced, gasping for air before diving back under the ice to rescue the child. The girl from the Han family didn't just save her son, she saved their entire family. In that moment, Han Ku acted out of sheer bravery, but now, looking back, she had no regrets. She just felt unable to face her family, unsure how to explain her actions once she calmed down. Suddenly, she was embraced. "My girl, you've got more courage than anyone." Zhao Hohot was already in tears. Her daughter had always claimed to be heartless and selfish, caring only for her own family. But when it mattered most, who stepped up? It was her daughter, risking everything. The Zhou family owed her daughter a lot. "Sweetheart, are your arms tired? Let's go home," Han Taizhu said, still picturing his daughter swinging the pickaxe with all her might. What could he say now? Could he really scold his daughter in front of so many people for not helping? No, he would wait until they got home. Okay, Han Ku sighed in relief. As the Han family left, the villagers looked at them differently.
Wow.
I never knew the Han family's daughter was so strong. With that kind of strength, why isn't she working? Isn't she just avoiding labor? Hey, that's not fair. Is this the time to say such things? Just because she has good conditions doesn't mean she shouldn't work. People should have some decency and watch their words. What if next time their own child falls into the river and no one helps? What did I say? Are you cursing our child? I just said she doesn't work. Fine, forget I said anything. Hanka crossed her fingers and played with her thumbs. She looked down, aware that her whole family was watching her, even the younger ones. "Ask me anything," she said. "Whether I stick my neck out or hide, it's all the same." Han Taizhu had originally planned to come home and teach his daughter about danger, reminding her not to act recklessly next time. But his mouth opened and closed, yet he couldn't say anything to blame. That child, Yuro, grew up under their watch. Could he say that his daughter shouldn't be saved? The eloquent Zhao Hohot didn't know what to say either. As for why her daughter was so strong, wasn't that expected? Her daughter was just so lucky. I know you must be wondering why there's so much anger. Honestly, I don't know either. It all started after Gu Jiqing jumped into the river. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just scared that you might see me as a monster. Not only has my strength increased, but my luck has too. Han couldn't reveal her special abilities, but She needed to provide an explanation. So, she had to mention the river incident. Zhao Ho hot slapped her thigh. My girl, you are my own flesh and blood. Even if you were a monster, I wouldn't turn my back on you. Besides, this is a good thing. I used to worry about you being bullied, but now I can relax. That's true. Otherwise, every time Han went to the city, her family would be very worried. Now that they knew she had such strength, they should be more concerned about others. Han Lixia said, however, we should explain this special situation to the villagers. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Being known for good things is great, but being known for something bad can be harmful. For example, it's good that our sister can write and get published, but if word spreads about her immense strength, it might not be beneficial for her. Han Liqiu and Han Lichuan frowned in concern. Han Lichuan suggested if anyone asks, we can say our sister is just a bit stronger than average. In fact, she's braver. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed in to do something so reckless today. Han Liqiu nodded. Yes, they should know she's strong, but not how strong exactly. Besides, the ice isn't that solid. An average man could break it too. The family agreed on this explanation, and even the children would say the same. They decided to let this matter pass. Whether others believed it or not, they would stick to this story. After dinner, Han Liqiu hurried to the clinic, where Yuro was still being cared for by Teacher Wu. When he arrived at the clinic, Han Liqiu looked at Yuro lying on the bed and asked Wu Wenzhou, Teacher, has he woken up? Wu Wenzhou shook his head, looking serious. He hasn't woken up yet. We should keep observing him, but if he doesn't improve, we'll need to send him to a big hospital. After all, they have all the necessary equipment. He had a bad feeling that the child had been down there for too long. Would holding his breath for so long damage his brain and leave him in a coma? At that moment, the child's parents arrived, carrying something wrapped in layers. Zhou's wife said, I brought some rice soup for the child. Can he drink it? Wu Wenzhou replied, I just gave him acupuncture, so it's better not to let him drink for now. The child has been in the cold water for so long, I suspect he might have a fever soon. You are the child's parents, and I need to be honest with you. If the child doesn't improve, you should take him to a big hospital. Our small clinic has limited resources, and we don't want to delay his treatment. Zhou's wife thought the child was saved since he had started to cough up water, but Wu's words indicated that the child was still in danger. This news devastated her, and she immediately began to cry. Zhou Chonggui held his head in despair. They were just ordinary farmers with little money. They had heard that a big hospital was the best option, but even if they went, how could they afford treatment? Were they really going to just watch their child suffer? Wu Wenzhou said, I'm just reminding you to be prepared for the worst. But this doesn't mean the child won't wake up. There is still a chance. Wu's words acted like a boost of hope, and the couple felt a little better. At the Zhou household, Zhou Hongying sat on the bed shivering. She felt cold to the bone, and even sitting on the heated bed didn't warm her up. She curled up tightly. Zhou's elderly parents also felt a mix of relief and fear. The child doesn't listen. I often tell him to stay away from the river. So many people have drowned in that river. Why doesn't he listen? Zhou's grandmother cried as she scolded her grandson. What's the use of saying this now? We owe a lot to Han's daughter today. Otherwise, we might have lost both our son and grandson, Zhou's grandfather said, pulling out his pipe and filling it with tobacco. That's true. Han's daughter has done us a great favor. Zhou's grandmother wiped her tears and reflected. When our child comes home, we should think of something to bring to Han's family to thank their daughter, Zhou's grandfather said. He was respected in the village and had always been honest, never wanting to owe anyone, especially for saving a life. Zhou's grandmother nodded in agreement. Absolutely, we should. At that moment, they heard loud footsteps outside, running quickly. A few people immediately recognized it was Zhou Yuliang. Look at him, his brother is in the hospital, and he's still out running around. This kid has no sense, scolded Grandma Zhou about her carefree grandson. Zhou Yuliang rushed in. Grandpa, Grandma, I know how the meat fell into the river. This statement stirred up a lot of emotions, especially Zhou Hongying, who was sitting on the bed with her legs hugged. She suddenly looked up at Zhou Yuliang. Could it be that the meat has woken up? Did it expose her? Oh, dear. Even heaven isn't helping her. All she wanted was to find a good man to live with. Why was everything going wrong for her? If her older brother and sister-in-law knew she was the one who encouraged this, Zhou Hongying couldn't even imagine. Sister-in-law Huang Juping, while polite to her, actually knew that in this family, she could never let go of her. The politeness was just a facade. The water she spilled long ago had already made her no longer a member of the Zhou family. Always talking about how there weren't enough workers at home, how their parents couldn't do much work, and how her brother had a heavy burden with 2 kids to raise. What did these words mean? Were they just for her to hear? At least she was still working in the fields, not taking advantage of them. Otherwise, things would be even worse. If they found out Zhao Yuru fell into the river because of her, would Huang Juping chase her with a knife? Zhou Hongying nervously gripped her thighs, the pain helping her stay calm. The 3 of them stared intently at Zhou Yuliang, waiting for his answer. Zhou Hongying's heart was racing. Grandpa, Grandma, I just came from the clinic. Dr. Wu said my brother might not wake up. What does it mean to be a vegetable? The doctor said my brother might become a vegetable. A vegetable? Zhou Hongying, having lived in the city, had heard of this term. So, Yuru might not wake up? If Yuru woke up, he would definitely expose her. This thought actually relieved her, and she asked Yuliang, how do you know how Yuru fell into the river? Zhou Yuliang wiped his tears. It was Da Hu and Hu from the Han family. They took Yuru to play by the river, then they ran off, and Yuru went to the river alone, and then it happened. Zhou Hongying. This answer is good. What? Yuliang. We can't just say anything. Zhao Hohat's daughter just saved your father and brother, so you can't speak carelessly and offend people. The old lady was too worried about her little grandson to think and quickly tried to silence her older grandson. The Han family is not what it used to be. Zhao Hohat's daughter is very skilled. Didn't she write off Wang Zhaodi's sisters-in-laws? Zhou Yuliang wiped his eyes with his sleeve. I'm not making this up. When Dahu and Eru went to play by the river with some meat, many kids saw it. I just asked around the village, and they told me. If only one person said it, it might be a lie, but so many people can't be lying. Old Zhou and Grandma Zhou exchanged glances. How do we explain this? The old man looked confused. Grandma Zhou said, the Han girl did save our son and grandson. So how do we settle this? Zhou Hongying replied, I think the Han family is feeling guilty. Didn't Yuliang say? Dahu and Eru went home first, and must have told their family about Yuliang playing by the river. The Han family is too selfish and didn't warn us. Later, when our meat really fell into the river, the Han family felt uneasy. That's why Han Ku acted that way. It was to make amends. With her mind now clear, Zhou Hongying felt it was crucial to put the blame on Dahu and Eru. Otherwise, it would fall on her. Moreover, she needed to act quickly. She couldn't wait for Dahu and Eru to expose her. By then, it would be too late to explain. Mom and Dad, we can't let this go. We need to go to the Han family and demand an explanation, and it would be best to bring the village leaders with us. Zhou Hongying wiped her face, stood up, and said passionately. Zhou Yuliang was also very angry. Dr. Wu said my brother needs to go to a big hospital. My parents are almost worried to death. We don't have enough money to send my brother to a big hospital. Since Dahu and Eru caused this, their family should pay for my brother's treatment. Both aunt and niece were firm in their stance, leaving the old couple unsure of what to do. Zhou Hongying anxiously stomped her feet. Mom and Dad, shouldn't we act quickly while the matter is still fresh? If too much time passes, the Han family might deny it, and what if the village kids don't come forward to testify for us? We don't have enough money to send Yuliang to a big hospital. Are we just going to watch him suffer? Oh, Yuliang. It breaks my heart. Grandma Zhou was moved by her words. Yes. She has only 2 grandsons, and it was not easy for them to grow up. How can they just let him go? Old man, what do you think we should do? The old lady was also unsure. The old man was quietly smoking, not saying a word. Deep down, he disagreed. As his daughter said, if the Han family was truly guilty, his daughter risked her life to save someone. Would anyone else be willing to risk their life to help? Even if it was a mistake from their own family, they wouldn't do it. Zhou Hongying said, Mom, let's go. If my dad doesn't want to go, that's fine. This way, we can play both good and bad cop. We can handle the situation however we need. The old lady couldn't think too much about it anymore. With her eldest grandson's help, she got up. Well, Hongying, we're not going to argue. We just want to talk it out and get some answers. Please don't start a fight. The old lady still felt a bit hesitant. Yes, I understand. You go quickly to the village and find the team leader, and the village head to go to the Han family. Also, tell them about how our meat was taken to the river by the who and heir who. We're not here to argue. We just want the leaders to help us get justice. Okay, I'll go right now, Zhou Yuliang replied and ran off. The old lady said, Daughter, should we tell your brother and sister-in-law? Zhou Hongying replied, There's no time. Besides, look at how grateful my brother is to the Han family. Even if we tell them, they won't know what to say. Didn't you see my brother kneeling in front of them? Once we explain everything to the Han family and make our stance clear, even if my brother and sister-in-law find out, they won't be blamed. If anyone is to blame, it should be me. I'm willing to take all the responsibility for the meat. Zhou Hongying appeared determined to think of her family. Yes, that's the plan. The old lady, supported by her daughter, stepped out of the Zhou family's door. The old man sat on the bed, frowning and smoking, feeling that this matter shouldn't be handled this way. The Han family was preparing lunch when they saw the old lady and Zhou Hongying arrive. Zhao Hohat thought the old lady was there to thank them, so she wanted to greet them warmly. But then she remembered that their grandson was still unconscious at the clinic, so being too welcoming might not be appropriate. Therefore, Zhao Hohat helped the old lady into the house, while considering their feelings. Although there had been some disagreements over Han heir's marriage not working out, today's serious matter made those small conflicts seem insignificant. Please sit down. Daughter, please pour some hot water for your grandmother and Aunt Hongying. The old lady got onto the bed, where it was warm. Zhao Hohat helped the old lady onto the bed. Han Ku replied and got up to pour hot water for her mother and Aunt Hongying. Has Taizhu gone to work? The old lady looked around but didn't see Han Taizhu. He left for the afternoon shift. Hongying, please sit down. Zhao Hohat patted the edge of the bed for Zhou Hongying to sit. Zhou Hongying felt uncomfortable looking at Zhao Hohat. She thought that Zhao Hohat looked down on her, and because Han Lixia had 2 sons, it was the reason she couldn't be with him. What was it about her that they found unappealing? She didn't think she was unattractive and had even completed middle school. Although she had been married for 2 years and had a child, she didn't bring the child back, so she was essentially single. She was also 2 years younger than Han Lixia. Honestly, she didn't feel unworthy of Han Lixia. It was Han Lixia who was unworthy of her. Yet, the Han family still disagreed, which hurt her pride. What kind of partner did Han Lixia expect to find? Han Ke brought 2 jars of hot water, and the old lady held Han Ke's hand, expressing her gratitude. Child, thank you so much. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to our meat. Though we saved the meat, it was too late, sob sob.
Han Ke.
The old lady kept holding her hand, and she felt too shy to push her away, so she just let her hold on. Zhao Hohat said, Grandma, don't think about those negative things. The child has already spit out the water. That means there is hope. We shouldn't think about the worst. The old lady looked sorrowful. Yes, she is breathing, but the doctor said she might be in a vegetative state. Sob sob, isn't that like being a living dead? Zhao Hohat felt a pang in her heart. She didn't understand what a vegetative state meant and was hearing about it for the first time, but she could grasp the meaning of living dead. Seeing the old lady's expression, she didn't know how to comfort her anymore. At that moment, saying anything would feel wrong, so she just stayed with the old lady, sharing her sorrow. Zhou Hongying was also wiping her tears. Zhao Hohat was confused. What were these 2 women here for? Were they just here to cry? Although the situation was indeed sad, Wasn't it a bit unlucky for them to come and mourn? Grandma, if there's anything difficult at home, please let us know. We will help if we can. The old lady released Han-ku's hand. There is indeed a little issue, but let's wait until the leader arrives to discuss it. Zhao Hohat asked, what does this mean? Han-ku responded, what is going on? Why is this involving the leaders? It feels like when leaders are involved, it's never good. Zhao Hohat adjusted her expression. It's not like a family member fell into a river. Why should she be sad with them? What's the matter, fifth aunt? Why has it reached the leaders? Just as old lady Zhou opened her mouth, the people from both sides became alert. The Zhou family women entered, and the sons from the Han family didn't come to the main room when they saw them. Now, the newly appointed team leader and the new secretary arrived, followed by a few children. The brothers couldn't just hide in their room anymore. Han-ku heard her older brothers greeting the leader outside. Old lady Zhou said, they're here, they're here. Team leader Zhou Jianxi and the new secretary Qin Dachuan entered with the Han brothers. Zhao Hohat exclaimed, oh my, what's such a big deal that it brought the leaders here? It's the start of autumn and summer. Hurry and get some stools from the kitchen. The brothers responded and went to get stools, while Han-ku and Wang Zhaodi poured water. Zhao Hohat looked confused at the children at the door. Why were there so many kids here? This situation seemed very strange. Moreover, Zhou Yuliang from the Zhou family was glaring at the Han family as if there was a deep grudge. This made Zhao Hohat very unhappy. Dahu and Eru, seeing their friends, came over. Zhou Yuliang, seeing his enemy, was furious. At 11 or 12 years old, kids can't hide their feelings. Not knowing if it was the right time, he swung his little fist and hit Eru in the eye, making him cry out. What are you doing? Zhao Hohat stood up and pushed Zhou Yuliang. Now the Han family realized that the Zhou family was not here for a friendly visit. Eru cried out in pain, and Han Lixia, with a dark expression, picked him up. Han Liio quickly followed to check on the child's eye. Zhou Hongying hurriedly pulled her nephew aside, telling him not to cause trouble. Zhou Yuliang struggled in Zhou Hongying's grip, saying, let me go. I want to avenge my brother. Dahu was so scared he cried. With so many people around, he didn't dare cry loudly. He ran off to see if his brother was hurt by Zhou Yuliang. Zhao Hohat narrowed her eyes at Old Lady Zhou. Old Lady Zhou, what's the meaning of this today? What did your grandson say? Avenge his brother? Who does he have a grudge against? Old Mrs. Zhou hesitated. Hohat, don't take what the child said too seriously. We really don't blame your family. Zhao Hohat asked. Then why are you here? The two leaders were confused. The Han family had just helped Zhao Yuru, and now it seemed like they were being accused. Wasn't that ungrateful? But maybe there was more to the story. They decided to watch how things unfolded, hoping there wouldn't be any fighting. Old Mrs. Zhou continued. This all started with your Hu and Hu. Our Yuru was brought to the river by your Hu and Hu. If anyone is clever, it's your kids. They encouraged others to run to the river while they stayed back. Our child is naive and listens to whatever anyone says, and that's how trouble started. She then pointed to the two kids standing at the door. You two didn't Hu and Hu bring our Yuru to the river? The two kids, brought by Zhou Yuliang, usually played well with him, so they nodded in agreement. Han Kita laughed in frustration. You say our kids brought Zhou Yuru to the river, but I say Zhou Yuru brought our kids to the river. Hey, I'm telling you, Han's daughter, that's unreasonable. We have witnesses. How can you lie and twist the facts? Zhou Hongying stood up. Zhao Hohat, hands on her hips, pointed at the two kids. You tell us how to Hu and Hu brought him to the river. What did they say? Shouty, go get to Hu. We'll confront them directly. Zhou Hongying held onto her pants tightly, trying to stay calm. Who would believe a child's words? Besides, no one saw her call the kids to a secluded place. As long as she denied it, no one could blame her. Zhao Hohat was known in the village as the fierce mother tiger, feared by both adults and children. Hohat, how can you scare the kids like that? Old Mrs. Zhou protested. Zhao Hohat was clearly threatening the children to keep them from telling the truth. But aren't these your witnesses? What's wrong? Can they only support you? I say they're close with your kids. Everyone knows they play well together. Zhao Hot was known for being ruthless. Once she turned against someone, she didn't care about relationships, no matter who they were. At that moment, Hu arrived. Han Ke squatted down to look at her crying nephew, feeling very sorry for him. She wondered how Hu's eyes were doing. She patted Hu's head and asked, Hu, can you tell your aunt if you and Hu were the ones who encouraged Zhao Yuru to go ice skating on the river?
Hu was surprised. No.
It was Yuru who took us there. We didn't want to go, but Yuru gave me and Hu some big white rabbit candies, so we had no choice but to go with him. When we got to the river, Hu and I regretted it and tried to tell Yuru not to play by the river, because it was dangerous. We even gave the candies back to Yuru. We couldn't convince him, and then he went to play by himself. Han Ke stood up. Did you hear that? It was Zhao Yuru who encouraged our Hu and Hu to go. That's impossible. The kids near the river saw everything, Zhao Yuliang shouted. Han Ke replied, they only saw 3 kids at the river. Did anyone hear who encouraged whom? She ignored Zhao Yuliang and spoke directly to the 2 kids. The 2 kids looked panicked. No, we only saw the 3 of them go to the river together. We didn't hear anything they said. This was getting interesting. There were no witnesses, and the person involved, Zhao Yuru, was now unconscious. At this point, Grandma Zhou stopped pretending to be reserved. If this continued, her grandson would be in trouble. Oh my goodness. Someone's hurt, and you won't admit it. Our Yuru is our lifeline. If something happens to him, I won't live either. You Han family want to harm our whole family. Grandma Zhou began to cry and roll on the bed, acting shamelessly. The Zhou family in Yangshugo was quite large, with several hundred people sharing the surname, and they all had some family ties. Captain Zhou Jian, she was related to Grandma Zhou. He was in a difficult position. If he comforted Grandma Zhou, it would seem like he was favoring her family. But if he sided with the Han family, he would offend all the Zhou people. He looked at Qin Dechuan, who also felt overwhelmed, not expecting to face such a situation right after taking office. As the saying goes, it's hard for a fair official to settle family disputes, especially between 2 families. He could only mediate without offending either side. Let's be fair, both sides have their reasons. How about this? We'll talk again, once Yuru wakes up. Grandma Zhou replied, what's there to say? My grandson won't wake up. Otherwise, why would I come to the Han family? I need to take my grandson to a big hospital, but I have no money. The Han family must pay. Otherwise, I will go to town and report that the Han family is harming lives. Everyone was silent.
Hu stopped crying.
At that moment, he noticed that Zhou Hongying suddenly had an idea, as if she remembered that Zhou's aunt had said something fun about the river, which made them want to go. Although Zhou's aunt didn't say they should go, it was mentioned. So, does this have anything to do with Zhou's aunt or not? After all, he is just a 7-year-old child, and he doesn't think that quickly, especially about complicated matters he doesn't understand. Seeing Hu looking at her thoughtfully, Zhou Hongying felt a twist in her heart. Zhao Hot became angry upon hearing this.
Oh.
So you're here to ask us for money. You can't be good people. You saved your child, and now blame our Han family. Did my daughter save the wrong person? Captain, Secretary, you saw it too. The Zhou family just wants to take advantage of us. Luckily, Hu and Hu didn't listen to Zhao Yuru. If they had, they would have fallen too. Zhao Hot and Han Ke had no doubts about what Hu and Hu said. They knew their children's character. So, it must have been Zhao Yuru who took the 2 kids over. The whole family was filled with fear. Zhou Hongying lowered her head and glanced around. Seeing that both sides were arguing fiercely, she took the opportunity to slip away. Han Lixia nervously asked, "Third brother, is the child's eye okay?" "Woo woo woo. Uncle, am I going to be blind?" "Woo woo woo. It hurts so much." Who cried in pain. Han Lixia reassured him, "It's okay, it's okay. I promise you your eyes are fine. It might hurt for a few days." Who felt relieved. As long as he wasn't blind, that was good. But if he was hurt, did that mean he didn't have to go to school? After checking Hu, both brothers sighed in relief. Although Zhou Yuliang was only 12, he worked every day and had some strength. Hu, being 7, had his whole eye swollen from a punch. Tears kept flowing, and he couldn't open his eyes due to the pain, but thankfully his vision was fine, and he could see.
Liio.
Zhou Hongying entered the room. Han Liio looked at his second brother, who was frowning at the uninvited woman with disgust. It turned out he only felt a bit annoyed by her before, but now he felt quite repulsed. Who wouldn't be bothered by someone who clings to you like a stubborn dog? The two had coincidentally run into each other several times in recent days. After being tricked by Manhwa 8 years ago, Han Liio had learned to keep his distance from Zhou Hongying, who had intentions that made him uncomfortable. Is something wrong?
Han Liio said coldly.
Zhou Hongying replied, can I talk to you alone about Hu and Hu? Don't misunderstand, it's about my family and Hu and Hu. Han Liio said, then let's talk in the yard. Standing outside the gate, Han Liio was worried that people in the village would gossip if they talked inside. Who knows what this woman might do? It was better to talk in the yard where others could see them, even if they couldn't hear what was said. Zhou Hongying agreed, and they both left the house, standing under the bare cherry tree. At that moment, the cherry tree had no leaves, and its trunk was wrapped in an old quilt to protect it from the cold. What is it? Hurry up and tell me, Han Liio said, distracted by thoughts of her son. Do you have no patience for me? Are you annoyed by just a few words? Zhou Hongying complained, hurt. So, is this what you wanted to talk about alone? Then I'll take my leave. People inside the house looked out the window and saw Han Liio and Zhou Hongying in the yard. As Han Liio turned to leave, Zhou Hongying grabbed her sleeve, but Han Liio shook her off. With tears in her eyes, Zhou Hongying said, do you know that because of your 2 sons, our family's meat fell into the river? Now, we don't know if our meat will survive. Dr. Wu said he might become a vegetable or even die. If our meat can't be saved, what do you think will happen to your 2 children? Han Liio suddenly turned around, her eyes sharp like an eagle's, which startled Zhou Hongying, making her take a step back. Han Liio was known for her good temper and gentle demeanor. Even in worn-out clothes, she had an air of elegance that didn't seem like that of a rural person. Don't worry, with me around, that won't happen. But the Han family and the Zhou family have a feud over this. The whole village knows how united the Zhou family is. If it comes to that, the Han family might not be able to stay in Yangshu Gully. But with me, I won't let that happen. Han Liio didn't believe in easy solutions. She suspected this woman had ulterior motives. She remained silent, narrowing her eyes, waiting for more. Zhou Hongying nervously stammered, as long as our 2 families become connected, you become a son-in-law of the Zhou family, and I become a daughter-in-law of the Han family. Even if there is no meat, my brother and sister-in-law, along with the Zhou family, won't do anything to the Han family, and they certainly won't harm the 2 children. Han Liio had a sarcastic look on her face. Her nephew's life was uncertain, yet this woman selfishly thought only of herself. She was right about this woman. Without saying a word, she stepped forward and entered the main room. Grandma Zhou, do you think the same as Zhou Hongying? This question left the old lady speechless. She didn't know what Zhou Hongying had just said to Han Liio, so she looked toward the door, silently asking Zhou Hongying for clarification. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't say anything. Ha ha ha, you think we didn't see? Just now in the yard, you were pulling and tugging at my son. Did you think I didn't notice? Liar, tell me what happened. Don't let this woman put the blame on you. Zhou Hongying panicked and looked at Han Liio, pleading with him not to reveal what had just happened. How would people see her if they found out? Han Liio was a man. What did it matter to him if his reputation was good or bad? Unfortunately, Han Liio didn't notice her gaze and didn't want to see her resentful face. Haha, I'm just curious. We have matters to discuss today, specifically about the children. Why are we tying it to marriage? Just now, Comrade Zhou Hongying told me that if I married her, she wouldn't pursue the meat issue. Let's be clear. The meat issue has nothing to do with our children. Our big tiger and little tiger never lie. Even if it were related, I wouldn't use my marriage to settle such matters. Besides, I am confident. I know my own son well. Grandma, did you and your daughter consult Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao about this decision? The meat issue involves their son. Can you make decisions for them? Han Lair had never spoken this much before, showing no mercy to Zhou Hongying. Her face instantly turned as red as a tomato. Everyone in the room looked at her with disdain, contempt, and scorn, making her want to find a hole to hide in. She had never felt so embarrassed since the time her younger brother was caught cheating. Was he still a man? She regretted misjudging him. Was it worth it for a man who didn't care for her? Such a heartless and unromantic man deserved to marry someone like Manhwa. Grandma Zhou looked at Zhou Hongying in shock. This was not what they had discussed before coming here. Isn't it just about the medical expenses? How could she take it upon herself to make such a request? It's so embarrassing. I can hear Zhao Hohat's mocking laughter in my ears. With everyone staring, Grandma Zhou felt her face burning. No such thing, Hongying. Why don't you go home first, and when it's all over, let Jianjia take me back. She couldn't let her daughter stay and be the subject of ridicule. Zhou Hongying gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, they were still arguing about whether to pay Zhao Yuru's medical bills and who was responsible. Outside, Zhou Hongying left the Han family and shivered in the cold wind. What was she doing just now? She was humiliating herself. Now that she was calm, the priority was to keep her own situation under wraps. She was worried that if Yuru woke up, he might reveal her secret. The two kids from the Han family were too young to understand, but if Yuru woke up, he might expose her. That couldn't happen. She had to be absolutely careful. Zhou Hongying glanced toward the clinic, her eyes flickering. Her marriage was unhappy. She divorced young and was separated from her child. She was already suffering, so she wouldn't allow herself to suffer more. With determination, she walked toward the clinic. Today, there were 3 patients in the clinic. Yes, the 2 men who had gone into the water were also running high fevers. Fortunately, there were 2 doctors at the clinic. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed. 2 adults and 1 child were on 4 drips. Sister Zhou sat by the bed, her eyes fixed on Zhao Yuru, who lay motionless. Every so often, she would check the child's breath to see if he was still alive. Were his eyes moving at all? Unfortunately, she was disappointed. The child hadn't moved at all. Dr. Wu had said that the longer someone was in a coma, the worse it was. Zhou Chonggui's face was burning red, and he was mumbling nonsense. Another villager was a member of the defense team. Being young, he was still somewhat aware despite his fever. He just kept his eyes closed, resting as if asleep. Han Liio was on duty during the first half of the night, and Dr. Wu was on duty during the second half. They had already made arrangements. Han Liio would check the 4 drip every so often. If there were no issues, he would sit at the desk and read. At that moment, the clinic door opened, and Zhou Hongying walked in, bringing a gust of cold air with her. When Han Liio saw Zhou Hongying, he didn't say anything and continued reading. Sister Zhou was completely focused on her son and didn't notice who had entered. Zhou Hongying quietly approached Sister Zhou and asked softly, "Sister, how's the child?" Huang Juping looked up and saw her sister-in-law. "I haven't woken up yet." Zhou Hongying was shocked. Had it only been a few hours? Huang Juping already looked worn out. "Sister-in-law, you look so tired. Let me take over for you. You should go home and rest. You can't wear yourself out like this. What if your son wakes up and you collapse? What will we do then?" As she spoke, her eyes turned red, looking like she might cry. This made Huang Juping's heart soften. In tough times, family is what matters. She felt a bit regretful for thinking poorly of her sister-in-law before, but she couldn't let go of her feelings. It was clear now who was close and who was distant. With the men and children unwell, Huang Juping suddenly felt very alone. She shook her head and looked at her child lying in bed. "I won't go home. I can't relax until I see my son awake." Where could she go? What if her son woke up and said something strange? Sister-in-law, if your son wakes up, I will let you know right away. You should look in the mirror and see your face. It's only been a few hours since your son had an incident, and you already have several new wrinkles. You look years older. You can't keep pushing yourself like this. Huang Juping felt a twist in her heart. She touched the corners of her eyes, realizing the crow's feet were indeed deeper. If he wakes up, you must promise to tell me. Of course. You'll be the first to know. Huang Juping reminded her again, and reluctantly glanced at her son and husband before leaving. Zhou Hongying observed her brother Zhou Changwei, who was burning with fever and mumbling in his sleep. The team member in the next bed, Lin Shuang, also seemed to have a fever and was unconscious. This meant that in the clinic, only she and Han Liio were awake. Zhou Hongying sat by Zhao Yuru's bed, feeling the items in her pocket, gripping them tightly. If something happened to Yuru, she wouldn't reveal it. If something happened, the Zhou family wouldn't let the Han family off easily. She felt anger towards Han Liio for being heartless and for embarrassing her in front of others. So, she looked at Zhao Yuru lying there. Don't blame me, dear. I have no choice. In the future, during the holidays, I will secretly burn more paper for you, ensuring you have a good time below. Zhou Hongying didn't know how long her mother had been at the Han family or what the outcome was. She had been in the clinic the whole time. The 4 dripped slowly until the late night when Han Liio and Wu Wenzhou switched shifts, and the drip finally finished. 3 people finished their 4 drips, and Wu Wenzhou felt relieved as he checked on the 2 adults. Their fever had gone down a bit. The child, however, was still the same. Feeling a full bladder, he told Zhou Hongying to keep an eye on things while he quickly went to the restroom. Zhou Hongying replied, "It's fine, it's no trouble. You can go ahead." On the surface, she appeared calm, but inside, she was very nervous. As soon as Wu Wenzhou left, it was her only chance, and she couldn't waste it. Watching Wu Wenzhou's figure disappear through the back door of the clinic, she quickly fumbled in her pocket for some tissue. She tore off 2 pieces and quickly stuffed them into Zhou Yuru's nostrils. If she blocked his nose and covered his mouth, the child should stay quiet. Just as she was doing this, Zhou Yuru's eyes suddenly opened wide. When someone is doing something wrong, they often feel guilty. Zhou Hongying was in a panic, almost screaming when she saw him awake, and she quickly covered her mouth. "Aunt, I need to go to the bathroom," Zhou Yuru said weakly. Zhou Hongying froze for a moment, then quickly pulled the tissue out of his nose. Now she was in a state of panic, not knowing what to do. She worried about what the child would think of her and whether he would tell his parents. "Why, Yuru, what do you mean?" Zhou Hongying stammered, her mind racing. "I need to go," Zhou Yuru said, feeling very weak after receiving several 4 drips, his little belly full. He was about to wet the bed, and tears started to fall from his eyes. "Oh, okay. I'll get you a bottle." Zhou Hongying finally reacted and hurriedly searched for a container for him to use, one of those glass bottles used for 4 drips. She tucked the bottle under the covers, and Zhou Yuru, not caring about being embarrassed, used it right away. Zhou Hongying was even more panicked. What should she do? Should she continue? But Wu Wenzhou would be back from the restroom soon. Would she get caught? If she stopped now, would her nephew remember what she had done? "All done," Zhou Yuru said just then, handing the bottle to Zhou Hongying. Holding the bottle, she looked at her little nephew, who had closed his eyes again, still dazed. She gritted her teeth and reached out to cover the child's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound came from behind, almost making Zhou Hongying drop the urine bottle she was holding. She turned in fear towards the sound and saw Lin Shuang, a member of the Joint Defense Team. He had opened his eyes and was coughing hard, his face turning bright red. Zhou Hongying reacted quickly, reaching out to grab the blanket and pulling it up to cover the child, patting it to show she was tucking him in. Then, feeling awkward, she quickly withdrew her hand and hurried to empty the urine bottle. Lin Shuang had actually not been sleeping. He was just feeling dizzy from a fever. He was a young man in his 20s, unmarried, and having a young woman in the room made him a bit excited yet uneasy, so he squinted to look at Zhou Hongying. Although Zhou Hongying was divorced, she was still attractive and came from a good family. Several unmarried young men in the village had their eyes on her, including Lin Shuang. He wanted to look at Zhou Hongying but couldn't do so openly, so he stole glances. What did he see? He saw Zhou Hongying crumpling tissue paper and putting it into the child's nose. At first, he didn't understand what was happening, but then he realized she was trying to suffocate the child. He thought he might be hallucinating due to the fever, rubbed his eyes, but he still saw the same thing. He wanted to struggle to get up and stop Zhou Hongying. Just then, the child woke up needing to urinate. He saw Zhou Hongying's terrified expression and noticed she still wanted to suffocate the child. This made Lin Shuang lose all his good feelings towards her, his admiration shattered. What a deceptive appearance! This woman was too cruel. What grudge did she hold? The problem was, he had seen Zhou Hongying getting along well with her brother and sister-in-law, so why would she want to harm her own nephew? He couldn't just stand by and watch the child get hurt, so when Zhou Hongying reached out again, he coughed. Zhou Hongying turned to look at him in shock, and Lin Shuang simply closed his eyes and coughed again, pretending not to notice. He had no desire to offend anyone, especially not a madwoman. At that moment, Dr. Wu returned from the restroom. "Shaolin, you're awake?" Dr. Wu noticed Lin Shuang was awake and quickly walked over, feeling his forehead. "You're all right, not too high. Let me check your temperature again."
Uncle Wu,
I'm awake. Just then, the child weakly called out. Wu Wenzhou was overjoyed. The child had woken up. He hurried to the bedside and said, "Little one, how do you feel? You really scared everyone." Zhou Hongying stood up to give him space. When Wu Wenzhou asked about Zhao Yuru, she nervously clenched her fists, her eyes fixed on Zhao Yuru in bed. "I just feel weak. I'll be fine after a nap," Zhao Yuru replied. "All right, sleep then. A good rest will make everything better." Wu Wenzhou tucked the child in, feeling incredibly relieved. As a doctor, nothing is more satisfying than seeing a patient recover and live healthily. When one is happy, their steps feel lighter. Zhou Hongying also breathed a sigh of relief. For now, everything was okay, but she had already lost her best chance. Huang Juping said she would call her when the child woke up, but that was impossible. She needed to tell Zhou Yuru in advance that if anyone asked who brought him to the river, he must insist it was Da Hu and Er Hu. However, someone nearby had woken up, leaving her no opportunity to explain. She turned to look at Lin Shuang, who was also watching her. Caught by Zhou Hongying, Lin Shuang awkwardly turned away. He no longer had any romantic thoughts about this woman. It was said that the Zhou family went to propose to the Han family, and despite the girl eagerly seeking a match, Han Lier-er's rejection of the Zhou family impressed him. Han Lier-er had sharp judgment. Marrying such a woman would surely bring trouble to the household. In the second half of the night, Wu Wenzhou didn't rest, while Lin Shuang remained wide awake. This left Zhou Hongying feeling anxious. She wanted to explain things to her nephew, but had no chance. Zhou Yuru hadn't needed to go to the bathroom again. Zhou Hongmian was so tired that she fell asleep at the bedside. What she didn't know was that after she fell asleep, Zhou Yuru opened his eyes. He looked at Zhou Hongying, who was leaning over his bed, and his youthful expression was complicated. He remembered feeling dizzy, wanting to open his eyes but unable to, and then struggling to breathe. He had woken up gasping for air and saw the person in front of him looking panicked. He was confused. After being unconscious for so long, he didn't know where he was. When he realized it was his aunt, he was even more bewildered as she pulled something out of his nose. That was when he understood that the blockage in his nose was what had made it hard for him to breathe. The feeling of not being able to breathe was like being submerged in water, gasping for air. It was so scary. It reminded him of the fear he felt when he fell into the river. It felt like he was going to die. At that time, his aunt was frightening. The young boy instinctively pretended to be clueless and then acted like he was asleep, not realizing that his aunt was still watching him. He felt Zhou Hongying's hand getting closer, and Zhou Yuru became increasingly nervous. Suddenly, he understood that Zhou Hongying actually wanted to harm him. Luckily, Uncle Lin's cough saved him. This made Zhou Yuru even more afraid to wake up. It wasn't until Zhou Hongying fell asleep by the bed that Zhao Yuru quietly opened his eyes. When Zhou Hongying finally woke up, the sky was just starting to brighten. Zhou Changgui's fever had gone down, and Lin Shuang was already sitting up. Zhou Hongying looked at Zhou Yuru on the bed. "You're awake. That's great. Do you need Aunt to help you to the bathroom?" Zhou Yuru's face stiffened, and his heart raced. He couldn't show his nervousness. He had to keep his cool, just like when he played spy games with his friends. He knew he couldn't reveal himself in front of the enemy.
"I already went," he said.
Zhou Hongying felt frustrated. If she hadn't slept so soundly, she could have spoken to him when he went to the bathroom. She patted Zhou Yuru's head and noticed he no longer had a fever. "Dr. Wu, he doesn't have a fever anymore. Can we go home?" Wu Wenzhou replied, "No, you need to stay one more day for observation." The door of the clinic opened and many people came in. Zhao Hohot, Han Ke, and the two tigers, along with Han Lixia. Surprisingly, Zhou Yuru's mother, Huang Juping, was also there. After returning home yesterday, Grandma Zhou had already talked to Huang Juping about her visit to the Han family. Grandma Zhou mentioned that the Han family did not acknowledge it and was waiting for Zhou Yuru to wake up to clarify things. Huang Juping didn't act impulsively. After all, they had just saved her child. She thought it wouldn't be right to confront them immediately. Anyone would think the Zhou family was ungrateful. Grandma Zhou's actions seemed a bit rash. Couldn't they wait a little longer? What if it really was Zhou Yuru who took the other children to the river? That would offend the Han family. Early in the morning, Huang Juping went to the Han family to apologize to Zhao Hohot. Han Liio, concerned about the patients at the clinic, later found out that Zhou Yuru had woken up and informed Huang Juping. Overjoyed, Huang Juping cried tears of happiness at the Han family and then followed Zhao Hohot and the others to the clinic. Zhao Hohot was no longer as straightforward as before. She told Huang Juping they should go to the clinic to see the child, who had gone through a lot. But they took Big Tiger and Second Tiger over there, clearly to confront them. However, Zhao Hohot's attitude didn't seem like she wanted to argue, which made Huang Juping feel grateful towards her. When Zhou Hongying saw the situation, she closed her eyes. It was over. "Son, I have meat. My dear child." Upon seeing Zhou Yuru sitting on the bed, Huang Juping couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed to the bed and hugged her child, crying uncontrollably. She still couldn't forget the panic she felt when she heard the child had fallen into the river, and the despair when the child was pulled out without breath. If she lost her child, it would truly take her life. Huang Juping cried freely, and no one stopped her. They let her cry as much as she needed. Even Zhou Changgue was awakened by her sobs. He didn't know his son was awake, but when he saw his wife holding the child and crying, Zhou Changgue's eyes also turned red. Zhao Hohot said, all right, having meat is a blessing. Didn't we say? Surviving a great disaster brings future blessings. We have meat, so our future will be bright. Right, Brother Changgue? Zhou Changgue smiled through tears. Sister-in-law, thank you for your kind words. Our meat is also thanks to your daughter. She brings us good fortune. After finally finishing her crying, Huang Juping wiped her tears and nodded in agreement with the man. Yes, what Changgue said is very true. Lin Shuang, who knew some secrets, sat nearby watching with wide eyes. Most of the attention was on Zhou Hongying's face, as he wondered what expression she would show. Then he noticed the tension and fear in her. He chuckled. Indeed, she was feeling guilty. Zhao Hohot patted Zhou Yuru's head. You are such the mischievous child. Why did you go sliding on the river when the ice wasn't even solid yet? What were you thinking? Zhou Hongying clenched her fists nervously. She stared at Zhou Yuru, who couldn't look at her. Then he gave a silly laugh. I won't do it again. I'll listen to my parents from now on. Now tell your aunt, did you want to go to the river yourself, or did Big Tiger and Second Tiger ask you to go there? Zhou Changgue, sitting on the bed, felt this question was off and looked at his wife. Huang Juping gently shook her head at him. Everyone waited for Zhou Yuru's answer. Zhou Yuru wanted to say it was his aunt who said the river was fun, which made him want to take Big Tiger and Second Tiger to slide on the ice, but his aunt's fierce gaze made him tremble, and he didn't dare to say it. I took Big Tiger and Little Tiger with me. Then Big Tiger and Little Tiger warned me that the river was dangerous and told me not to go on it, but I didn't listen to them. After they left, I went to play on the river, and then I fell in. Zhao Yuru finished speaking and burrowed into his mother's arms. To others, it seemed like the child was just shy, but only Zhao Yuru knew he was afraid to see Zhou Hongying's face. Well, the truth was out. Huang Juping gently nudged her son Yu. Even Big Tiger and Little Tiger, who are 2 years younger than you, know the river is dangerous. Why didn't you listen? You need to learn more from them. Big Tiger and Little Tiger, thank you. If Yuru does something wrong in the future, please remind him. Ho hot, you have educated your children well. They are so smart. A 6 or 7-year-old knows not to play by the river, but look at our little rascal, who is 9 and still doesn't understand. Little Tiger said, Zhou Grandma, it's not that we are more sensible. It's because my grandma often tells my aunt not to play by the river because it's dangerous, and we remember that.
Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee.
The children's innocent words made everyone laugh. Zhou Hongying felt relieved that Zhou Yuru didn't reveal anything about her. But she still had doubts. Did Zhou Yuru suspect her? Normally, a 9-year-old wouldn't have such cunning thoughts, which meant Zhou Yuru probably hadn't figured it out at all. Zhou Hongying thought to herself. Then Zhou Yiliang arrived with Zhou Grandpa and Zhou Grandma to check on Zhou Yuru. Since the child was fine, it also cleared the 2 children from the Han family of any blame. Zhao Hohot took her family home, feeling quite displeased with Zhou Grandma. Her feelings were almost as bad as towards Han Grandma. Yesterday, they had caused a scene at their house, and things had turned sour. Thankfully, Zhou and his wife were good people. When Zhou Grandma saw that her grandson was cleared of blame, as he had taken Big Tiger and Little Tiger ice skating, she felt a bit awkward when she saw Zhao Hohot. She wanted to greet her and apologize, but Zhao Hohot ignored her and left as if she hadn't seen her. Zhou Yuru stayed in the hospital for 2 days and then was discharged. After returning home, the child became very clingy, either to his mother or his grandmother, as he was actually afraid of Zhou Hongying. He was especially scared to be alone with her. Taking advantage of Zhou Hongying being out, Zhou Yuru snuggled into his grandmother's arms and said, Grandma, I'm scared. The old lady hugged her little grandson and patted his head, saying, Don't be scared, it's just a little touch. We have food at home, so there's nothing to fear. She thought the child might have been frightened after falling into the river, so she planned to burn some yellow paper at night to call back his spirit. Zhou Yuru, nestled in the old lady's arms, said in a muffled voice, Grandma, it was my aunt who took us to play by the river. The old lady's mind buzzed with disbelief at his words. You can't say such things, Yuru. Do you know what could happen if others hear this, especially the Han family? They won't let your aunt off easily. Zhou Yuru lifted his little face from her embrace and insisted, I'm not lying. He then recounted how Zhou Hongying had told him to call Big Tiger and Second Tiger to a secluded place and shared everything she had said. The old lady fell silent. Having lived for 70 years, she could see what her daughter was up to. Even though she was her daughter, the old lady thought her heart was too cruel. Not only did she harm 2 children, but she also put her own nephew in danger. Thankfully, Yuru was safe. If anything happened to him, their family would be ruined. Just when the old lady thought it was over, Zhou Yuru's next words nearly made her faint. Wah, Grandma, when I stayed at the clinic my aunt tried to hurt me. That's nonsense. How can you say such things? The old lady found it hard to accept. I'm not lying. She stuffed something in my nose and I couldn't breathe, so I pretended to be asleep. Then she tried to cover my mouth to suffocate me. The old lady instantly broke down in tears. How could her daughter be so cruel? Was she afraid the child would reveal her actions? She couldn't believe such a thing could come from her own flesh and blood. How had her child turned out this way? Yuru, who else have you told about this? The old lady looked into her grandson's terrified eyes, and her heart ached. But still, that was her own daughter. The old lady had her own selfish thoughts. I only told you, Grandma. The old lady felt a strange sense of relief. Yuru, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Can you promise not to tell your mom and dad about this? No, your grandfather and brother cannot know. It's a secret just between you and Grandma, okay? Although Zhao Yuru was only 9, he had matured a lot after falling into the river and witnessing Zhou Hongying's actions. He thought that if he told his beloved grandma, she would surely stand up for him. Besides, his aunt was Grandma's daughter, so she would listen to her. Grandma would protect him. The boy's pure eyes made Grandma Zhou feel a bit ashamed. She couldn't meet his clear gaze. Yuru, that's your own aunt. She's divorced and has no home. How sad. She just wants a family, but she made some wrong choices. Can we give her another chance? I promise she won't hurt you again. The light in the boy's eyes faded. What if she doesn't listen to you? What if she goes after who and who again? Grandma's heart sank. The child understood more than she thought. What should she do? Yuru, I promise this won't happen again. Just this once, please? I beg you.
Don't tell the Han family.
She held his shoulders, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't bear to think about what would happen if Zhao Hohot found out that Zhou Hongying wanted to harm her grandsons. No matter how bad she was still their mother. How could a mother not feel pain? Yuru bit his lip, silently watching his grandma's face. Then he ran out without saying a word. As he ran outside, he bumped into Zhou Hongying, who had just returned. Where are you going? It's cold outside, and you just got better. Don't catch a chill again. She showed concern, but the boy didn't even glance at her as he rushed past. Zhou Hongying watched him leave, deep in thought, then entered Grandma Zhou's room. She found Grandma sitting on the bed, lost in thought, her eyes red as if she had been crying. Mom, what's wrong? Zhou Hongying asked with concern. Suddenly, Grandma Zhou slapped Zhou Hongying hard, leaving her stunned.
Beast.
A moment later, Zhou Hongying left Grandma's room, looking lost. Later that night, Grandma called Zhou Dazhao into her room. Juping, your sister is not young anymore. We can't delay any longer. The Han family is definitely not an option anymore. Can you see if your family can help find a suitable match for your sister-in-law? It's okay if it's a bit far away. Huang Juping replied, okay. It seems that the sister-in-law has truly given up on Han Lixia, which is good. It's best to get her married off quickly. The farther away, the better. The next day, the Han family learned that the Zhou family had gotten into a fight. No one seems to know why it happened. Many people said they had no idea. It was said that Grandma Zhou was crying quite a bit and even knelt down to her daughter-in-law. As for who was fighting whom, that was still unclear. The eldest couple of the Zhou family felt very uneasy. They learned from their youngest son that Zhou Hongying had led some children to play by the river. How could someone be so cruel? To achieve her own goals, she not only endangered those children but also put her own nephew at risk. Is she even human? Huang Juping couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed Zhou Hongying by the hair and slapped her, pinning her down and hitting her. Zhou Changui only had this one sister, and they had a good relationship since childhood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken her in to live with him for 2 years after his divorce. But this time, he held back and didn't intervene. That wasn't all. Huang Juping wanted to kick her out that very night or report her. She was scared to live under the same roof with such a toxic person. They couldn't have someone like that in their home, who knew when she might strike again. Zhao Yuru reported to his parents and had already fallen out with this aunt, so it was likely that she would seek revenge on him. Grandma Zhou was crying and begging her daughter-in-law. If her daughter-in-law kicked her daughter out, she would die right in front of her. In the end, the old man promised his son and daughter-in-law that they would find a suitable match for her as soon as possible, preferably someone far away. It wasn't because they were afraid she would harm their grandson. It was because they feared that little grandson might tell the villagers about Zhou Hongying's actions. If Zhou Hongying married nearby, life would surely be difficult for them. It must be said that Zhou Hongying had good parents, much better than Mi Chunhua. Wang Zhaodi was even worse. With such parents, she still secretly caused trouble. Of course, this was an internal conflict within the Zhou family. Although the couple was very angry, they ultimately decided to keep quiet because their sister-in-law's bad reputation would also reflect poorly on their family. Time passed, and it was Saturday night when Han Taiju returned home. It has been about 20 days since Han Kuo and Han Liio returned from Nanjing, and the vegetables in the county's planting boxes are growing quickly and are almost ready to sell. The family has sold their vegetables twice, and they can earn over 100 yuan in a month, which makes Zhao Hohot very happy. As noon approaches, while the family is cooking, Huang Juping and Zhou Chonggui arrive with Zhao Yuru, carrying 2 bags. Zhao Hohot and her husband let them in, and Han Taiju offers Zhou Chonggui a cigarette, saying, "Here, have one." Zhou Chonggui, who has quit smoking, replies, "Sure, Han, you're different now that you're working. You've switched from tobacco leaves to rolled cigarettes." Han Taiju laughs, "I didn't buy these. I work at the gate. Some colleagues ask me to collect letters and packages, and they give me cigarettes as thanks. This pack costs several dimes, and I wouldn't spend that." Since he got them for free, Zhou Chonggui feels even more envious. The Zhou family came today to express their gratitude because Han's family saved 2 lives. They couldn't just ignore it. They believe in being grateful. Moreover, they feel guilty because Zhou Hongying almost harmed Han's 2 children. They can't deal with Zhou Hongying directly, but they're frustrated because the elderly lady insists on protecting her. They can't really force their mother to do anything drastic. This issue even led to a fight between the couple.
Hohot.
We're all familiar here, so I won't say much. I came specifically to thank your daughter, Zhou Chonggui says, handing 2 bags to Zhao Hohot. Zhao Hohot responds, "What's this for? We're from the same village. How can we ignore someone in need? Take it back. The child has suffered enough. I don't care what this is. Give it to the child to eat. Our daughter is fine. She has enough to eat, so don't worry about her." She pushes the bags back. Since they brought the gifts with good intentions, the Zhou family insists on giving them and won't take them back. Huang Juping, feeling anxious, pulls out a freshly killed chicken from one of the bags, feathers already removed.
Han Tishu exclaims, "Hangai."
"Are we really doing this? Is this an old hen? Why did you kill it?" But that's not all. They pull out another one, and then another, totaling 3 hens. This means they have given away all 3 of their old hens. Regardless of how much 3 old hens are worth, the sincerity behind this gesture is clear. They are willing to sacrifice their own egg-laying hens to show their gratitude. It's okay to accept help, but we shouldn't take too much. Zhao Hohot is not as naive as she used to be. Her family has enough food, drink, and money to spend. She really doesn't want to take those 3 chickens from the Zhou family. For her family, 3 chickens are not a big deal, but for the Zhou family, they are valuable. She insists on not taking anything. This makes the Zhou couple anxious. If they don't accept it, they might get upset. She already feels guilty and thinks that what she has isn't enough. What kind of situation does the Han family have? Their daughter can earn a lot of money, and Han Taiju has a job. Now, the Han family is one of the best in Yangshigu. If she gives this little bit, it's good if they don't mind. They can't offer anything better. Then she finds another bag with 20 pounds of flour. The couple throws everything down and runs away with their child. Zhao Hohot tries to catch up, but can't. Outside the Han house, Zhao Yuru is upset. "I feel bad for Dahu and Eru.
How can I play with them now?"
He feels guilty about the incident by the river. His grandparents won't let him tell Dahu and Eru about Zhou Hongying, which makes him feel like he's betraying his friends. He has been very troubled by this for the past few days. Zhou Chonggui grits his teeth. "Yur, do you want to go to school?" "Dad, it's tough to support 2 kids in school at once." Huang Juping wishes her child could go to school, but the oldest is already enrolled. Supporting 1 child is hard enough. Supporting 2 would mean tightening their belts. There are only 2 working adults in the family, and the grandparents can't help. They can't even earn their own food. Zhou Chonggui says, but he needs to go. If he stays home, he'll just run around and get into trouble. Let's raise another pig next year. Huang Juping understands this logic. Since her husband says to go, then they should. The child is already 9 years old. Suddenly, good luck strikes Zhao Yuru, and he is overjoyed, unable to stop smiling. He can go to school now, just like Dahu and Eru, and they can walk together after school. At the Han house, Zhao Hohat says, I feel really bad about taking those 3 chickens. She holds a chicken in one hand and a bag of flour in the other, unsure of what to do. Han Taiju replies, if we can't return them, let's keep them for now and prepare something else to give back. Han Ku suggests cooking a chicken for lunch since they haven't had chicken in a long time. It's getting cold, the river is frozen, and the back mountain is covered in snow. Zhao Hohat can't let Han Ku go up the mountain to get meat. Although Han Ku knew that this trip to the mountain was fake, Zhao Hohat did not. So Han Ku could only take a little meat from her space when she had the chance to go to the county, claiming she bought it in the black market. Now that there is a black market, she can blame anything on it. But it still takes a long time to enjoy a big meal. Usually, they only eat salted meat. Zhao Hohat waved her hand and said to eat meat. With a few kids at school, she saved a portion for them and cooked the rest of the chicken with potatoes, making a big, delicious pot. When Han Liio came home for lunch, he brought back big news. Han Ku returned from the future, so she wasn't too shocked by such things. Besides, when young people are in love, anything can happen. The others were stunned, as if struck by lightning. Wang Zhaodi opened her mouth and took a while to speak. Wow. Today's young people. I just don't understand. Aren't they afraid of being talked about behind their backs? And what will the team say? They might get criticized or even sent away. Zhao Hohat replied, but to do something so embarrassing and then boldly go to the clinic for you all to check? Are they trying to make sure everyone knows? Han Liio said, they didn't mean to, they thought they had some stomach issue. Who knew that after checking, they found out they were pregnant. I thought I had misdiagnosed, but after Teacher Wu checked, the conclusion was the same. Han Ku was speechless. Young people in this era had almost no education on such matters. It was all passed down from elders after marriage, unlike the advanced information available in the future. Even elementary school kids know how pregnancy works. She quietly ate her meal while listening. Zhao Hohat sighed again. This is karma. That's why they say good deeds bring good rewards and bad deeds bring bad rewards. If it's not the right time, it won't come. Look, he's getting his comeuppance. I always thought that male youth was no good, looking like a little chick. Suddenly, Zhao Hohat noticed Han Taiju giving her a look, and she quickly closed her mouth. Ugh, why mention him? Her daughter is so good. That guy doesn't deserve her. Besides, it's been so long. Her daughter probably forgot all about those people. She secretly observed Han Ku's expression and found her daughter seemed unfazed. Han Ku has truly forgotten those people. They played a minor role in her life, so she doesn't care what the educated youth do in their daily lives. Actually, Gu Chongqing and Shen Mengyao have had a child together. If this were in later years, both sets of parents would probably sit down to discuss engagement or marriage. But in this era, it's hard to say. Being pregnant before marriage is considered a huge disgrace. After all, there was a previous case with Cheng Yusi and Yu Jingxi, who were sent away. This situation is different. Gu Chongqing and Shen Mengyao are the real deal. It could be seen as dating or as having a questionable lifestyle. Their behavior seems acceptable in the eyes of the village leaders, which is why they are treated differently from Cheng Yusi and Yu Jingxi. The next day, news spread that the two had gotten their marriage certificate. If Cheng Yusi and Yu Jingxi knew about the village's double standards, they would likely be furious. I must say, these two acted quickly. They held a small celebration at the educated youth dormitory, attended by the youth, while the village leaders were invited but did not attend. The villagers were not invited either. From then on, this couple was tied together. Han Taiju was returning to the county town in the morning, and Zhao Hohat and Han Ku planned to discuss his background with him. Han Ku was worried that if the truth about his background came out, her father might not handle it well. Last time, when she and Zhao Hohat were looking at photos to investigate Han Tieju's background, they were caught, and the two of them discussed when to talk to him. However, Han Taiju only returned once a week. Han Ku decided not to get involved and hid in her room, fearing that if her father learned the truth, it would be very awkward for her to be there. Zhao Hohat seriously held Han Taiju down on the bed, saying, "Don't move, sit still. I need to tell you something important, and you have to stay strong. Han Taiju was both amused and confused. Now I'm even more curious. What could make me faint? Cough, cough. I suspect you are not your mother's biological child. Really, I have reasons for this. Come here, look at these photos on the wall. My daughter and I studied them for 2 days, and the old man in the photos looks nothing like you when he was young. Han Lao-er looks just like your father. Not to mention Han Lao-er's 3 daughters. They all resemble the old man. You might say you look like your mother or your mother's side of the family, but why is it that none of the 5 children in our family resemble Grandpa? As our daughter would say, that's not scientific. Han Taiju looked expressionlessly at the photos on the wall with Zhao Hohat. She thought he would be upset or excited, but his expression was very calm.
Hey,
what are you thinking?
tell me.
Zhao Hohat nudged Han Taiju, wanting a reaction because she was curious. After looking at the photos, Han Taiju sat back down on the bed. If you want to know what I'm thinking, I'll tell you. I hope I'm not her biological child. This answer shocked Zhao Hohat. Han Taiju used to be very filial, but after facing many hardships, he had changed a lot. Why do you think that? Zhao Hohat asked.
Han Taiju smilade helt plötsligt.
Do I even need to explain? I can't stand her behavior anymore. I'm human, and I have feelings. She keeps treating me this way, and all my kindness has been worn out. Zhao Hohat gradually showed a knowing smile and affectionately ruffled Han Taizhu's hair. Taizhu, you should have said this earlier. You've had me and our daughter worried these past few days. I was afraid that if we broke this barrier, you would be hurt. If you really aren't her son, what do we plan to do? Han Taiju looked at Zhao Hohat as if she were silly. What else can we do? We would definitely cut ties. I can't let her keep harming me.
Imbralievano.
Oh my, life has been so smooth lately. Zhao Hohat said happily and gave Han Taiju a kiss on the cheek.
Grandma, quiche.
Little Schwanzi, with his little legs, ran in just in time to see. Look at you, the child saw that. Han Taiju complained, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Zhao Hohat picked up her grandson and gave him a kiss. Good grandma kisses. Han Taiju returned to the county. If he had known that as soon as he left, Granny Yun and her daughter would cause trouble again, he definitely wouldn't have gone. A small green jeep wobbled into Yangshigu. Inside, Su Aihua sat in the front passenger seat, occasionally turning around to chat with the 3 people in the back, wearing a flattering expression. In the back seat were 2 women and 1 man. The oldest woman, around 50, had short gray hair. Her face was serious, and her eyes seemed to look down on everything. Her sparse eyebrows were slightly raised, as if always expressing dissatisfaction. Her small eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence, as if they could see through everything but were also very critical. Her thin lips were tightly pressed, with the corners turned down slightly, as if always carrying a hint of sarcasm. The skin on her face was loose, with deep and shallow wrinkles, and her prominent cheekbones gave her a harsh appearance. She said nothing. Her unkind looks were enough to make people keep their distance. On the left was a woman in her 30s, who seemed familiar with Su Aihua. The 2 exchanged words, lightening the heavy atmosphere. At the back was a man around 30, with neatly styled hair. He had an average build and a sallow complexion. His small eyes were often half-closed, revealing a gloomy light, as if he were judging those around him with disdain. His messy eyebrows were slightly furrowed, giving him a fierce look. His nose was a bit flat, and his thin lips were tightly pressed, with the corners turned down slightly, as if he were always mocking something. The man held his chin up slightly, exuding an air of arrogance that made it clear he was very proud. This man resembled the older woman sitting in the middle, indicating a family connection, even sharing the same haughty attitude. Su Aihua said, "Director Meng, don't worry. If she wasn't good, I wouldn't introduce her to you. I'm not exaggerating. I've never seen a prettier girl than my niece. With your family situation, you don't need to look for someone better. Just someone obedient and pretty who can take care of the family will do. My niece may not be from the city, but she graduated high school and is very beautiful, plus she is honest and obedient. She knew the older woman in front of her had high standards and looked down on ordinary people. If it weren't for the need to find an obedient daughter-in-law, she wouldn't have lowered herself to come to the countryside to meet her. Look at her attitude. She talked on, but only grunted in response, as if she didn't care to engage. Who does she think she is? If it weren't necessary, who would want to see her sour face? But it's fine. With the character of this mother and son, Hanko would surely have a hard time if she married into their family. The woman in her 30s smiled flatteringly and said, "That's right. A woman should marry someone who can take care of the family. That's a woman's duty." The young people today just don't understand. Their thinking is getting more and more off track.
Sigh.
Women hold up half the sky, she said, as if she weren't a woman herself. Su Aihua replied, "Yes, I agree. Once my niece is married, if there's anything wrong, feel free to correct her. It's a blessing for her to marry into your family. If she doesn't listen, you can handle it as you wish. Once a daughter is married, she's like water that's been spilled. We elders won't say much." The harsh old woman finally spoke up. "What nonsense are you talking? What do you think our family is? And whether it will happen is still uncertain. Just because you want it to happen doesn't mean I agreed. Today, you came to beg us to take a look. Whether we like her is still up in the air." The woman pouted, thinking this was too much. She came to their home, asking for her son to meet her niece, and now they were already talking about marriage. She hadn't even seen what kind of person she was yet, and they were discussing marriage. After being scolded by the old woman, Su Aihua felt embarrassed. She scoffed internally, thinking, what a piece of work. If it weren't for her brother being a high-ranking official, would she be so eager to please? When has Su Aihua ever been treated like this? If it weren't for her job and future, she wouldn't tolerate it. This was just one of many times she felt frustrated on the way. The woman in her 30s forced a smile. "Hee, Director Meng, you're right. Oh look, we've arrived. This is Yang Shigu, and that girl is from the Han family. I heard she even wrote a novel that got published. She's quite accomplished." The old woman's eyebrows furrowed. What decent girl would seek attention like that? I tell you, a showy girl might not be suitable for our son. A woman who attracts too much attention won't bring peace. We want someone honest and obedient who can take care of my grandchildren and my son. A woman whose heart isn't at home, chasing after strange paths. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? The man beside her turned his face away in disdain, looking out the car window. Although he had been divorced twice and had 2 children with his conditions, he shouldn't have to settle for someone from the countryside. He wondered what his mother was thinking. Wouldn't it be better to find a city girl with a good job and a pretty appearance? Honestly, as soon as he entered this village, he felt uncomfortable, as if there was a bad smell everywhere. Although it is winter and there is nothing to smell, he feels uncomfortable all over. Looking around, there are only low mud houses, and the few brick houses in the village belong to the party office. What kind of good daughters can such poor families raise? You can imagine that in summer, the women with sunburned faces work hard in the fields, and they are strong from years of labor. He really wants to leave immediately, but he has to consider his mother. He has been on several blind dates, but none of the girls met his mother's approval, and he didn't like them either, so it was fine. He has high standards. His first 2 wives were both beautiful. If a girl isn't attractive, she won't catch his interest. The only issue was some disagreements at home, and they always complained they couldn't take it anymore. What's wrong with him? He's a man. Isn't that just a common preference? He dares to say that every man is like that. Why should he be any different? Both of his previous wives left because of issues at home. The beauty of his first 2 wives spoiled him. If a girl isn't pretty, she doesn't spark his interest. Director Meng, come to our house first. I need my mom to come along before we visit my older brother's house. I'm afraid I won't be able to speak well, and only my mom can handle my sister-in-law, who is a bit difficult. What do you mean? Can't we meet without your mother? Does that mean your sister-in-law won't agree? Let me tell you, we didn't force your family, but you came to us asking for help. The older woman was upset. What kind of situation was this? No, Director Meng, you misunderstood. My sister-in-law is known for being difficult in the village. If I talk to her directly, she might make unreasonable demands. That won't work. Our family isn't selling daughters. If my mom goes, it will be different. With her as an elder, my sister-in-law won't dare to act up. Oh no. He let something slip. That's what happens when you talk too much. Su Aihua quickly stopped speaking.
Aihua.
Is this your second brother's house? I must say, your brother's place is quite nice. This big tile house is bright. I notice there aren't many tile houses in the whole village. The woman in her 30s, who works at the same hospital as Su Aihua, introduced them. Of course. My second brother works at a towel factory in the county as a workshop director, and he's doing really well. He's even competing for the deputy factory director position.
Su Aihua Pfudili Wastet?
Although Han Idong's claim about competing for the deputy factory director is just her nonsense, it was merely an idea she shared with her. However, that doesn't stop her from boasting to raise her status. Sure enough, the mother and son looked much happier listening to her bragging. The driver parked the jeep in front of Han Idong's house. After a heavy snowfall, it was very cold, and the village children were not outside to play, so not many people saw the car enter the village. Su Aihua got out of the car first and opened the back door for the others to get out. Her overly polite demeanor was quite exaggerated. The man got out first, followed by the older woman. The mother and son lifted their chins to examine the house and yard in front of them. It was decent. Having such conditions in the countryside was quite good, and even in the county town, a small yard like this would be considered nice. Su Aihua approached and knocked on the door. Hanyu shivered as she opened the door. Aunt? What brings you here? As soon as the door opened, she saw Su Aihua standing at their doorstep. Su Aihua usually didn't visit them unless it was a holiday to check on the elderly lady, so her presence was surprising. Looking behind her, Hanyu noticed several people standing there, along with a small car. Who could be in a small car? They must be important people. Hanyu's eyes lit up, realizing these important guests were brought by Su Aihua. Oh, please come in, welcome. Her overly eager attitude made Su Aihua feel a bit awkward. On such a cold day, everyone was staying indoors. The elderly lady was sitting on her kong, playing with her grandson, while Yang Bengxia was in her own room, sitting on the kong and making shoe soles. When Hanyu opened the door, the elderly lady and Yang Bengxia looked through the window toward the entrance and saw Su Aihua bringing several men and women into the yard. The elderly lady understood what was happening, but Yang Bengxia didn't. However, seeing their clothing, she quickly got up, put on her shoes, and went out to greet them. Director Meng, this is my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, this is Director Meng from the Women's Federation in the county. Su Aihua introduced Yang Bengxia and the elderly woman. Yang Bengxia trembled, unsure if it was from the cold or excitement. She reached out her hand to shake hands with the leader, but the leader completely ignored her, which was awkward. To be precise, the leader didn't even spare her a glance. A rural woman wasn't worth her attention. Yang Bengxia awkwardly withdrew her hand. Please, let's talk inside. The two women warmly led the guests into the elderly lady's room. Mom, I've brought back important guests. This is Director Meng from the Women's Federation in the county. Actually, the person with the surname Meng is a deputy director. Su Aihua, wanting to flatter her, directly called her director, which made the woman with the surname Meng very pleased. Director Meng, this is my mother. She retired from the coal mine in the town. I specifically mentioned to the woman with the surname Meng that Grandma Han had a job, which made her regard Grandma Han more favorably. Indeed, when the woman with the surname Meng heard that the old lady was retired, she forced a smile and nodded at her, showing respect. Grandma Han smiled widely. Oh my goodness, what an honored guest. Quickly, Director Meng, come sit on the warm kong. Hanyu, hurry and make some bowls of brown sugar water. Bengxia, go get the fried sunflower seeds and peanuts. Auntie, please don't be polite with us. We are not outsiders. I work with your daughter. We came today to help matchmake for your granddaughter and to visit you. The woman in her 30s spoke smoothly, making Grandma Han very happy. Oh, thank you for matchmaking for my granddaughter, Grandma Han said, glancing at the only man in the room and examining him closely. He was about 30, of average height, plain-looking, and had a harsh expression. He seemed dissatisfied with everything and looked angry, which was just what she wanted. Her granddaughter Han-ko would definitely not have a good life marrying into such a family. She herself was a sharp-tongued old lady, so she was very sensitive to her kind. Yang Bangxia and Hanyu were whispering in the kitchen. "Mom, what are they here for? I saw they came in a car. They must be of some status," Hanyu quietly asked Yang Bangxia. Yang Bangxia squinted. "They said they are from the county's Women's Federation. I was standing outside your grandmother's room and listened carefully. It seems they are matchmaking for someone. It doesn't look like they are matchmaking for you, so it must be for Han-ke." Hanyu was unhappy. "What does my grandma and my aunt have to do with this? Why not introduce such a good match to me instead of Han-ke? I'm already 18, a year older than Han-ke." Hearing that they were introducing such a good match for Han-ke made Hanyu very upset. She slammed the bowl on the table and sat down on the stool, unwilling to help. Anyway, it wasn't for her, so why should she be enthusiastic? Her actions startled Yang Bangxia, who pinched Hanyu's arm and whispered, "Keep your voice down. Let your grandma hear you. If you ruin her good fortune, just wait and see how she deals with you." Yang Bangxia wasn't that naive. She knew the old lady from the main house wasn't so kind. Who knows what bad intentions she might have. "I don't care. I'm not happy about serving you. I'm not going," she said, tossing her braid back and turning away from Yang Bangxia. "You are my ancestor." Yang Bangxia had no choice but to take the red sugar water to the old lady's room and also bring some fried peanuts and seeds from home. Hanyu sat in the kitchen feeling uneasy, her mind racing. She wondered how good this family's situation really was. If it was very good, could she possibly get in a way? Although the man was not very young, around 30, she could manage to accept that. A job that allowed him to drive a car must be good. The man's mother was the head of the Women's Federation. Oh my, if she married this man, wouldn't that directly help her get a job? Having a mother-in-law with such a position was much better than her own father. She could easily choose a job in the county. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Yang Bangxia carried the items to the west room and saw old lady Han slapping her thigh loudly. Just hearing it made her wince. "No problem. I'm still alive and I make the decisions at home. The eldest daughter-in-law is a bit snobbish. Just ignore her. Whenever we go, I'll lead the way." Yang Bangxia replied, "Mom, Hanyu and I will stay home to watch the kids, so we won't go." She didn't want to get involved. She was afraid it would turn into a fight. Zhao Ho-hot, that troublesome woman, didn't care about any leaders. When she caused trouble, it was reckless. Su Aihua said, "I wasn't planning to take you anyway. Why bring so many people?" Yang Bangxia thought, it's time for her to experience what it's like to be squeezed out. Just thinking about that scene made Yang Bangxia feel particularly satisfied, especially since she had to pick up the kids and even handed them over for her to raise. So, Yang Bangxia held a grudge against Su Aihua for the child adoption issue. "I'm busy with work, but I'll make time to come. Let's not waste time. Let's go take a look now," Director Meng said. "All right, let's go now," Old Lady Han said as she shifted in her seat and got up. Yang Bangxia held the child and watched the group disappear at the door. Hanyu stood beside her, pouting, and asked, "Mom, do you think they will make it?" Yang Bangxia looked away. "It's hard to say. Zhao Ho-hot definitely won't agree." "How is that possible? With such good conditions, what are they looking for?" Hanyu felt that Han-ku was a bit unrealistic. Yang Bansha said, "Isn't Mo Tsongji's situation better? It's much stronger than this. At least he hasn't been married before and is a leader. Someone like Han-ku wouldn't even look at that. Can she really consider someone like this? My dear, don't be so shallow. Even I wouldn't look at someone like that." Yang Bansha felt a bit of a headache. Her third child was desperate to get married. Although 18 is a bit old, it's not too late. As long as she can get married before 20, it's fine. The more anxious she is to find a good man, the harder it gets. She's still young and doesn't understand. Yang Bansha herself was tricked by Han Aidong's sweet words back in the day. Luckily, Han Aidong found a job later, otherwise, she would regret it deeply. Back then, she was the most sought-after girl in the village, and her father was the village secretary. So many families wanted her. Otherwise, Han Lixia wouldn't have built her a house just because she asked for it. Meanwhile, old lady Han, accompanied by a few people, trudged through the snow and arrived at the big house. In the countryside, the gates are usually left open during the day. So, the door to Han Tieju's house was wide open. Su Aihua stepped inside but was suddenly pulled back by old lady Han. The ground was slippery, and Su Aihua almost fell over. She quickly grabbed the door frame and asked, "Mom, what are you doing?" Old lady Han, recalling the annoying goose, pulled Su Aihua back in a panic. "Don't rush in. The old house has a goose. Didn't I tell you last time? It bit me hard. That goose is fierce." Su Aihua remembered and quickly stepped back several paces. Old lady Yin said, "I'll call them out." Director Meng frowned again, suspicious of the boasting from old lady Yun and her daughter. They were being so cautious at her son's house. Could they really handle things there? The way the mother and daughter looked, they didn't seem capable. "Wang Zhaodi, Wang Zhaodi." Old lady Yin shouted at the door. Why call Wang Zhaodi? Because Zhao Hohat's family didn't take her seriously. She had to call the honest person. After shouting, she quickly stepped back several paces, afraid that the pesky goose would hear her voice and come out to bite her. Wang Zhaodi heard the call and leaned against the glass to look at the door. "Isn't that Grandma? Why is she back again?" Wang Zhaodi was busy with her sewing. This is the fabric Han Ke brought back from Nanjing last time, and Wang Zhaodi is responsible for making clothes for the family. She borrowed the sewing machine from the women's director, Zhou Ping, and now she just needs to finish the buttonholes by hand. So, she sits on the Kong by the window, using the light from outside to work on the buttonholes, making it easy for her to see what's happening outside. Han Lichuan is dozing off against the Kong cabinet. He isn't fully asleep, just in a light doze, when he hears his wife mumbling that someone has arrived. "Who is it?" Wang Zhaodi replies, "It's Grandma." "Oh, and it seems Su Aihua is here too, along with a few people I don't know." "Hey, Wang Zhaodi, Wang Zhaodi." Han Lichuan leans over to look through the window. The old lady is scared off by our goose and doesn't dare come in to deliver the vegetables. "She's calling for you to go out and bring them in." Wang Zhaodi says, "What should I do? I don't want to go out and see those two faces. They specifically want me. It's really annoying. I'm just too easygoing." Han Lichuan responds, "I've noticed you're not as easygoing as you used to be." Wang Zhaodi kicks him playfully. "Go on, don't let her keep calling for me. That's your ancestor. You go bring her in." "I'm not going, it's too bothersome." Han Lichuan slowly gets up to put on his shoes. "I just don't understand why they can't leave us alone. They keep coming around looking for trouble." Wang Zhaodi chuckles, startling their sleeping young son, and Han Lichuan quickly pats him gently. The child closes his eyes again. Zhao Hohat, not hard of hearing, has already heard the old lady calling out. She's like a harbinger of bad luck. Nothing good ever comes when she visits. I wonder what trouble she's up to today. "Daughter, you've been working on that complaint letter for days. Why is there still no response? I'm so tired of them. If only that letter could get rid of this whole family. If they could leave, I could finally have a few peaceful years." The two women are sitting on the Kong knitting sweaters and chatting when they hear Han Laodai calling from outside. Han Ke says, "I think my letter is pretty strong, but we can't predict the outcome. If anyone goes, it would just be Han Lair, while the old lady and the second branch are still in the village. Mom, we need to find a way to get our family to the city, ideally with everyone having a job. That way, we can stay far away from them and avoid the stress." Zhao Hohat laughs. "Oh, daughter, let's not get carried away. If there were 2 jobs in the family, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. Everyone having a job? That's just not possible. Just thinking about it seems impossible."
Sigh.
"Who did that old lady bring with her?" "I don't know her. Why bring a stranger to our home? I think she hasn't been here for a few days because she's worried about being exposed." Once we figure out your dad's background, if she's not his biological child, just wait and see how I deal with that old woman. Han-ke said, Mom, I think we should deal with her regardless of whether we find out about Dad's background. Look, she brought a man with her, and I can't shake the feeling that she has bad intentions. Hearing this, Zhao Hohat raised her eyebrows, throwing her sweater onto the bed with force.
Well,
that old woman thinks she has 9 lives like a cat? I want to see how many lives she has to walk out of our door today. Han-ke thought. That fierce tone definitely makes her sound like a wicked character. Hey, Grandma, why are you here today? Is there something going on? You wouldn't just come to our house for no reason. Han Lichuan, wearing a fur hat and with his hands tucked in his coat sleeves, smiled at Grandma Han. How can you talk like that? Can't your grandma come if there's nothing going on? And you, have you seen your aunt? Su Aihua looked down on the people from the Han family's main branch because she disapproved of Han Taizhu and his children. I really didn't recognize you. If you hadn't revealed your identity, I wouldn't have known who you are. You're quite the important person, only seen a couple of times a year, so how could I remember? Who are these people? What brings them to our house? Li Chuan also disapproved of Su Aihua, and they were equally matched. Su Aihua felt a bit embarrassed. If it weren't for the important matter today, she would have taught this boy a lesson. These are leaders from the county.
Come on, let's not waste time.
I can't tell you everything since you can't make decisions. Hurry, and take us to your mom. Look at you, I'm the eldest son here. So, how can this not involve me? Can just anyone bring strangers home? How do we know if they are good or bad people? Oh my, does this boy not know how to speak? Is he blind? Can't he see these are city folks? Just look at that Mr. Meng. He carries himself like someone important. We can't offend him. Su Aihua looked at Director Meng, who was pursing her lips, and thought, haha, this child speaks plainly, just a simple country person. He says what he thinks. Director Meng, please don't take it to heart. You, boy, lead the way. These are county leaders. Can you afford to offend them? Han Lichuan. All right, I can't afford to offend you. Please go ahead. Zhao Hohat and her daughter leaned against the window, watching the scene outside, clearly seeing the expressions on the faces of several people. Look at that woman in the middle. She's as proud as our Dezhuang, Zhao Hohat commented. Han-ke said, Su Aihua is here. It can't be good. Mom, I suddenly remembered how to deal with that old lady. Zhao Hohat turned her head, looking intently at Han-ke. Solving the issue with old lady Han was a problem their family had struggled with for decades, unless the old lady passed away. But judging by her appearance, she still had some time left. Daughter, tell me more. Han-ke replied, once we get rid of these people, I'll explain it to you properly. I have to say, their visit today has inspired me. The two of them straightened up, waiting for the guests to enter, as the group had already reached the door. Old Lady Han entered the room and saw the mother and daughter sitting comfortably on the kong. Seeing her come in, she felt heavy in her seat. What kind of daughter-in-law behaves like this? She must be spoiling her daughter. I say, eldest daughter-in-law, why didn't you come out to greet me when you saw me? Old Lady Han was very dissatisfied and wanted to show off in front of her guests, hoping to put Zhao Hohat in her place. She didn't believe that with these people around, Zhao Hohat could do anything to her. To be honest, she had been humiliated several times recently. She wanted to regain her dignity, but was afraid of being hit. So today, with everyone present and her own daughter by her side, she felt she could finally speak her mind. Zhao Hohat didn't move an inch. Huh? What kind of big shot do you think you are that I need to greet you? Should I bow and call you Empress? Shut up.
Can you speak like that?
Zhao Hohat, I've noticed you're getting more and more outrageous. A daughter-in-law cursing at her mother-in-law and raising her hand to hit? People like you should be taken out as an example. Don't say I didn't warn you. Treat my mother better. If I find out you're treating her poorly, just wait and see.
Ah.
Suddenly, a porcelain teacup flew and hit Su Aihua right in the mouth. The teacup clattered to the ground, and Su Aihua immediately bled from her nose and mouth. She covered her mouth, feeling something in there, and spat out 2 teeth. Everyone. Zhao Hohat's mouth was open for a long time before she closed it. She knew her daughter was strong. That teacup was thrown with force, and Su Aihua got what she deserved, watching her spit out 2 teeth. Good. Why didn't it knock her out? This is under Han Ku's control. If he used a bit more strength, Su Aihua would be in trouble. Stop making a scene in our home. You should see where you are standing. This is the home of the working people, not your stage to act superior. What do you want? Do you want to oppose the working-class government? Or do you think you can rise above the working people? Han Ku sat confidently on the bed, legs crossed, hands on his knees, squinting at Su Aihua. The last person standing at the door was Director Meng's son. The moment he saw Han Ku, he knew he was in trouble. He was captivated. She was beautiful, unlike anyone he had ever seen. He immediately decided that this girl was meant for him. Han Ku was his destined partner. He stared at her intently. She had 2 long, thick braids. Her small face was as bright and smooth as a peeled egg, without a single blemish. Her eyes sparkled like stars, bright and deep, with long eyelashes that curled gently, resembling butterfly wings. Her eyebrows were elegantly arched, adding to her unique charm. Even when she was angry, she exuded a special presence. Her straight nose added dimension to her face, making her look both refined and graceful. Her lips were naturally rosy, slightly parted as if she had many words to say, the vibrant red resembling a blooming rose. She was incredibly beautiful. He felt his vocabulary was insufficient to describe her. Zhu Wenjie clutched his heart, which was racing. She was his. He was certain of it. Who would have thought such a stunning beauty was hidden in this small village? Zhu Wenjie believed he had seen a bit of the world, having visited the provincial capital and the capital city. He had encountered girls from wealthy families and those from humble backgrounds. He had seen many, but he had never met anyone as beautiful as her. He felt a connection with her. Otherwise, why would he end up in such a remote village? She was waiting for him, waiting to be married. What reluctance! What dissatisfaction! What disdain! All of that could go away. People say mothers-in-law have high standards, but with a girl as beautiful as her, how could anyone not appreciate her worth? He was determined to do whatever it took to bring the girl home. Zhu Wenjie's mind began to imagine some inappropriate scenes, and he felt a strange sensation in his zipper area. The man's intense and obsessive gaze gave Han Ku goosebumps. It was quite unsettling. Seeing her daughter injured and bleeding, Grandma Han felt heartbroken. What did your aunt say that made you hurt someone? I am your grandmother, your elder. Is it too much to ask for a little fairness from your aunt when your parents are ungrateful? Zhao Hohat pressed down on Han Ku. You, heartless old woman, can still call yourself a grandmother? Who do you think you are? Should I make a memorial tablet for you? Or do you want me to remind you of all the terrible things you've done in front of everyone? If you want that, I can make it happen. Su Aihua, who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly in front of me? Didn't you say you didn't like coming to our house? You haven't visited in years, and now you're acting like you miss me? You come here empty-handed? Well, what can we expect from someone like you?
Get out.
If you don't leave, I'll make you bleed. Su Aihua covered her mouth with a handkerchief. She felt like she might vomit blood if she spoke. Since Grandma Han wasn't listening to her, she could only look for help from a colleague. Qian Fong noticed that Su Aihua hadn't mentioned how bad her relationship was with her brother's family. It seemed both women were just boasting. Grandma Han had all the say, and they clearly didn't take her seriously. Ahem. Hey, sister-in-law, what's going on here? Family ties are strong, right? Besides, Aunt and Aihua came with no bad intentions. It's a happy occasion, really. Zhao Hohat narrowed her eyes. Who are you to speak here? Qian Fong thought, so typical of a rude countrywoman. Can't she speak nicely? Her manners are terrible, always arguing. If it weren't for how pretty this girl is and the chance to help, I would have left already. Everyone has their limits. Qian Fong forced a smile and said, Sister-in-law, let me introduce you. This is Director Meng from the County Women's Federation. This is her son, Zhu Wenjie, who works at the county art troupe. Qian Fan quickly revealed Director Meng's identity. After the director with the surname Meng entered and saw the state of Zhao Hohat and her daughter, her brows furrowed deeply. She was very dissatisfied. Such a future mother-in-law was not presentable. Although the mother-in-law was young and beautiful, her behavior was unacceptable. Who would want to be related to someone like that? Then she looked at Han Ko, who was exceptionally beautiful. Who looks that stunning? She had seen many pretty girls in the art troupe where her son worked, but none compared to Han Ko. If someone like that were to marry her son, it would be a disaster. Once the temptress whispered in his ear, would her son still listen to her? No, absolutely not. She instinctively turned around and saw her son gazing at Han Ku with admiration, and she thought, this is not good. Forget it. Let's just consider today a wasted trip. It seems they don't welcome us. I have work to do, so I won't take up any more time. She couldn't let her son stay there any longer. What if he became infatuated with that temptress? Su Aihua and the others were incredulous. How could he not be interested in someone so beautiful? Especially Su Aihua. What would happen if the match didn't work out? How could she maintain a good relationship with them and ask for favors? Having that family connection made a big difference. Without it, they wouldn't even be able to enter their door. Director Meng, since you're here, why not let the young people talk alone? Just by looking at Meng's son's disgusting gaze, it was clear he was interested. Zhu Wenjie quickly stepped forward, staring intently at Han Ko, as if he were trying to pierce through her with his gaze. He didn't even blink, afraid he might miss a moment of her beauty, wishing they could get married today and move in tomorrow. Comrade Han Ko, let me introduce myself. My surname is Zhu, and my name is Zhu Wenjie. I work in the county art troupe, and I hold a mid-level position there. Today is our blind date, and I can assure you that if you marry me, I will arrange a suitable job for you in the art troupe. With your looks, getting in there will be no problem. He swallowed hard after speaking. Zhao Hohat quickly shifted to stand in front of Han Ko. Who brought this rude person here? How dare he act like this in her home? Han Lichuan and his brother stood at the door and quickly approached, grabbing Zhu Wenjie by the collar. At this moment, they finally understood what these people were here for. How shameless. Does someone like him really deserve to be with their sister? What kind of cultural troupe is this? Just because he's the county chief doesn't mean he's good enough. He's probably married at his age, and his face looks so unhealthy. What are you doing? Let go of my son. Director Meng shouted as she saw her son being grabbed by the collar, while the two brothers were glaring and ready to hit him. Director Meng yelled loudly, showing her authority as a women's director. Zhu Wenjie was shorter than the two brothers, and as they lifted him up, he could only tiptoe. Even then, he was still trying to negotiate. Brothers, let's talk this over. We'll be family soon. I truly want to marry her, and I promise to arrange a job for her. I'll consider both of you as well. Really? Unable to hold back, Han Lixia swung her fist and hit Zhu Wenjie, who cried out in pain, covering his eyes. Seeing this, Director Meng couldn't hold back her composure anymore and wanted to scratch the faces of the two brothers. Zhao Hohat jumped up from the bed and kicked Director Meng, saying, "How shameless. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. How dare you bring someone like this to our home without knowing who I am?" Director Meng stumbled from the kick, trembling as she pointed at Zhao Hohat. "You shrew. I've worked in women's affairs for over 20 years and have never seen someone like you. People like you should be taken out for education and publicly criticized. By the way, my brother works in a committee in the county and deals with people like you. Just wait." Oh no. She couldn't handle the situation herself and was dragging her brother into it. They were not afraid of anyone. If they came, they would deal with it. Han Kun narrowed her eyes. Since she had said that, she wouldn't hold back. The two groups pushed and shouted, moving from the room to the outer room and then to the yard. Taking advantage of the chaos, Han Ku quickly slipped into the backyard. Dezhuang, stop being lazy and get up. It was cold, and Han Dazhuang didn't want to move, staying curled up in his spot. Han Ku said, "I promise that after this fight, I'll let you enjoy yourself in the space tonight." How long had it been since he entered the space? Han Dazhuang really missed it. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Old Lady Han was suddenly hit twice with brooms. She shrank her neck, covered her head, and crouched on the ground. There was no time to run. Zhao Hohat was faster, and she couldn't escape. The driver waiting in the car heard something was wrong at the Han family's place because he saw many people running that way. He instinctively thought something had happened with Director Meng, so he locked the car doors and followed the crowd to the Han family. Once he pushed through the crowd, he was stunned. Their impressive Director Meng was lying on the ground without any pants, while her son, Zhu Wenjie, was running around the yard, covering himself as a large goose chased him. Oh no! This was shocking, and he regretted coming. What should he do? If he hadn't come, he could pretend he didn't know, but now that he was here, if he left, would Director Meng hold it against him later? Now that he had seen this embarrassing side of her, he might still face consequences. It was quite a dilemma. Hey, who is that woman lying on the ground? A man watching asked the driver. The driver, feeling hopeless, replied, That's our Women's Federation director, Meng. After saying that, he realized he shouldn't have said it. Would Director Meng be angry if she found out? Comrade, wait, I misspoke. She's not our Women's Federation director, the driver said in a panic, not knowing what he was saying. Then his words spread through the crowd, and soon everyone knew that the woman lying on the ground was the county's Women's Federation director, Meng. It wouldn't be long before the entire town, or even the whole county, knew about Director Meng. The only survivor of the chaos was Qian Feng, who hid behind Su Aihua. When Zhao Hohat hit Su Aihua, she stayed behind her, afraid of getting hit herself. Big sister, please stop. We know we were wrong. I'm sorry, can you let me go? She just wanted to escape safely. Su Aihua was ruthless. She didn't expect her sister-in-law to be so fierce. Finally, Director Meng managed to pull up her pants and sat up, covering her face. The driver hesitated for a moment, then nervously approached her. Director, what should we do next? Director Meng covered her face and said, Aren't you going to help me up and get out of here? Are you clueless? Can't you see what to do? The driver received the order and quickly helped Director Meng up and ran away. Zhu Wenjie was being chased by Han Dazhuang around the wall and ended up slipping out the front door with Director Meng. As he left the Han family, he shouted, I'll be back. Han Ke replied, Do you think you're the big bad wolf? Su Aihua, who had lost 2 front teeth and spoke with a lisp, said, Mom, just protect your head and run. With fewer targets to attack, Han Dazhuang, with red eyes, focused on Su Aihua and Qian Feng, scaring them so much that they each grabbed an arm of Old Lady Yun. Old Lady Han held her head, and the 3 of them ran out in a panic. Old Lady Han was older, and her legs were weak. After being hit, she struggled even more, and the 2 women dragged her out like a limp dog. Yet, Han Dazhuang continued to chase them relentlessly. Zhao Hohat exclaimed, Where do you think you're going? Girls, let's go after them. Then she told Han Lichuan and his brother, You 2 don't need to follow. This is a matter for the women. Stay out of it. Han Ku understood what her mother meant. If Han Lichuan and his brother got involved, the situation would change. Although Zhao Hohat was tough, she was also smart and labeled this as a conflict among women. Wang Zhaodi came out holding her son and handed him to Han Lichuan, saying, Take care of him. I'm going with Mom and my sister. Then she ran after them. Han Lichuan grinned, holding his son, and said to Han Lixia, Wow, have you noticed? Your sister-in-law has been influenced by our mom. Han Lixia shot him a look. Would you dare say that in front of Mom? Han Lichuan, wanting to avoid trouble, laughed nervously. Haha, you didn't hear anything. It's getting cold. I need to take my son inside to warm up. Let's go, buddy. In this family, the mother was the authority, and he didn't dare provoke her. In the past, his wife was the weakest and easiest to bully at home. He didn't know when she had grown stronger, but now he didn't dare to offend her. At least now, she wouldn't be bullied outside. Meanwhile, outside the gate, there were already several layers of people gathered. Director Meng was being helped by a driver toward Han Er's house, as their car was parked there, followed by Su Aihua, Qian Feng, and Old Lady Han. Despite having an elderly woman among them, they were running surprisingly fast. There was no choice. A mad goose was chasing them, and if they slowed down, it would bite them. Soon, the three of them overtook the three in front. Then, Director Meng and the others became the targets being chased by Han Dazhuang. The three people quickened their pace to escape and overtook the three in front of them. Thus, the two groups chased each other back and forth, unwilling to be the last ones being pursued. They finally reached the entrance of Han Laoer's place. The driver nervously opened the door of the driver's seat, and the two women scrambled into the car. After closing the door, they finally felt safe, all of them panting heavily, exclaiming, "Wow, we really escaped from danger." Director Meng was furious, slamming his hand on the seat in front of him. Ungrateful country folks. They should feel lucky. I even visited their home. How dare they treat me like this? Do they know who they have offended? They are truly foolish. This matter is not over. Just wait and see. The driver in front was terrified, trying to shrink back and minimize his presence. He felt that Director Meng was acting like a madman and feared for his safety. Zhu Wenjie, however, had a glint in his eye and said, "Mom, I want that girl for myself." Director Meng shouted, "Are you crazy? Isn't he?" She had never felt so embarrassed or helpless in her life. She couldn't imagine what would happen if word got out. She was someone who educated others daily. How could she continue her work after this? She's just a flirt. Why would you want to marry her? Just to look at her? You need to give up on this idea. I will never agree to such a daughter-in-law. Director Meng had 2 daughters and 1 son, Zhu Wenjie, who had been spoiled since childhood. Although she was the women's director and claimed not to favor sons over daughters, her actions told a different story. Otherwise, her son wouldn't have been divorced twice, and he wouldn't have caused trouble with women in the art troupe, resulting in several pregnancies over the years. Because of her son's reckless behavior, his ex-wives and the women he got pregnant were all handled by her using her position. Those who resisted were threatened, while those who complied received some financial support to keep quiet. This smooth handling only made Zhu Wenjie more reckless and bold. He wanted to pursue any woman he liked, knowing that Director Meng and his uncle would take care of any issues. In the county, he felt untouchable. Zhu Wenjie stubbornly declared, "I want her. I have to marry her." "You are right. I do see her as a work of art. Such a beautiful girl. It would be a shame if I didn't win her over. So, Mom, you need to help me figure out how to get her. Even if you don't think much of her, after I'm done, you can do whatever you want with her. How about that?" Director Meng was extremely annoyed, her mind filled with the embarrassing scene of her being exposed, which only made her resent the Han family more. "Are you really out of your mind? Even if you want to marry her, look at the Han family's attitude. Do they even want to marry her off?" Zhu Wenjie replied, "If they don't agree, we can use some tactics. Didn't Su Aihua say that her brother just got a job at the towel factory in the county? If he were a farmer, I wouldn't know how to deal with him, but having a job is a big deal for someone from the countryside. I don't believe he won't comply if I use his job to pressure him." In their view, having a job is a great honor for rural people. If anything threatens that job, they would go to great lengths to protect it. So Zhu Wenjie naturally thought that if he threatened the Han family with a job, they would surely compromise, and that was beyond doubt. While the 2 women were arguing fiercely, suddenly a shadow loomed over them, and several hands began to slap against the car window. Outside were Su Aihua and Qian Fong, who were fed up with Han Dazhuang. Director Meng glared at the 2 women who caused her embarrassment, regretting that she couldn't drive. If she could, she would have run over those 2. She hadn't even planned to come. She didn't want to be here for a rural woman she looked down on. But those 2 women had talked her into it with their grand stories. And that awful old lady, boasting earlier, had been thrown out within 3 minutes of entering. How could she be in charge? Because of the embarrassing incident, Director Meng's mind was twisted. She looked at the 2 women outside being scolded by Han Dazhuang, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. Zhu Wenjie, still determined to pursue Han Ko, knew he couldn't just watch Su Aihua suffer, so he opened the car door. Su Aihua and Qian Fong hurriedly squeezed into the car, but the back seat could only fit 3 people, so they put aside their camaraderie. Escaping was the priority. When the driver saw the back door open, he opened the front door as well, and Su Aihua quickly moved to the front to get in. The car door slammed shut, and the little car sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust behind. Han Dazhuang was not willing to give up. He wanted to race the car. His competitive spirit made him forget that Grandma Han was still there. When Grandma Han saw Han Dazhuang chasing the car, she quickly ran home to close the door, thinking that would keep him out. Little did she know, Han Dazhuang was just the first wave. There was more support behind him. Just as Grandma Han stepped inside and was about to shut the door, Zhao Hohot kicked it open. The 3 women rushed into the yard, and Wang Zhaodi quickly secured the door. Fortunately, the wall of Han Er's house was the tallest in the village, even higher than the wall Han's family built later, which helped Zhao Hohot. No one could see how she dealt with the old woman outside. Don't blame Zhao Hohot for not respecting her elders. It depends on the person. After all, these troublesome people came looking for trouble. This old woman was not worthy of respect, especially with Han Tieju's background. If she didn't sort this out today, she would take drastic measures. Zhao Hohot rolled up her sleeves, grabbed Grandma Han by the hair, and dragged her inside. Grandma Han was shocked that Zhao Hohot dared to pull her hair and drag her on the ground, crying out help. Murder.
Sobi.
Han Ke quickly pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket and stuffed it into Grandma Han's open mouth. Inside the house, the mother and daughter duo, who were peeking out the window, trembled in fear. Oh my, this is really getting serious, they thought, seeing Zhao Hohot and her daughter storming in. Yang Bansha, shaking, said, I knew it. I knew this would happen, which is why I didn't go. This isn't my fault. It has nothing to do with me. Although Zhao Hohot hadn't entered the house yet, Yang Bansha was already justifying herself. Han Yu was stunned. She had always known Grandma Han was the strongest person in the family, someone no one dared to provoke. Everyone had to respect and cater to her. Whatever she wanted, they had to give her. But what was happening now? Had Zhao Hohot completely turned against her? With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Zhao Hohot, still holding Grandma Han by the hair, entered, followed by Han Kuo and Wang Zhaodi. The 3 women rushed into the house like an invading army. Zhao Hohot's kick startled the grandson lying on the bed, causing him to cry loudly. Zhao Hohot pointed at Han Yu. Take this little one to your room. I need to talk to your mother about something. Han Yu looked at Zhao Hohot's gloomy face and thought, oh my. Zhao Hohot looked really scary. It seemed like she could explode at any moment. She quickly grabbed her little brother and hurried back to her room. Zhao Hohot tossed Grandma Han onto the bed. Grandma Han pulled the handkerchief out of her mouth and was about to shout, oh my. Han Ke warned, if you shout again, I'll let Han Dazhuang in. Grandma Han immediately stopped, as if someone had silenced her. Zhao Hohot frowned. You 2 explain to me what happened today. Remember, I'm giving you both one chance. If I'm not satisfied with your answers, you might as well be done for. Yang Bangxia hid in the corner of the room, thinking about how she had survived in front of Zhao Hohot before. It seemed Zhao Hohot never took her seriously. Otherwise, she would have been dealt with long ago. Zhao Hohot truly was the toughest woman in the area. Today, she saw Zhao Hohot's true colors. She was really fierce. Old lady, you speak, Zhao Hohot said, standing with one foot on the bed and her hands on her hips, pointing at Grandma Han. Grandma Han looked disheveled, her hair a mess, clothes untidy, and tears in her eyes. Well, it's not my fault. I had nothing to do with it. It was Ai Hua's idea. Under Zhao Hohot's pressure, Grandma Han quickly distanced herself from the situation, throwing her daughter under the bus. Su Ai Hua? Does she really care? What was her motive? Han Ke squinted and crumpled the enamel teacup on the table in anger. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were terrified, regretting ever getting involved with this mother-daughter duo. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Wang Zhaodi remembered what Han Lichuan had said earlier about living well. Why seek trouble? Now she truly understood the wisdom in that statement. Grandma Han knew that if she didn't speak up, she wouldn't escape this. Today, she might really face serious consequences. Zhao Hohot treated her daughter like a treasure. Ai Hua had stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Ai Hua is unhappy with her current job and wants to transfer to the county. Since the party can't help her, she thought about introducing a good match for Xiao Ke. She didn't mean any harm. It's a win-win situation. Having a powerful relative could make things easier for our family in the future. You see, that young man just said that if our little girl marries him, then we will have jobs in spring and summer. We are from the countryside. What kind of person are we supposed to find? Tai Zhu said there is a job, but it's just a gatekeeper position. People in the countryside might envy it, but who in the city would respect such a job? Hohot, listen to my advice. This man isn't bad. If we offend him today, we should apologize. Han Laodai tried to persuade Zhao Hohot, but she just wouldn't listen. Zhao Hohot, unable to hold back, pinched Han Laodai's thigh, making her wince in pain. You old fool, what kind of person is that? He looks like a troublemaker. At his age, he might have been married several times. Introducing someone like that to my daughter. What good intentions do you have? Su Aihua is just as bad as you. He is definitely not a good person. Selling my daughter's happiness for your benefit? Why don't you just go away? Why don't you get struck by lightning for being such a nuisance?
Keep talking.
Han Ke took out some writing paper and a pen from her bag, ready to record this as evidence. She suddenly thought that if this matter was handled well, it could be profitable. Han Laodai said, I really have nothing else, just this little matter. Zhao Hohot smirked. Yang Bansha, you always think you're so clever and look down on everyone, believing you're the best woman in the village because your man is capable. But your man's abilities aren't helping you. Su Aihua found his job and helped him get promoted. With such skills, why didn't he arrange things for you too? Instead, he's helping outsiders. What's the point of living with him? And now there's a child you don't even know where he came from. Let's just say, this child isn't from Han Lair Air being with someone else, right? He hasn't been home in ages. Is he living with another woman? If I were you, I would go check. The village isn't far from the county. Why haven't you gone to see? That old woman has no good intentions. She's the worst of all. Why do you think she keeps you in the village and doesn't let you find Han Adong? Why does she keep going to the city? What is she doing there?
Vachning Han Aidang.
He's her own son. She would hide things from him, but not for you, the outsider. You really are too clever for your own good. Zhao Hohot's words pierced Yang Bangxia's heart like knives. Yes, many things don't make sense. Why does that old woman keep going to the city? And why does she stay there for so long? While Han Adong is at work, what is that old woman doing alone? Why can't she go with him? If it doesn't make sense, there must be something wrong. So Yang Bangxia looked at the old lady with hatred. Suddenly, she lunged forward and grabbed the old woman's neck. Tell me, what is going on with that child? Is it true, as Zhao Hohot said, that Han Adong has a child with another woman? Tell me. Yang Bangxia shouted fiercely, squeezing Han Laotai's neck, trying to release all her anger and frustration. Cough, cough, cough. You, such a smart person, can't see that Zhao Hohot is trying to stir up trouble? Adong is crazy to bring a child back that could ruin his work in future? Cough, cough, cough. I think you're a fool. Easily manipulated. Besides, look at that child. Does he resemble Adong at all? Han Laotai coughed as she was being squeezed. Yang Bangxia slowly released her grip. Han Laodai had a point. Han Adong was selfish. He only cared about himself, so he wouldn't risk his future. Moreover, the child's appearance really didn't match Han Adong's. Then why hasn't he come home for several months? And why are you stopping me from going? Han Laodai replied, who said he hasn't come home. Adong told me he would be back this Sunday. Cough, cough, cough.
Who is stopping you?
When did I ever prevent you from going? Han Laotai lied with her eyes wide open, turning the blame back on Yang Bangxia. Just like before, when she claimed to help Yang Bangxia see her son in the city, she now denied it, knowing they had no proof. Also, the child was already home, and Adong would return on Sunday to discuss registering the child. Although Yang Bangxia was furious, She didn't completely lose her mind and wouldn't actually harm Han Laodai just because of Zhao Hohat's words. But the seed of doubt had already been planted in her heart. Well, if you were fooled by that, what about Han Adong arranging a job for your daughter and getting her promoted? You can't say he didn't do that, right? Zhao Hohat was good at stirring trouble, and now it was up to the old lady to explain.
Young Bangxia gled fiercely at Han Laotai.
Han Laotai had no words to say. Yang Bangxia had never dared to confront her like this before. Now Zhao Hohat has led her astray, and from now on, she won't have any authority as a mother-in-law. Bangxia, Aihua's job was arranged by Adong, you know that. But getting a permanent position has nothing to do with our family. Yang Bangxia squinted. Nothing to do? Su Aihua is just an ordinary person. What connections or skills does she have to secure a permanent position? Are you trying to fool me? I, Yang Bangxia, am not so easily deceived. Han Adong, just wait. If he doesn't give me a satisfactory answer, he might as well not attend class anymore and let Han Yu take over.
He can go home and farm.
Old Lady Han got anxious. I swear, if Aihua's job was made permanent by Adong, may I be struck by lightning. Aihua has her own abilities, and her good relationship with the director helped her get the position. How can you blame Adong for that? Han could sense something unusual. The director is a man, right? Old Lady Han didn't think much of it, of course. She said this with a hint of pride. Han Ku stroked her chin. What's his last name? Old Lady Han replied, Chun, his name is Chunbin. Han Ku said, oh, I see. Su Aihua must have seduced this Mr. Chun. After they got involved, she must have held something over him, and that's why he gave her the permanent position, right? Everyone else was silent. Old Lady Han thought, this girl guesses everything right, almost as if she saw it with her own eyes. Wang Zhaodi said, Old lady, judging by your expression, did our Xiaoke guess correctly?
Oh my.
Look at how arrogant she is every time she sees us. Turns out she's so impressive because she used her connections to get a permanent position. TSK, what right does she have to look down on us? Even though we are poor, everyone in our family is honest. Zhao Hohat gave her daughter-in-law an approving glance. This daughter-in-law knows how to speak. This visit was worthwhile, and Han Ku quickly wrote down everything Old Lady Han said. Han Ku asked, Old lady, can we talk about my dad now? Old Lady Han looked a bit confused. What about Taizhu? Zhao Hohat grabbed her collar. Of course, we need to talk about Tiezhu's background.
Don't you dare lie to me.
If you don't clarify Tiezhu's background today, next year on this day will be your Memorial Day. Zhaodi, go bring Dazhuang in. Okay. Wang Zhaodi replied and went out to bring Han Dazhuang in. Mrs. Han was very anxious and confused. How did they find out? Who told them? No, only she and her late mother knew, but her mother had died long ago. Even Han Shoshi never knew that Han Taizhu was not his biological son. No, she couldn't admit it. If she did, who knows how Han Taizhu and Zhao Hohat would treat her. Just look at what the eldest family has been doing lately. Because of Wang Zhaodi's family case, they managed to bring down several county leaders, and some even received death sentences. Mrs. Han felt guilty and scared. She didn't know if her crimes were enough for a death sentence, but at her age, going to prison would be terrible. At over 60, if she went to jail, she would likely spend the rest of her life there, perhaps even die in prison. You're talking nonsense, Zhao Hohat, you're cursed. You just stirred up trouble between the second son's wife, and now you're trying to ruin my relationship with Taizhu. You won't have a good end. Mrs. Han, feeling desperate about the possibility of prison or execution, could only shout angrily. Yang Bangxia was stunned. How did this turn into a discussion about the eldest son's background? But Zhao Hohat's attitude today seemed genuine, making her doubt Mrs. Han's past treatment of Han Taizhu. The door opened, and Wang Zhaodi brought in Dazhuang. After chasing a car to the village edge, Han Dazhuang turned back. He remembered what Han Ke had told him. He shouldn't stray too far while chasing bad people. Just to the village edge would be enough. After thinking for a moment, he didn't return to the Han home, knowing that his young master had gone to the second son's house, so he waited at the door. Wang Zhaodi opened the door and let him in. Seeing Han Dazhuang made Mrs. Han panic. She suddenly felt pain all over. Earlier, Han Dazhuang didn't bite her but focused on the people brought by Meng and Suaihua. Mrs. Han was mainly targeted by Zhao Hohot with a broom. Don't come closer, stay away. Mrs. Han shrank back in fear. Han Dazhuang was already much larger than an average goose, standing by the bed with his neck towering over it, staring intently at Mrs. Han. Zhao Hohot said, "Go ahead, don't worry. As long as you tell the truth, we won't let Dazhuang go. I have nothing to say. Han Taizhu is my son. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll report you for elder abuse."
Emeres. Han stubbornly replied.
Without saying a word, Han Ke picked up the heavy Han Dazhuang and placed him on the bed, scaring both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law so much that they nearly lost their minds. The goose remained silent, its dark eyes staring at them quietly, which was particularly frightening. The room fell into silence, and you could hear a pin drop. The air was so tense that it felt like striking a match could ignite it. Even at this moment, Old Lady Han stubbornly refused to speak. Han Dazhuang lifted a paw and took a step forward, causing both Old Lady Han and Yang Bengxia to shiver. Then Han Dazhuang took another step, and Old Lady Han almost shrank into Yang Bengxia's arms, pushing her away and kicking her, saying, "Get away from me. How can you use me as a shield at a time like this? Are you even human? What terrible thing did you do? Hurry up and confess, so you don't drag me down with you. Sister-in-law, I don't know anything. Just like you said, I'm also a victim. Maybe Han Er is out there doing something bad. These two, mother and son, are probably up to no good in the city, and I really don't know anything." Zhao Hohot replied, "I believe that. How could she not believe it? They treat you like a fool, keeping a mistress and having a child behind your back, and you claim to know nothing." The bed was so small that Han Dazhuang reached Old Lady Han in just 3 steps. He stretched his neck forward, coming just a finger's distance from Old Lady Han's face, making her cross-eyed from the close view. With their eyes locked, Han Dazhuang slowly opened his mouth, and Old Lady Han could see the small teeth on the goose's beak clearly.
"Ah!
Help! Help!" Old Lady Han shouted, but she was too scared to raise her voice too much, fearing that the goose might bite her. After all, that beak was right in front of her nose, and one bite could take it away. Zhao Hohot crossed her arms and said, "Dazhuang, I will count to 3. If she doesn't confess by 3, you can bite her nose off."
1.
Old Lady Han felt the countdown to her doom.
2.
Her vision blurred, and she struggled to breathe. 3. The goose opened its beak wider. "I'll talk, just don't bite me." Old Lady Han finally couldn't hold it any longer and collapsed onto the bed. Zhao Hohot snorted, "Dazhuang, keep an eye on her. If she tries to deceive me in any way, bite off a piece of her." Han Dazhuang obediently lay down next to Old Lady Han, but his neck was still held high, eyes fixed on her, ready to attack at any moment. Old Lady Han was sweating profusely. "I'll tell the truth. I won't lie to you again. It's all true, just don't let it bite me. Iron pillar, he is definitely not my biological child."
Boom.
Yang Bengxia felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Except for Wang Zhaodi and Han Kenyang, who felt relieved, everyone else was shocked. It was true. No one interrupted Grandma Han, who continued, "This happened before the liberation. Iron Pillar was born in 1940, and the Japanese invasion had been going on for several years. At that time, my husband had not yet started working in the coal mine. He was running errands in a restaurant in the provincial city. I lived in the city with Han Shoshin. Although the city was chaotic, it was still better than the countryside. The Japanese would attack villages without warning, and we could not stay in the countryside. So, I gave birth in a hospital, which was also run by the Japanese. I had a son, but he was not like normal children. He was weak and fragile, his bones would break easily. He also looked quite unusual. I didn't know what sins I had committed in my past life, for the heavens to punish me like this. The child died shortly after birth. Later, the doctor told me that the child was called deformed, but I didn't understand what that meant. I just knew I couldn't face my husband. I knew how much Han Shoshin cared about this child. He would bring home leftover food from the restaurant for me to eat, and I felt ashamed that I couldn't even give him a healthy child. I was afraid he would despise me for not being able to bear a proper baby. Although he came from the Northeast, he was educated and knew how to handle people well. He was successful in the small restaurant. I was just a country girl with no education, unable to read or write. What would I do if he divorced me because I gave birth to a deformed child? Even the maids scolded me for being useless, and the doctor overheard this. Then the doctor said we were ignorant and didn't understand that the child's deformity was because I drank too much vinegar. During my pregnancy, I craved sour foods, and in the winter it was hard to find sour fruits, so I ended up drinking vinegar. I drank it every day, several bottles a month. Since Han Shoshin worked at the restaurant, it was easy for him to bring home vinegar, which made it convenient for me. Who would have thought that drinking too much vinegar could lead to a deformed child? Then my mother suggested an idea. She said a woman in the next room had given birth to a pair of twin sons. How lucky to have 2 sons at once. If we took one of them, it wouldn't be unfair to her son. We would take good care of him. What kind of theory is this? A few people felt their beliefs were about to shatter. What does it matter if someone has 2 sons and gives one away? Even if they had 10, could that just be given away like that? Han Ke suddenly realized, I understand now. This is why you locked my dad away in the countryside. Whenever he had a chance to succeed, you suppressed him. It turns out it's because my dad is a twin. If his face is recognized by someone familiar, you would be in trouble. His dad's education came from Han Shoshin while he was alive, and he could read a bit. Since Han Shoshin was the head of the family, Han Laotai couldn't make decisions like a man. After Han Shoshin died, Han Taizhu lost that privilege and could only stay in the countryside. Especially during the 3 years after Han Laotai remarried, Han Er did not stop his studies. What a terrible situation. Zhao Hohat felt her heart breaking. She closed her eyes and asked, Do you remember the name of that family? Where do they live? Han Laotai shook her head. I don't know. We didn't want to ask, fearing that if we found out, it would remind us that the child isn't ours. What if one day I accidentally let it slip, and the child goes looking for their real parents? Wouldn't that mean we raised them for nothing? How can you still have the nerve to say that? You stole someone else's child and treated him poorly, making him work for you to raise your son. No wonder you became a widow twice. Your bad deeds have caught up with you. If you keep doing wrong in this life, you might be reborn as an animal in the next, and your children could face terrible fates. Zhao Hohat was furious, cursing Han Laotai to be reborn as an animal. This curse echoed in Han Laotai's ears as she covered them, trying to block it out as if that would help. Han Ke was furiously taking notes, feeling anger bubbling inside like molten lava ready to erupt. Wang Zhaodi covered her mouth. Oh my, this is too cruel. You took one of someone else's 2 sons right from under them. You have no conscience. You're risking their parents' lives. And you casually say, what's wrong with giving one of 2 sons away? How can you be so shameless? Yang Bengxia, who usually looked down on others and had her own selfish thoughts, couldn't even imagine doing something so terrible. Even if she only had 3 daughters and couldn't have a son, she would never steal someone else's child. Suddenly, she thought of the child that Grandma Han had brought back. Forgetting her fear of Han Dazhuang, she quickly crawled over and shook Grandma Han's shoulders hard. Tell me, whose child did you bring back? Did you steal him? Yang Bengxia's eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face. She no longer believed Grandma Han and Su Aihua's nonsense about the child being abandoned. Could an abandoned child really be so chubby and fair? She shouted desperately, just tell me, where did the child come from? If you really stole him, return him quickly.
Don't involve me.
I'm innocent. I don't know anything. Grandma Han replied, I swear, this child came from a proper place. I did not steal him. I promise if he was stolen, I wouldn't have a good end. Hearing this, Han Ke and Zhao Hohat wanted to roll their eyes. How could she say the child came from a proper place? A child born from theft is not from a proper place. Besides, that child might not even belong to Han Aiden. Who knows who Li Widow had the child with outside? Yang Bengxia slowly released her grip and leaned against the wall, her eyes vacant. What kind of life am I living? Han Aiden didn't give her his salary. He used to come home every week, but since last year, he only returned every few months. The old woman even tricked her, saying Aiden was busy at a crucial time. The unit was about to elect a new deputy factory director, and Han Aiden had a good chance. Don't disturb him. I'll keep an eye on him. You focus on farming and earning points. Once Aiden succeeds, he will bring both of you to the city to enjoy life. We'll arrange a job for Han Yu, and the whole family will be together. Now, looking back, it all seemed like nonsense. She hated Grandma Han, and now she also hated Han Aiden. Yang Bangxia held her head in pain, pulling at her hair. After Han Ke finished writing the confession, she slammed it on the bed for Grandma Han to sign. When Grandma Han refused, Han Dazhuang pinched her hard. Fearing that Han Dazhuang would continue to threaten her, Grandma Han had no choice but to sign. I'll sign too. I'm a witness, Yang Bangxia suddenly said, her face streaked with tears and her eyes red. Grandma Han exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? Yang Bangxia replied, I have lost my mind, thanks to you too. I want to be a witness. Su Aihua made me raise someone else's child, so I will make her life difficult. And you old woman, have done so many bad things. What else are you capable of? In the past, you had control over me, and I wonder how you will control me in the future. Yang Bangxia picked up a pen and signed her name on 2 statements. Old Lady Han wanted to rush over and tear up the statements, but she was too afraid. Ho hot, we are family. After all, I raised Taiju. I have confessed everything, and I haven't told a single lie. Please, I beg you to let me go. At my age, I can't handle this. I really can't go to jail. I know you have a tough exterior but a kind heart, so please let me go. I am begging you. Old Lady Han knelt on the bed and bowed her head to Zhao Hohot. Zhao Hohot completely ignored her and let her continue. Han Ke took out a small box of ink from her pocket and pressed Old Lady Han's finger into it, then placed her finger on the statement, while Yang Bangxia pressed her own finger down willingly. Girl, you carry ink with you? That's clever. Han Ke put away the statement. Cough, I thought ahead and brought it with me when I left. That's not important. The matter is settled. We can discuss other issues when we get home. Dazhuang, let's go home. After receiving the order, Han Dazhuang jumped off the bed and followed the 3 women out of the second house. Han Yu hid in her room, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Their family's world had collapsed. Even before Yang Bangxia and her mother knew that the child was Han Aiden's illegitimate son, they felt like their world was falling apart. What would they do if they knew the truth? The 3 women walked home with the goose, and Wang Zhaodi was upset. What? Just let her go like that? Dad was taken back by her. She has already broken the law, sob. Zhao Hohot quickly covered Wang Zhaodi's mouth. Why are you shouting? Do you want everyone to hear? Wang Zhaodi blinked, confused. What did that mean? Shouldn't this be publicized so the police could come and arrest her? That would be the normal course of action. Zhao Hohot released her hand, and the women looked around like thieves, relieved that no one was nearby. Han Ke said, Sister-in-law, I'll explain why we shouldn't make a fuss about this when we get home. The 3 women hurried home, each lost in thought. Zhao Hohot instructed Wang Zhaodi, You and your sister start cooking. We'll hold a family meeting after lunch. Wang Zhaodi nodded, understanding that something serious had happened. They decided to wait until after lunch for the meeting because Han Laosan was not home. For lunch, they prepared a dish of large bone and sauerkraut soup. The brothers felt something was off at the dinner table because Zhao Hohot had a serious expression on her face. Han Liio looked at his 2 brothers, silently asking if they had upset their mother. The other 2 shook their heads. The 3rd brother didn't know what had happened that morning. If he found out that the old lady and Su Aihua had brought someone like that home to introduce to their little sister, he might rush over to Su Aihua's house to confront them. The children had lunch at school, so besides the head of the family, Han Taiju, the other adults gathered in the room made by Zhao Hohot and Han Taiju. Zhao Hohot said, Li Chuan, Li Xia, you both know what happened this morning. Later, I took your little sister and Zhaodi to chase after the old lady. With a loud bang, Zhao Hohot slapped the table and said, guess what? We discovered a shocking secret. Han Laosan was confused. What happened this morning? It wasn't his fault for not knowing. Normally, anyone entering the village would pass by their clinic. But it was winter. The door was closed with thick curtains and the windows were frosted over, so he couldn't see anyone passing by. The clinic had been busy that morning due to many people coming in with colds and fevers. There were several patients getting 4 drips, and family members were accompanying them, making it noisy inside, so he hadn't heard the sound of the jeep. Zhao Hohat waved her hand. Let's not talk about that now. The urgent matter is what's happening right now. That old woman, Tang Mei, finally admitted today that your dad is not her biological son. Her words shocked the brothers, and they immediately stood up. What did you say, Mom? Dad isn't the old lady's biological son? Zhao Hohat nodded. Yes, your dad is not her biological son. This explains why she has been like a leech, draining us for so long. Han Lichuan gritted his teeth, realizing the truth. Ever since he could remember, he knew the old lady had been taking advantage of their family to support his uncle's family. This had left them in deep debt, forcing him and Liixia to stop their studies in middle school to work and pay it off. Both he and Liixia had good grades in school, and if not for this, they would have certainly graduated high school. Han Liixia asked, Mom, what are we going to do? She has harmed our family for so many years. We can't let her get away with it. Han Lichio clenched his fists. What did she do this morning? Something must have happened, or their mother wouldn't have chased after Han Idong's house. Han pressed his hands down to calm the 3 brothers. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, please sit down and listen to me. Normally, we should send her to the police station for legal action, and whatever the judgment is, it should be followed. But we can't do that yet. Third brother, don't rush. Let me finish. I'm not saying to let her go, but for now, we need to hold off because it's connected to another matter. That is, the child that Han Er brought back is his with widow, Li from our village. Everyone was shocked, except for Zhao Hohat, who knew the truth. Wang Zhaodi could barely find her voice. Mother, did you and my younger sister already know? Now she recalled Zhao Hohat's earlier words to Yang Bengxia, which were meant to stir trouble. It turned out that the mother-in-law had known all along. Zhao Hohat sneered. Of course I knew. Your younger sister encountered the old lady at the supply store over 3 months ago. She saw her buying a lot of things and became suspicious. Then she followed the old lady and tracked down the place where Han Adong was living with the widow. That heartless person even bought a house in town. Han Liixia asked, what does that have to do with the old lady stealing the child? Han Ke replied, it has everything to do with it. Our family knows that the job at Han Idong's place should belong to our dad. Before our grandfather passed away, he said that job was meant for our dad. If our dad isn't his biological child, then that job isn't his either. This is something the Han family owes us. If the old lady hadn't taken our dad away, would he have worked for them all these years? What if our dad's real parents were well off? He would have lost out greatly. Who is to blame for this? It's all because of the old lady. Han Liixia said, so we need to get that job back first? Han Ke confirmed, yes. If we expose our dad's background now, the old lady and Han Adong might not comply. So we need to use what the old lady reveals to pressure them. Once we secure the job, we can settle things completely. Don't worry, it won't be long. I wrote several anonymous letters last week exposing Han Idong's actions, and we should hear news soon. Everyone understood that if they revealed the situation now, it might cause more trouble. They decided to secure the job first. Han Ke continued, there are a few more things to discuss while our family is still together. Let me analyze some matters for everyone. This is something Han Ke has been thinking about lately, especially since Han Laoer's job is about to be secured. Last time I went to Nanjing with Sange, I noticed many changes, especially in policies. Han Lichio asked, what changes?
I didn't know about them.
Han Ke replied, Sange, your master's uncle was rehabilitated. Are there any other doctors or staff in your hospital who were also rehabilitated like him? Han Lichio said, yes, there are several who were recently rehabilitated. Han Ke continued, that's right. This is a sign of policy direction. Our team's cow shed is now empty, The old comrades who lived there have all returned after being rehabilitated. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the last old comrade left this spring. Hanku added, I heard that some of the old comrades who lived in the cow shed were professors and university teachers. They have returned to their positions. What does this mean? It means that the restoration of the college entrance examination is not far off. Everyone was silent. Han Li-xia gripped his knees tightly. Little sister, tell us more. The restoration of the college entrance examination is such an exciting prospect, but unfortunately, he only completed junior high school, and now at 26, married with children, can he still take the exam? He had always longed to study, but due to his family's poor conditions, he could only finish junior high. Hanku said, the country needs talent for its development. It won't always be like this. Those so-called worker-peasant-soldier universities are just places where people go to get a diploma without real skills. Once the college entrance examination is restored, those diplomas will be quite embarrassing, especially since many were recommended there. I heard a joke about someone who performed well, but they might have had connections, and they were recommended to a worker-peasant-soldier university without ever studying a day. Isn't that a joke? What can they do after that? Without real skills, they won't succeed in any position. That's why I think restoring the college entrance examination might be urgent. Han Li-chun sighed. If only the college entrance examination could really be restored. Unfortunately, I only graduated from junior high, and I'm getting older. I have no hope. But Sandy and little sister definitely have hope. Hanku replied, who says that? All of us siblings have hope. So the first thing I want to say is, big brother, you should change your age on your household registration to be 1 year younger. You should do it while it's still easy to change. Han can remember that the news about the college entrance exam reform came out in October of 1977, with the exam in December. However, he is already 30 years old. So, Han Lichuan only has one chance. If he doesn't pass, he will have to find another path. There are many ways to succeed, and going to university is not the only option. Having a university diploma is just an added bonus. It is now 1975, and Han Lichio is 27 this year, but since he has a later birthday, he can be considered a year younger. They are twins, after all. It wouldn't make sense for the older brother to be younger than the younger brother. Taking advantage of the current leniency at the police station, it's a good time to change ages and names, so they decided to change everything, even the less favorable names in the family. Han Ku's reform was quite bold. After she made this suggestion, the whole family was left speechless. But that's not all. Han Ku continued, my dad's name isn't nice, so let's change it. Han Taiju, just hearing that name makes it clear he didn't put much thought into it. Isn't my grandpa educated? Why would he give my dad such a name? Since my dad isn't really part of the Han family anymore, let's just change his name to avoid any trouble with those difficult relatives. Zhao Hohot chimed in, dear, if your dad changes his last name, won't you and your siblings have to change yours too? You can't have your dad with a different last name while you all still have Han. Han Ku replied, Mom, you're right.
I didn't think of that.
Ahem. Let's forget it. Even though Grandma Han isn't nice to Dad, Grandpa is still good to him, so he can keep his last name. The real reason is that changing so many names would be too troublesome. Wang Zhaodi timidly raised her hand. Can I change mine? I don't want to have my dad's last name. Everyone else was silent. Han Ku nodded seriously and waved her hand. Sister-in-law, you're actually the most suited to change your last name. Your dad isn't great, and having his last name doesn't do justice. Big brother, look through the list of surnames and find one that sister-in-law likes, then give her a nice name. When Dad comes back this Sunday, we'll discuss a good name for him, and then we'll all change our household registration together. Han Ku thinks that she can't succeed alone. If the whole family holds her back, she won't be able to rise. So, she wants everyone to soar together. One flower does not make spring. A garden full of flowers brings spring. Their siblings are all outstanding and talented. If it weren't for this era holding them back, they might have already soared high. What they lack is a stage, and Han Ku is now offering that stage to them. The choice is up to them. If they work hard, their family's future looks bright. They can take the college entrance exam, go to university, and then, riding the wave of reform and opening up, build their family business and create their own success. With the advantage of having the script in hand, Han Ke wants to make a big impact in her life. Little does she know that what she has revealed so far has already stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. They are unaware that Han Ke has even bigger ambitions, especially Han Lichuan and Han Lixia, the two older brothers, who are married with children and thought college was no longer relevant to them. However, their younger sister said that as long as they changed their age, it could still be possible. Han Ke couldn't tell them that the age limit for the college entrance exam is capped at 30. The two brothers were too excited to think deeply about it. Besides, Han Ke had indeed been to Nanjing and seen the world, and they knew their younger sister was different. Zhao Hohat was stunned. How did this conversation go from getting a job to going to college? She swallowed hard. Daughter, what should we do next? From now on, I'll listen to you. She knew she was just a rural woman, not very educated, and had never seen much of the world. But she had one good quality. She listened to advice, as long as it made sense. Since her daughter spoke so reasonably, she would definitely listen. From now on, all the big and small matters at home would be decided by her daughter. Han Ke smiled slightly. Of course, we need to hold Su Aihua accountable. We can't let her, the main culprit, get away with it. Everyone nodded in agreement. What about her? I think someone like Su Aihua, with such low quality, is not fit for the job. Her position is quite important and affects the hospital's reputation. Putting someone like her in such a crucial role only brings trouble to the public. Everyone was confused.
Huh.
Therefore, what about her position? Our family has good character, education, and capability. What do you all think?
Wow.
This is quite bold. Their younger sister really dares to think big. Zhao Hohat slapped her thigh and thought there was nothing she couldn't imagine. Now she understood why the old lady signed that statement. Daughter, are you planning to take the old lady's statement to the hospital to pressure the director? Everyone was speechless. Is our sister really that kind of person? Han Ke smiled shyly. Mom, you really know me. Ha, good, good. Zhao Hohat laughed heartily, looking like a villain. Wang Zhaodi's eyes sparkled, and she clasped her hands together. So, that means 3 of us will be working. Han Ke waved her hand. Wrong, it's 4. Han Lar counts as 1, but the hospital should have 2.
Why?
Zhao Hohat asked what everyone was thinking. Han Ke confidently replied, we have a big advantage over that director, so why not get a temporary worker to help us? Wow, that's bold. And makes sense. It could really happen. Zhao Hohat instinctively slapped her thigh again. Let's do it. Daughter, early tomorrow morning, we'll set off to confront those 2. Wang Zhaodi chimed in. Take me too. I want to learn something new. Zhao Hohat was thrilled. She waved her hand. All right, Han Lichuan, you stay home with the kids and let Zhaodi see the world. Han Lichuan was silent. Han Ke said, we'll see what kind of job we can get later. Anyway, I've already thought it through. My brother will stick to Dr. Wu like glue, following him wherever he goes. I estimate he won't be leaving anytime soon, so let's try to get him to take you along. Remember, no matter where you go, you can't neglect your high school studies. From now on, everyone in our family with a diploma will start reviewing their subjects. We siblings will form a study group and learn together. When the college entrance exam is back, we'll all be university students. No drinks? That's okay. We'll celebrate our future as college students with applause. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone in the room clapped like they were already university students, filled with excitement and passion. Great, this brainwashing was very successful. Han Liio patted his chest and promised, little sister, I will remember your words. I will also find out when my master's leaving, and when he goes, I will follow. The remaining 2 brothers are easy to handle. For now, they can work temporarily. Once the college entrance exams resume, if they get into university, they can sell their jobs for some money. With that money, they can attend university while also running a small business. Zhao Hohat rubbed her hands together in excitement. How could she not be excited? Her daughter painted a big, bright picture for them. Hee, that means our family will soon move to the city. Han Ke said, yes, if these jobs go well, our whole family can move to the city, including the kids who can go to school there. Zhao Hohat's eyes immediately squinted with joy. After the meeting, she waved her hand and said, meeting dismissed. So, with the head of the family, Han Taiju, not at home, the family made a significant decision. Everyone returned to their rooms, each with their own thoughts. Wang Xiaodi jumped up as soon as she entered her room. Oh my goodness! I must have been a good person for 10 lifetimes to have such good fortune in this life. Lichuan, you will soon be a city person too. Kind-hearted Wang Xiaodi thought about the job and immediately associated it with her brothers, never considering it for herself. Han Lichuan was also in a good mood. He wrapped his arms around Wang Xiaodi's waist. Wife, whether we get the job or not is still uncertain. Let's think about something else first. What surname do you want to take? Wang Xiaodi wrapped her arms around Han Lichuan's neck, her eyes reddening. I want to take your surname. Is that okay? Her good life now comes from the Han family, and she wants to be a part of it completely, alive as a Han and even in death. Han Lichuan kissed Wang Xiaodi's tearful eyes. He found her eyes beautiful. It was those very eyes that had captured his heart. During their blind date, those eyes looked at him with hope and longing. He held Wang Xiaodi tightly, resting his chin on her shoulder. I didn't know my wife liked me this much. If you like it, then we'll take the Han surname. Wang Xiaodi cried, tears streaming down her face. She married Han Lichuan at 17, making them a young couple. After 9 years, although the Han family faced hardships and bullying from relatives, she never regretted her choice. She had a good husband. Han Lichuan had never hit her or raised his voice. This was rare in the countryside. The Han family had good values, and the men there did not mistreat their wives. Wang Xiaodi felt her life was worth it. Han Lichuan knew Wang Xiaodi was crying out of excitement, so he held her close, letting her cry it out. It's better to express feelings than to keep them bottled up. Han Lichuan, are you trying to scare me? Why are you bullying your wife? Came the loud voice from the upper room. Han Lichuan sighed. Look, now you have a higher status in your mother's heart than I do as her own son. Wang Xiaodi wiped her tears away. Sorry, I made you feel wronged. But I have to tell you, I want to change my name and also make myself a year younger. I can't accept that your ID says you're younger than me.
Haha.
Alright, I'll go along with it. Looks like I have to be a twin with the second child. Han Lixiao laughed at the thought, and Wang Xiaodi felt the warmth of his laughter. Come here, let's hug. Just as they were having a sweet moment, something interrupted them. They looked down to see their son with his little face upturned, reaching out with his chubby hands, asking for a hug. They both ignored him, making the little guy anxious. Han Lichuan bent down, picked up his son, and playfully poked his little nose. You little rascal. Ever since you came along, your mother and I haven't had a moment to ourselves. I feel like giving you a little spank. The little one didn't understand what his dad meant, but since both parents were smiling, he grinned back. The next morning, the mother-daughter trio headed into town. Zhao Hohat tugged at her new cotton coat. Daughter, isn't it a waste not to wear our new coats for the new year? They were just going to tidy up for Su Aihua. Did they really need new clothes for that? In the morning, Han Ku insisted that she and Wang Xiaodi wear their New Year outfits and shoes. Han Ku said, Mom, if you were the director and a bunch of people in ragged clothes came to see you, how would you feel? Wang Xiaodi thought about it for a moment, switched the roles in her mind, and nodded, I get it. It's about presenting ourselves well to create an impression. People respect clothes and horses respect saddles. Han Ku nodded in satisfaction. Mom, your newspaper reading is paying off. Speaking of this, Zhao Hohat felt quite proud. Daughter, I'll tell you, reading the newspaper isn't enough for me anymore. I've started reading Marxism-Leninism. Han Ku almost laughed out loud and gave her a thumbs up. Mom, you're amazing. I respect you more than anyone else. Wang Xiaodi frowned. I've tried learning from both daughters, but I still can't read a single passage. My mind just doesn't work. I can't remember anything. Zhao Hohat replied. Only a fool can't learn. Are you a fool? I think you're just lazy. Daughter, Your sister-in-law is not interested in those elementary school texts. What novel can you find for her to read? If she gets hooked on a novel and encounters unfamiliar words, she will have to learn them to understand the story. That's a great idea. It's not about forcing Wang Zhaodi to become highly educated, but at the very least, she shouldn't be illiterate. If Han Lichuan really gets into college, the gap between them will be too big. It's not like Han Lichuan would abandon his wife just because he is doing well, as her brother is not that kind of person. However, at that point, Wang Zhaodi might feel insecure, which is not a good situation. If there is too much difference between the couple, it can lead to resentment and frequent arguments. The weaker partner may become suspicious, and over time, it could harm their relationship, possibly even leading to divorce.
She doesn't want to see that day.
Wang Zhaodi is a good person, at least for now. Mom's idea is great. Once I get my 2 novels, I'll let you borrow them to read.